chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with Planet.
Water tower, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day at Starbase here, where we have potentially a very exciting day ahead of us. My name is Adrian Bile. I'm the host for your first stint here on this, what might be a marathon stream here, as we are watching the full stack of Booster 9 and Ship 25 here being tested. We will run you through all the indicators we have right now, all the information we have right now, and what we expect today. But let me first introduce my wonderful co-hosts here, starting with Alex. Alex, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Hope you are too, as well.
Yeah, I'm certainly like it's always good if it's still like 8 a.m. on the clock when we start Starbase testing. So that's always a sign that something potentially big is coming up. Trevor, you're also with us here today. Trevor, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I know you guys in Europe love when there are the 8 a.m. starts, but I must say, as an hour behind Starbase, they're not my favorite. But overall, can't complain.
Yeah, it's at least like a 4 a.m. stalling. So there we go. And also we have behind the scenes making sure that we are well presented, nice sounding and everything. We have Mr. Patrick Cahoon. Thank you, Patrick, for being with us here today. And we also have Jack and Sean, of course, in the field right now. We might hear from Jack a bit later, but for now they're still in the field. And we are, I think the first thing is, so we are right now calling the stream a wet dress rehearsal. And that is down to a lot of indicators that we have right now that are kind of coming together as a big puzzle. Alex, let's start first. What is a wet dress rehearsal?
Well, on a wet dress rehearsal, what they do is they run through the countdown, the usual countdown that they do for a launch. So it's not just any test. It is basically a test of the launch countdown procedures. And so they close the road, they evacuate people, they evacuate the production site even, like they don't show up for work. They impose this sort of 5-mile radius around the launch site, and then start the propellant load sequence on both the booster and the ship, and count down to whatever T-minus point in the countdown that they might choose to. Usually it tends to be, at least for when they did it for the first full stack, they did it up to the T-minus 40-second hold point in the count, and then they did like a FireX test, just basically mimicking the moment of ignition, but without actually igniting the engine. So today, we're not expecting an ignition of the engines. Unless there's something interesting going on and spicy at the end of today's countdown, but overall, it's just basically like a launch countdown test of, pretty much all the launch procedures that they need to do up until that final few moments in the count.
And and just to give you some, so you might now wondering, but it could be just any test right now, right? Well, we have some indications that are making this a very likely candidate for a wet dress rehearsal, and I want to run them all down. First off, we have a production site that is basically completely empty since 6 a.m., which is a big giveaway of something big going to happen, because SpaceX usually just like to just, let their areas run empty without any workers in there. So that was a very big giveaway, right, Alex?
Yeah, especially even with Sunday's test, they had people up at the launch pad checking the vehicles and doing stuff before they closed the road. the police showed up at like 6:30 a.m. Central, so about 2 hours ago. They obviously didn't close the road until 8 a.m. because that's when they are legally allowed to do that. But they already showed up about an hour and a half before they were legally, allowed to do that, because they like to control who's coming in, who's coming out, because they need to evacuate everything. They need to make sure that the beach is closed, that the beach is cleared of people, the launchpad area is cleared. So they were already there way ahead of time. Something that we didn't see, for example, on Sunday. Again, we were seeing not only employees at the launchpad, we didn't see the cops until it was actually 8 a.m. or 8 something a.m. But today they came in very, very early. We didn't see any employees around the launch site. We actually had some PA saying, clear the overall pad area around 8 a.m. because of testing activities. And so we're hoping to see today a wet dress, and certainly everything is kind of looking like it.
Yeah, for sure. Trevor, what's your take on this? Do you think we are moving into a wet dress rehearsal here today?
Yeah, I would say it's quite likely, and given that given that, as Alex was saying, the production site is clear, and then also people have been asked to move all the way back to Brownsville instead of just past the normal roadblock. That's a very good indication that it's not just another partial wet dress rehearsal, that this is probably a full wet dress rehearsal. However, I want to add the caveat that that's always subject to change.
Absolutely. And you might also be confused with like, oh, I have not seen a marine safety information bulletin for today yet. So I called the harbor this morning and asked about that. And the answer I got is that the current MSIP says that starting the last date, so we got a MSIP for like, what was it, last Tuesday, Alex?
Yes, October 17th. It says starting, but it doesn't say when it ends.
Yes, basically it's just it's a notice of like, basically with this starting day, the following safety instructions are in place in case they want to enforce it. There's also other things on there like, for example, when certain signs says it's active, or call the harbor and certain radio frequencies. But basically it's just a warning apparently of like, this can be enforced. But the harbor told me that that totally would be a thing that could be still used for today, since there's no end date noted on it and just says starting. Just noting that that's not something I made up here. I just called the harbor this morning because I was confused, as probably a lot of people were, and they got me this response. So
we made sure that is still valid and everything, because obviously the first thing that one wonders is like, well, are those things still in place or like any valid, right? It's like, so at least this time we made sure that it's still valid, that MSIB.
Yep, there we go. So, for today, of course, you might have a lot of questions. If you have questions, make sure to attack @NASASpaceflight in chat, and we will answer them all. But let's first run down through what we expect here to happen. Trevor, do you fancy to take that one? What do you expect? Like, we are live early here, so what's the first steps we expect to happen here?
Yeah, so the first thing that we'll start seeing is a more thorough clearing of the pads. The hard roadblock, is the hard roadblock up actually?
No, I don't think so yet.
Yeah, I believe we're currently just on the soft roadblock. So first thing, yeah, we'll get a hard roadblock there, which will mean that nobody aside from some SpaceX employees are allowed in. And once that's up, the entire pad area will start getting cleared, and then we expect them to move the roadblock all the way back to the river. And then from that point, teams will enter the GSE checkout phase, which is when we'll see the subcoolers start to be loaded. And then after that, we'll expect OLM vent and tower vent before propellant filling on both the ship and the booster. And that is a ways out from now, but we're starting to see the first initial steps, which is always exciting.
Yep, absolutely. We are of course watching the indicators here, but it's certainly a very interesting situation right now here, because let's be real, a wet dress rehearsal is kind of one of the last steps that they might take before launch. It's like the full-on simulation of the launch countdown.
And one thing that I would point out, when that roadblock. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to correct myself. I'm getting told the roadblock did already move back to river.
I was about to
Yeah.
Exactly. I was about to point out that because we saw in the previous view there was only one car at the roadblock. There were 3 before. There were 2, then at 3, and then they switch, and so it seems like they are moving up the road already. So that's a further confirmation that today we'll see a wet dress rehearsal. Again, as we mentioned before, plans can change, and maybe they go into the wet dress rehearsal. They go into that countdown that I mentioned before, and then they're like, you know what? Things are not ready, or we're having issues or whatever, and they change their minds and they can revert back to partial load or whatnot. But definitely all the signs that we are seeing so far is that they are going ahead with that wet dress rehearsal.
And there we
you can
go.
see-
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
yeah, there you can see they have already moved up the road. This is from much farther up the road, outside of that sort of limit that they have for this wet dress rehearsal. So that delimits basically how much farther down the road you can get with a hard road closure. This is not like the soft one. This is the hard one, the hard road closure.
Yep. And so this is basically the biggest confirmation we have seen yet so far that this today will be a significant test, right? Because this is not a roadblock we see for like even static fires don't have this roadblock up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's only
So-
when there's a very large amount of methane loaded onto the vehicle.
Let's hit some questions here because that's like and you answered this directly, but Scott asking here, is this wet dress rehearsal using liquid methane, liquid oxygen, or liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen? So it's liquid methane, right? It's a full-on simulation of everything, including the explosive stuff.
Yeah, so it's liquid methane and liquid oxygen alongside all of the CO2 and nitrogen that they load on board the COPVs. And what this is just an exact replication of the launch countdown up until engine ignition, which does not happen, and similarly the launch clamps will not be released. So everything that you would expect on the flight is happening today except for engine ignition and the steps after that.
And I feel like this is totally a question I would want to ask Alex here. Whitney and John asking, if this is wet dress rehearsal, how long would it take to get the tank farm ready?
Ooh, well, that's an interesting question. Usually, it takes a couple of hours to get everything chilled down and ready to go. So this is why we called it a marathon stream at the beginning, right? Because it's a long situation until they get up to the point of actually loading propellants, and then once they load propellants, it also takes a while to load the rocket. It takes about an hour and a half to load both vehicles, and so it's not gonna be just just a few short minutes or something. No, it's not gonna be that. It's gonna be a marathon coverage today, just because of that.
Yeah, we already see some ground venting there. Alex, what's that ground venting?
Yeah, that's the usual venting that they have there at the. It's what I usually call the cryogenic bunker. So basically, that's where they have all of the vaporizers and things like that to be able to not only reclaim some of the propellant but also push out some of the propellant as well. Basically, all of the pad systems that they have there. That vent is usually venting even on a calm day when there's nothing going on. So it doesn't tell us much, but if you look at those cylindrical, gray things on the right of the big white cylinders, right? I should specify what cylinders I'm talking
Hippos.
about. Exactly, they are called the hippos, the kettle boilers, whatever you would call it. Those are the subcoolers. Those are the ones for the liquid oxygen side of the tank farm. There are 8 of them. Only 4 of them are going to be working today because the other 4 are not plugged in just yet. They are just installed there, but not plugged in. And so those are going to get a lot of activity. As they get filled with liquid nitrogen, it's basically a bath of liquid nitrogen that allows them to be able to subcool the oxygen on basically on the tank farm. It is at boiling point, but then they run it through that bath, and then they are able to cool it down below its boiling point to be able to pack more into the tanks, because the colder it is, the denser it is, and so you can pack more of that into the same volume. So that's a nice thing that a Starship has. Falcon 9 has that as well. But what Falcon 9 doesn't have is also methane subcoolers. Those are on the other side of the tank farm, and those will also get filled with liquid nitrogen, and they're gonna get all with activity and everything. So those are going to be the first signs that we'll see of this tank farm getting already chilled down for that propellant load.
There we go. So, and we will be live for everything here because we decided to do the good old NSF marathon coverage here. So enjoy our voices for the next few hours. It's gonna be one of these days. Tony SP asking here, is there any chance there will be an actual launch today? Trevor?
Sadly, absolutely not. If there was a launch today, many things would have had to go wrong, and the rocket would have to have been terminated like immediately. So just some of the things preventing this is, first of all, SpaceX does not have regulatory approval yet to launch. Additionally, the launch clamps will not be released during today's test, and the engines won't be ignited. So very much not possible.
There we go. So if we see something launching today, it would have indicated something going a bit off nominal, to word it like that. Everyday Space Nerd asking, realistically, do you think OFT2 will happen before the end of the year, Alex? I know you love these prediction questions, so I saw this and was like, yeah, I need to ask this to Alex.
Well, I'm optimistic for a launch before the end of the year. I just wouldn't be able to tell you when. I have been thinking for a while that it was going to be October, November. Obviously now it's more November than October for obvious reasons. But you know, if it is December, I'll take it. Just as long as it doesn't get delayed, I don't know, like a year or something, I'll take it. Whenever it happens, it happens. It's good. The earlier, the better.
Yep, I totally agree. Trevor, here's something I'm thinking is a very interesting question by Sam Boyd. Why don't they do a static fire at T0? So if they already went through the whole sequence of like fueling it up and everything, why not also perform a static fire?
It's just a different test. So they've already tested Booster 9 and conducted a 33 engine static fire, which, if I remember correctly, I think it was 2 or 3 engines shut down prematurely. So they've already done that test and they're happy with that data. And because they've done that, static firing would just be slightly more work that they have to do for the vehicle. Because every time they static fire a Raptor at Starbase, they go to each Raptor engine and they borescope it to make sure that the internals look healthy and not too sooty after the static fire. And then additionally, it would be fairly high risk to static fire the vehicle with Starship on top and the vehicle fully fueled. So that's some risk that they would rather have at a launch attempt instead of during just a wet dress rehearsal.
There we go. Alex, DinoCR asking here, expecting the shower to be activated today?
That will be interesting. They did test it on Sunday. That was way after every other test that they did. Like they did 2 partial tanking tests on the full stack, and then they proceeded to do, like, once they detanked and everything, they proceeded to do one of those, water deluge tests, the shower, to be activated. So yeah, probably, maybe, we don't know, right? That's a situation. I mean, it caught us off guard. Like we were thinking that they were done for the day because it was like, okay, this thing detanked. Right? They suddenly tested more and they did the water deluge test. So yeah, it definitely could take us for a surprise today. So everything is on the table, except a launch, I guess.
I wanna quickly point out also there's I just saw a I think we might see this. There's shuttle buses going past the Massey roadblock right now. So maybe some last minute evacuation of some workers that are still at the production. Sorry, we just missed them. But I can tell you they were there. There were like 2 shuttle buses going past that
saw it as well.
roadblock. Oh, I said shuttle. I'm sorry.
There are people in the village that are not just the residents. There's also, I mean, the employees that SpaceX has there. They are also residents now because obviously they have to live there for because they're working with the SpaceX and everything. So obviously those that maybe don't have their own means or whatever, they probably prefer to just take that bus and go on their own. I think I saw 2 of them in the cameras that we have.
Yes, there we go. So that's also good science because there's probably some late-minute work. And another indicator, again, as we mentioned earlier, was the production site was empty. And usually SpaceX doesn't like an empty production site. They usually like to work on this. I'm also very much listening right now on the audio because this kind of audio we hear right now is usually like one of the first venting we hear during the conditioning of the orbital tank farm. So it's a very early vent, but I think it's based on when it starts and what we see next, it's probably related some sort to the subcoolers. So we'll see what happens next. It's certainly an experience to just try to guess everything based on ventings. Trevor, another question here by Trent Melcher is, in order to perform a wet rest rehearsal, do they need to have the FTS armed? Or is the FTS armed today?
No, they have not. So to arm the FTS, we would see a destack of the ship, and then they would pull the FTS pins. And we have not seen that happen yet, so they do not need to arm the FTS for this test.
There we go. So no FTS for this one. Whitney asking here another question. Whitney and John, actually, if they have a successful wet rest rehearsal, then when do you think they launch? I don't want to get another prediction round here, but I kind of want to tackle this from a perspective of Alex. What needs to happen before they can launch?
Well, from the hardware side, they were saying for a long time that they were ready. Obviously, it seems like these kind of tests, they're doing them because they just want to increase the chances of things working on the launch day, or at least that's how it looks like. Because I mean, they themselves, not just SpaceX, but also officials at SpaceX, Elon himself, also talk about these two vehicles being ready and everything pretty much being ready, except for the paperwork. So we've seen them doing work here and there. We've seen them inspecting the vehicles. So we can only assume that they're doing that kind of work because they want to increase the chances of success during either launch operations, that they don't have to scrub, for example. Because obviously, it's okay because it's not the end of the world if they scrub or anything. So it's not really something that they are afraid of. But it's nice to not have a scrub when you attempt to launch, right? And so if you test those things ahead of time, that is a nice thing to have. So these tests seem to imply, at least, given what they have said, that they are, looking for that. Other than this, it doesn't seem like it's something that they need. So my question will be, is this all that we're gonna see? Is this I'm just wondering here, is this everything that we're gonna see? Is this, just paperwork only that is being the roadblock here? That's my question. Maybe that's the case, right? And so this is something that is just nice to have.
Yeah, and there's a good question to be asked here because we have heard SpaceX resonating the message that they have been ready. However, we right now see them performing a wet rest rehearsal. So it's a question of they have skipped it if the regulatory approval came sooner, would have done it earlier. Is this a sign of them expecting the regulatory approval to come soon? There's a lot of questions here, and I want to be fully clear here. We don't have good answers to all of these questions because they're in a process involved that we don't have a good insight into. And but it's certainly it starts your gears, and you start to think about what are the implications of this test. Besides, of course, they are testing the vehicle. So let's do that. Also, let me thank some people here because we got some very generous support already, making sure that we can cover events like this. Let me start with Björn Keller, becoming a Padred member. We have Stefan Batiste, 13 months of Capcom, saying 5x5. Thank you for that. Stefan Batiste again with a tutorial super chat. When hot stage ring add-on for Starship plushie? Not now. So there's as of now, no add-on planned for the Starship plushie to have a hot staging ring add-on. What will maybe into future design. Falcon's Maze with a 5 Red Team membership gifted. Thank you so much for that. And make sure if you gift a membership, received a gifted membership, thank the person you received it from. Lisa Jane Thompson becoming a Capcom member, which gives you access to our Discord. So make sure to join that. Pepper Lash with becoming a Padred member. Machine Gun Meninder, sorry, becoming a Padred member. Janine with a store message and saying, let's light this candle already. I would add the small caveat that we don't want to see any lighting today. And they also got a Flight Test 2 patch, so thank you for that. Martin Ellaway becoming a Padred member. Tyson Glasgow with a 19-month Capcom membership milestone, saying, who will need to be productive at work today? Let's go Starbase. Yeah, I'm sorry for all the people who just arrived at work and now, well, Starbase is happening. So there we go. It's a thing, you know. Sometimes it's one of these days. I feel like in the past it's always the days when I have the most busiest. That's the day where the most Starship activity happens. Not that's only me, but it feels like they're timing it perfectly for that.
Yeah, I
So-
swear there's an insider at NSF that's like, oh, we're all really busy on Tuesday. Let's test on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's like it feels like somebody's giving a game for SpaceX sometimes. So we'll see how that goes today, but we are certainly excited. And again, we see here the tank farm venting a bit. I'm really peeking at these sub coolers there because the biggest first sign we will see is these sub coolers starting to get frosty, and that means they're starting to chill down parts. There we go. That's the area we are most interested in, because once this starting gets frosty, that really means the tank farm is moving into high operation mode. So let's wait for that. Are we expecting the chopsticks to be retracted into launch position during the wet dress rehearsal? Alex?
They might. We saw them opening just a bit earlier today. They might just go the whole way, because at least during the launch, during the actual launch countdown, they do open all the way. They go down a bit. They don't go all the way down because they actually can't go down all the way. But they do go down up a little bit, and so apart from opening, they also go down. So we might see that. Obviously, there's plenty of time until we arrive at that point, I think.
There we go. So there a lot of unknowns. Another question here by Dino CR, Trevor. Is a spin prime included in a wet dress?
No, it is not. So I guess what I said earlier was maybe slightly wrong in the sense that it's not everything up until engine ignition, it's just everything up until anything engine related. So the only part that the Raptors play in today's test is they'll do some chilling of them, like they would ahead of a flight, but there is no spin, there is no pre-burner testing, and there is no ignition.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, they might do some kind of so during the last few seconds of the countdown, after the T-minus 40-second hold, they might test the ground systems but not the vehicles. So what they did for the first wet dress during January, for the first full stack, they did a FireX test minutes before. So that's the fire suppression system on the pad. But today, now this is a different pad. Now it also has the water deluge system, right? So maybe they also test the water deluge system. We don't know, right? But just possible consideration. Maybe they test that, maybe they don't. We'll see. We'll get there when we get there.
I will steal that joke from chat because I saw it in chat, but somebody said it cannot be a wet dress rehearsal without a deluge system. So I stole that. I will fully admit that I stole that from chat, but I think it was a good one. So shout out.
Somewhere Sawyer is watching and just very happy with us.
Yep, he's for sure happy. There's a pun token in here for sure being wasted right now. What do you think will be the first mission for Starship after SpaceX succeeds? Kind of like okay. Basically, I think what's the first mission after these test flights happen? What do you think? Let's start with Trevor. Okay.
I think it's pretty much all going to be Starlink for the start while they make upgrades to the vehicle and understand it better. We've seen that
There you go. So-
because I think it was about 2 years ago at this point, Elon sent out the company-wide email on Thanksgiving emphasizing how important Starlink V2 is to the company, and how he even said SpaceX may go bankrupt if they don't launch Starlink V2, which obviously I think there's some exaggeration in that email. However, it is very important and really the only thing that Starship is even somewhat ready to carry.
There we go. Yeah, certainly Starlinks will be another thing. It's like this weird conflict where we have the most common launch that is happening right now for every space journalist, which is Starlink, and then we have in contrast the situation of the Starship,
look at that.
which is the most exciting launch. Oh, there's one of the shuttle bots.
Yeah.
They're going
and
into the
definitely going to the-
village.
Yeah. Just as I mentioned, there are. It's not just residents, there are also employees in the village. Actually, right now it's probably a lot more employees than residents, to be honest. So, if, for whatever reason they don't want to leave on their own car or whatever, and they prefer to take like a shuttle bus or something, that is nice, because, otherwise the whole road. Can you imagine when they have to come back, and they have to come back everyone on each of their own cars or something like that? That will be a mess, right? I can imagine them trying to get them actually on a bus, because they can fit more people in there. Maybe in the future they'll have some kind of hyperloop or whatever, in very SpaceX style or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, or hovercraft, which they already have. So again,
Yeah,
we
the hovercraft.
expect but just to recap here, based on every indicator we have so far, and based on information, and but the overall playing field, I should say, we expect this to be a wet dress rehearsal of the next Starship stack, which is expected to fly in mumble amount of days. We don't know, but at some point, it's expected to fly at some point. That's,
Oh my
I
god,
think,
Sawyer. He's coming
What
in
did
the
he-
chat saying, the bus is blasting YMCA as they pick up the village people.
Oh my god, Sawyer! I can already
That's
tease Sawyer will
hilarious.
also be on later. So, let's see. I have one I want to throw here to Trevor. Unibaku Motsumo asking, do you guys think that they might be going through these recent rounds of testing for FAA and Fish and Wildlife officials that maybe they're at Starbase? Maybe it's part of the approval process.
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible, especially for Sunday's testing when we saw what is believed to have been 2 partial wet dress rehearsals of the vehicle. During that, the judge beforehand made a statement that SpaceX was doing that testing ahead of, or to work with approval, or work with regulators for approval of the vehicle to fly. So it's not sure what all was included in that notion, whether the test of the deluge system was also included, or if today's test is included. So it definitely could be, but we don't know for sure. We don't have a similar statement for today's test about, or from the judge of Cameron County.
There we go. And yeah, again, we also have not heard any confirmation yet of what SpaceX plans for explicitly today, but we have statements from SpaceX that a wet rest rehearsal is planned, right? Alex?
Yeah, so SpaceX at one point last week said that they were gonna go with a wet dress rehearsal. We thought it was gonna be last Tuesday because we had that MSIB going for actually starting on Tuesday last week, but it appears that they had a few things here and there that they wanted to check, and it got delayed, and so yeah, we had to wait a few more days, and today seems to be the day.
There we go. Mary Oldell asking you, do you expect they also will fill the tanks, including the Starship header tanks today? Trevor?
Yes, so this is a complete simulation of what they would do on launch day. So this means filling the header tanks, filling the main tanks, filling the big tanks in the chine, and 2 of the chines with CO2. This means filling all of the COPVs. It means everything that they would do on a launch day except for engine spin up, engine ignition, and release of the launch clamps.
There we go. Everyday Space Nerds asking here, did your guys' sports ball team win this week? No. Let's move on. Jimmy Ryers asking, do you think in the future we will see a hot stage ring being tested and basically connected in a static fire on a ship stand during testing on Pet B? Alex!
You're throwing to me that question because you know that I always answer the same thing.
You love that question.
No.
I know you.
No, it's. I mean, I'm not saying that there's no chance it will happen, but there's no point in the sense that it wouldn't perfectly recreate the conditions that you see when they are actually doing the hot staging at, again, 60, 70, 80 kilometers up in the atmosphere. There are different atmospheric conditions. You're near vacuum, the exhaust of the engines spreads out rather than being like a concentrated jet. And so the effects that it has on the hot stage ring is different. It's not the same. And actually, these kinds of things are taken into account, or at least were taken into account for vehicles such as, the Titan II rocket had these sort of holes that let because it was also hot staging for the second stage. So these kind of things are taken into account very seriously. Because if it's like a jet of, just like when you're seeing it in the ground and it has these Mach diamonds and everything, that's very concentrated. Whereas when it's up there, it spreads out because it's lower pressure. And so what happens is that there's no air that pushes inward the exhaust. So the exhaust is free to move and expand. And so you see this sort of expansion. And we talk about that pretty much on every Falcon 9 flight, to be honest. And we point that out because it's really cool and nice, but also affects differently. If you have a surface right below the engine, it's not the same when it is concentrated, when it is spread out, right? It's not the same in either of those situations. So obviously, testing it on the ground, unless you have some way of creating a vacuum around the hot staging ring, I don't think it will be really like one-to-one, if you know what I mean.
And I also want to point out this wonderful flyby right now with the camera of, or like pan. Is that a pan? Is that a pan? I'm not sure.
It's a tilt.
A tilt. Sorry, a tilt. I'm sorry, Jack.
Pan
a
is
tilt.
side to side.
Oh, there we go. I need to.
You wouldn't tilt a pan.
It's such a good going down the vehicle, the star of the show today. And I want to quickly address the question that I saw in chat, and I'm not seeing in the queue, but I will address it here quickly. How long until the wet rest rehearsal starts? Well, it probably kind of started already, right? It's a situation where they basically go through the flow of the whole day in terms of operating this vehicle. And one of the first steps is conditioning the tank farm. And you can hear the tank farm already working. You can hear something in there is moving. There's stuff going on. But that the filling the vehicle is just kind of like the final step. And that has, of course, not started yet and will not for a bit of time. But they're very much already operating here. It's just not there yet. So
yeah, and they will have already done things like powering up the vehicles, computers, and things like that, and doing software checks. Obviously, those things we cannot see, but one can imagine that those things might be in place right now, right? As they come in and check out the vehicles, they power them up and things like that, and try to, run through whatever checks they might need to do before the flight. And obviously, as we've seen, evacuations and clearing the zone and things like that, those are part of launch operations as well, right? So that is already a rehearsal of launch operations.
Yep, there we go.
And what they mean is when we're going to see a propellant load, that's probably a few more hours away, but definitely we're already very deep into the wet dress rehearsal.
There we go. I will ask another question here to myself because I want to answer it. Why does one of the white tanks look dented? Oh, let me tell you. So there was this launch company called SpaceX who took a gamble. They took a gamble that a concrete pad would hold 33 Raptor engines firing at it. which was an interesting gamble, but they tried it because they're a brave company that tries that from time to time. However, that concrete broke during the first flight of Starship, and rocks went flying everywhere. And, well, some of that concrete hit that tank. You can see the left one was kind of fixed, the right one, not so much. And yes, that's the dance. So that's the story about the company called SpaceX who summoned a rock tornado.
Yeah, we should note though that these are just the outer shells that are dented. The way that these tanks are configured is you have an inner 9-meter diameter actual tank, which was built basically like a normal Starship tank, just a little bit taller. And those were not damaged. So it's then on top of that you have this shell, which is 12 meters in diameter, that houses some of the plumbing and some insulation, and it's just the outer shell that is damaged.
Yeah, and also one thing to point out, the one that has a lot of stitches, you can see that that's the one that is actually used and not the other. The other doesn't even have an inner shell. That is the only one of all 8 tanks that doesn't have one. It's only the outer shell. That was originally going to be a water tank, but it basically was damaged. You can see some of the stitch there, but the damage was before the launch. That was already there. And so, and then you can see some of the dents that are there from the launch itself, but it was already not up to spec basically before the launch. So they tried some repairs and everything, but yeah, they basically choose not to use it. You can see there
Wow,
a
that's an
picture
old
of
image.
of those tanks being installed there. It's just basically a Starship tank with a lot of pipes and pressure systems and everything.
That's a throwback right there. That's a throwback. That's cool to see.
2021.
Yeah, don't tell me that. We are just in 2020 and that's all I want to know right now. Let's. What year do you think they will successfully catch both booster and ship in one launch? Oh, that's like even more qualifications because it's no like we got which year will they catch a booster first? Then we get which year will they catch a ship first? Now we get both on the same launch. So
In the West.
Yeah, in the West. There you go. Trevor, you spoke, so you know I have to answer.
Oh boy. I'm gonna say in like 3 years, so 2026 or whatever. Because I think next year, I would be surprised if there's a booster catch, but I think definitely in 2025 we'll see them recovering boosters. And then ships, I think will take a decent bit longer, and it seems like they'll have to make more hardware changes. So my rough estimate is probably 2026, but maybe that's even optimistic. It's so hard to know.
Can I ask a follow-up question to make it even harder for you, Trevor?
Oh gosh.
Do you think the Artemis tankers will be reusable, or will they just launch enough expendable tankers for Artemis 3?
I feel like they really kind of have to be reusable, because it would be so expensive if they had to expend the ship every time. So I'm gonna say they will be reused, but that's a total guess.
There we go. I just wanted to make it harder for you. Alex, any additional inputs in there?
Well, I can understand your question, right? Of like, okay, well, the Artemis tankers, because that's, I mean, if they want to land on the moon really, really soon, that's right around the corner in terms of the SpaceX timelines, right? As soon as they get the whole, propellant transfer, obviously, first they need to go into orbit, and then they need to get the propellant transfer done, and things like that. Once they get into that, it's like, what's better? Launch less tankers and fill up the depot in space, right? And fill it up with less tankers, but you don't have to worry about recovering the tankers. Like, you could have like a landing failure or something that takes out your launch pad or something, right? Or you actually invest time on getting those launches to be cheap and things like that. Because obviously SpaceX could just go and be like, okay, let's throw a lot of money to this, let's put a lot of expendable tankers and just launch it. That could be a thing. At least, in order to be able to get to the moon landing as close as possible and as fast as possible, I said. But yeah, in the long run, they obviously need to be reusable because otherwise you're wasting a lot of money there.
There we go. I want to thank some people here, starting with Alex Cello, becoming a Patriot member, and then I want to thank Westy the Third, very much known community member here of NSF, celebrating 2 years today. Much love, NSF family. Much love to you, Westy. That's 2 years of launch director membership. That's a milestone. Thank you so much, Westy. That's such a cool thing. Laszlo, we're becoming a Patrap member. Thank you so much. My God, I can talk for a living apparently. Tom Hoskins with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Einhard becoming a Patrat member. Neil Atwell becoming a Patrat member. Paul Jenkins with the £5 super chat. Stop doing stuff at Space. I will. Thank you so much. Carlton Stein with a 10-month Capcom membership. Will we see the chopstick and QD arm retract at the theoretically T0? I think we worked on the chopsticks. Let's work on the QD arms here. And I don't mean work on them, because if I work on them, that's going to be very bad. Trevor, do we think the QDs and everything will retract today?
From what I remember on the last test, they did not. But I would have to go back to the previous wet dress rehearsals to confirm that. However, I would be quite surprised if they did.
Well, you can see there those 2 cables connected to the vehicle. Those are not retractable, like those.
Yeah.
They have to actually go with people and remove them. So if anything, they could retract the quick disconnect, but not, retract the arm, unless they want those cables to be ripped off or something. But that's just part of. We believe that it might be either some fluid or some data connections. It's not fully sure, but those are likely there as some kind of thing that they have to have on while the vehicle is on the ground. But they remove that for launch. So for launch, those will not be there. You will only see the actual quick disconnect attached to the vehicle, which will be released, and the arm will retract as well. But today they will not be able to retract the arm. At most, they will only be able to retract the quick disconnect umbilical.
I also want to point out the fact that Patrick just put in queue for me the question of NASA spaceflight, saying, tag at NASA spaceflight with your question, which is a very important thing to say, but I want to disqualify that. That's not a question. Just to point that out here. A question actually needs to give us to answer something. So sorry, that's not something we will answer. But yeah, make sure to tag at NASA spaceflight in chat if you have like a question to us, because that makes it even more interactive. And there you go, by the way, that's the ship QD. And it's certainly not only one pipe. There's a lot of complicated things involved in making sure that Starship is being fueled by that. It's quite a complicated beast, I would say, based on what we can see here.
It is.
It's honestly impressive. Let's
We're
see
talking about
here.
sounds.
Okay.
And I stopped hearing the vents. I don't know if you have listened to those as well, but yeah.
There has been the problem is sometimes they become background noises, because when they are constantly, they're like my brain starts to fade them out. And but yeah,
I just noticed because they stopped and it was like, oh, silence.
is there another one back now? Is there? There's definitely sounds here. I'm very entertained here. How long until fueling, Alex? Such an easy question.
Well, we don't really know. It might be 2-3 hours. It might be 5 or 6. It might be even 8. But it definitely takes a while. The tank farm needs to come alive. They start with a chill down of the subcoolers and other ground systems right there at launch. The orbital tank farm, excuse me, and then once that is chilled down, then they start the chill down of the transfer lines to the OLM, basically to the orbital launch mount and to the tower. So we'll see NOALM vent and a tower vent that indicates the chill down of the lines, the transfer lines that go out to those two places is already starting at that point. But the whole chill down of the tank farm, it may take a couple of hours easily, and then the chill down of the transfer lines, it takes about an hour or so. Depending on the situation, it might be an hour and a half. Sometimes the quickest that I've seen is 45 minutes. So that's more or less the time that we're here juggling with. The only thing is, obviously, we haven't seen still any sort of indication of the start of the chill down of the tank farm. So far we're not sure of when the fueling will begin, just based on that, because that is our start time. Once that starts, then we can have a guess.
I'm starting to see things, Alex. For a moment, I thought there's discoloration on some of these subcoolers, but I think it's just me. So, nope, it's not. It's totally not. It's totally just me. There's no subcooling going on yet. It's just me being wrong. which happens if you watch Starship. That's a thing that everybody has to accept to try to predict Starship. At some point, you will be wrong.
I think the better way to actually gauge, because the liquid oxygen side is a bit tricky in the terms of the subcoolers. You can, I believe they are not really good in terms of when they start loading them with liquid nitrogen, that bath that I was talking about of liquid nitrogen for the subcooling. That is not easily visible on these ones, but it is very visible on the methane subcoolers. Methane subcoolers are much more visible, because you can see the frost on them as they load them with liquid nitrogen.
There we go. And we expect usually oxygen to start first, right?
In the subcoolers?
Yes.
Well, yeah, we'll see a lot of activity on the subcoolers for the liquid oxygen. The methane subcoolers are a little bit more calm, and they get active actually when they start the propellant load. So that's actually one of the indications that we see for when they start methane loading. There's like a sideways vent. It's just basically going to the right of those subcoolers, and that means they're already having pressure through and being pumped. So they're pumping that methane into the vehicles.
There we go. So, Trevor, we just saw the QD. You know, the ship QD. And it has a lot of
QD.
Yeah, it has a lot of wires in it. And Andrew McBain here asking, how did they keep them from getting scorched during launch?
Well, on the first launch, the ship QD did get scorched. They had to replace most of the plumbing up there. So for the one lower on the vehicle, they have a blast door that the quick disconnect pulls out, and then this big massive steel door goes over it to protect it from the exhaust. But on the ship QD arm, there is not something of the sort. So they just hope that the ship QD arm will get out of the way quick enough to at least avoid most of the vehicle's exhaust.
There's actually a little door that closes, but it only protects the end of the umbilical. So, you know, that kind of,
Right.
I don't know, alien looking kind of thing, right? It's kind of out of that movie. So when it retracts, there's like a little door that closes in and protects the end of the umbilicals, but everything else is unprotected. Like, that can be easily charred, and yeah, I don't think we'll see it though, but it will be something that you will see if they do any sort of retraction test of this system. Definitely very cute, but you know, it's very small and only protects the end of the umbilicals. Now, obviously, the other protection system that they have for these umbilicals is the arm retracts. It pulls away. It not only just, you know, pushes back the umbilicals, it also moves them away from the vehicle, so that helps a bit. But obviously, still within shooting distance, I guess, of those the heat of the exhaust and everything.
There we go. How confident are you that hot staging will work on launch day, Trevor?
Well, first of all, I think on this flight, if they get to hot staging, that's a huge win. As we've been saying ever since, yes, for 6 months at this point, um, this flight is very much just about testing the first stage. If they make it through a first stage burn without any problems or minimal problems, that's definitely a huge step up from the first flight. So I think everything past there is just kind of a win to begin with. That said, if they reach stage separation, I don't have too many fears of hot staging being a problem for the ship. The thing that I'm maybe slightly worried about is that the booster could get damaged during hot staging, but I don't know. Overall, I wouldn't say I'm too worried about it. Right, keep in mind that the Falcon 9 also gets slightly blasted from the second stage's exhaust on every Falcon launch. To be fair, there's more distance between the second stage and first stage on Falcon than in this case, but it also doesn't have the same protection like the hot staging ring gives. So I'm going to say I think it'll probably work, but the great thing is if it doesn't work, this is SpaceX and they will fix it remarkably quickly and be back with an even better design.
I wanna give a quick shout out for Patrick for in the back channel saying I think a win would be if people can go to the salt flats afterwards and pick up parts of the pad from the booster, and I agree.
Well, there's a caveat there. It might go so
Uh-oh.
wrong that it actually people cannot actually go there because there's no there. I don't know. Just
So
saying.
it's like a monkey
Don't-
paw wish, you know.
Exactly. Don't wish that because might go the wrong way.
That's a good point. We hope for a good launch. We hope for a good launch and a fast turnaround. Do you think the hot staging ring will be reusable for multiple launches, or will it be a one-time use, Alex?
Well, obviously they're probably shooting for a reusable hot staging ring. Obviously, the first few times it might not actually end up being reusable because they're learning, right? Just like the vehicles, they might not be reusable at first. They might recover the booster, and the first booster might not be reused. The first booster recovered might not even fly again at all, and we saw that for Falcon 9 where the first one just went on display. The second one was actually reused, but after like a year or so, and others that were also recovered at first, they were used sort of like a data gathering kind of vehicle. So they were tested a lot of times, and they looked over it again and again and again. So they could be doing the same thing even for just the vehicles as they are designed. Same thing will happen with a hot staging ring. I'm mostly sure because, as Trevor was mentioning before, it might be that the hot staging ring doesn't work the way that it is designed right now. But eventually SpaceX will figure out a way, and once they figure that way, they'll start saying, okay, well, now we need to reuse this because obviously then the rocket will not be fully and rapidly reusable, right? That's the goal of this whole thing. So yeah, my take is that we'll get there when we get there, and SpaceX will deal with that once we get there. But obviously the first few times it's probably gonna be expendable.
I cannot tell you why I agree with Chris here, but yes, that cable on the right is super annoying. Just dangling there in the wind. I don't know why it annoys me, it's just there, but for some reason it's like very annoying. And I can't tell you why. Is it just me? Is that just a me thing? But is that annoying to you as well?
It's
I don't
so
know.
unperfect.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
maybe it's to me. That's too much personality right now shown on stream. I'm sorry. Oh, that's an interesting question, Trevor. Leslie asking if Elon has so much success with Falcon 9, why isn't the booster built exactly like that, just bigger?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Trevor.
that's a fair question. And the first thing that you need to keep in mind is, right, the propellants are totally different, and that means that they're burned at a completely different ratio. So on Falcon 9, you'll notice that the majority of the tank is liquid oxygen, and then you have a relatively small RP1 tank. When on Starship, it's using CH4 and liquid oxygen, so you need a little bit relatively larger of a fuel tank. So that's like design consideration one. And on top of that, now you have a cryogenic fuel instead of a fuel that's at room temperature. So that immediately removes some of the insulation between on the common bulkhead and whatnot that Falcon 9 has. Then, you start to think about what are all of the lessons that SpaceX has learned from Falcon 9, since they've now landed, I think it's almost 170 in a row. 238.
164 in a row since the
Yeah,
last.
238 total Falcon 9s. What have they all learned from that? And some of those include that, it would be ideal for performance if you can remove the entry burn. And that steel is a little bit easier to work with, gives way to, maybe we should change our tanks to be stainless steel instead of aluminum. And then when you think about propulsion, when you're going to Mars, CH4 is just a way better propellant. And it has higher specific impulse and is easier to manufacture. So that decided that changed. Then you need a new engine. And then when you start looking at what the engine is, you say, okay, given our design considerations, we think that full flow is the best. So now you have a significantly more complex, but also significantly better engine. And then all of these changes just kind of cascade into what we see Starship or how we see Starship on our screen. So it all kind of started off originally as, just a larger vehicle of what SpaceX had already built. And then they very quickly realized this is not the optimal solution because of everything that we learned from Falcon 9.
Wasn't that what was it called? Falcon X or something?
Yeah,
there
there's
was
the Falcon X and there's the Mars Colonial Transporter, and then they announced IFT. No, not IFT. What was the
Interplanetary Transport Vehicle, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
that.
there were multiple designs, and one of the things that I will point out even is that even if they were to build a bigger, Kerolox booster or something like that, it would probably not look like an oversized Falcon 9, precisely because they had learned so many things already from Falcon 9 that they can implement here, and they can just basically do, better, right? Because Falcon 9 right now is already, launching humans and things like that. They cannot radically change it. They can obviously implement optimizations here and there, but obviously they cannot do a whole different design, an overhaul or something like that. They cannot really do that, whereas with this vehicle they can, even though they have changed the fuel. Instead of being kerosene, it is methane, which implies a lot of the things that Trevor has said. It also includes a lot of the things that they probably will have liked to include on Falcon 9, but they were obviously not able to because it's already doing, it's operational, it's not from scratch. You basically will have to develop Falcon 9 from scratch in that case. And in that case, well, you have a Starship. And so things like, for example, landing on chopsticks, instead of landing legs that you have to retract, you need to fall down, instead of barge landings, you can go all the way down back to the pad. Things like that are not present on Falcon 9, because Falcon 9, when it returns to the launch site, it actually is to a pad near the launch site instead of being the actual launch tower. So these things are totally different, and obviously that implies design changes on the vehicle itself. So you see that booster is not just like Falcon 9, precisely because they have learned things with Falcon 9. So they're trying to avoid some of the things that are kind of a pickle, right? For them during Falcon 9 operations. Just citing, for example, retracting the legs. It's probably quite annoying.
Yeah, and we get the converse of this question quite a bit of why don't they make some of these changes on Falcon 9? And the answer to that, as Alex was saying, is it's an operational vehicle and it's flying crew. You don't want to, say, switch over to hot staging when you have such a successful vehicle and you cannot, or there's very, very little margin of error for failure. So it's just very
Also,
different.
we forgot. Also, just to own up on something we forgot, it's the ITS. It's the Interplanetary Transport System. So
I don't know how I forgot that.
yeah, I like as soon as it came up, I was like, Oh my god. Yes, that was it. How did I forgot?
I think it's because we have IFT like stuck in our
Yeah.
heads.
Not Alex, because he hates that name.
Well,
Anyway.
I did like the ITS design though, but yeah.
Yeah, true. ITS was a very cool design. Anyway, since this is a marathon coverage, we will start to circle around people a bit and make sure people stay fresh, because there's a limited amount of time that people apparently can stay talking without being exhausted. So, Alex, I think you're gonna step away here for a bit and join us later again.
If we had cameras, I would actually have done a spin on my chair or something just to join with a pun. But yeah, let's circle back, and I'll join back whenever.
Yep, we will do that. And for that, there will also be a change in host, because there's the one, the only, the Jack the Buyer joining us. Jack, do we have you on comms?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hello.
Good morning. What's up, everybody? Adrian, do you want to fill me in on what I missed while I was running around with Sean and we were scrambling to set up cameras this morning? I have some interesting things to add, but I want to hear from the stream's perspective. What have we seen so far?
Well, we have seen an empty production site. We have seen a moved up roadblock. And we have seen some early signs of some testing activity on the tank farm with some venting noises, but so far no subcoolers. And that's about the picture we have. And based on the roadblock and the fact that the production site is empty and everything, we right now have a situation where we expect a wet dress rehearsal over the day. So, Jack, what's your perspective on this?
Basically that. It was really interesting because this morning, the sheriffs, while we were at the pad, asked us if we were going all the way back to Brownsville. So that is a sort of a unique situation. And then we were stopped and shooting some photos. I was setting up a time lapse a little ways past the production site there, past the Sanchez site, and they set up the hard block like well up Highway 4 from where we usually see it. There, you can see that. So that is where the hard block is now. And then even more than that, as we were driving out and we passed the control center, at the control center there was another block, and I spoke to that sheriff, and they were saying that there's actually 4 roadblocks up today. So there's the standard roadblock that starts way back in Brownsville at the yellow flasher. Then there's a block that's going to be at Massey's, and then there's a block at Mission Control, and then there's the other one that we were just looking at. So 4 roadblocks today. And I asked, I was like, do you know what kind of test they're doing? What have you? Like, do you think it's going to be a full wet dress? And the sheriff was like, I mean, they're going through a lot of effort. I don't, so he didn't exactly confirm that it was a full wet dress, but he acknowledged that the sheriffs were out in force today, and 4 roadblocks, a roadblock where we're looking at it right now, that's all sort of indicators to what we could be seeing today. But I did want to share that with the stream, is that there's 4 blocks today, which is that's new to me. I mean, some of this is sort of the same with what we saw for flight. Some of this is what we've seen before for previous full wet dresses. But yeah, it's just an interesting little data point for the morning.
Definitely. And also I just want to add that we just saw the tour buses, the shuttle buses, leaving the village again. So I guess that's also part of the evacuation plan right now going on, where they slowly start to clear everything, because, well, you don't want to have anybody near that, right? So,
right.
And with
and
that, hosting
there is cool. There is also a new big parking lot that SpaceX has built way back in Brownsville, right by where that the roadblock starts. I forget what the name of that intersection is, but it's the intersection after the one with the last gas station. But yeah, that is a large employee parking lot, and we see those buses shuttling employees to and from that lot. So perhaps that's what's happening right now. Anyways, yay! Testing. Full stack testing, even. Yeah, it's a good day. Let's see here. We're way behind on support, so I'm going to hit some support if that's okay with you.
That's totally okay. Sorry, I was we were like in question, this question tantrum when you like start to answer a lot and you're just excited to talk about Starship. That's what happened.
Right. It's called adrenaline, Adrian. Matt PD, thank you for the support. 9 months as a Red Team member. They're thanking us for the years of Starship watching. They're personally excited to see how airline and cargo-like operations pan out. Me too. And I do wonder, how interested will people remain in the program when we do finally get to that point? Because I do think we're going to get there. I mean, what's your take, Trevor? Do you think Starship will ultimately be capable of at least pseudo airliner-like operation?
I think it's kind of unlikely, to be honest, because it is just way more energy and way more noise associated with the launch. So you're not going to be able to have these anywhere close to populated areas like you can in an airport. Then on top of that, you know, Elon has always talked about how he wants to get the reuse times to that of an airplane, where you just kind of give it some quick inspections, tap it twice and says looks good to me or whatever, and then have it launch again. But that seems very unlikely to me, just because you have so much more energy on the vehicle during re-entry than you do in aircraft, and that energy has to go somewhere, and it's going to be in heat and stresses on the vehicle. So as much as I would like to say that I think that future is likely, it seems improbable to me.
So it's almost like you're saying Starship size sort of is almost a problem in some ways. I mean, and I kind of agree, given that it's so big that you can't exactly be launching them or recovering them really anywhere near a densely populated area, at least not for a long time.
Yeah.
Adrian, what do you think, buddy?
I'm right now thinking of I fully agree with Trevor. I don't have anything like too meaningful to add. I feel like it's it's such a big like I really feel like sometimes these cameras don't do it justice in terms of how ginormous this operation is. Because if you stand in front of it, then you really understand, like, wow, this is massive.
Yeah, nothing really to add there. Keith Carson, thanks for the support. Telling people there's only 6 likes. Get with it, people. Let's see, what are we at on likes? We are at where's that window? I have so many windows with so many cameras. It's a good problem to have. 1.8 thousand. All right, not bad. I think y'all could do a little bit better, but I'll take it. Joshua Thornbar.
Immediately to 2K. As soon as you said
Hey. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the likes. We appreciate it. We really do. And it lets people know, you know, that are on YouTube browsing around, hey, this might be something you want to watch, which is, of course, very helpful. Joshua, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. I'm not going to try and pronounce that name. Does anyone want to give that a try? I'm sorry. I just don't want to butcher it. Celebrating 14 months of membership.
I think it would be Dogokan Kokoglu.
Thank you for that. Because yeah.
This is something that I don't want to by. Americans are just atrocious at pronouncing names. When you look at like English-speaking Europeans, they like have more languages around them, so they can get that. When I also had absolutely no idea.
Thank you, Adrian. We appreciate your linguistic abilities.
Can we stop hyping it up before it was confirmed it's right?
Adrian is so good at this. That was 100%. No, I'm kidding. Nate Saunders, thanks for the 13 months as a Red Team member. They can't wait for launch. RC Horseman, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Super appreciate that because we love our members. And now 5 people get to experience the member program that might not otherwise have gotten to. And there's a bunch of sweet perks. So enjoy. Mafia TV, 9 months as a Red Team member. They say, moon, moon, moon. Let's see this booster and ship get frosty like it's on the moon. I'm down. I'm on board. Joshua Bailat, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Tom V gifting 5 Red Team memberships. No, that's my leg. Please don't chew on that. Sorry, dog. Let's see. Tom V gifting 5 Red Team. Thank you so much. Yo, if you get a membership in chat, if you get gifted one, be sure to thank the person that gifted it to you. The Spunkamat, thanks for the super chat. Hey, that rhymes. They say, thanks, Adrian, for your talks at Space Creator Day. Those alone were worth the trip. Hey, Adrian, you were at Space Creator Day, and I watched the talk, but even though I took like 3 years of German in high school, I'm a dumb person. So, do you think it might be possible to get like an English translation of your talk, or like just record, like we can dub it. We can do like old school anime and just like dub it. I don't know, something like for our English speakers. I'm really just talking about myself, but I'm pretending like it's for everybody.
I can totally look into that, and I also want to shout out the people that were at the panel and at the talk, because I entered my workshop about YouTube script writing and Starship with like, oh, there will be like 5 people there. It ended like being like 70, and we had to change rooms because it was so full. So that was kind of amazing. So everybody that was there and supported and made sure that we were that I was not sitting in a room alone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good deal. I did South by Southwest earlier this year with on a panel with Tim and Ryan from Cosmic Perspective, and Jenny, and it was great. And I also had the same worry. I was like, are we just going to be hanging out on stage with nobody in the room? But it was a pretty good turnout. So good stuff. Chris, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Jay Heath, upgrading to Capcom. Hey, guess what? At Capcom level and above, you get Discord access, so enjoy that. Taylor Van Camp, thank you for the support. 31 months as a PadRat member. They say, I'm a giraffe. Love the work you guys do for us. There, you just got me to say that I'm a giraffe. Apparently I'm a giraffe. And I'm a giraffe that needs more sleep. Doug Christensen, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. All right, so we'll hit some more support here in a minute. We'll hit some of your questions. Don't forget, if you have any questions, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will be able to answer those. But roughly, like, Adrian, what are we hoping to see first here in the float? Like, what are we watching out for as we anticipate a wet dress rehearsal today?
For sure, the subcooler's getting frosty. We need to see the tank farm preparing its chill down, because as you move through the process of chilling down your tank farm, you need, well, cold things. So basically what they will start to do is chill down nitrogen, chill down oxygen, and chill down methane in preparation to basically condition the tank farm. They go from more in the core of the tank farm where they will first start to chill everything down, and then as they progress they move more further and further to the vehicles and chill down the pipes and everything going there. So what we next thing we would see is the chill down of the filling of the subcoolers, and once that has happened, then we are expecting that to move. Also, I just saw a picture of a giraffe sleeping in the back channel, and that totally threw me off during my answer, because like that's the cutest thing I have ever seen.
Yeah, when Jack mentioned a sleeping giraffe, I thought, like, how do giraffes sleep? And I looked it up, and holy cow, these photos are adorable.
Aww, you put it deck on its head. Oh my god, we're showing it on stream. Wow. All right, well, this is a Starship Marathon stream. We're hoping to see some full stack testing today, and we're also commenting on the cuteness of a sleepy giraffe. It's so eepy. It just needs a small nap. All right, moving right along.
Yeah.
I love that it was labeled replay. I mean, technically correct. That was a photo, so it happened in the past. That was absurd. Cool. So hopefully we see some tank farm action here soon. Again, the window today is until 8 p.m., so plenty of time for testing to get underway. And we're just hanging out, answering your questions, looking at cute sleeping giraffes. I would have never have guessed that would have been a thing that we did on stream ever, but there you go. Max B in chat says, when frosty giraffe? Hopefully never. That would not be good.
We want warm and comfy giraffe.
Wow. I was just so off the rails immediately. James B's asking... Sorry, I had to sneeze. I muted myself. Hopefully you didn't hear that. James B's asking, Starship 26 has no flaps. Do we think that this will be part of HLS testing? Oh, God, sneezes. Do we think it'll be part of HLS testing or an orbital fuel tank? Oh, man.
None of the above. Ship 26 was just a ship that SpaceX built to learn and improve their processes of building ships. So first of all, we know that it has nothing to do with an orbital depot because it doesn't have any of the fuel transfer equipment that an orbital depot would need. And we also haven't even seen any of that equipment, period, let alone anywhere near Starbase. And then for HLS, it's doesn't have any of the hardware. So it's just a normal ship with no flaps and no heat shield that they built because they wanted a better idea of how to build ships.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you for that, Trevor. While I had a random sneezing fit out of nowhere here, and I'll show the question on screen even, because I'm competent. Let's see. Star Row official is asking, hey, do you guys know how accurate the ship and booster maneuvering into the catch arm? I mean, I don't think we're going to really know that until we see it. I assume they're going to have the accuracy needed because, well, they need it, and they wouldn't have designed things this way unless they were at least reasonably confident they could hit the mark. And they're really good with hitting the mark with Falcon 9, so hopefully they can translate that over to booster and ship. Any thoughts, Adrian?
It's a really hard like. I mean, they need to be kind of precise, right?
Very.
Right.
Because based on what we have seen so far, it we always call it catching, you know, but I would more refer to like landing in midair. Like I don't think I would call it catching as of now. So I don't know. They have to be kind of precise because I don't think the chopsticks will move that much during the maneuver. It's more the booster and the ship moving. So yeah.
Right. Moldy Space in chat says chopstick assisted touchdown.
Yes.
Catch down, something like that.
Catch down.
Trevor,
I like
any
catch
thoughts?
down.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that is kind of worth saying here is that catching the booster should be a little bit, or landing the booster in general should be in some ways a little bit easier than Falcon 9. And that's just because, right, try to balance a pencil on your finger from the bottom, right? It's very hard and you can't really do it. But if you have some long object, like a broom, you can fairly easily balance it on your finger. So these larger vehicles inherently are a little bit more stable, just due to having more, I can't remember the physics term right now. It's harder to have
Is it moment of inertia? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm guessing
larger
here.
moment of inertia, thank you. So it's harder to have angular acceleration. And so that will be useful in terms of having a more precise landing, but nonetheless, it will still be a very difficult control problem.
Indeed. Well, just another exciting thing that we can look forward to watching get tested down here in Starbase. Today, though, we are not expecting a launch or a catch or anything like that. Again, we're expecting a wet dress rehearsal of some kind. We don't know if it's going to be complete, but certainly, given comments from the sheriff and the fact that there are 4 roadblocks today, and the roadblocks are, or at least the pad roadblock is moved all the way back to Highway 4 in Richardson. It's an interesting day today, and we'll just have to sort of wait and see what we see. But definitely some interesting testing going on, and really critical testing ahead of Starship's second launch, which is why we're all so excited and revved up about this. Hopefully we see Go ahead.
As you always say, we removed all stops, and SpaceX kind of put in every 4 stops.
Wow,
Yeah.
I forgot about the whole for Artemis we're pulling out all the stops thing. That was a good. I should go back and watch those streams. I feel like I was particularly I don't know. I was really excited for Artemis. I don't know if you guys could tell from the streams.
I would
Not that
I sometimes watch Philip's commentary of the last 5 minutes or so, just when it pops up, because I so much enjoyed that countdown going through everything.
Right. Philip is the best. I love Philip. He's like the Alex of Artemis and Shuttle. Or Alex is like the Philip of Starship. That's probably more accurate. Bideford, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Bideford, for all the support now and previously. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. That's another one of those names that pops up all the time. Thanks for the support. They say, on future boosters, do we think that the hot stage ring will be permanent or stay a separate piece to allow access to the components underneath? I mean, even on Falcon 9, they can interchange the interstage, right? Maybe this is the configuration, and we don't see much evolution on it, other than, perhaps some small changes to the structure. But having it be removable seems like a good call. Trevor, you like Falcon 9, right? Talk about things. Go.
I do like Falcon 9.
As this dog tries to chew on my face. Can you not?
Yeah, so on Falcon 9, the interstages are removable, and for the most part at least. On some of the older Falcon 9 boosters, they actually don't have any more interstages. But I believe all of those boosters may actually be gone. So they've done some fairly significant changes to make swapping out interstages easier between Falcon Heavy Nose Cones and the interstage. However, to answer this question, I suspect eventually this ring is going to be made permanently attached. And that's primarily because it just seems like unnecessary mass to have two separate mechanisms for attachment for the ring to the booster and then the ship to the ring. So what I kind of see happening is that they'll weld it on but then add some access hatch to allow servicing everything underneath. However, maybe that is just way more complicated in the end, and it's easier to just have the slight mass penalty to easily service the front end of the vehicle.
Yep, that makes sense. Hoke family, what's up, Hoke family? Thanks for the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. There's a lot of different ways you can support us. There's, of course, the merch. There's, of course, the super chats and liking the stream so people know what's going on, or hitting subscribe, or even not monetarily. You can just tell people about us. We really appreciate that, too. There's also tips.nasaspaceflight.com if you don't want to go through the old YouTube channels. If you're more comfortable just going directly to us, then that's awesome, too. So thank you, Hoke family, for the $5 tip. They say, is the QD mechanically connected to the ship, or is it just pressed in place? Was wondering because of the wind. I do believe that there's like 4 pins that the QD sort of latches onto, or maybe the QD has the pins and the ship has the sockets. I think that's actually it. Does anyone want to correct me there?
No.
Nope.
Cool. Jeff Rowe, thanks for gifting the Red Team membership. Ian, this is all you, Adrian. How do you say Ian's last name?
That's a good question.
Biswinger?
It would be Beiswinger.
Beiswinger. I like it. That's a cool name. Thank you, Ian, for gifting a Red Team membership. Mika, 15 months as a com member. Thank you, Mika. They say, how many engines out on IFT2? I'm gonna say
None.
hopefully none, but realistically, I don't know, 2.
I'm gonna say
Trevor?
1.
Did you just Price is Right me? Did you just $1 bob me? Do you even get that reference?
No, absolutely not. I have no idea what you're talking about.
$1 bob. Trevor, you probably don't get it either, huh?
Nope. You're on stream with
What do you
Adrian
do?
and me.
What do you do when you're homesick from school when you're a kid and it's like 10 a.m. and you need to watch something on TV because you're bored? You watch The Price is Right. How is that not like culturally a thing across the world and across national? Like, how is that just not something everybody grew up with? I'm obviously being sarcastic, but
YouTube.com and spend hours of my day on that.
Yeah,
oh my god, I'm so old.
I also have to say, like, for a good portion of my school time, YouTube was around, and before that, I was so young that I'd watched, like, I don't know, SpongeBob.
All right, well, let me transport you back to the before times. And you're a kid, you're home from school for some reason. Maybe it's a snow day, maybe it's a hurricane day if you live in Florida, maybe it's a sick day. And in the morning, there's all kinds of drivel on TV that is just like morning talk show kind of stuff. But then, like 9 or 10 a.m. Eastern, it's the promised time. The Price is Right comes on. Bob Barker's there with his crazy stick microphone, and he's going to ask you how much random household products cost. And it's delightful. And you get the big wheel to spin, and the showcase showdown. Like, oh man, come on. Anyways, I'm old. I'll shut up, and we can talk about Starship some more.
What? Starship?
Simon S. is at... Yeah, right, there's a Starship. We might see a full wet dress rehearsal today. We might see just a wet dress rehearsal today. We might see some other sort of testing, but certainly an interesting day for testing. And a beautiful one, I might add. Simon S. is asking, do they release the hold-down clamps during a wet dress rehearsal? Hard to say since we can't really see them, but do we have any thoughts on this? Trevor, you can go first.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit earlier. Almost certainly not. That would just be creating unnecessary risk, and that's not worth it for this test.
Makes sense. Hey, Trevor.
Hey, Jack.
Next time you're in LA and you're like FaceTiming me while I'm busy and you're like, what should I do? Go to a taping of The Price is Right. You'll thank me later.
What is a taping of The Price is Right?
It's a TV show. It's live to tape, so they record it in front of a live studio audience. And you can go. You can be in the audience and you can potentially get to go up and not know how things are priced. And a tape, let me even go further. A tape is a old magnetic storage medium that we used to use before the days of streaming, and also optical discs. So that is what a tape is. Like, taping means, like recording. It's a thing.
This sounds old.
Oh my god. Why? All right, moving right along. Chris W. is asking, do we think the next launch license will be a multi-launch license or just for this launch? I sort of think just for this launch. What do you guys think?
I think it's just for this launch, and I also think there's a very good chance that, well, there might be a mishap investigation after the next launch anyway, because we talked about it earlier. There's a very high chance of it being a mishap investigation, unless you see it all the way going down to Hawaii. And so I think it's a very likely situation that we will see another mishap. We will see basically there be another investigation into this. So I also think, because this is still a very fluid vehicle, that changes a lot. Basically every day. I don't think that's gonna be the situation that they have to get another launch license. Terry, what do you think?
Yeah, I almost entirely agree. I think, there, like you were saying, I think there will almost certainly be a mishap investigation report after this flight, just because any time a flight doesn't go to plan, they have to do one, even if the expectation was that the flight wasn't going to necessarily be fully successful. But then the question will be, how long does that report take compared to the first one? So, right, the first one I believe was on the order of 5 months from flight to SpaceX submitting it to the FAA and the FAA agreeing with SpaceX's findings. And that was honestly remarkably quick for how many items they had. However, I think a good guess would be that after a second flight, the items there'll be fewer of them, and they would be a little bit smaller in scope. And then on top of that, hopefully they won't have to deal with getting approval from the Fish and Wildlife Service again, since they will have already gotten that permission for this next flight. So I mostly agree.
Oh man.
They just popped.
We have a poll.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We have a poll in chat.
I only know VHS.
Okay, so the flash poll for not for youngsters is in chat. Thanks, NASA Spaceflight, for doing that. The options are VHS, Betamax, or Laserdisc. Well, between VHS and Betamax, we all know Beta is the winner, but I gotta pick Laserdisc, because that's like a special kind of nostalgic just for me, and I think people around my age, because when the teacher would wheel in the big screen that's like strapped down to the wheelie cart with a Laserdisc player, oh man, you knew you were gonna have a good day in class. Come on, I want to see Laserdisc win.
For me, they rolled in DVD players.
Stop.
I'll say I hardly know what VHS is. Like, we had some when I was very young growing up that we then got rid of because the footage quality is just atrocious. But I have absolutely no idea what Betamax or Laserdisc is.
All right, let me briefly explain. Betamax and VHS were two competing formats. One was made by Philips, one was made by Sony. Betamax had better, I think, color and better resolution, but recorded for a shorter amount of time, so you were not able to put like a full movie on Beta. I could be misremembering this whole thing, but ultimately, I think a lot of people think Betamax should have won the format war between VHS and Betamax. Unfortunately, VHS is the one that won, and a lot of people regard that as an inferior tape format. Although I have seen some people like debunking that a little bit. And then Laserdisc is like a record-sized CD, basically. Do you know what a record is, Trevor?
I was just
sometimes.
about to... Oh my gosh, we have photos of them up. Records are actually making a comeback, and I was just about to ask if something similar is happening in the video world, because I have like a bunch, or I have some Taylor records, all of the albums she owns.
Right.
And a lot of people that I know are actually that are younger have vinyl, so I feel like it's kind of making a comeback.
I do like a good vinyl session. I do buy vinyl records. I don't buy them because I think they sound necessarily better. I just like the sort of tea ceremony of putting a record on the player, and it's like, all right, shut up. We're gonna like sit and listen to this now. It's a nice experience.
I wanted to buy vinyl once, but it was sold out, so I didn't get a vinyl. So that's my story with vinyl. I'm sorry, Jack.
No, that's acceptable. At least you know what it is. Sometimes I feel like Trevor is straight up trolling, being like, "What's a car? I grew up with e-bikes or something." Like, it's like, Trevor, come on, you have to know what a car is. I don't care how out of touch you are. Yeah, that's debatable. Kaijin Craft is asking, isn't both the RP-1 and LOX cryo cooled on a Falcon 9 though? Because we were talking a little bit earlier about why not just make the booster a big Falcon 9. Yeah, the kerosene is chilled, but I don't know if I would call it a cryogenic propellant. I don't know, Trevor. What do you think?
Yeah, it's like you were saying, it is cooled below room temperature. So on Falcon 9, it's a little bit cooler than on like Atlas or other RP-1 vehicles. But it's not cryogenic, because cryogenic is very low temperatures. I'm not entirely sure like where the line is, because I guess if you're like comparing relative to the surface temperature of the sun, then both are really cold. But it's definitely not considered cryo.
I'm just laughing at NASA spaceflight saying, you used to walk in shoes? Trevor's like, no, I've always had hover boots. What, you didn't grow up with hover boots? It's like, Trevor, stop. Go ahead, Adrian.
The US National Institute of Standards on Technology considers the field of cryogenic as that involving temperatures below 150 degrees Celsius or 120 Kelvin, or minus 243.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
Who cares about Fahrenheit?
Oh, that's
smart people.
That's
people who
want
to use a superior scale for human temperature ranges. I think is the answer to that.
Let's not.
People who want to double it and add 30 every time they're trying to figure out what a sane temperature is. People who love freedom. No, okay, I'll stop.
Who does that?
I do that. You tell me it's
no.
You tell me it's 20 degrees Celsius. I'm gonna double it and add 30 and be like, okay, it's like 70-ish.
Moldy in chat says, so Celsius, Jack? I agree with Moldy, as always.
I just in my nature, in the core of my being, I want to agree with Moldy because I love Moldy, but no, Fahrenheit. Anyways, moving on. I started a flame war in chat, I think. Is it time for another poll? Celsius or Fahrenheit? Everyone's gonna vote. Everyone's gonna vote Kelvin.
I mean, that would be good, but I think this is how we're gonna split the community. Like, official Celsius versus Fahrenheit poll. That's where the line is.
Moldy with another comment. Okay, I'll give us something to agree on. At least it's not Rankine.
Okay, oh God! Don't get me started on units of measurement for radiation. As many times as I've tried to understand it, I don't understand it. I just don't.
No, Rankine is the Kelvin equivalent of Fahrenheit. It's horrible.
Yep.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Let's see. F14D Jared C. Thanks for the 10 months of Red Team membership. Appreciate the kind words. Holly, thank you for the 27 months as a PadRat member. Rocket Life, hashtag the Inspired 24. Stuart Watson, excellent timing for a milestone chat. as I just changed from the moon to Mars. Here's to many more with NSF. That's right. As you have member milestones, you get like different badges in chat. So very cool. Thank you for the support. Cursed Pain, 20 months of membership as a launch director. Thank you so much, Cursed Pain. Brad Coughlin, 1 month as a Red Team member. Thank you. Pavel, thank you for 31 months as a PadRat member. They say they're proud member for 31 months. SpaceX Sammy, thanks for the super chat. They say, has the deluge system been refilled and will it be tested today? I kind of doubt it. I did see some tanker trucks out and about, but I don't think that was enough time for them to have refilled it. I don't know what the capacity of the deluge stream is, so hard to say. Also, they say when Jack belch. Hopefully never. I'm trying really hard to not make Michael right that I'm going to burp on stream, however many times he said I was going to burp on stream. Have I burped on stream this year so far? What a question to ask live.
I think we are at 1. But
okay,
I'm not sure.
So Michael's already right as usual, which great. Todd Harris, thank you for the support. They say, I think that this wet dress rehearsal is an indication that the fish guys are done and the license will post Friday. Thoughts? ? I don't read that far into it. But it's certainly a good indication that we are checking boxes ahead of the launch. This is definitely a critical test, one that needs to be done before launch, and an important check box checked as we get closer to having all the boxes checked and hopefully seeing this thing launch.
We like check boxes.
Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily an indication that they've completed, but it does seem like they're probably getting close. I wouldn't be too surprised if like early next week or so we got some statement from the FAA or Fish and Wildlife, but that's all conjecture.
I will add some spiciness here. I think it's a sign that SpaceX actually is very close to technical readiness for second flight, and I think they were not before.
Yeah, I don't think that's very spicy. I think that's just accurate.
Okay, mild spice. It's like 2 out of 5 peppers on the you eat at Indian food scale.
Thank you. You better remember that scale because I'm gonna ask you for it again in the future, just because you've now made it a thing.
Yep.
Stabby Unicorn. Wow. Thank you so much. Well, $100 tip. That's so much money. Like, thank you so much. I so appreciate the support. It's just that's really outstanding. Thank you. Did they say anything with it? I don't think they did. At least I lost it if they did. Dang it. Oh, here it is. Stabby Unicorn. They say, idea. We use ship 26 for a small hop followed by a catch attempt. No. Unfortunately, I don't think that's in the cards. But I like your idea. I wish they had kept doing more of those hop tests. They were so fun to shoot. They were so beautiful, except for SN11. I really... I don't know that I agree, but I understand why you don't like SN9, cough, cough, sand, cough. But yeah, everywhere, places you wouldn't even expect. But no, I just SN11 hurts me because we didn't get to see it. And imagining a Starship exploding like 1,000 feet off the ground on a clear day, oh my god, that would have been a truly amazing bit of footage, but so it goes. Thank you so much, Stabby Unicorn. That is a truly outstanding amount of support, and we really appreciate it. Speaking of outstanding support, Anthony Gomez. Is that the Anthony Gomez? Like, Rocket Ranch Anthony Gomez? What's up, Anthony?
I think so. If you read the text, yeah.
Anthony, I don't think I've ever asked you this in person, but can I call you Gomi? I feel like Gomi is like a really cool nickname. If you hate that, I'm sorry, but you know what? I'm asking you live on air right now. At me in chat and let me know if I can call you Gomi. Anyways, Gomi with a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. I like to nickname the people with the high dollar super chats. That's insane. Thank you, man. Like, for all the help now and forever, and obviously the support on this stream. And thanks for making a really cool place in terms of, the Rocket Ranch is awesome. If y'all are in the area, definitely go check out Rocket Ranch. It's truly a magical place, and I don't use that word lightly. Fun question. What would happen if they launched Super Heavy without clearance? Theoretically speaking, no secondary indications for flight. What if they just went? I mean, that would be bad. I guess that's kind of what they did with SN8. It's sort of, in a way, a little bit.
No.
But I don't think we'll see
No.
them do that again. What? Okay, explain. Explain the difference.
So the difference is the SN8 had a launch license, but there was no given approval on that particular day, which is bad.
Big
Like-
difference. Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, but it's like it's still bad. Like it's still not a thing you should do. This would be launching without any license whatsoever, and without like any clearance and anything, which would be far worse. So for SN8, they already got like investigation against them. They got an FAA inspector that will now be present during launches and everything. All of these situations. I think if they would straight up with launch without a license, we would see a grounded program. That's the honest, the honest answer here. I think there's no other way to punish that than for a major investigation and how such a big thing could happen.
Yeah, since we are talking about SN8 though, I have to bring up the hilarious quote that we got after that launch though from the FAA, and it was, while planning a call to SpaceX to inform them of our position on the weather stuff that Adrian was just talking about, we observed liftoff occur on the video.
That's quite an observation.
I'm kind of like I kind of imagine like the FAA inspector being like on the phone being like, yeah, you cannot launch. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's in the air. Can you imagine being a fly on the wall in that room and just like the things that were said as they look over and see this vehicle? I think the producer of the stream right now wants us to talk about the fact that there is a vent at the orbital tank farm. We sometimes call this the Pope stack. Adrian, what's going on here? Just a good sign that the orbital tank farm is spooling up, or what are we? Yeah, we're talking about it. You can quit zooming in on it. We're talking about it.
But how close can he zoom? Anyway, that's probably liquid nitrogen boiling off right now, which means something is getting cooled because, well, if something boiled, something is also getting cooled. Like that's the way that tank farm works. So that's good. Good sign. We like that sign. It's a green sign.
Yeah, that is a good thing that we hope to see as we progress into the flow here. I love when the producer, in this case Patrick, in the background, is like, "Hey, talk about this. Talk about this." It's good stuff. But we do appreciate your work, Patrick, and that was useful. Thank you. And also, thank you to Gomi, thank you, Anthony, and thank you to Rocket Ranch for that support there. Just want to underscore that. $100 is a huge amount of money. Oh yeah, no, we'll talk about. Okay, so we're talking about it. The orbital tank farm. Oh my god. All right, we'll talk about it. I'm sorry. Oh man. So yes, the orbital tank farm is now chilling some pipes down. Like you said, Adrian, that's probably liquid nitrogen.
Yes. And also, shout out to all the people who wrote Habemus Papam in chat. It's not the new Pope. It's not a new Pope. Sorry.
What is the new Pope black smoke? I don't know. How does it work?
No, basically, when new Pope is elected, they will over the I think it's the 16 Chapel. They will show white smoke instead of black smoke. A failed election would result in black smoke. A successful election of new Pope would be white smoke and announce the new Pope.
What does white condensation announce?
Usually cold inside of the tank, which would mean that something cold is in there.
All right, fair. I thought you were going to say Space Pope, but I'll take it. I'll take a real answer instead. Bob Bjorkland? Hopefully I'm not butchering that. Bob is asking, do the chopsticks hold the booster and ship differently? Yes. If so, do they need to swap hardware for each launch? Who wants to take this one? All right. Basically, there is a ship lifting pin that sort of pops out when they want to lift a ship, but otherwise, I think that's the only change I can think of. I might be wrong. Trevor, go ahead.
That's the only one.
Ow!
I can think of
No.
either.
Cool. Sorry, dog just decided to chew on my hand. Can you just chill? I gave you a chew toy. Why do you hate your chew toy? Cool. Good
Trevor.
question from Bob. Matrix is asking, do you think a booster or ship that will survive its first flight has been built yet? Yeah. You know what I think?
No.
I think I do. You don't think so?
No. I
Really?
don't think. No, I think there will be some major skips in there.
They're up to like booster 12 and ship 31, right? Like it's or 32?
Yeah,
it's
but
crazy.
Which of these do you think will fly?
It's harder for me to answer which one I think will be the first one, but I do think out of the like 5 that they have ready to go, one of them will be the first one to successfully complete the flight profile that they're trying to do right now. If it takes them more than what they have on hand right now, I feel like that's kind of a mess up. It's similar to when Gwen was like,
Locks.
Go
I
ahead.
think the lock side is spooling up a bit. We can see a lot of ground venting right now on the lock side. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. Yet another
Morning lock
sign that
side.
we're about to get a frosty booster and ship here. We do want to see this sort of activity. This is what we're looking out for. So another great sign that the orbital tank farm is beginning to spool up.
Yep.
People in chat saying the dog obviously wants bacon. But I got jalapeno bacon this time when I went to the store. So I don't think that's a good idea to feed a dog.
No.
To Infinity and Beyond, gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you. Nate Saunders, thank you for the support. They say love the coverage. Moldy Space, we love you, Moldy. I can't express my appreciation for Moldy properly. Trevor, how do I properly express my appreciation for Moldy? Is it by making horrible things in KSB?
I think
Yes.
so. That will make them the most happy. Or playing.
I thought I was good at making cursed things in KSB, and then I saw the stuff that Moldy Space was making, and I was like, oh, I'm just an amateur. Thank you for the support there, Moldy. Telstar86, 11 months as a Red Team member, thank you. They say, listening to the audio of the stream at work, making my day a lot more bearable. Keep up the good work, NSF and SpaceX. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad we're helping make your day more bearable. Give you something to listen to while you're working. Andy Law, thanks for 41 months as a Red Team member. Holy cow. They say hi to Adrian and everyone I met at Space Creator Day last weekend. It was a great event. Congrats to the organizers.
Agree.
Ahmad, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Supplays, thank you for the $10 super chat. They say, Jack, don't forget about the whammy. What is the whammy?
What's
That's a
whammy?
reference a reference I don't get. Dang it. I don't think that's a Price is Right thing. I'm waiting for chat to yell at me for not knowing a reference when I'm like Mr. Reference. Christopher
Jack,
Hella.
does it surprise you that I don't get the reference?
No. Christopher Hella, thank you for the super chat. They say Jessica Fletcher and Matlock. Yeah, the morning TV. We're getting into the morning TV commentary in the super chats. That tells you how far behind we are. Ninja Decimator with a $5 super chat. Looks at $5 bid. $4.99, Bob. Yeah, we're well into the morning morning show super chats. Thank you. Sorry, Adrian. Go ahead.
It's apparently from Press Your Luck.
Okay, yeah, I never watched that one.
Oh, but if we don't watch it, it's bad.
Well, you know what? I can't win them all.
Ha.
Marvin's mate is asking, does the deluge system have to be freshwater, or could they use seawater? I mean, like seawater, yes, it's also water, but it has a load of stuff in it, including a bunch of salt that you probably don't want to run through your finely tuned deluge system. So could they? I think probably. Would they? Probably not. Trevor, what do you think?
Yeah, probably not. You generally don't want salt water next to your expensive rocket, because salt air and rust on your door or rust on your ship, whatever, not exactly ideal.
Right. Let's see. Vincente Cortez saying, hi, I'm writing this with Google Translate. Neat. When will they start filling Ship 25 and Booster 9? We don't really have an exact time of anything, right, Adrian? There's not enough indicators yet to know, there's no waterfall vent on the OLM. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on this, or do you want to perhaps run us through the sort of things we expect to see before we see Frost?
Yeah, for sure. So it's more milestone based. At this point, I think about this tank farm, and I know like a lot of people at this point think about this tank farm more about a milestone based situation where we just look at where the tank farm is right now. So right now we see the first very promising sign of the tank farms, which is some nitrogen boil off. We see some signs of it moving and progressing further in activity. The next thing we are expecting to happen would be the recondensers on the methane and liquid oxygen side to become frosty as they are being filled up with their nitrogen bath to cool down oxygen and methane in preparation for the loading onto the vehicle. The last thing I should say that happens is then the pad vent and the tower vent, respectively for ship, for booster and ship, which is basically the chill down of the line on the way to the vehicle. As soon as that happens, we are basically in the final stages before fueling, and the last final sign you will then see is the vent, either the pad vent or the tower vent stopping, which means they have stopped chilling down the lines and have started propellant loading. Then you will see some discoloration on the tank, and just a few minutes later you will see a frost line slowly going up both tanks. Or for all 4 tanks, I should say. There you go.
Thank you for that. Oh, and I do want to clarify my deluge comments. Like, I mean, strictly in principle, salt water can flow through the same pipes as the fresh water could in the deluge system. I don't think they would ever use salt water. We've seen them take fresh water from a metered hydrant back in Brownsville. That's a thing we know that they do. And yeah, salt water is very corrosive, all of that. I don't think they would ever do it. I'm just saying, purely hypothetically, in theory, yes, salt water could flow through those same pipes, but that would be bad. But they did want, at one point, if you remember the programmatic environmental assessment, one of the things they said they wanted was a desalination plant at the launch site. And I presume that was to make fresh water for the deluge system. So I think it's pretty clear, both based on what we've seen and what we've read and all of that, that they want fresh water for this system. Admiral Mrath is asking, have they hooked up the new hippos, by which we mean the subcoolers that they've added to the LOX and methane side of the tank farm? Adrian, they haven't yet, right?
No, they have not looked up. We still awaiting that, and we don't expect them to use them during the upcoming launch. That's probably a Flight 3 thing.
Good deal. Yeah, there still needs to be more plumbing and whatnot done. Like, the subcoolers themselves are installed, but they still need to patch all that in. Speaking of patches, guess what we have? Haha! We have patches for Orbital Flight Test 2, Integrated Flight Test 2, whatever you want to call it. It's an absolutely beautiful patch. If you remember the patch we did for IFT1, this one I think is even better. And we only ordered so many of them, so once they're gone, they're kind of gone. So if you want one, definitely consider getting one. The embroidery on these things is absolutely insane. Pauline, who designed it, and the entire store team really knocked it out of the park with this one. So this is functionally no different than a patch you would get if you were a member of the media or working at a company that was launching something and they patched you. This is equally high quality. If I got this at a launch site after a launch from a comms person, I would be freaking out because it's beautiful, and it's no different than the quality you would get from any other patch. Also, the cool thing about the patch is that if you're not a patch person, it comes in various other forms, including mugs, hoodies, t-shirts, mouse pads, water bottles, all the different good things that we can put the patch design on. So that's a thing. So yeah, patches, they exist. Also, metal prints exist. Hey, check it out. It's a mock diamond print. Please buy this print. I'm very proud of this image. I'm not often super proud of an image. A lot of times I'm like, it could be better in this way, it could be better in that way. I'm pretty proud of this image. So if you want some mock diamonds for your wall, check out that print. We also have a bunch of other prints in the store. The metal prints are awesome. You can hang them right on the wall. They don't need a frame. They look great, and yeah, they help support the photographer who shot the image as well. So whether you're buying a print from Sean, myself, or somebody else on the team, whatever vehicle tickles your fancy, we thank you for that. We thank you for, putting some of our work on your wall. That's really probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, compliment somebody could give somebody who makes imagery like that. So the best Starship is, he's going to say 26. Oh, SNA.
I agree.
Really, you're gonna?
That's an actually good take.
That's a fair take. I would argue 15, but 8 was probably my favorite launch. Anyways, let's stop conversing with Patrick through the chat box, which you can use if you want to display a message on stream when you buy something from the merch store. But that's the merch store: patches, metal prints, all kinds of other stuff. Anyways, thank you so much to all of you for supporting what we do. It's really critical. So thank you.
Zach, here's something that is usually a very bad news, but in this very particular case, an incredibly good news.
Right. Yeah, the roadblock has fallen back.
empty.
Look at that. That's kind of surreal. But we know that there is a block further up the road at Highway 4 and Richardson. Let's see if Patrick shows that.
But just to explain here, of course, so this area is not considered safe for the public here at this point for this test. So it's of course not safe for the sheriff as well. So at some point, also the sheriff has to move out and evacuate that roadblock point. So that's why it's empty. And that's a good sign. That's a wet dress rehearsal specific sign.
Right. Specifically, a full wet dress.
Yes. That's
very
interesting. Hype load.
Very interesting. All right. Well, the hype train is sailing for a full wet dress today. Hopefully, that's what we see. Obviously, plans change. There could be an abort. It could be some other sort of test that we aren't expecting. But standing by and waiting for the orbital tank farm to spool up and just reporting to y'all on the different things that we are seeing here on the ground. Very good stuff. What a beautiful stack. What a beautiful day. I'm so excited to get this thing all frosted up and see this thing. I mean, just the noises it makes. We were out there this morning, Sean and I, setting up cameras, and I think it was a ship vent, but it did, it wasn't just an immediate blast of noise. Like, it started off really slow, and it was with a whistle, and then it just turned into a roar. And I was like, man, it just seems like it's alive and breathing when you do testing of this nature, when the vehicle is venting and sort of speaking to you. Have I mentioned that I need more sleep? So yeah, it's a good day. Today's a good day.
Also, oh god.
No, go.
No, I was trying to master. I forgot what I was about to say. So go ahead.
Rip. Ship 24 is asking, favorite Saturday morning kids cartoon.
What? Can we, for the non-American here, can we establish what a typical Saturday morning kids cartoon is?
For the American here, can we establish that, please?
Oh my god. I don't know. It depends on when you grew up. Like, there was like Looney Tunes, there was all kinds of different shows that were on in the morning. I'm struggling to come up with a favorite. Chat saying Pokemon. Heck yeah.
Wait,
Yogi Bear, Tom and Jerry.
Pokemon is not a cartoon. Pokemon is whatever.
I didn't even know
it's like a square. It's a square and a rectangle. They're in the same Anyways, a Darkwing Duck, that was quality.
Count?
Transformers, SpongeBob. Yeah, SpongeBob counts.
I would
Bugs
say
Bunny.
then SpongeBob, DuckTales, and Darkwing
Transformers. Oh, DuckTales slapped. DuckTales. Woo! Heck yeah. Oh, it takes me back.
I grew up watching Numberphile, which I realize is a very sad thing to say, but I guess it's why I'm a math major.
That's why you are the way you are. Trevor, next time I'm mad at you and I ask you why you are the way you are, just say, I grew up watching Numberphile. Oh man, Shaden in chat says Goosebumps. It's not a cartoon, but quality Saturday morning TV. Animaniacs, yes, the original. Oh my gosh. Dexter's Lab, Cow and Chicken, all of those cartoons back in the it was like pre-Adult Swim, like Cartoon Network era. Oh man, Rocko's Modern Life, absolutely. Now we're just naming cartoons. I don't know that we're like Saturday morning cartoon specific, but yeah, Rocko's Modern Life was awesome. Angry Beavers, also quality. Anyways,
there was a time when I watched TV.
Really, you watch TV? Ren and Stimpy, Johnny Quest.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I will never not talk about cartoons. I love cartoons.
I kind of stopped with me being like 12 or 13 because then I got a DVD of like every single Stargate episode that was up on there, and then I watched that for like 5 years. So
here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute Adrian, and I'm going to say Stargate was not as good as Star Trek. And I'm going to leave him muted for like 30 seconds so he can't fight back.
What?
Stargate, not as good as Star Trek.
That's like
I'm just going to let some dead air happen. I'll really
Never
let that
watched
sink in.
either.
you didn't mute me yet.
All right, now I'm going to unmute him, and we'll see how angry he is.
You didn't mute me yet. I totally. I'm shocked and disappointed.
John Deppner, thank you for the support. 27 months as a launch director. Huge amount of support from John, always. Thank you so much. They say, good morning. Heckin' beautiful day for a wet dress rehearsal.
That's the
Hey,
worst
there's a poll in
poll-
chat.
That's the worst poll ever because I want to vote 2 things and none of them is Star Trek.
Star Trek wins. Hands down, Star Trek wins.
I think my order would be Stargate, Star Wars, Star Trek.
Well, your order is wrong, and you were wrong, and you should feel bad about being wrong.
Star Wars is winning. Okay, I'm endorsing Star Wars.
I
The
prefer
original
Stargate.
trilogy... Oh my god, Trevor. You're gonna make Moldy mad. Anyways, let's get back on track here a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Pellet Joe is asking, what ship do we think will be the first one to deploy Starlink satellites? Speaking of Starlink. Trevor, go first.
I think probably Ship 29. Obviously not Ship 25, then Ship 28 is thought to be the next one. And I don't see this flight making it all the way to deployment. But I could see if Flight 3 goes well, Flight 4 having Starlink satellites on board. But maybe that's a bit too soon. But I would say like Launch 4 or Launch 5, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I agree with basically everything you just said. Adrian, what do you think?
Flight 4 or Flight 5.
All right. George B. celebrating 33 months as a Padret member. Thank you, George. Nick Salve, 31 months as a Capcom member. Thank you so much. They say, hear me out, Fahrenheit, but plus 70 degrees. So 0 is actually 70. So when you think it's -5, you can think it's 5 degrees below comfortable. I hate it. But thank you for the support, Nick. Roland of the 12 purse. Thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Zyzep. Oh no, I deleted Zyzep's thing by accident. Oh gosh, me and my fat fingers. I'm sorry, Zyzep, but thank you for the support. I'm sorry I didn't see what you said. You can at me, just at Jack Byer in chat, and say what you said. You don't have to like pay again or whatever. Sorry I missed it. Kitty Yuki. Aw. Thank you for the support. They say, I love this community. My 4 months has all been gifted by generous members. Thank you. Also, both Celsius and Fahrenheit. Fair. That's fair. Thank you to everybody for gifting Yuki with 4 months of membership. Ooh, we're getting a tilt on the booster here.
Can you handle the moment we're
Yes.
having a Harry Potter discussion in the back channel?
I'm not even looking at it. Yeah, I'm not even looking at the Harry Potter discussion. Like, not even close. I don't care. And you know me,
Yeah.
I really like to argue about things, especially popular media, but I just can't bring myself to care. I'm sorry.
About Harry Potter?
I mean, I liked the books. Some of the movies were good, but I never got like, really invested. Although as a kid, I was the exact right age to like go to the bookstore for the release parties of the books and stuff. That was pretty
at
great.
a release party. Yeah,
Nice.
it's and like where you get the book at like 1 minute after midnight, and
Yep.
then you reach chapter 1 before you go to sleep because next day is school.
Yep, that sounds about right. Except then you stay up
And
way
then-
too late, and then your parents
Yeah.
come around like 2 hours later, and you're like, "You're still awake?" And you're like, "But I gotta see what happens."
I have to say, in general, I think in every Harry Potter discussion always has to like first define if they talk about books or movies because they're so different medias and so different stories and a lot of things. So it's like when people are like, "I like or don't like Harry Potter," my first question is always like, "Are we talking right now book or movie?" Like
The books are so much better. Like, so much
books
better.
are magic.
So much better. So much better. Chininator. Thanks for 22 months as a Red Team member. They say, I can't wait for IFT2 when launched. That is my hand. Do not do that. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Chininator, thank you. Austin Skirvin, 18 months as a Capcom member. They say, woo, wet dress. It's great having you all live for these tests. Thank you. Steve-O. Holy cow, 40 months as a Capcom member. Thanks to the team for sharing your passion of mine. Thank you for the 40 months of support, Steve-O. That's amazing. That's a huge amount of support. Thank you. Matthew Peck, $10 super chat. Buy Jack a pork belly Cuban sandwich for lunch. Oh my god. I have not yet eaten today. That sounds so delicious. Why? Why would you do such a thing to me? I mean, I appreciate the kind words. Go ahead.
Speaking about food, how long does a pumpkin soup need to, like, boil?
You can make soup out of pumpkin?
Yeah. Pumpkin soup? Is that not a thing?
I mean, you might be pioneering it right
like-
now, my guy.
No, like, is that not a thing? And like, I know it's a thing here, but I'm like, is that not a thing over there?
I've never had pumpkin soup. I don't think I've ever heard of pumpkin soup, but I'm also not the most adventurous eater, I guess we should say. So, Falcon's Maze in chat, also great reference, says pumpkin soup should not exist.
Okay, Jack, if you're going to say you're not a curious eater, I have to bring up something that you ate the other day. A peanut butter sandwich with hot sauce?
Okay, no, we're doing this. All right, I don't know if Sean is listening right now, but yes, Sean, since he's been down here in Boca Chica, has been diligently and persistently trying to get me to eat a peanut butter hot sauce sandwich. He claimed that it was delicious. It immediately sounded awful to me. I resisted for months at this point. Is that fair to say? I resisted for months? And then the other day he made me one because I was hungry. And you know what? It was delicious. And it's not that I don't like hot sauce. It just sounded counterintuitive to me. You know, a hot sauce peanut butter sandwich. What? Who wants that? But no, it's delicious. Take it from me. Take it from Sean. I told Sean, I was like, I'll be your apostle. You can be the savior. Like, I will espouse the word of the PB and hot sauce sandwich. And so here we are. So Trevor, thank you for the opportunity to do that. I admit it. Yes, I did eat a peanut butter hot sauce sandwich. It felt wrong, but it was also delicious.
What kind of hot sauce are we talking about? Like, just to replicate it, probably.
I don't know. Sean literally buys liters of hot sauce from H-E-B, so it's whatever liter of hot sauce he bought. What?
Okay.
What hot sauce? Valentina? It's Valentina. Thank you, Sean.
I'm
Okay,
a
thank
Frank's
you.
Red Hot guy.
I like good green Tabasco.
NASA's
Daniel
face
B
not
in chat
sponsored, by the way.
asking if it was better than his gift. No, it was not better than his gift. It was delicious, though. Your gift was more delicious. Holy
This feels
cow,
so
Tim.
derailed.
You know, well, we're waiting right now. That's basically where we're at, is we are waiting for this vehicle to start to get frosty. We've seen some indication that the orbital tank farm is starting to spool up. In fact, look at that. Is that a FireX test?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Yes.
It looks like a FireX test. We're talking about spicy food, so they gave us a FireX test. Excellent.
That's. Huh. We should keep
So
our
this
eyes
system-
open then about like other tests, like like grid
Yeah.
fence and stuff.
Right, yeah, that's a good call. So if you don't know, the FireX system is basically a detonation suppression system. If you remember when Booster 7 went kablooey, when it was not supposed to go kablooey, this system is sort of to mitigate that. You don't want an abundance of methane and oxygen to build up below the vehicle around the launch mount and find an ignition source, which it will. So you have these little water jets that are sort of pressurized with, I believe, nitrogen, and they purge that area around the mount with that FireX system. So that's what we just saw. So good deal. All sorts of testing is on the table for today. Like we just mentioned, we might see some grid fin actuation. We might see some interesting venting from the ship or some RCS tests. You never know. If this is in fact a launch rehearsal, then we expect to see all kinds of fun tests like that today. Which kind of brings us back to the question we got asked earlier, is if we think we'll see a water deluge test today. Again, I don't know how many deluges the system can hold before needing to be completely refilled. I don't know if it's one, I don't know if it's multiple, but certainly all kinds of testing on the table for today, which is exciting.
Actually, the deluge is under the table and not on the table.
Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Someone put some Sawyer puns in the chat, or Sawyer pun tokens. We should just call them Sawyer tokens at this point.
Yeah.
Uh,
If you make a really bad pun and chat is very not amused about it, you summon actually Sawyer. It's a thing, you know. That
has
sometimes
happened.
happens.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like saying shuttle or horses. You get crispy in chat. If you make a bad pun, Sawyer will appear. Let's see.
I mean,
Martin
Shuttle
T asking.
also gets Sawyer, so it's kind of
Yeah, it's kind of like a 2-for-1.
yeah.
Absolutely. And if you say Baran, you can get me yelling about how bad it is.
Oh, by the way,
Martin
I have
T.
some people that have very
Yep.
strong opinions about that, Jack. We need to talk after this.
Yeah, no, I was baiting you. I don't know if you noticed.
Yes.
Baran bad, shuttle good. Moving on. I will mute you again. I'm having limited power. Michael Height, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Ray Fournier, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. What's the Fournier transform? Is that a thing? That's a thing in math, right?
Fourier
Trevor, be smart, go.
Yeah, so basically you can have Fourier series, which are it's an infinite dimensional vector space where you have constant sines and cosines that are offset by a certain amount such that the inner product of a single period is 0. And what you can do is you can express any periodic function as some infinite sum of these components. So basically what you're doing is you're constructing that out of this vector space. And what's really cool about it is it can allow for you to analyze certain signals as periodic, even if there's some weird noise to them. So they're kind of like analog to Taylor series, but with sines and cosines instead of polynomials. And then the Fourier transform is basically you can transform from time domain into frequency domain, and you have some inherent uncertainty there that's not super important, but some problems are easier to solve in time domain, some are easier to solve in frequency domain, so being able to go between those is super useful.
I understood some of those words, like useful and super. But I think it's spelled differently than this guy's last name, right? Than Ray's last name.
Oh yeah, that is not how Fourier is spelled.
All right, well, I'm going to pretend it's the same, and I'm going to say, Ray, thanks for Fourier transforming your support into... Oh, I don't know, I blew it. Abort! Kevin Tharaman, thank you for the support. They say, are we planning on expanding a van on launch 2? Expending a van on launch 2? No, we have other plans. No more Danger Van, but Danger something. Hopefully. We'll see. We will see. Nothing to announce right now. Tim Spalding, thanks for the support. They say more chew toys for dog. Yeah, that would be useful. Thank you so much. Robot with its wannabe, thanks for the support. They say they're watching from Isla Blanca, listening. Rule, no decimals allowed on thermostats. Like only whole numbers? I don't know if I agree with that. But thanks for the support, and we hope you get a good show today. Music Duck. I love that name so much. I just picture a dancing duck. Thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Wolf, becoming a launch director member, thank you so much. We hope you enjoy all of the perks, because you in fact do get all of the perks. But jump into Discord and say hey.
There.
I don't know. I'd be into using it. I mean, well, as long as the horse didn't get hurt.
But the horse
okay, hear me out. Hear me out. We can make an armored horse enclosure.
The last launch
it could be
took out a van.
Yeah, but we could give it an armored personnel carrier, but for horses. All right, moving on. I'm not hearing resounding support for this idea. Crispy, where are you at? Spirit Wolf, gifting a Red Team membership, thank you. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing, thanks again. They say, how do they prevent the inside of the water deluge from rusting over time? I feel like bits of rust blocking some of the shower head holes might be a bad thing. We don't have any information on that, but certainly interesting to think about, because the salt air in Starbase is intensely corrosive. You know what else is intensely corrosive? Sawyer's really bad puns. I'm sorry, Sawyer, that was mean. I love your puns. I think we're swapping out Adrian for Sawyer. Adrian, thanks for being on.
Thanks for having me, and enjoy the puns.
Sawyer, how you doing, buddy?
I guess okay. I mean, I do like the idea of a Sawyer token, but wow, what a welcome of, oh gosh, the puns.
I love the puns. You know I do. And I don't think it should be Sawyer token. I think it should be Sawyer coin. And I think we could make a lot of money off of this.
Oh no. Oh, don't. If I see this available on a crypto market, I'm out of here.
Sawyer NFT puns when? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Never.
Yeah, basically never. Cool, Sawyer. So we are waiting to see the ship get frosty here. We're waiting for the orbital tank farm to spool up. There's 4, count them, 4 roadblocks today, and they're in slightly adjusted places, similar to what we've seen with the previous wet dress, and similar to what we saw for launch itself. So a little bit of an indication that what today's test could be is perhaps, maybe,
and
if everything goes well.
Those 4 roadblocks help prevent the lightning strikes, right? Oh, no, wait, this isn't a Starlink stream.
One small correction, by the way.
Wow.
One of the roadblocks got moved up, so now there are only 3.
Oh, right. Thank you for that. Good call, Trevor. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're hanging out. If you want to bring up the panel, feel free to throw some questions in there. Chat, if you have any questions, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will be able to answer your questions. You don't have to super chat to get your question asked. That's a good way to get it asked, but you don't have to. So definitely keep the questions coming. We've got a marathon stream today. The window goes till 8 p.m., so we're all hanging out and talking about ridiculous things, and also Starship. Trevor, I specifically asked you the math question because, you know, we're capable of having a little fun here, right? And talking about, I don't know, Saturday morning cartoons or The Price is Right or making silly puns. But we're also capable of some cogent thought, dare I say, every now and then.
I do love that on
So thank you for that.
I do love that on the stream we have both shown photos of giraffes sleeping and talked about Fourier transforms.
Oh, Patrick, can we get the giraffe again?
Oh my gosh, the sleeping giraffe.
Nope.
Can we get the giraffe again? I missed
You can't have the giraffe. Sorry, Jack. I'm in charge now.
Oh God, Dad's here. Scramble!
And here's the thing, Jack. I think it was cute, but I'm not going to stick my neck out for you anymore about that.
Oh my God. Oh
First
my
active
God,
stream
Sawyer.
operator is muting Sawyer.
Thanks, Das.
Yeah. Bye, Sawyer. Thanks for joining us.
Das, how you doing, buddy?
I'm fine, actually. I was being serious there. I actually don't have the picture of the giraffe. I know Patrick showed it earlier, but I'm running the stream now, and I don't have that handy. So I would have to draw you a giraffe or something.
I'm looking at our back channel. You guys literally just swapped over like a minute ago.
Yeah,
Dang
we did.
Chat
Yeah,
is
Legitimately.
Das. Chat is apoplectic. Like they want the giraffe. Like Masked Dingo is chanting giraffe, giraffe, giraffe.
What?
Anyways.
Oh no.
If you're just tuning in and have no idea what's going on, we expect or hope for a wet dress rehearsal of some kind today. Given the unique nature of the road closure that we have seen, and some comments from the sheriff, we think it might be a full wet dress rehearsal. We're not positive. No ironclad information one way or the other, absent a SpaceX tweet about what's going on, which you never know, we might get. But, are you about to draw a giraffe? Yes, yes.
Our giraffe, yes.
Let's go. We have Dossard on stream.
have
This is a true
tails?
NASA spaceflight.
I
I think they have little tails,
They
yeah.
do, yes.
They they watt the flies away with a little tail with
Yeah,
the
it's
thing,
got
right?
little fluffy
Yeah.
part at the end, yeah.
How's that?
Can we
Is that
please
good?
Oh my
get
God.
merch of this?
I love it. It needs spots. It
It
needs
spots.
it needs like the it needs the splotches.
I got the
Yes.
splotches.
Heck
Hang
yes.
on.
Look at
There's a big
that.
splotch
Oh
down
my
here.
gosh.
Look at this, folks. This is the best I can do with giraffes. Sorry. Look,
We
it's
are
smiling even.
NASA
Yeah,
Spaceflight,
smiling.
and we are serious about accuracy on our streams. We don't
really
want to
are.
tell you things are happening if they're not happening. We're not going to make stuff up. And if we're going to draw a giraffe, by golly, we're going to draw it right.
Wait,
So
they got
thank you
hooves.
guys for this.
They
A
need
reminder
hooves.
for
No, we need
reference,
hooves.
that is a 120-meter tall giraffe next to the 140-meter tall tower there.
I made that. Oh, they got horns
Nice.
too. I don't know if those are the ears or the horns, but y'all get the point, right?
Hey, Das.
Yes.
I
yes,
think
Jack.
giraffes have 4 legs, not 2.
Oh my gosh. It's a 2D representation of a 3D object.
Okay, all right.
How's that?
Oh,
Look at that.
good
You got 4
deal.
legs now, Jack.
Excellent work, sir. All right, well,
Hey, my
now
illustrator's
I know
working.
Yeah,
That's how they
now we
fuel
know that's
Starship,
working.
right? Is with the giant giraffe drawing.
Yes.
I mean, It's definitely a cutie, Sawyer.
Oh.
Hey,
It wasn't a llama.
good deal.
Doesn't have anything to do with a llama. That
Yeah,
was definitely a giraffe.
I
It's a
just,
giraffe
I just saw that.
gently
I just saw that in chat.
reaching
Not
the
a
tender
mama llama.
leaves at the top of the stack there.
We have
Alright.
people wanting a metal print of that in chat. This is fantastic.
All right, I wasn't supposed
Oh,
to be
man.
talking yet, but you asked for the giraffe, and then I figured we'd get the giraffe set for you.
All right, well, thank you for that. We appreciate the support on the giraffe. Also, all the support this morning as we were setting everything up. Thank you for that.
Oh, we got some cool. So we'll show that in a little bit. Jack, you saw that I was hijacking cameras.
Yeah,
and checking
no,
out the
yes.
equipment. Yeah.
Yes,
We got
I
cool
do.
stuff.
I am excited for the cool stuff to show whenever you do feel like doing that. But
Maybe if it really gets going and we get to like 10,000 concurrence or something, maybe then we'll show like a special thing on screen. We've been working on stuff.
Okay.
We've been working.
yeah, a lot of stuff, let's just say. Martin T, thank you for the support. They say, what are the chances of a Starship landing on a drone ship? I think basically 0, right, Trevor?
Yeah. The one thing that I'll add to that, though, is a lot of people think that it won't happen just because of how large Super Heavy it is in diameter. But the diameter of Super Heavy is actually smaller than the diameter of Falcon 9 when it has its landing legs deployed. So it's not as much a space issue on the drone ship as much as it is. This just isn't something that SpaceX wants to deal with a vehicle this large. They want to bring it back to the rocket site since it's hard enough transporting it from the production site to the launch pad, let alone from the middle of the ocean to the launch pad.
You would need a giant octograbber to be able to hold on to that once it lands to be able to bring it back into Port of Brownsville, that's for sure.
What is the 33 engine equivalent of an octograbber?
I have no idea.
A lot of grabber, yeah, but still, it's part of it. And again, in terms of the end goal for this, which is to eventually be able to launch multiple Starship flights in a day, or even if you only do one a day for that matter, the quickest way to get it back is to have it land right back at the launch pad, be caught by the chopsticks, and then fly it again. So, unlike Falcon 9, where the original plan was to have it be able to land on land or water, Starship's original plan to aid in that rapid reusability was always just, hey, let's get it back to the pad, refurbish it, refuel it, and send it off again.
Right. We're seeing a little bit of venting from that view, but it's not from the OLM or the ship or the booster. It's from that same vent that we've been seeing the Pope stack. Also, speaking of seeing things, I love looking at YouTube chat while we're doing this because, one, people say interesting things, and two, you can tell where people are in the stream. Like Daniel457 just said VHS gang. So they're like what, 30 minutes behind? Oh,
Which,
man.
by the way, Jack, you now finally have someone that actually can relate. I agree Betamax is better. That's what we used at the TV station I worked at, and it was phenomenal.
Nice.
I had the first time I ever saw The Last Waltz, which is a phenomenal movie. It's actually coming back in theaters for a day. I saw that on Laserdisc. So,
Nice.
Yeah, it's I'm with you on that. And when I was sick, it was The Price is Right with Bob Barker.
All right. Let's go. I'm not talking to myself anymore over here.
No, I just wanted to make you not feel so old anymore. People that actually get
Thank
your
you.
references and were alive
Thank
to
you.
witness them.
Excellent. Yeah, I appreciate it. Das, where do you stand on PIR?
What? Passive infrared?
Where do you?
What do you need?
Price is Right.
Oh.
Price is Right.
Where do I stand on it? I don't understand
Yeah,
the
like,
question. I've never
Did
been
you
on the
enjoy
show.
watching it? Did you enjoy watching it as a kid?
Yeah, dude.
Is that part
I
of
watched
your?
that as a kid? Yeah.
Is
it's
that
on
part
the
of your
TV.
brain?
We used to watch that on the
Good
TV
deal.
that was like also a piece of furniture.
Yes.
You know, like wood
Yes.
grain.
There's no keypad or anything. It's just a knob. You turn the knob.
We
Were
had
those
one of those
before
remotes.
TVs are OLED?
Yes, that's slightly
Stop.
before that, Trevor.
It was
Slightly.
the one where it would hiss and sizzle as it turned on and off because of the tubes.
And you better not get a magnet anywhere near it, and you better hope the shielding on the speakers are good.
I may or may not have accidentally done that with a toy when I was a child. It was a Blue's Clues toy that had a magnet in the paw of it and attached it to a TV, and
Oh, geez.
it contained a giant splotch on it for as long as we had that TV.
At least you
Yes,
didn't shoot
I
the
may or-
BB with the BB gun.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
What?
That took a
I'm gonna
turn.
need some context. I'm gonna need some context on that at some point.
Let's just say that those
Um,
TVs were so like bulletproof that we had a TV with a BB ding, like a ding in your glass on your car windshield, right? We
Wow.
had a TV with a little chip out of it that was caused by an errant BB, which should not be fired in the house,
Yeah.
by the way. But you know, you're kids, you got to learn.
It's one way to learn is by
It's one way to
testing.
learn.
Also, by the way, for those that are talking about it, a little too young to have seen the live episodes or as they came out with Johnny Olson. There was Roddy, who was the main commentator, and then I forget who the person was towards the end of Bob's run, but yeah.
Good deal.
Sorry, I'm a game. In addition to loving space, my second love is game shows.
What's your favorite game show?
Oh, that's a tough question to ask. I mean, I've always been a Jeopardy fan, but
Nice.
I mean, the classic match game with Gene Rayburn was phenomenal too.
What do you think of Jeff Pretty?
Jeff for 200.
Jeff. Like
Jeff.
2 people in chat
That is
know what I'm
Jeff.
talking about.
I get the reference. It's funny. Ooh,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, that's,
The answer is Jeff.
I see the overseas people saying the chase, which is phenomenal too. But
Good deal.
password, yeah.
You guys could
Anyway.
be making up shows, and I would have absolutely no idea.
I thought about just trying to do that, but I'll spare our listeners, and we'll focus on what's going on at the
Yeah.
pad right
Go
now,
back
which
to
is
Starship
not
now.
much. Although we did see that FireX test, which was quite interesting. So hopefully we see them spool more systems up and test more things out.
Oh, sorry, I do have to see one that I saw. How can we forget Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Quality. Is that your final answer?
I actually got to see 2 tapings of it, so
I'm surprised, Sawyer, you weren't on it, and also your phone a friend wasn't an astronaut, and also you didn't win $1 million. Like, that's totally a Sawyer flex right there. Like, that should
fun
be canon.
fact, I made it to a final interview to be on Millionaire, but did not actually make it on the show.
Dang. I feel like that would... Oh, if only that existed. Like, I would watch the heck out of that episode.
But I did end up in the audience, one when it was hosted by Meredith Vieira in the daytime version in the U.S., and then the 10th anniversary special they did, I got to see one of the tapings when Regis Philbin came back. I cannot say I've seen one of the tapings with Chris Tarrant, because I have not been to the UK. For those who
Cool.
don't know, that he was the original host of when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire first aired, which had aired originally in the UK before the US.
Right. Oh my god, you remember the weakest link?
Oh,
You are the
my
weakest
God.
link. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes, Anne Robinson.
Steve on the road is asking if Integrated Flight Test 2 goes off without any issues, do you think the launch cadence will pick up? Yes. I think just based on the amount of vehicles we see them constructing right now and ready to go in the testing flow, it just seems like at some point, soon here, they want to be able to flip a switch and start sending these things on a more regular basis. I think that's a fair assessment. I don't know, Trevor, what do you think, buddy?
I think even if IFT2 goes off with issues, which frankly should be expected. Oh, I just got a Windows update. No, I do not want you to update right now. Even if there are issues, I think the launch cadence will significantly pick up. Like, I wouldn't be too surprised if between flights 2 and 3, even with some minor pad damage and work to do on the vehicles, it's closer to 2 to 3 months as opposed to the 6 to 7 it's been since launch 2.
Sir, what do you think?
I think, again, one of the biggest things will be, if it's successful, proving that all of their safety precautions work, that all of their refurbishment, I don't know how to word it, the things they've done to help speed up refurbishment at the pad, I guess we'll say, works. As long as that's the case, I think the cadence can definitely start going up. I'm sure having the deluge plate will be a big help in that, but one of the largest things it seemed like was just cleaning up the area after launch, getting the launch pad back into a launchable state. I think once they get to a point where it's less damage, or they get to a point where they're so quick at it that it's not as long of a process, that's when we'll really see the pace pick up.
And that's what needs to happen, right? We need to see an increasing cadence, and SpaceX needs to be able to fly these things. Even Artemis aside, that's just how they learn and how they do development. They build it, they fly it, they learn what they need to fix, they fix it, they fly it again, and you repeat that process. We saw the same thing with Falcon 9, especially the Falcon 9 landings. I mean, it was a very iterative process. You build, you fly, you test, you fly again. So that's
Honestly,
I think
that's
even,
what they did for the SN part of the testing too. Is the same thing of,
Right.
Quickly do SN8. All right, make the fixes, clear up the area, then go again with SN9 and 10 and
I think
11 and 15.
Gerst even said something along those lines in that congressional hearing. I think Gerst was like, to be able to innovate and develop this system, we need to be able to fly rapidly, and that's just sort of how SpaceX rolls.
And I think that's the other thing, is that a lot of people are so used to the NASA way of doing things, which is, yes, they test a million different times, but a lot of it is, all right, you'll test the engines down at Glenn, and then you'll test part of it at Michoud, part of it at NASA Glenn. You're testing at all these different NASA centers so that each individual component is tested by the time it gets out to the pad, as opposed to SpaceX, which is just, all right, let's full send it, see what's wrong, and then fix and try again.
Yeah, it's a very software approach to development where obviously when you're testing software, like who cares if there's a failure? You just want to find those as quickly as possible. And SpaceX is doing that in the real world with hardware, which is awesome to watch.
It really is just so cool that we get to sort of just hang out and watch all of this testing take place. I'm so excited for all of the crazy future milestones that are coming up. I mean, first ship that lands soft in the ocean, seeing a ship come back and land on the sticks, seeing a booster come back, hearing the booster's sonic booms, orbital tanking testing, moon landing testing, of course Mars landing testing, re-entering from the velocities that you are going to be coming back to the Earth at from both of those places. Of course, crewed flights. It's just, there's so many awesome milestones on the horizon here, and we're just one small step closer to those being on our doorstep with today's test. So that's why we're all so excited.
No, that's we're not at that point yet, although I know Crispy wants one at his doorstep with point-to-point.
Hey, I want point-to-point Starship too. Heck, I'll take point-to-point Virgin Galactic spaceship too. I'm in.
But yeah, if you have it right at your front door, there's a good chance it'll destroy the concrete of your front porch.
Not if you use Fondeck. Well, no, even still, if you use Fondeck, as we have seen. Sean Boyd is asking, how many test flights to the moon do you think will happen before NASA astronauts fly? That's a really tough question, but a really interesting one. I don't expect the first HLS Starship to land on the moon to have crew on it. Do you, Trevor?
Well, we know that there's one demonstration flight in the HLS contract where they will do basically a whole full rehearsal of what they will do on Artemis 3 to land on the moon, but without a crew. So there's obviously going to be that one. And then additionally, I wouldn't be too surprised if there were some lunar flybys that they did, kind of like what they're planning on doing with Dear Moon to test re-entry and all that. Obviously not that that's needed for NASA astronauts flying to the surface of the moon and back, but I still see it as a test that they're probably going to do.
Sawyer, what do you think?
I mean, honestly, it's a good question. I think that you're definitely going to have testing in the fact that you're going to need to prove, obviously, the landing portion of it, but you're also going to need to prove the ascent off of the surface. You're going to need to prove that when you do land, I know it's been a concern of why they're not actually firing the Raptors on it, of not blasting the entire vehicle, blasting a crater in that portion of the moon. You also have to test all of the in-orbit refueling for it. So I think there's a lot of uncrewed test flights. And again, maybe they do kind of like NASA's doing now with a free return trajectory orbital test of getting it to the moon and back. So I think there's still, honestly, a lot of testing to do before that Artemis 3 landing.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, here we go. Das, I'm giving you a heads up.
What?
I'm gonna ask kind of a big question here, just for
Uh-oh.
funsies, you know.
Okay.
Ben Glasgow is asking, where do you all see NSF in 15 to 20 years time? I'll start,
Sure.
and I'll say, you know, we've come so far in 4 or 5 years since we started the YouTube channel, so far. And that is all thanks to everybody's support. The people that like the videos, the subscribers, the members, the people who buy the merch, all of that. We've been able to do so much. And we're coming up on 1 million subs. And we're continuing to grow as an organization. And it's so cool to be able to add additional things to our tool belts and refine things that we already do. It's hard for me to imagine NSF in 15 to 20 years. But certainly, with y'all's continued support, you just extrapolate out how far we've come in 4 or 5 and how far we could go. I mean, we could do such cool stuff if we have the support over that amount of time. My main question is, will y'all still find this interesting in 15 to 20 years? Because right now it's like the new shiny thing, right? Literally, it's a new shiny thing. But I hope so. I hope the audience is still here for rocket launches in 15 to 20 years. And it's kind of perverse and counterintuitive, because if the thing happens that we all want to have happen, and access to space is cheap and routine and airliner-like, I mean, will people still care? I mean, it's an interesting question that I like to ask myself from time to time. Das, where do you see NSF in 15 to 20 years' time? Big picture here.
Well, geez, that's a big one, Jack. I hope
I know.
that our
It's a really big one.
Yeah, it really is. I hope that our coverage is able to continue to expand as spaceflight expands. So new vehicles, new launchers, new areas like locations, launch sites come online. I hope that we have the same ability to cover other places and other vehicles like we've sort of been able to cover SpaceX and Starship here, right? We know right now that if something launches from Spaceport America or somewhere, we can ship a pack out there, right? We can get Jack out there, we can drive out, we can cover it. I really hope that there is more rocket development done in the open like this, that we can sort of watch and be excited for, and not all done behind closed doors. And that's sort of a big ask, right? But my biggest thing is, as these things sort of spread out and more companies come online that are doing more cool stuff, I want to continue expanding to cover those things. And the flip part of that is reaching more people as well. Like, what ways can we reach more people? We already have experiments on how we can actually put the streams on X, right? We're on YouTube. Are there other places that are going to be coming up, and we'll put them there as well? Are there other ways to engage? Are they going to have 3D, like AR streams someday or something like that? There's all sorts of things that we can add to just increase the public's accessibility to this sort of stuff, because the accessibility is part of the important thing. Like, what they get excited about is what they can see. If you can't see stuff, how are you going to get excited about it, right? I hope we can continue doing that for people. And the stretch goal would be that I would like to see NSF somewhere in space. So a small satellite project or something like that, where we have an NSF sat of some sort that beams us down some sort of imagery. And it's not because we have... It sounds like a crazy thing, like everybody gets quiet all of a sudden, right? But
No, it really doesn't.
Dude, if there was some like CubeSat sort of thing we could create and launch along as a rideshare, and then have like NSF, a couple, limited lifetime, right, for the sat, but just prove out some of those live video concepts from space. They're already creating a thread in the Discord for this idea, by the way. I would love to see us able to do something as cool as that. Not that we have a Hubble telescope up there, or a spy satellite or anything, but even just if we had a small a little CubeSat sort of thing that we launched, and we had a live thing from space, and like, we're passing over Boca Chica right now, look, you can see it live on the NSF sat. I would absolutely love to see that, and I think that as space becomes more accessible, that might be something that is that's attainable in years' time. Right. So anyway,
yeah, I mean, how cool would it be to like throw a CubeSat up on like a transporter mission or something, and Yeah, that would be so cool.
Yeah.
Big picture stuff, just sort of, trying to wrap our heads around, because 15 to 20 years is a long time. Anyways, I thought that was a cool question from Ben. Stop it.
Oh,
Stop it right now.
Seriously,
Stop
though.
it.
I do want to point out that someone in chat did say every time Sawyer makes a pun, he has to go up and change the batteries on the satellite.
I mean, hey, I think that would only encourage you, Sawyer.
Yeah, very much.
Good deal. That's a really cool question.
That is.
I hope
And,
somebody in chat, Jack, somebody in chat mentioned, can we get a live feed from like the Artemis moon base or something like that? I wish that we would get to that point one day where like independent organizations of some sort can cover things like that, like Reporter on the Moon style. I don't know that that's a 10 to 15 year thing, but I hope that we get there one day where it's like, yeah, Jack's got to go out to the moon this week to report on the new whatever they're doing. I don't even know.
Are you
I
kidding
hope
me?
we get there. I don't know that that's a 15-year thing.
I do want to
It's crazy to think. Go ahead, Sawyer.
No, I was going to say, I do want to add, because Patrick and I had the same thought, Patrick in the back channel also saying, there is such thing as plane spotting. I mean, obviously there was a point where airplanes were so brand new and novel that it was kind of like rocketry. But in this case,
like the barnstormers of yore.
Nice.
Sure. But yeah, the fact that now it's so common, you're going, oh man, that flight's expensive at $90 or something even sometimes. So there are people out there that will go out, that will take pictures of planes, just sit out there and watch them. You've got the live streams from some of the major airports across the globe. I have a feeling that no matter what, there's still going to be interest in those rocket launches. So there's always a desire to share that love, I think. And hopefully you guys in chat would confirm that you would still watch even if that was the case.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I know, I think about the plane thing also. Like, there are plane spotters, that is a thing, but I do wonder if there's as many plane spotters today as, might have drawn the interest of people back, I don't know, again, Barnstorm days, where it was a totally new, novel, unique thing. But either way, something interesting to think about. And Das, I really liked your answer. Sawyer, I liked your answer too, for the record.
Thank you.
Nice, thanks, Jack.
It's fun to think about, right? And I agree with you. I hope our coverage can continue to grow and we can continue to do awesome, cool things, and just imagining what that might be in that amount of time. Holy cow.
So follow up then, how many of us are going to be stolen by SpaceX by then? I mean, what? No, I'm kidding.
Hey! Don't you put that on us? Don't even.
Yeah,
say
don't
that
manifest that.
Kidding.
Don't manifest that. Jeez. No, I mean, we joke about it, but honestly, that is not a bad thing. Like right now, NSF is sort of a stepping stone. You have people that are just doing it for fun, and then you have people that are all the way in the industry, right? Like working for companies like that, and we're the area between, well, I'm just going to go out there and do this stuff for fun, and I'm going to go get a job with SpaceX. Like, I really am proud that NSF is able to get people skills and exposure and stuff like that, like time and experience in the industry that allows them to, not that it's just allowing, like, oh yeah, the only reason they could do that is because they were within NSF, but it helps them to go on and be more well-rounded when they move on to those aerospace jobs. Like, I'm proud that is a place that NSF is, and sort of a stepping stone that we can be for folks that are moving up in the industry like that. Sorry, I have to say that when I joke about it.
No, you're good. It's fun to joke about, but we are very proud of our friends that have moved on, and that is also okay. Here we go.
Sorry,
this is like
I disrupted your
Chris B
segue.
bringing up. No, you're good. This is Chris B bringing up Shuttle, but Jack version. It's Jack bringing up Steve Jobs. There's a whole thing where Steve was like concerned about his successor because he had cancer, and he thought, if Apple doesn't survive without him, then he hasn't built a good company, that kind of thing. And NSF is very much a team effort. There are so many people working so hard. Besides the people whose voices you hear on stream or faces you see on camera, it is a team effort. And, some of us may leave or move on, and just a credit to the organization that we trundle on and add new faces, add new voices, and keep things rolling, and just try and make sure that we can get people excited about spaceflight as we watch so much cool stuff happen. And it's just awesome, the time that we live in, and the fact that everyone cares so much, and the fact that there's so many awesome, knowledgeable, hardworking people out there that are willing to work with us and do cool things. It's just What a time to be alive. Chris W is asking.
Jack,
Go ahead.
1 second.
No, go ahead.
I was just looking around, and I've just noticed this. But for how long has the car been gone from there? It's at the closer roadblock. It's like at the other roadblock near the turn to river. But I just noticed that there's not even a car there at the normal roadblock site anymore.
That's been that way for, I want to say 30 minutes. That's not an authoritative number, but it has been that way for some time, where the sheriff fell back to Richardson and Highway 4.
Yep.
So, yeah, Alex is saying in the back channel almost an hour now. So we're taking that as yet another indicator of today's test perhaps being maybe not a full load, maybe a full load, but at least more than we saw loaded the other day.
There's the road.
So yeah, that's
blocked all the way back there near the turn to river. That's Richardson Road. Is that road right there?
Yep, and that is a Customs and Border Patrol camera on a stick.
They
Unfortunately,
copied
not
us,
one
dude.
of ours.
They totally
They really
copied us.
did. They really did. They saw what you built, and they were like, "We could do that." Although their setup, I gotta say, it's a slick Rick setup.
Their setup.
I think
is a lot
Andrew
more
was
expensive than ours.
Andrew was leaving our river location and passed by that camera, and he waved at it because he's Andrew and he's delightful. And he claims, I wasn't there, but he claims he waved at it and that camera waggled back and forth at him, which I find utterly delightful.
I really
Good
do like
deal.
their setup. I wish I had their budget. So.
Also,
Right?
Alex is pointing out in the back channel that the recondenser is venting now, so we're officially deeper into the tank farm chilldown.
Oh, we should probably look at that then, shouldn't we?
Yeah, and it sounds like the subcoolers may started to be filled. Can't quite tell.
Excellent. That's what we want to see. So hopefully, coming up here, we see the tank farm continue to spool up, and we see that orbital launch mount vent and the tower vent crack open.
Yeah, so perhaps for those who may just be joining us, the rough series of events that we'll see is we'll start to see the subcoolers be filled with liquid nitrogen. And then after that's been happening for a while, we'll eventually see venting from the orbital launch mount. And then that will go through several phases, and when it reaches waterfall, we know we're almost into propellant load. And then there'll be a little bit of venting from the tower and orbital launch mount ahead of liquid oxygen load on both vehicles and liquid methane load.
And I also think it's worth pointing out the fact that, for those of you that have been with us for quite a while in the stream so far, is that this takes quite a while to get everything conditioned with the tank farm to then get everything to chill down. Because keep in mind, every single part that is going to be in contact with anything that is a cryo-cooled propellant has to be prepared for that. So that's why it keeps taking a while for that, and then for the subcoolers and all that to chill down and get ready for fueling.
Yeah, here, Alex, I think Alex will like this camera. I'll turn this one around over here so we can keep an eye on the hippos and condensers and such.
Yeah, definitely more activity. We're starting to get there.
That's what we like to see, though.
Yes, indeed. Anonymous, grabbing something from the store. They say, love the coverage. Getting this print for my brother for Starship, or for Christmas. Go Starship. Thank you for that. Let's see what they got. What'd they get? Ooh, they got that long exposure. Is that one of Stevian's or Julia's, or is that one of yours, Sawyer?
No, that's not mine. I believe that's Julia.
Nice.
By the way, I just looked at the date, and I have to ask, how are we 2 months from Christmas? That is
I don't
crazy
know.
to me.
And how is
Time
it
is
that
an
we're,
illusion.
how is it that we're 2 weeks from launch? Oh wait, we have been for the last 3 months.
We're always 2 weeks away from launch, Sawyer. Psilocybin in chat. 10-month Red Team member milestone. They say long live NSF. I'm not going to comment on their username. Todd Bernal, thank you for 5 months in Red Team membership. They say, see you out there in 2 days, Jack. Crowfest 2023. Let's go. I heard that was happening this weekend. Todd, you find me. You get stickers. That's how this works. Oh, God. DOS is here. DOS, I definitely haven't been giving away these stickers left and right.
That's why we got them, Jack.
I mean, I have been giving away these stickers left and right.
I have the patches now too, that are coming down there with me whenever I come down. We got some nice little NSF logo patches that match the flag patch size, 2 by 3 inches. And
Right.
I have hundreds of those. So folks that come up and say hi to us, a bunch of NSF folks will be carrying those around so that you can get an actual NSF patch.
And fun fact, if you run into Max, Julia,
Oh,
or
yeah.
myself at the Cape, we also have those patches.
I love it. I love it because when someone comes up to you when you're out there working, they're often hesitant because we often are working, sometimes frantically, to get things up and running. But at the same time, I want to, if you watch the stream and you see one of us out there, like, please come up and say hi. We appreciate all the kind words. It's kind of surreal to get recognized, and I'm still dealing with that, that reality. Because I've been recognized, like, at Vermilion, at the Mexican restaurant off Highway 4. I've been recognized at the gas station before. Heck, I can't believe I'm saying this on air. I got recognized at the Mach Loop. Like, I was in the middle of Wales on the side of a mountain, and this guy is like, "Hey, are you Jack Byer from NASA Spaceflight?" And I was like, "Oh my god, I'm not comfortable with this." But I joke, but no, really, it's cool. It's cool that people appreciate what we do, and so come up to us, even if we're working hard, even if all I can say is, "Hey, thanks for watching." We'll get you a sticker, or when DOS is here, we'll get you a patch. Because heck yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. We love
Yeah, the
doing
same
this,
thing-
and we can only do it because you support us.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sawyer.
As same thing at Starlink 6-22, I was out at Jetty Park watching with the public, and you get, especially when you have all your cameras and video cameras and gear set up, you get a lot of people going, "Oh, what do you must know what you're doing. What are you shooting there? Where do I look for the launch?" Asking those questions, and then randomly you get the person going, "Wait, are you Sawyer from NASA Spaceflight?" And it's like, well, that's not a question about the launch. Wait a minute. But yes, again, we're more than happy to talk with you guys. We love chatting with you. And again, that's why we do this, is to help provide you the best content. So the least that we can do is thank you in person for watching.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
DOS, could we get a view of the methane subcoolers, because they are starting to get frosty, so those should also be being loaded with LN2.
I am working on that right now.
Perfect.
Excellent. Is it with the fancy thing or something else?
Oh yeah, it was fancy. So
Oh.
I'm working on it.
Okay. In the meantime, I will thank. Oh, where did that go? I want to thank. Someone came in with a really high dollar super. I'm looking for it now. This is good TV. Blind Boy 64 with a $50. No. There it is. Mark Towner. Mark Towner, $100 super chat 45 minutes ago. Sorry it took us so long to get to it, Mark. We had a lot of silly stuff to talk about, plus also important testing stuff. But thank you so much, Mark. That is an incredible amount of money. We really, really, really appreciate that. And all of the support. They say, for replace broken van and camera fund for next launch. Well, I definitely know DOS appreciates that. And we sure all do.
Yeah.
And
We have some plans.
Coming soon. Right, and coming soon, when we reveal our plans, you all will appreciate that support as well. Let's see. Matt Bates is asking, could we see SpaceX launch from more pads at once to speed through orbital refueling? I think having 2 pads is almost a necessity for orbital refueling, because I think it's going to be a while before they're able to turn around the single pad they have fully built, because they have the second one partially built at Kennedy Space Center, right? It's going to take them a while to get to the point where they can turn around a pad super rapidly. Sawyer, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's a given that you're going to need 2 pads, especially with the cadence that they're planning on. They already have 2 pads when you think about it for Falcon. You've got 39A and you've got 40. So if you're doing that and you're at, 3-4 day turnaround for some of these launches at pad 40, you're going to need that second one, especially for launch and landing. So I could see in the future at least 2 pads, maybe more. But I think 2 is the minimum you would need.
Did you intentionally omit the best pad, Slick 4?
Well, we were just talking about... Right now, Starship is launching mainly from Florida. So I was going with the best coast, which is the East Coast.
All right, fine. I don't know if I agree with the best coast part, but fine. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. One Pie Man Pie, interesting name, says, does SpaceX do all of their Starship machining in-house? I do believe they subcontract some things out, like, for example, the booster thrust puck. I believe one of the suppliers is actually near our own Brady Keniston, because he has seen thrust pucks up there. Where's Brady at? Is he in Michigan? I always forget. So they do have suppliers for some things. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I know the
I'm a bad
thrust pods
friend.
are supplied. Kind of a lot of the more commodity parts they get from from other manufacturers, but I certainly don't know where they are.
But a lot
Good
of
deal.
it is done in-house.
Yeah, SpaceX is very vertically integrated.
And
You know what
also,
else
Jack,
is vertically
watch-
integrated? Starship.
I was gonna say, by the way, Jack, watch your language.
What did I do?
Thrust puck, come on.
Wow. Wow. Chris W. Thank you so much for the question here. They're asking, have they ran any cryofluids through the ship QD since they have moved it up to accommodate the hot stage ring? I don't think we know. My gut is no, but it's hard to say if they filled any on the partial wet dress we saw the other day, because the ship didn't get frosty, but it certainly was venti, and the tower vent was active in the same way the OLM vent was active. So hard to say. Unless anybody wants to correct me, now's your chance. While I stuff a whole bunch of ramen in my mouth, go.
I can't fully remember, but for some reason I feel like I remember there was some frost on the header tank, but maybe I'm getting confused with a different test. I'd have to go back and look.
That was a different test, I believe.
Okay.
But yeah, it definitely, again, all the indicators were with the venting and everything that it was likely they might have been trying to, but didn't. But yeah, I don't recall it being frosty since it's been placed on top of the hot staging ring. So that may be
Yeah.
one of the major criteria that they're testing today.
Yeah,
Hopefully
good
in
point.
just a few hours.
Josh Gaming is asking, will SpaceX fix the tank farm because it's looking broken? I mean, I think they've fixed it up quite a lot. Some of those tank shells are pretty denty from Orbital Flight 1. But luckily, what we're looking at, those beige silos that contain the commodities for launch, are the outer shell. And between the outer shell, there is some insulation, and then inside the insulation is a steel tank. So the outside is dented, but presumably the integrity of the interior of the tanks is actually fine.
Yes.
But who knows? They could completely tear out the orbital tank farm at some point and rebuild it, a few 100 feet away or something like that. It's
Yes. It's okay if
it's
it's
hard to
denty,
say anything
but
is
it's bad
permanent.
if it's venti.
Yeah, no, that's a good mnemonic, Sawyer. A+. Let's see here. More questions. I don't know who added this one to the queue, so feel free to just jump in here. Maniac is asking, why is landing on the moon so difficult if it was done decades ago? I don't think it was trivial decades ago, and I don't think it's trivial now. But who put this question in there? Take it away.
I did. Well, yeah, as you pointed out first, the moon landings were not easy to begin with. And yes, a lot of that was also the fact that you were using 1960s technology and the fact that a pocket calculator has more computing power than the computer on board the lunar lander. But I think there's two things that actually make it even more difficult now, despite the technological advances. The first, in my opinion, this one is the size. The lunar landers were pretty small and pretty much had everything ripped out of them. Heck, they didn't have seats because it was too much weight. So they were meant to be small and compact, whereas you see how big Starship is, especially for HLS. The fact that it needs an elevator to get down to the surface of the moon just gives you an idea of the size of this. So what makes it more difficult partly is the fact that you have such a large vehicle that is going to be a lot heavier, which, yes, that has a lot more capacity to carry landers, carry rovers and experiments and things to the surface, but it's also going to make it more difficult to land. Heck, the as I was talking about earlier, the Raptors are going to be too strong to land, hence why they have the thrusters that will help it land on the surface. So I think that's part of it. And then the other part that makes it even more difficult now is that we're talking about going to stay. That was just going to the moon to be there. Sure, these first couple Artemis test flights are mainly proof of concept again, but the long-term goal is to eventually set up a base of some kind on the south pole of the moon, and then to have the Lunar Gateway space station around it. So you have to come up with a vehicle that can do the lunar landings and then do it again and again and again safely, all while dealing with that lunar dust, which is essentially tiny shards of glass, basically. So there's a lot of complications to deal with, and the fact that we're doing it on such a grand scale in comparison to what we did during the Apollo program makes it that much harder.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and just to add
really
a little bit.
important point is.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, I think the really important point is that we're going back in a significantly more safe manner than we did during the Apollo era, and frankly, I think the United States got quite lucky that we didn't have any. Aside from Apollo 1, that we didn't lose any missions in Apollo. We came very close with Apollo 13, but that program could have easily gone worse. And Artemis and SLS and Orion and Starship are all going to be significantly safer vehicles. And like Sawyer was saying, we need that so we can go back sustainably.
Yeah, I agree. And just to sort of add on to your point, I think all of those moon landings could be classified as test flights. Like, they were very risky. There was a lot that could have gone wrong. Which is not to say that's not the case for a Starship landing on the moon. That's just the nature of spaceflight and the nature of exploring and doing new things. So hopefully when we go back, like you said, it can be in a much safer manner. But it's still going to involve risk. And I think another thing that adds difficulty to Starship landing on the moon, or anybody landing on the moon in this day and age with crew, is back then it was sort of a us versus them, Cold War, like matter of national prestige and importance. And we were more risk tolerant. Like, because it was so important and because we lived in the times we did back then, we had more risk tolerance. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. Like, we want to make it as safe as possible. So being less risk tolerant is a good thing in that way. But I don't know. I feel like if we had lost an Apollo mission, God forbid, if that had happened, I don't feel like that would have been an instant cancellation for the program. Whereas today, I'm not so sure. But y'all can disagree with me on that one.
I can scare you with two numbers right here from the Apollo program. 1201 and 1202.
Oh, God. Buzz, why did you leave the computer configured wrong? Stop it, Buzz.
It's fine. If it doesn't recur, you're clear to proceed.
Thank you, Das.
For those who may not have listened to it, after Apollo 11, the speech was released that Nixon was to read if humans were stranded on the moon. And since people have gone back and used AI tools to deepfake Nixon giving that speech, and every time I watch it, I get massive goosebumps because it was just so well written, and I think did a really good job highlighting not only the risks that were associated with the mission, but also why we were doing it. So I would definitely give it a watch if you haven't.
I didn't even know that existed. That's awesome.
Since
Go
we're
ahead.
talking about the Artemis program, y'all mind if I do a little bit of Artemis news real quick?
Oh,
Please,
that's a
and
very
thank you.
subtle
Go.
segue.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
I've worked that out myself. So y'all know we have lots of different 24/7 cameras, and our cameras over at the Cape actually just caught the mobile launcher over on 39B doing a deluge system test. So it's paused right now, but this is a replay from just a few minutes ago. Watch the deluge at 39B come up. We're a little far away from
There
it.
she blows.
There it goes, though. It's windy out
Good
there
deal.
at the Cape.
Just a little different from the current Starship deluge system, too.
Slightly different. It's like, it's Starship deluge versus an SLS deluge. SLS is a totally different animal. It is a huge amount of water that SLS is putting out there. So I'll play it one
And
more
it kind
time.
of serves a a little bit of a different purpose, right? It's more of a sound suppression thing with SLS versus Starship. It's more of a don't destroy the ground and foundation sort of thing.
In both cases, it's energy mitigation. Like, people say sound suppression, what they really mean is energy mitigation, because sound is energy, right? And so it's controlling the energy, and a launch pad has lots of different ways that you can control or redirect or mitigate the energy that comes out, right? So 2 different pads do it in totally different ways. Be interesting to see how Starships works out when it takes off next.
Good deal.
Yeah.
I love
Anyways.
to see. You love to see more testing for the Artemis program take place. I think we all want to go back to the moon and beyond. And this is, again, just another small step towards that eventuality. So always good to see. Thanks for that, Das.
Yeah. And again, that's
Yeah.
over from Space Coast Live, our other one of our other 24/7 streams. You can get there. It's nsf.live/Space Coast is a quick URL to get there. Or it's at the top of our YouTube channel. But things happening over there as well. It's windy there, too, because you can see that camera shake as we watch that deluge test. So, anyways, back over to Starship. Thanks to Gav and Gage for getting that put together so we could show it to y'all here.
Absolutely. Thank you to both of them for all the work they do to make Space Coast Live tick along. Go ahead, Sawyer.
I do want to acknowledge that someone said in chat that the biggest difference between the two is the direction of the shower head.
Thank you.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Izzy J, thank you for the support. 18 months as a launch director. Such a huge amount of support. Thank you for that. They say, thanks as always for the amazing coverage. Question for Jack. How tasty do you think Raptor roasted bacon would be? Always with the Raptor roasted bacon. Hashtag Team Bacon, hashtag Team Boo 6026. I mean, delicious. It'd probably be delicious. It'd probably also be, like, burnt to a crisp. But I bet it would be delicious just the same. So we're looking now at the orbital tank farm. The lock side is active. And Alex is saying on our back channel that the methane subcoolers are getting frosty. So hopefully soon here, we see the orbital launch mount vent crank up. And we get to that little bit of extra progress here. Who wants to talk about the orbital launch mount vent and what that is indicative of?
I can.
Not all at once. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the orbital launch mount vent is somewhat analogous to like the T-minus 20-minute vent that we see on Falcon 9 and the Transport Erector. What they're just doing is they're purging all of the lines in the orbital launch mount ahead of them flowing liquid oxygen and liquid methane through them when they start loading propellants onto the vehicle. However, it takes a little bit longer to just cool it all down since there's more of it, and I'm assuming they're also doing some other stuff that we're not super sure of. So on that note, we also see a little bit later in the countdown, there's a vent on the tower, which actually looks quite similar to the T-minus 20-minute vent that is also for the same purpose, just to purge the lines ahead of fill on the ship.
Good deal. So, you don't want to flow cryogenic liquids into hot pipes, and you also don't want the pipes to be dirty. So you want to clear them out, and you want to cool them down. And so that's what those vents are all about, and that's what we're waiting to sort of see next here. I love it. Michael Perry in chat. Go ahead.
No, you need to do that. You're like, fill them up, chill them down, move out, rawhide. Like, you needed to do the rawhide thing there, it sounded like.
Launch them up.
Was almost right.
Yeah. we need the... I mean, this is an oldie but a goodie. We need the horse Winnie whip crack for that.
Did
Sorry,
you just
Jack,
summon
sorry to
Crispy?
That's an old one but a good one. I love that Michael Perry in chat is just shouting Betamax. So they're a little bit behind on the stream, but maybe in like an hour or two they'll hear this part and be like, "Oh wow, I was way behind." Let's see. Joshua Rager is asking, do you think SpaceX should put a rail system to transport ships to the launch site for ease of movement and not having to shut down the highway? I mean, should they? I'm not going to say they should. It certainly would be nice, but do I expect that? No, not really. I mean, there's only a limited right of way. There's a wildlife preserve on either side of the road, so not something I expect to see. But, I mean, that is a common thing we see at other launch sites, right, is a rail system to transport a vehicle from, like, the VIF or the HIF to the actual pad itself. But a little bit of a further distance here, right, Sawyer?
Yeah, and again, it depends on exactly where they're planning on landing it, refurbishing it, all things like that. you've got the crawler transporters for things like SLS that can take it from the vehicle assembly building out to 39B. As of now, that's obviously something that can't be done with 39A, considering that SpaceX has the giant horizontal integration facility built directly in its way on the crawlerway. They are obviously going to need some way to transport it around. They can basically do an SPMT type thing like you have down at Starbase. In fact, they have the vehicles that were originally used to help move Shuttle around are the same ones that are now used to help move Falcon 9 around. So it's not unheard of to repurpose things for that, to use them for SpaceX. But that would be my guess, if anything, would just be either an SPMT type vehicle or any other hardware they've got.
Good question from Josh, though.
Very.
Leslie, thank you for the support. Grabbing something from the store. What'd Leslie grab? Let's see if it pops up here. They say, finally I found it. Thanks, guys, for everything you do. Been here since Starhopper's Hop. Ooh, they got an NSF shirt. Nice. Some cool clips. Thanks for 1 month as a launch director. Really appreciate all of our launch directors and flight engineers, and of course, all of our members. Spirit Wolf, 3-month Red Team member milestone. They say, best space sci-fi show is Firefly. False. It's Red Dwarf.
Ooh, ouch, Jack.
Yep. Nope. Deal with it.
Wait,
Deal with it.
is Firefly Aerospace named after a TV show?
I don't actually know if it's named after that, but it wouldn't surprise me, given the similarity there.
The most annoying part, I have to say, is every April 1st, I always get fooled when they say they're bringing it back.
I mean, they did have an engine named Reaver at Firefly.
Yeah,
so that's some significant evidence that it is potentially influenced, at the very least, if not directly named after it exactly.
I never
Right, and Alex
knew
on the
there
back
was a
channel
TV
is saying,
show.
and Lightning and Miranda. Trevor, can you get some references, please?
Yeah, there you go.
Just watch it. It's only one season.
I have to confess, I've never watched more than the first episode, but I know everyone says it's great, so I'll take your word for it and have to watch it at some point. But Red Dwarf better.
What? You've never done what?
Moving on, Masked Dingo
How can
with 15
you have
months.
an opinion? No, how can you have an opinion if you have only... Seriously, Jack, seriously.
I didn't say it was bad.
I'm saying your opinion is incomplete and unfounded. Thank you, sir.
It didn't grab me. It didn't, it did. Thank you. The gentleman will yield.
Good day. No, sorry. Go back.
You get nothing. Okay. Masked Dingo, 15-month Red Team membership. They say, no, Firefly is good, but not the best. Star Trek is the best, the original series. I don't know about the original. I'm a Next Generation guy, but I'm also a little bit younger. So everyone can like their own things. We're just having fun here. Don't get too worked up. We're just joking around.
Okay.
I see a lot of Red
Really
Dwarf support
old.
in chat, though. I'm simultaneously incredibly old and also not that old. But, life. Oli, thank you for buying something from the store. They say many thanks for all the coverage you do. I just wanted to say I made a new friend recently after spotting someone in my small town wearing an NSF shirt. Thank you again.
No way.
They got a mug. That's a cool, we make some really esoteric shirts sometimes. Like the spread shirt or the DOS art shirts. So it's kind of like if you wear one of those and someone recognizes you, it's like you're both in the same club. you know that you've made a friend. It's almost like a filter. It's like if anybody knows Boards of Canada, if you know Boards of Canada, you listen to Boards of Canada, we're friends. It's just a fact of the universe. If you don't know Boards of Canada, you should. Gruber, or Grooby, thank you for the support. They say, how many variants of Starship do you think will be in active service? Parallel, like Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, not iterations like Block 5. Well, you guys help me walk through this a little bit. We got the tanker variant, we got a Mars variant, we got a depot, we got a lunar lander, that's 4. We've got a crewed variant, that's 5.
A regular cargo Earth orbit variant, right?
Right, something like with a chomper kind of configuration, so it can release bigger payloads. Yeah.
Deep
So it's what, like
space,
6, 7?
which is expendable.
Did anybody say
That's
telescope
a lot of
variants?
Please and thank you.
That was kind of what I meant by large payload to Earth orbit.
Good deal. Good question from
And
Rudy.
then, wait a minute. I gotta say one more for Chris, point to point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, point to point. That's a good one.
So
That will
8
make Chris
different
happy.
ones at least.
Yeah, that's a lot of variants. I can't wait till we start seeing some different starships that aren't horrible mutants like Ship 26. I'm sorry, Ship 26. We love you.
I haven't been on a
Wait.
stream where I got to
There's
boo
Ship
Ship
26 for you,
26
Jack.
yet.
Boo. But actually not. We love Ship 26. Yay! Das, where do you fall on the Ship 26?
I honestly
here.
think Ship 26 is a critical ship for SpaceX. It gives them the opportunity to test all sorts of integration things without risking a vehicle that is actually worthy of going to space. How's that?
I like it because you negged it and said it's not worthy of going to space, while also being nice to it. So that was really good.
See?
That was
You
like,
like
that was a quality. It's a quality answer. Trevor, were you about to say
Very skillful.
something?
I was gonna say, how can you hate it when you got a super cool photo of it during static fire?
It's true. I'm extremely pleased with the imagery we were able to make from that static fire. Even, like, amongst all other static fires, that particular one, it just worked out. Like, because it was a single engine, because the wind was going the right way, because the condensation didn't block it, it was... I'm very pleased with that image. Thank you,
By the
Trevor.
way, Trevor,
Yes,
you
Ship
know what else
26
is-
good.
You know what else is cool, Trevor? The hippos and the methane subcoolers.
I knew exactly. What
Hey.
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 Hey, you guys.
Reference acknowledged. So we're continuing to wait for the orbital launch mount vent and the tower vent to start up, indicating that SpaceX is chilling down those lines to facilitate loading of propellants onto the ship. We're keeping an eye on the orbital tank farm. We're keeping an eye on the roadblocks. We're just reporting what's going on to y'all, and we are hanging out answering your questions.
Jack, is that a drone?
That
Up
is
right now?
good eye,
appears
Dust.
to be.
Yeah, it's a drone.
Look at this. Hang on a
So
second.
if you look at that,
sorry,
I don't
Dave.
even need to tell them where to look. Here we go. Yeah, I see the pencil. Bam!
Right there.
There's a drone right there.
There's a drone hovering up there, it looks like.
Can we get a drone drawing?
A drone drawing? Jeez, Jack.
I gotta
What
say,
am
that is
monkey?
the slickest looking circle I've seen in a while. That was really good.
I don't know that I could replicate it. Like, if I try that again. Nope, that's not very smooth.
No, that
Right.
one was just so smooth.
Not bad. I mean, this, I did figure out the pen pressure, so I can, like, have, like, little thin lines and thick lines, and, Anyways. Back to you.
Thank you.
Have you guys seen those
T-
videos of people drawing like perfect circles on chalkboards? It's like one of the most satisfying things I've watched.
That's probably the most Trevor
Not
thing
even
you've ever said in your entire life.
That isn't about Taylor.
Yeah, true. Also true. Good deal. Well, we're looking at the ship QD there. We don't see any frost or condensation, as we would expect, because we haven't seen a tower vent or an oil M vent yet. But some good views today. It's a nice day for some testing. The McCry 225 Gaming? I don't know how to say this name. I'm sorry. They're asking, how is none of you mentioned robot or battle bots? Both of those are classics.
Ooh. Okay, fair enough.
Daniel, grabbing something from the store, thank you. They say, I am non-denominational. Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, Dark Star, Harry Potter, Car Wars, as long as it's fiction and C- or above. And they grabbed a patch. Good deal. I like that answer. I don't think we've said Battlestar Galactica yet either, so I should just say that out loud. Battlestar Galactica, also good. Angry American, and their name is in all caps, so you really know they're angry. Thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Blind Boy 64, thank you for the support. They say, been spending time with my wife. Can I get a recap? Thank you for being the best YouTube channel. You guys have been helping me through vision loss. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry about the vision loss. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, I can't even. I wish I had something heartfelt and smart to say, but other than hang
Then
in
how
there.
about a recap?
But yeah, how about the recap, Sawyer?
Yep, all yours, Jack.
Oh my gosh, okay. So, we have seen them close the road. They closed it basically right at 8 a.m. We have seen them haul the roadblock back to Richardson and Highway 4, which is where they go for flight attempts and also for full wet dress rehearsals. So no official word on what's going to happen today, but we suspect that a full wet dress rehearsal would be possible given the setup. But so far, we have seen basically that roadblock go up, and we have seen the orbital tank farm begin to spool up. And so now we are waiting once again for that orbital launch mount vent and for the tower vent to start up, indicating that SpaceX is chilling down and purging those lines ahead of loading propellants onto the vehicle, at which point it will get delightfully frosty and we'll hear all kinds of venting and stuff like that. So that's exciting to look out for as we wait for testing today, but that's not entirely to say testing hasn't happened, because we did see a FireX test this morning of the, let's say, detonation suppression system on the orbital launch mount. So we have already seen some testing, so we're keeping our eyes open. Maybe they'll do like a grid fin wiggle or some other kind of like RCS test or something like OG Tank Watchers. Do you remember when they would do RCS tests with Starhopper on the pad? Like,
oh yes,
that was fun. I'll never forget being out there.
A massive flamethrower ahead of the 18-meter hop first attempt.
Yes, that video is on my Instagram. That's one of my favorite videos ever. And my favorite part about it is not only the like 70-foot flamethrower just emanating out of Starhopper, like no big deal. It's the fact that I was standing next to Tim, and like my video has commentary from Tim in it because he was on stream at the time, and you can just hear him say like, that's probably fine. Like, oh, good times. What good times hanging out on Andy's roof in Boca Chica watching some Starhopper testing. Let me see if I can find the link to that. I'll spam it in chat a couple times. If you've never seen Starhopper belch 70 feet of pure fire from a methane vent that found an ignition source, are you really living? Here we go. I found the link. I'll throw that in chat. Good times. I'll never forget being out there for to like take photos of Starhopper, like standing out on the dunes and then hearing an RCS test happen for the first time. It's just like, oh god, is it blowing up? Oh no, it's RCS. Like that was a special time in Starbase history. That was before it was even Starbase, just Boca Chica. Good deal. Blind Boy, hopefully you got the recap you wanted there. Good stuff. Roland Hines, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Roshan, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They grabbed 2 things from the store. Did they grab calendars? What did they get? They got a patch. And they got... what else? Speaking of the calendars, they were just delivered to me. I just got a bunch of calendars in a box, so thank you to the store team. They look exquisite. They're exquisite. I'm so excited by these. Ground umbilical carrier plate. I think you just gave Sawyer a shiver down his spine. Ground umbilical carrier plate. 12 months as a Red Team member. Thank you for that. They say, hopefully no leaks today. Right? A very apt statement from Ground umbilical carrier plate there. That's a good old shuttle era reference. Let's see.
3 missions.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to share your psychic trauma about that. Go ahead if you want.
There were at least 3 different missions that all had issues with the ground umbilical carrier plate, and of course leaking things like hydrogen. One of those actually was carrying a patch for the Challenger centers that I volunteered and worked for at the time into space, and it just, it's not fun. It's that worry of, you don't want leaking hydrogen out anywhere, and the fact that it's been the same plate 3 different times, different orbiters, it's just,
Yep, and that's part of the reason why we got into SLS time for that launch. We were all like, oh boy, hydrogen tricky. So...
and then, there ended up being... not necessarily the ground umbilical carrier plate, I think, but it was a similar carrier plate, if not the GUP, that had issues with the early SLS attempts.
Is that right? That's when they had to send the Red Team to the pad to, kick the tires and tighten a bolt?
Kick the tire so it didn't light the fires, yes.
Yes. Let's see. LSR, thank you for the support, and now and always. They're asking, important question to debate while we wait. The best Space
Saturn
Lego
V.
set. I have a hard time saying you're wrong. I think Saturn V is probably the answer. Sawyer, do you have any strong opinions one way or the other?
I have the shuttle still in the box, so I haven't built that one yet, so I can't say for certain on that. But Lego ISS was fun. It was probably the most fun build, but the best build, definitely the Saturn V, which I have in my background if you ever see any of the videos. So I'm going to go with that.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the shuttle is a close second, but how big the Saturn V is and how well detailed it is, despite being Lego, is remarkable. They did a fantastic job with that set. And then just the cherry on top is that it has 1,600 or 969 pieces.
Nice.
They really outdid themselves.
1969, yep.
Yeah.
And the fact that it stages.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty great. I'm gonna just throw another favorite set of mine, just out of nostalgia, was the shuttle set that you could get from Kennedy Space Center. I think it was only Kennedy Space Center, back in like the 90s and 2000s. Was a really awesome shuttle set, and they didn't quite have a accurate tower, but they had like a mate-demate device kind of thing. Like it was like a red grid struck. That set will forever be burned into my brain. So good deal.
I will also note Lego did have another shuttle that they put out before the current Discovery one with the telescope and all that had the full external tank and solid rocket boosters and was displayed vertically. That one was probably one of my all-time favorites, and then it got damaged when I moved. But that is a really great one.
Dang. Oh man, Legos. I bought the Perseverance rover. I have not put it together yet. Maybe I'll do like a members thing where I just build the Lego rover on a member, or just like go into VC or something and build it. But Legos, they're great. Javier? No, this stream not sponsored by Legos, by the way. But hey, if anyone knows
want
anyone. Yeah, right. We're open to it. Javier, thank you for 3 months as a Padrat member. They say love your stuff, guys. And rocketry info and puns. There you go. Sorry, that one's just for you.
I appreciate it.
And TV Autumn Line National Television. I hope I didn't butcher that. 2 months as a Red Team member. They don't know what they see. We're looking at a Starship, buddy. You're looking at a full stack. In fact, we hope we get some full stack testing today. So fingers crossed, given all of the pieces we've seen go into place ahead of today's test. Fingers crossed. Aaron.
Because starships are meant to fly.
There it is.
Yes.
Pun tokens in chat.
Aaron, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, my girlfriend loves the giraffe. Keep up the good work. Yay, I love the giraffe too. Especially the one Das drew. They got a shirt. They got the Tank Watchers shirt. Nice. Classic. And they got a Concrete Way to Go sticker. Memorializing Danger Van. Love it. Maniac. 5 months as a Red Team member, thank you. They say absolutely best community ever. Keep up the awesome work, NSF. Thank you for the kind words and all the support. Y'all, you're coming out in force today with this support, and it's just so appreciated. Chad
That's
PM,
easy.
Thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Schrodinger's chat, thank you for the super chat. They say, are the new additional cryopumps installed yet? Can we expect to see a faster tanking process? I think those are sort of two separate questions, because the answer to the first one is the subcoolers at least are not installed yet. I don't believe the new pumps are as well, but we could still see a faster process. As we've seen, SpaceX has refined the lift with the chopsticks of a ship on top of the booster, and they're getting faster and faster at that. So even though those subcoolers and pumps that they've recently started to install at the pad, they're not fully installed yet. And Alex is confirming, based on our recent flyover that we did on Friday, that the pumps are also not installed yet. But that's not to say we shouldn't expect any differences to this flow, including a faster fill rate. It's possible. You never know.
We should answer this question in a wave function since it's Schrodinger's chat.
No.
Should I make like 2 slits in a piece of paper and like hold it up to the screen that I'm playing the stream on and see if it... I don't know. I'm not good at these jokes, Trevor.
I think it's mostly that you just don't know if chat is alive or dead until you observe it.
There you go. Right, and we don't know if there's 5x5s in chat until you look at it. Otherwise, we could be 5x5 or 0x0.
Yes.
I love you guys.
But in relation to the actual question, though, yeah, no, they're not connected yet. I don't believe we expect them to be for this flight, at least. Maybe for the third integrated flight test, they'll be hooked up. But for this one, nope, still, even though they're there, they're not connected and hooked up.
Good deal. Angry American gifting our Red Team membership. Thank you. GL Stewart becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much. Once again, we can't do what we do without the members. So thank you to all of our members. And at Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. And our Discord is an amazing place with all kinds of different channels. There's like a small sat launcher channel. There's a food chat because I recently did a mutiny and demanded a food chat. There's, of course, a SpaceX and a Starship channel. There's a sports ball channel if you're into it. Discord, an amazing place. And if you want access to it, Capcom level and above. So GL Stewart, enjoy that. Hop into the gaming channel and look at the horrible creations that Moldy creates. We love you, Moldy. Marco, thank you for the 1 month Red Team membership. They say, let's go! Second test launch is now so much closer. Well, let's get this test done, and done safely and completed, and the vehicle saved, before we make any grand pronunciations. But yes, if everything goes well today, we will be that much closer to this second launch of Starship, which I know everybody watching or listening out there right now wants to see. AT Leon 715 asking, have they done any tests with live Raptors and the hot staging ring? No. Right, Trevor?
No, they have not, and we don't expect them to do any. The dynamics are just very different at sea level, and it's a test that is just better performed during a flight.
Good deal. All right, we're going to do some more questions. So once again, if you have any questions, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we'll throw those questions into a queue and go through them here. Sawyer, Trevor, if you have access to the panel right now, feel free to add some questions into the queue. And,
I've been the one loading them up for you.
Thank you for that, buddy. You line them up, I'll knock them down. Mostly I'll just make bad jokes and you'll knock them down, but you get it.
No, it's the other way around.
But I am right now looking at this, I am 53 minutes behind in thanking everybody. So really quickly, we're not going to have time to like go through each one of these in depth, just because, you know, I want to respect people's time. I don't want people to be like, oh, geez, he's just doing super chats again. But I do want to make sure that people know that we appreciate their support. So, Joseph, thank you so much. I see NSF doing live broadcasts from the moon in 10 or 15 years. I mean, I'm not going to say sure, but if we get the opportunity, you know we would. Adrian, thank you for the support. They say hopefully in 10 or 15 or 20 years, Starbase will have 20 launch towers. Oh my god. Or Cape Canaveral has multiple launches per day and chopstick landings. It's fun to dream. John J, thank you for grabbing some from the store. They say, I'm excited for this wet dress rehearsal, also getting this epic Starbase 2024 calendar for my mom. It is an epic calendar. And, you know what? If you get a metal print, or if you get a calendar, do us all a favor and take a picture of it and tweet at us, or Z at us, or whatever you want to call it, or poke us on Instagram, tell us in Discord. We love seeing our imagery on your walls. This is a specific request from Sean. He's asking if you get one of his prints, you know, take a picture, at him on Twitter, because we love to see it. It's so cool to see. And I'll extend this to anybody's print, including if you get the calendars. So just do that. We would appreciate that. We like seeing our stuff on your wall. It's a huge compliment, perhaps the biggest compliment, that you would choose to adorn your domicile or workplace with stuff that we created. Juan, thank you for the support. They say, seeing the massive size difference between Falcon 9 and the complete Starship stack, any predictions on how large rockets could become in 10 or 20 years if they keep this development going? Double? Triple? Oh, man. This is kind of a big question. I know I said we had to run through these fast, but now I'm like, this is a good and big question, and part of me is like, is Starship approaching or at the upper bound of what is reasonable to launch from the Earth's surface with current technology? Because it is so massive. I mean, it's definitely the case that Starship is the biggest thing on the drawing board in the near future. Like, there's nothing on the drawing board that's bigger, right? So, I struggle to even imagine something bigger. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, so I think, right, one interesting thing that you want to think about is what this really comes down to is how much thrust per unit area can you get? And I don't see an engine being able to beat Raptor in this metric for a very long time. At least a liquid-fueled engine, of course. If you consider solids, it would be fairly easy. And why this really matters is because as your diameter grows and as you scale up your vehicle, right, your surface area that you can mount engines on goes up as pi r squared. But the amount of tank that you have and mass for propellant goes up by that and with the height of the rocket linearly. So you kind of have to find on this curve where exactly is a good point to settle. And I suspect that if you went too much larger, you would just have too much mass for the amount of surface area you have at the bottom of the rocket. Now, of course, you could expand that, whether you have a larger area for your engine section or whatnot. But yeah, I think it would be hard to go too much bigger. And then also there's just Falcon Heavy, frankly, is already slightly overkill in terms of size, let alone Starship. The demand just isn't quite there yet for these enormous payloads. So creating even more enormous rockets is probably not the best thing to do right now.
And I'm going to add
Yeah,
a second part to that as well of
Please.
why? What are you launching that you're going to need an even larger vehicle than Starship anytime in the very near future? It's able to carry a lot of mass. It's able to carry a lot of size. That's the biggest thing. I mean, think of the telescopes that you could fit inside of that, the experiments you could fit inside of that, even additional upper stages attached to payloads inside of that for interplanetary. You know, there's
Right.
so many options there that for the foreseeable future, at least, I don't think there's a demand for anything larger.
Yeah, I have.
If you told me that Starship will be the biggest rocket I see in my lifetime, I wouldn't be surprised. I might be a little bit sad, but also, like you guys were saying, this thing is so massive. It's like, come on. I feel like Starship is even big enough to enable, like, a future where we construct even larger vehicles, but we construct them on orbit and we fuel them on orbit. And that's the next step to me, is a vehicle that is so big that it's not designed to re-enter Earth's atmosphere, or it's not designed to be launched from Earth. So, I don't know, that's probably a little bit optimistic on my part, but Das, do you have any thoughts?
No.
Yeah, I have a
Cool.
friend, adding on to what
Sorry.
you were saying, who works for a satellite company. I'm going to be very vague. And he was saying
Go
that
on.
internally, he's been like, why aren't we pushing for larger satellites? You know, we obviously have this capability coming up where we'll be able to launch just enormous things. And he said even in some of these satellite companies, they're a little bit hesitant to truly think about payloads that Starship could support.
Good
At least
deal.
at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still a ways away from that. Like, I mean, yes, Starship is massive right now, but we haven't seen it go to orbit yet or carry anything to orbit, or how, like, what are the specifications on how a satellite would exit Starship, right? We've seen lots of ideas, but SpaceX doesn't have a user's manual on how to design something that could come out of a Starship. So no one would be designing anything for Starship right now because Starship hardly exists in the real
but also
realm of things.
Satellites take a very long time to design and manufacture, so.
They do, but you don't even know how you're going to get it out of the Starship, so you have no starting point beyond just, oh, well, this much mass and this much space. Like, you can think about it, like, what would we do if we had this many tons or this much volume? But there's no realistic design that you can do right now. It's all idea drawing board stuff.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right, I need to get a drink. So, Sawyer, Trevor, Das, take it away for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Sure.
All right.
Which one? Who? Somebody talk.
Huh? Let's see. I can at least answer some of the viewer questions that we have here in the meantime. Trevor, I will pose the next one to you then. And This is from Astro3DI asking if the trajectory for this second upcoming flight here is suborbital with no payload, will they still fill the upper stage with LOX and methane?
Yes. They'll still fully fill both stages. Will the upper stage be subfilled with?
Yeah,
No,
it's on the screen
so
for you.
yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting the question correctly. No, they'll still fully fuel both stages, and they'll may vent a little bit of it. I'm actually not entirely sure what they'll do with the excess propellant. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, there's nowhere stated in the flight plan of if they plan to burn it off or anything, because the main point of this whole suborbital trajectory is the fact that you don't need the engines to fire to have it re-enter, that it's set in a way that it will just splash down near Hawaii. And at the same time, though, to be able to achieve that trajectory, all of this is under the assumption that you have a fully fueled second stage, or in this case, the actual ship itself. That's part of the necessity of this test. It makes no sense to fly it without fuel in the ship or with only enough fuel that you would think you would need to get into a suborbital trajectory. The whole point is testing the vehicle as is at fully fueled, fully flight pressured, all of that, to get as much data as possible here, even if you're not planning on exactly going into orbit on this second integrated flight test. Let's see here.
Hey, look at this.
What are we looking at?
There is a drone. You can see the drone from this angle now.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I may need to illustrate, huh?
Yeah, dostrations are always appreciated.
Stand by.
Especially when they're of animals.
Jeez, it enhances a little bit there as well. But look at the drone hovering right there. I need to make it so my videos exactly match. Y'all can see when I switch to the presentation and back because the size of the video changes slightly. But I just looked over and noticed that that drone is hovering in that position now. I really wonder what they're looking at.
I wonder as well. I mean, it's kind of near the tank farm there, it seems, almost.
I'd like want to triangulate it from multiple different angles.
I'll take another question here in the meantime then, and while we're talking about the tank farm, Musical Wolves coming in with the question of how long will it take to refuel the orbital tank farm after the wet dress rehearsal? And I don't think we have an exact knowledge of it, but I'm guessing we can kind of base it off of what we saw after IFT-1, right, Trevor?
Yeah, so after IFT, at least the first attempt for IFT-1, because right, they had a launch attempt on the 17th of April or something like that, that they just turned into a wet dress rehearsal, and then they later launched on the 20th. And after that launch attempt, which turned into a wet dress, they had a whole line of methane tanks ready to go refill the farm. And keep in mind that they're able to get most of the methane off of the vehicle, but not all of it. So those trucks are just to replace the losses. So after such a test like today, they probably won't have the same urgency to refill the tank farm because they have a little bit more time until they're going to start getting into launch attempts. So my guess would be they won't super rush it and it'll be on the order of a week or so. However, they very easily could accelerate that process if they had a reason to.
Yeah, it took over 100 tanker trucks to refill between the attempts on the 17th and the 20th for that first integrated flight test. So we're not talking a trivial amount of propellant here.
No, even though they're able to get most of it, even, I don't have an actual percentage, say it's 5 to 10% losses. That's on such a large vehicle, that's still a lot of liquid methane.
I've seen people mentioning that the chopsticks are moving outward.
Oh, are they?
That may be why the drone is out and about. Trying to see if there is that move. May have to do some A/B testing, but seeing a bunch of people mentioning that in chat at the moment. Want to make sure that we don't miss that as well. I mean, I don't see movement. Obviously, we see the drone moving there on the left side of your screen now.
I got the drone.
Yeah, in the last few minutes, I have not seen any movement of them when I'm A/B testing, but I'll see if anyone else in the back channel has.
Because along those lines, though, the last time that we saw a wet dress rehearsal, I believe they had the chopsticks completely open as if it were in almost a launch position, correct?
Yes, I do believe so.
Yeah, which we haven't seen that yet for this.
Yeah, it's very likely, in my opinion, and that's once they start doing propellant loading, then they'll start the countdown where part of that will be moving the chopsticks. But we'll have to see. It's very possible that a lot of this has changed since we last saw a full wet dress rehearsal.
That is true. So I know we've seen people ask, like, why don't you have the countdown thing on the left of here's what we expect to see, like we did during the hop testing, and that's because it is constantly changing. Again, the fact that now they have the deluge plate in there, we've seen certain testing, but this is I believe the first big wet dress rehearsal for Booster 9 and Ship 25 in this current configuration.
Yeah.
So we're learning along the way, as you guys are too, keeping an eye on the timing of things, seeing what the major changes have been since that first integrated flight test, and will hopefully give us a better idea of what to expect as well once we do go for a full send on hopefully a launch attempt, which if it doesn't launch will then just turn into an additional wet dress rehearsal. I will thank a few people here. Again, as mentioned, there's been a lot of support coming in, and apologies that it's taken so long to get to some of these, but we do want to thank everyone. We have Josh T becoming a Red Team member. We had Daniel Hogman gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Jim Cavett, name that we like seeing in here, gifting a Red Team membership. Sideshow Bob also gifting a Red Team membership. We've got Brian Runner, 2-month Pad Rat member milestone, saying howdy, y'all. That is one of the few times you will ever hear me say the word y'all. So, congratulations.
But y'all don't say that in Florida?
Not the portion of Florida that I'm in, A, and B, I originally grew up just outside New York City. So, we more say yo than y'all. Daniel Hogman as well, 15-month Capcom member milestone, saying, woohoo, 9 more months till I'm a moon. Again, referring to the icon next to the username, but I don't know why, that just found so much fun going, almost I'm a moon, thinking of like, I'm in danger. I don't know why I thought that, but...
Thanks, Sawyer.
You're welcome. Steve Koopa Kelly, 37-month Capcom member milestone. Holy smokes. 2.5 years almost there. Who's down for a live stream? Always glad to be part of the team and all of the work NSF does. Well, we're glad to have you as part of the team. So thank you.
That's over 3 years, by the way.
Thank you. Math. Again, I went into journalism so I didn't have to do math, so it's nice having smart people that can do math with me on stream.
I don't know if I'm smart, but that is a crazy long time, so thank you, Steve.
And then Roman Price with the 20 pounds saying, in 15 to 20 years, NSF will have its own inflatable orbital habitat launched by SpaceX for free.
Nice.
I mean, hey, if anyone wants to pitch to Elon, I don't think we'll say no. Travis getting an item from the store, saying, who's buying a plane ticket to allow me to help celebrate a successful flight test too? Well, hopefully we get that second flight test. And again, thank you for getting the patch there from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We have Space Pope that came in with a question here, saying, are they still planning on using a base plate of pre-famulated amulite on the deluge? Is that a reference that I'm missing, or is that a genuine question here?
I have no idea what that is.
What? No offense, Trevor. I know I shouldn't be asking you about references, but...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Your Novel Trungeons will never work. Like, come on, people.
There you go.
Trevor, you've never seen that?
Seen what?
You've never seen the prefabulated Amulite?
I have absolutely no idea. I read this question and thought it was like some form of concrete or something, so I looked it up.
Did it come up if you looked it up?
Something came up on some weird forum.
Oh my gosh.
Not.
The hydrocopic marsoveins, Trevor. The hydrocopic marsoveins. Seriously.
Oh, that's such a great one. Seriously, you got it.
We'll send you a link. It'll be required. We really need like a NSF required reading or watching list. If you're going to do commentary, you have to have seen these videos from the internet.
Yes. So.
Are we talking about Marsal veins?
Yes, marsoveins, Jack.
And the turbo encapsulator. Come on.
You gotta love a good Marsal vein. Although I'm partial to the Novard trunnions, that's for sure.
The side fumbling was effectively prevented, Chris says in the back channel.
You don't want any side fumbling. I can tell you that. You don't want it. I know firsthand. You don't want any side fumbling.
Look, all right. This is not sponsored by NSF or anything like that, but there is a video on the internet. Chris is going to get a link to the video. We're not going to leave you hanging, chat. If you haven't seen this video, it's like a super serious technical engineer's description of stuff that doesn't actually exist. So Chris will link that up in chat, and you will see what we are talking about if you watch that video. It is not related to NSF, though.
And when we watch it, we want your locambulatory feedback, too.
There you go.
Although that's rerouted. Yes. Although that's rerouted through the primary polycyclic encapsulatory shaft. But
there you go.
That's way to go. Every time Trevor starts talking about math, it just turns into turbo encabulator to me. I'm like, I believe those are words, but
it's like
I couldn't verify any of them are real.
Okay, you guys will be happy. Chris posted the link in the back channel, and I have seen this clip before, but I would have never gotten the references from it.
Well, next time we toss out a turbo encabulator reference, we expect you to be on point with it. No side fumbling.
Well, it's like the missile. You have to have seen the missile video. It's just the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. All right, I'm back.
Always just go with 154. 154.
That's a serious video, though. That's like a real video versus what is the basics of inertial and navigation or whatever described in text.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Trevor's going to disconnect for a minute so Trevor can watch this video and make sure he's all caught up.
Good deal. Good job, Trevor. Do your homework.
I have math homework to do. Well, not
forget
math.
the math homework. This is more important.
Yeah, this is more important. All right, so if you're just joining us and wondering what the heck's going on, we are waiting for some testing with this full stack of Ship 25 and Booster 9. The road is closed in a sort of a unique way. Right, Sawyer?
Yes, there is, again, there's the roadblock that we're used to seeing. That roadblock is actually empty at the moment because the roadblock goes out farther than that. This is a much farther away roadblock than usual, which is typically indicative of testing such as a wet dress rehearsal.
Yes, indeed. And so that's what we're waiting for. We've the tank farm spool up. We've got the pump vent going. The recondenser was active a little while ago. The subcoolers are doing their thing intermittently. We are just waiting for SpaceX to get into the flow proper today, but we did get to see a test of the FireX system a little bit earlier. So all kinds of things going on at the launch site today. We're hanging out, answering your questions, thanking you for the support, and just waiting to see what kind of test we get under our belts today.
Yes, we could see a lot of frost. The next hopeful big thing that we get to see soon will be waterfall venting from the OLM there.
Yep, so that OLM vent, we have many cameras at Starbase, as you all know, and we are keeping them all trained appropriately, and we are watching that OLM vent and hoping that it starts up. Speaking of cameras at Starbase, look, it's a drone.
Look at this.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
The plume.
Wait, is this the fancy thing, Dus?
No, it's not the fancy thing. This is PonyCam.
Okay, good old venerable PonyCam.
Yeah.
Is the drone about to get hit by a RVAC engine being towed by Cybertruck?
I don't think so. It's a little. It's learned to stay at higher altitudes now. It's safer up there from its
By the way-
natural predator, the Arfac.
Alex pointing out in the back chat, I'm jumping the gun. I'm just excited. I'm ready to see it start getting frosty. There is still additional venting and thing that needs to be seen first. So cut me some slack, Alex. I'm just excited. I want to see frosty vehicle.
Yeah. Typically, we'll see that orbital launch mount vent start, and it starts off with a little bit of intermittent puffing and whatnot, and then there's sort of a progression, right? It'll start to have more condensation coming out of it, more and more and more, and then eventually it reaches a point where we call it waterfall mode, just because it sort of looks like the cryogenic fluid coming out of there is like a little waterfall. So I guess it would be more of a nitrogen fall, but you get the point. It's not looking at us, is it? Is it looking at us?
It looks like the camera's pointed towards us almost.
I think it's pointed back this way, but that would be if it is looking towards the camera. This is just above the this is just above the methane subcoolers right now.
If it is watching us, rock your wings side to side.
Rock your wings side to side. Nice.
Wow, Sawyer, that's amazing. That's amazing. Let's see here. Shall we do some more questions?
I think that's a great idea. While I wait to see if the drone operators are on a delay, or if they're still talking about The Price is Right.
The drone operators are going to yell VCR pretty soon. Like
Yeah.
VHS.
Some of those drones do have speakers on them.
Yeah.
They can play
It is
what is
true.
at least a pre-recorded message.
Yep.
It's like I'm being in Half-Life or something when I was out there in the dunes and the drone flies up to me and starts talking to me. I was like, oh my god, am I Gordon Freeman?
One day it's just going to go up to you and go, $1, Bob.
Oh my god. I'd probably die 1,000 deaths. Let's see here. Flying Sharks is asking, why doesn't Starship have a lightning rod? I think it's kind of its own lightning rod, right? Like, there's no 4 towers. We always get the 4 towers joke. Why no 4 towers?
Yeah, I think there's just not as much lightning in Boca Chica as there is in Florida, which is part of the reason, but I'm not entirely sure why they decided that they don't need one.
I mean, there is that. What do we got here? What are we looking at?
I think that's the
drone.
drone. That's like where
Oh,
the
yeah,
drone
nice.
is from that perspective. Yeah. So it's a
Good
lot
deal.
lower, but it's sort of moving around. It's between the orbital tank farm and the mount right now. It looks like. I want to like triangulate
why,
with
but
different cameras the position of the drone.
I mean, we could. The precise exact position.
Yeah.
I love seeing your mouse on screen when you telestrate. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know if it's nostalgia or what, but it fills me with joy.
I have it set so it just captures the whole thing. So
Good deal. Let's see. What do we got here? Zapperk is asking, are they still planning to build different fairings for Starship depending on cargo? I don't know about each piece of cargo getting its own unique nose cone, but certainly there will be some sort of nose cone and payload bay door that is different than what we've seen so far. Because what we've seen so far is essentially only capable of... We're looking at that booster QD? What's going on with the booster QD?
Oh, I'm inspecting things, Jack. I'm just looking around at different things to see if we see any frosty lines or anything. I'm sorry. I'm doing it so people can see it, but it's not because there's anything specific to see.
Good. I'm used to Patrick like zooming extra far in
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the things
sorry.
that we should be. You're good. You're good.
Like a subtle hint that you should be talking about this. Like, no, sorry.
Right. No, you're good. So yeah, necessarily there will be other nose cone types. So far, we've basically only seen a Starlink deploy payload system on a Starship. So, Trevor, what do you think? Like, do you think it's going to be a chomper kind of thing, like where the nose cone will sort of clamshell? Do you think it'll be like doors, like shuttle? We've seen a couple different
Shuttle?
barrels in Boca. Ding, shuttle. Somebody ring the bell. We've seen a couple different barrels, like test payload bay door things, before they eventually settled on this Starlink one. But I don't know. What do you think about Starship and payloads?
I really have no idea because both problems seem very difficult. Like having the chomper system seems like the rotation that would be required would be somewhat awkward. both to get the payload up and also to get the door up. And then also the doors, like on shuttles, seem, I don't know, this seems like that would be kind of not the best design for Starship, since you have the nose cone to deal with as well. So my vote would probably be on a more chomper system like SpaceX has teased in the past, but I really don't have a good prediction, to be honest.
We need like the rocket from You Only Live Twice, the James Bond film. Just have it with the front opens up and can just capture things, or in this case in reverse, release things. I know that wouldn't work given the way that Starship itself is designed at the top of the vehicle with the header tanks and all, but I think it's going to have to be some sort of, I don't want to say clamshell, but something that can open and close in a way that allows a payload to just float out as opposed to having to go through a Pez dispenser.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, add it to the list of all of the cool and interesting things that we have yet to see out of this program, and we're still such early days, and so that's definitely something to watch out for as time goes on. I'm the most interested, I think, personally, in the expendable, like an expendable Starship. I know it's almost stupid to say, given that the whole point of this vehicle is to be fully and rapidly reusable, but it's just so capable. I can't help but wonder what a expendable mode Starship looks like and what it would be lifting. But I just think in my head of good old SN4 and SN5, the headless like nose cone. I think SN8 was the first one to actually get a nose cone of the modern run.
Yeah, that was installed
of the flight
on
vehicles.
the pad.
Yeah, that's right. It was installed with the crane at the pad. Wow. So yeah, I just think of like a super heavy booster with SN4 or SN5 on top, and then there's like a standard deployable fairing that has some massive telescope or something on it. Like, gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait for that.
By the way, I wonder how many people actually know of the vehicle I'm talking about from the James Bond film.
Is it old James Bond or new James Bond?
Oh, old. You Only Live
old.
Twice?
It's the one that Rocket Lab was making.
Kinda, yeah.
Didn't Rocket Lab have a render that looked a lot like that?
They really did.
Yeah.
Because old James Bond is but new James Bond is really good.
I think that may have
Common
been a
Trevor
Sean
L.
Connery one. But anyway, by the way, I do see a lot of people asking this, so I do want to address it, that it is not a launch window, but there is a test window, and that runs until 8 p.m. Central Time. So that doesn't mean that they're going to go all the way until 8 p.m., but they have an additional 7.5 hours left in the window to complete whatever they need today.
Right. Trevor, is this the longest we've gone on a stream before you had a bad take? I think it might be. I mean, you didn't get references, but I think that was the first actual bad take from Trevor, that's rare. I commend you on how long that took.
I don't know if this is a compliment or an insult, but I'm going to say thank you anyway.
Space Pope, thank you for the support. They say bless this wet dress rehearsal. We've been blessed by the Space Pope, y'all.
Ooh,
Johnny
wow.
Nielsen, thank you for the support. They say, won't the first Starship moonlander bring bulldozers to make a landing pad, sort of like the Herga moon rocket used in Tintin? Also, 3 or 4 landing legs. Okay, this is quite a lot here.
Where do you start?
No,
with
I
that
don't
one?
know. I know, right? I don't expect the first Starship to bring bulldozers. No, I understand the concern about wanting a landing pad, but good reference. I think 4 landing legs. If Kerbal Space Program has taught me anything, 4 is better than 3, unless you're super insanely mass constrained. And I would probably not describe Starship as super insanely mass constrained. Das, you're the KSP master, wizard, guru, like all the things. Where do you fall? 3 or 4 landing legs.
Isn't the natural structural symmetry on the bottom of Starship, like where the hardpoints are and stuff, already 6, a hexagon?
Yes.
So I wonder, and I don't know if that would be the answer or not, but I wonder if they would do something along those lines, or would they change or reinforce those existing hardpoints to support 4 legs, right? Like, would you go with 3 legs, or would you change those hardpoints to support 4 legs?
Yeah, I mean, with all the original I don't know if original is the right word, but with the flight starships that did the hops, they always had 6 legs. So
Yeah,
6
yeah.
legs makes sense.
6 or 3. I don't know if 3 makes sense for Starship, right? But
Hexagons are the bestigons.
I couldn't agree more. Yet another required viewing video for fans of the channel.
And by the way, in terms of when we actually get to a landing pad, I think that's still going to be a while. I mean, obviously, right now, the first Artemis missions are mainly kind of test missions almost to relearn how to go back to the moon after 50 plus years to test out all the systems, all the new spacesuits, the area, the southern pole area itself, where they hopefully plan to build the base. And maybe at that point, once you have your designated singular spot, you work on landing pads. But as long as they've got flat area, you always have a landing pad.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, but like in KSP, DOS, if you're playing KSP, how many legs are you putting on your vehicle? Because that's kind of what I was wondering is what's better? Teach me how to play KSP better, DOS.
oh my gosh, like the number of landing legs, as long as it's not 1 or 2, right? Because there's obvious problems with only having 1 or 2. It's more important where the rocket's landing center of mass is within the triangle or the area of the landing legs, right? So I would always draw it on screen, and if the if the center of mass is too high, then it's too unstable, and if the center of mass is low, then it can be more stable. Well, hang on, I can do this. Just a second. What am I presenting right now? Oh, the same thing. Neat. All right. So if you're designing a lander in KSP, right, and you need something to land over here, it doesn't really matter if you have 3 or 4 legs. Let's just draw this a little bit big, right? The important thing is where the center of mass is, because I would always extend this out into a triangle, and you don't want your center of mass to be up here above the point of the triangle because it's more likely to tip over when you land on a slope that's like this, right? You almost want the center of mass to be like a pot hanging down below a little tripod. Like imagine a little campfire down here and a pot hanging down below it, and if you can keep that center of mass, whether you have 3 or 4 or 6 or whatever, the rocket's dry center of mass should be inside, like hanging below the tripod instead of balanced above it. You don't want to land like this.
Can I just say, DOS?
Yes?
You just brought me right back to my college dorm room when I first found you on Twitch. Seeing all of your explanations and teaching while KSP. And other fun fact, no joke, I am wearing my Angry Triangle shirt today.
Are you? Nice. Oh, we've
I don't know that I've... Go ahead,
Go ahead.
please.
No, I was going to say, we've
you.
done a lot of this. We've done a lot of this. Like, this used to be the whole Kerbal thing, and we could explain basic concepts like that. So, for me, it's not really the difference between 3 or 4. It's making sure that the dry center of mass is down underneath that so that you have more tilt before your rocket starts to fall over. Right? Like, we did a whole bunch of tests where it's like, do you have 4 legs like this? And then what's the angle between these? Like your tip angle is going to be your center of mass, the lever arm between the extent of the 2 legs like this, and then the lever arm that goes between that and the center of mass. So that is actually a little bit shorter if you have 4 legs versus if you do it with 3 legs like this, right? That almost bisects, or it looks almost tangential with those lengths of legs. But just the lever arm, the difference between the center of mass, assuming it's in the center of the rocket, and where the line driven that you could draw between those 2 landing pads, like imagine the landing pads on the end of the leg. I guess I'm drawing behind the clock up there, but anyways, we've done so much talking about this in KSP, but the most important thing is you have your rocket, right? You have your engine on the bottom. You have landing legs that come off the side. You want clearance below the engine, even if the landing legs compress a little bit, right? You want the engine to still have clearance. And then you want the center of mass to be down in here, not way up here. Like you want it inside of the angle that's created by those landing legs. That's the most important thing right there. So, anyways.
Yeah, and I think even with its kind of goofy, short, stubby legs, Starship has a relatively low center of mass because, I mean, at the point of landing, it's basically empty tanks, even if they are steel.
Yep.
But all the weight is at that point is kind of concentrated in the aft section, which is the most beefy, plus, of course, all of the Raptor engines.
Yeah, congratulations. Here's a hastily drawn Starship. But remember,
That's
the
beautiful.
bottom of the Starship is actually a skirt. So your engines don't stick out like the bottom like this. They couldn't. Where would they fit right here, right? They would hit the booster, they'd hit the hot stage ring. So on Starship, your engines are actually tucked up under there like this. And I'm just drawing one engine for the sake of simplicity. But the engines are tucked up in there, so you can have landing legs. Yeah, actually, these fins shouldn't actually extend past the back there, right? But you can have little wee landing legs that just go a little bit because you've already got the engines tucked up. And then you have the mass of those engines, right? You have the 3 center engines and the 3 RVACs, and all of the mass of that engine is down here. And then you have your tanks, and then you have your payload bay. Clearly not to scale, right? But where the center of mass of Starship ends up when you've used some of the fuel because you've landed, and then you have payloads up here, and you have you've put a bulldozer in because you're going to bulldoze the moon with the Starship. That's how big it is, right? And then you have to have an elevator contraption that can somehow take that bulldozer and put it on the ground. Good luck, NASA. The center of mass and where it is important, but I don't think they're going to try to land Starship on any KSP slopes that look like this. Like, they're probably going to need a nice flat area to land Starship. All right.
Hopefully,
Sorry.
one would hope. No, that was
sidetrack there. Sorry, chat. I like to draw.
It's physics lecture with Professor Das.
I like you can
no.
tell...
I do.
Go, Jack. Go.
I just enjoy the explanations, and I enjoy the fruits of your. I don't even know how many thousands of hours of KSP. Like it's appreciated. Never apologize for that.
You could tell the KSP people in chat because, like, you have the moon, right? And you have, like, a slope on the moon and then a flat spot. And when you're coming into land, you're, like, and you're like, oh, I'm going to land. And you try to touch down like this. And then the rocket starts to fall over. So then the new trajectory actually ends up looking like this. And then you end up coming down somewhere over here and landing in a flat spot.
How did you get a recording
Yes.
of my last landing attempt at KSP?
Right? You're like, emergency thrust in this direction to escape the slope before you fall over. Anyways,
Yeah,
good
that's-
times. Takes me back to the roots. I'll stop drawing on the screen now.
All right. Well, we're still waiting for the more tank farm activity, and we're still waiting for the OLM vent to start up and the tower vent to start up to indicate they are chilling down the lines. But as of right now, we still have a roadblock in place, and we still have many hours left for testing. Again, the testing window today goes until 8 p.m. So we're hanging out, talking about Kerbal Space Program, talking about Starship, imagining what the future might hold, and yeah, taking your questions, thanking people for the support. I mean,
the
come
way,
on,
we
let's get
have-
this thing frosty.
For all the people asking in chat, we have an official statement from our store team saying, no, DOSARD is not a metal print.
It's mostly T-shirts, isn't it? We usually make it into T-shirts.
I don't know, that Starship was pretty good. I thought that Starship, I'm just saying, that was a pretty dang good Starship. And I do sort of like the phrase, bulldoze the moon. Even though it's, like, horrible and perverse, I also kind of enjoy it.
Alex is saying CO2 tank load and there's venting in the chines.
Venting in
Excellent.
the
So
chines.
two of those chines. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to
Come
say,
on
for those who may not know, the 2 chines, I believe the 2 that are facing the launch tower, correct me if I'm wrong, have 2 large cylindrical tanks under them which hold CO2. And what the CO2 is for is to purge the engine section during flight. So what they can do is, since Raptor is at such high pressure, right, it's 300 bar chamber pressure, which means upstream you have some parts that are close to 1,000 bar. You have quite a bit of leakage from it. So all of that CH4 and liquid oxygen is not exactly ideal. And what happened on the first flight is that caught on fire, and that would cause the engine to shut down prematurely. So on this flight, they have installed these 2 large CO2 tanks, which will purge all of the engine bays during flight to get rid of that CH4 and liquid oxygen, hence reducing the fire on the vehicle, which then hopefully means fewer engines will shut down prematurely. So that's stored under the chines, and we have seen venting from that, which indicates that they have begun loading them.
Excellent. Yeah, if you remember on Booster 7, the chines were 2 different sizes. There was like 2 big chines and 2 smaller chines. On Booster 9, that's one of the changes that's happened between the 2 of them. All 4 chines are the same size, and in addition to having COPVs under some of them, they now have these extra large CO2 tanks, which you might have seen. There's a pair of those sitting outside at the shipping and receiving center that's off Remedios next to the Rocket Garden and the Sanchez site. There's been 2 of those CO2 tanks sitting there for, I don't know, a hot minute. So if you've seen any of our recent dailies, you should know what they look like on the inside of those chines. But yeah, that's another interesting thing to see. We like to see the vehicle becoming more active, and we want to see a fully frosty full stack, so we know that SpaceX is getting data they need ahead of this next flight. Roly moly? I'm guessing that's how you're supposed to say that. 26 months as a Capcom member, thank you so much. They thank us for what we're doing. Travis Cecil, thank you. 11 months as a Capcom member. That's awesome as well. They say never crowd an astronaut. They need their personal space. Haha. Wet dress rehearsal testing. Oh. Wet dress rehearsal testing. Wet dress rehearsal testing. Is this thing still on? Well, again, there's many hours left in the window, so we're just waiting to see what happens next.
Tokens to that user for those. They were great.
Yeah, that was good. I got it, dress on. Yes. Good job. Joe, thank you for the support. 12 months as a Capcom member. They say, I'm sorry, non-Firefly watchers should move to the Blue Origin webcast. Oh, okay. Is this the part where I am just quiet for a little bit? Scott Reynolds, thanks for the super chat. Jimmy J, advocating for Stargate as the best sci-fi TV show. Moldy Space, thank you for the super chat, Moldy. They say Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5 are the best sci-fi because they capture what we truly want to see. Hang out at the alien market and funny, snarky lizard men. That's amazing. Thank you, Moldy Space. Steven, thanks for grabbing something from the store.
Hey, look at this.
Chines are going again.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Just at the top of the chines there.
And that does confirm it is the 2 chines that are facing the tower.
Excellent.
And the other 2 chines that are facing away from the tower store COPVs and whatnot for tank, actually not tank pressurization, for I think mainly nitrogen.
Is that venting from the OLM now?
No, I think that's just the...
No, maybe. Yeah, I think I see that, Slayer. The OLM vent might be just puffing out just a little bit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Excellent. That is what we want to see. We should see this venting increase here.
I don't see it from this angle.
Yeah, not from that angle. Look over on the right-hand side of this camera. Like, all the way to the right-hand side. Gosh, if it's there, it's really subtle. Back off a little bit and see if we can get that a little bit more in frame.
No matter what, though, we should be getting very close if it hasn't quite started.
Yeah, it was a quick little puff I noticed in the 4K members multi-view stream.
Nice. How could they get access to the 4K members multi-view, Sawyer?
I wonder. All you have to do is become... anyone who's an NSF member can get access to the special multiple cameras all at once of today's testing in 4K.
Even
that's got what?
ships can access that, can't they?
They can.
Sorry, Jack.
I know. I think we single-handedly sell more screens than like any advertising campaign from a screen, like a company that makes TVs or what have you. Like you can never have enough screens because we have so many different feeds, and it's a good thing.
Like discount codes for monitors via NSF. Need more monitors to watch all our streams? Use code NSF8monitor at checkout for a discount.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a monitor sponsorship wouldn't be bad. Space Pope, thank you so much for the support. They say, Mom, Das drew a butt. I don't think... Did you draw a butt? I don't think so.
It did look like one at one point, yes.
On the giraffe?
No, it was a different drawing. It was 2 circles that happened to overlap.
Oh, good grief.
We're adults here.
That's what we want.
Scott Reynolds.
We want butts on the moon.
I mean, we do. It's almost as good as boots. Did DOS... I think we need pun tokens for DOS? Is that what just happened? M. Scott Reynolds, thank you for the support. They say +1 was supposed to say Babylon 5. JV, thank you for 22 months as a PADRAT member. They say, thanks for the great retro-style tank watching day. Hey, man. Texas Tank Watchers. Horse Winnie whip crack.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Crackling fire sound effect. I think we've finally reached its final evolution.
Moo.
Yeah, also
wait,
moo.
wrong
Definitely. No, I think that's fitting. It's appropriate. Looking at that orbital launch mount. Oh,
Ice just fell
look
from
at
the
that.
vehicle. Did you see the ice?
Yeah, you can see the OLM vent right there behind the booster QD. That's what that looks like to me. I could be wrong,
Yep.
but
No, you can. You can see it right there.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
perfect. So once again, that will be SpaceX beginning to purge and chill down the plumbing that goes from the orbital tank farm to the orbital launch mount and then the vehicle. So that is a good indication that we are about to get into some more testing here, and we should hope to see this thing get frosty within not too much time. Now, what we expect to see next is not the booster get frosty and the ship get frosty. Next thing would be for that vent from the OLM to increase in volume significantly. And then eventually it reaches a point that we like to call waterfall mode. It's just, a name that we've given a thing that we've observed multiple times. Many, many, many times. Oh, look at that. Speaking of observing something,
Yeah.
the chine is frosty. That's cool.
Yeah, if you can't necessarily
Got it.
always tell, just look for that discoloration slightly. That's usually where that frost is either at or about to form.
That's what caught my eye was the fact that it was a little, it looked different. It was slightly discolored in that area. There's a little bit of vent from it right there. Nice.
Excellent. Vehicle becoming active here as we hope to see a full wet dress rehearsal. Or just some kind of testing. I'll take it. Eric, thank you for grabbing something from the store. Longtime listener from Seattle. Is that a reference?
First time caller?
They got a patch. And what else did they get? Calendar. Nice. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. Let's see, how long will it take to refuel the orbital tank farm after the wet dress rehearsal? Oh gosh, I don't have like a number for you, but many, many, many tankers. Because they do
Over
recover as
100.
much as they can. Yeah, thank you. They do recover as much as they can, but there's inevitably boil off in the process. Randolph, the 12 purse. Go ahead, Das.
I've got a little bit better view of the vent on the backside of the OLM there. Pardon the little bit of shake. We affectionately call this migraine cam sometimes because the turbulence. This camera's about 1.2 miles away. But you can see there on the left-hand side that pretty vigorous venting happening from the OLM, just sort of backdropped by the dark of the booster quick disconnect assembly, whatever you want to call that.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's it right there. And again, this is sort of the expected flow that we see. There's a little bit of venting coming from it, then it increases quite a lot, and you see like straight up clouds coming out of it. Then it reaches a point we call waterfall mode, which it just looks like liquid, I assume nitrogen, is cascading out of the pipe rather than just gaseous nitrogen. So that's the flow we're looking for here. This is all great indications that we are getting into testing. This is excellent.
Yeah, and there's a good view of the venting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, no wonder.
I
it's
really
not
love the
very-
way the orbital
ahead.
launch mount just looks so much more good and complete now for this flight. And it's just, yeah, there you go, that.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you
The
say
camera's-
so much
Thank you.
more
No.
good?
So much more good.
It does look so much more good.
So much goodlier.
That's the
You've never
correct
given
English,
me-
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No one's ever complained about more blank, more better. Things can be more good. All right,
Look at
so
that, Jack. Look,
Oh, that's
Wow.
a great view of it.
there's the chine venting. I've been
That's
waiting
wild.
for it.
No, good job. Takes patience sometimes. Excellent. So that's again a big CO2 tank that is in 2 of the 4 chines, the 2 that are facing the tower, and we've seen them. We saw them in the partial wet dress the other day as well, active in a similar manner, although not quite like this. This is kind of this is pretty interesting to see. But again, that CO2 is used for what, Trevor?
Purging the engine sections during flight to help reduce the amount of fires in the engine bays, which on the first flight led to many, many engines shutting down prematurely.
And then the vehicle did a Kerbal, as
Yeah.
Das
Did
said.
a Kerbal.
So, with this installation, Super Heavy basically has its own fire extinguishers on board and carries them throughout its flight.
Pretty wild. I mean, these are the things that you learn. Like, hey, we need way better fire suppression down there than we had on Flight 1. Let's put some huge CO2 tanks on it. Bing, bang, boom. Here we are. Randolph, thank you for the support. What would you guys ride in the Starship to Mars if you had the opportunity? Oh, absolutely. Yes. 100% without question. I'll go on the first one. Let's go. Let's do this.
No.
Das, what do you think?
You know it doesn't have life support in it yet, right?
I said...
You said in the Starship tomorrow, Jack. Like, technically.
Hey, I'll do it. Give me a spacesuit. Give me a way to generate. I'll burn oxygen candles in space if I have to.
Yeah, that's how that works.
I must say, I quite enjoy being able to go outside without a suit on and exercise and enjoy the gorgeous planet that we're on. I'm good here.
Very well said. Sawyer, would you go to Mars?
Not anytime soon. I'd much rather do low Earth orbit. As boring as that sounds, that's kind of the whole reason of doing it is, the Neil deGrasse Tyson quote, going where hundreds have gone before, have gone safely and come back safely. So that's why I'm very happy going to space, very happy with Earth orbit for right now. As it becomes more viable and there's actually somewhere to go to once we're on Mars, then yes.
Hey, look at that. The tower is venting now. Excellent.
Oh, yes.
We have tower vent, and so that is similar to what we were just talking about with the OLM vent. We expect to see this thing start up with a slower little rate of vapor or amount of vapor there, and then that will pick up as well as they begin to chill down the lines on the tower that go from the tank farm to the ship.
Just because it looks like the T-minus 20-minute vent on Falcon does not sadly mean that we would be 20 minutes away from a T0.
Alas.
Alack. They're just like the automated response that wasn't even needed, but you just said alas and I had to finish it. So look at that vent though.
It is venti.
It is indeed. A lot at venting. It's just, I mean, how cool is it that we have the visibility into the development of this program that we do? It never gets old.
I mean, it would be hard to hide a 120-meter tall rocket that is 9 meters wide during a fueling test.
That is true.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But like, if you're ever in Texas and you go see Starbase and you happen to also drive by Van Horn and see Blue Origin's facilities out there, I'm not saying they're not impressive. They absolutely are, and they're doing some really amazing stuff. I'm not trying to shade Blue Origin in any way. I like Blue Origin. But yeah, you go to Starbase and you go to Van Horn, and it's like the facilities that they have there, which are large and numerous, are well behind a fence. It's like a large plot of land in a valley, and so they're like tens of miles away. I think it's like 10 or 12 miles away or something like that. So you can't even get remotely close. And, apples and oranges a little bit, but it's just, I'm appreciative of the views that we have here in Starbase, for sure.
Yeah, even when something is this big, you hide it with distance. You hide it with perimeter, right? Like, if you are not able to get within 20 miles of this thing, you'd never have the same sort of information about what's going on. Like, we would never be able to see anything like this. It'd be my Grand Cam all day long with little wavy blips in the background, So it really is awesome that this is something that SpaceX is cool with, basically.
Indeed, and just so glad. So glad. Chininator, thanks for the support. They say, everyone is wrong here. Spaceballs is the best, but Twilight is the most bestest. All right, you do you, Chininator. I think that last part may be a joke based on the emoji, but can you... Honest question, if you've never seen other sci-fi, do you enjoy Spaceballs to the same... Like, you kind of need the other ones for Spaceballs. I don't know if it stands on its own. I mean,
I
it's
saw
definitely a
Spaceballs
classic.
before I ever saw Star Wars. It still stands.
All right.
Really?
All right, I'm sold. Thank you, Sawyer.
I was a Mel Brooks fan before I ever saw Star Wars, so yeah.
Huh.
The Inquisition. Onwards down. What would happen if the booster or Starship missed the chopsticks on a catch? How much damage would it cause? I mean, it kind of depends on where it falls. Luckily, the tanks are mostly empty at that point, so the boom would be hopefully not too big. Question mark? But yeah, I mean, it's tricky. The location of the current orbital tank farm is less than ideal for catching things, but
Yeah.
what do I know? Trevor, you sound like you have some thoughts.
No, not really. It's probably wouldn't be too big of a deal because, like you were saying, the tanks will be mostly empty, but it still is just a lot of potential energy. I don't know. Hopefully not too bad.
You're definitely gonna have another crater like we saw after the first IFT, though.
Yeah, but at least it's not under the orbital launch mount. It'll just be next to it.
True. Good deal. Florida Man Toys. Thank you for the support. What is it? Just like an alligator? It's just an alligator. It's a Florida Man toy.
Live
We just
alligator.
built the Lego. Yeah, a large one too. We just built the Lego Perseverance rover to display at our Lego store here in Orlando. It's a big one. Definitely my favorite. You should build it. I can't wait till I have some time. Orbital launch mount vent appears to be picking up a bit.
Yeah,
It really
does
is.
look that way.
just like we're expecting. So this will continue to ramp up a bit until waterfall, and then it'll pulse a bit. And then after that is when propellants actually start getting loaded onto the vehicle.
Good deal. Scott Reynolds, Scott Reynolds, say it, Babylon 5. There, I said it, Babylon 5. Thank you for the support. SB Nerimus, thank you for 4 months as a Red Team member. First buying from Ursa to Gur out of your shop.
USA to Germany.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that, Slayer. I was a little bit stumped. Joe, thanks for the $10 tip. And the kind words. The Fish People. The Fish People gifted a Red Team membership.
By the way, Joe, thank you for
That's a
using
fun thing to say on stream.
tips.spaceflight.com, which is another way to support us.
Indeed it is. I'm not sure how to feel about the Fish People gifting a Red Team membership. That's awful nice of them. Timothy?
If they want to gift a launch
Grabbing-
license too, that would be great.
Oh my gosh. That's the FAA, Sawyer. You know this.
I do. I just had to make the joke.
It was a good one.
Thank you.
Timothy grabbed a calendar. Thank you for that. They say, how about a coffee mug with a Raptor or Starship that has mock diamonds that show up with the heat change? Oh, that's a cool idea. Micah, thank you for grabbing some from the store. They say, thanks for the positive educational content to listen to while I'm working. You're quite welcome. They got a hoodie with the patch on it. Nice. Low Crawl. Thanks for the super chat. They say, I keep seeing comments about Fish People. Let's adjust it to more sci-fi references and call them fish speakers for a proper Dune reference. Nice.
I don't get it, but you should
Zero-
be surprised.
I'm not.
There really
Josh
should be.
Zero?
I feel like this was a classic Doctor Who episode with the fish people.
I'd say that's the show I never really watched much of. I'm sorry. Everyone's going to be mad at me now. You can. Am I still your friend, Sawyer?
A tier.
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding. You're still on my S tier. It's okay.
Yay.
But not S+.
Josh Zero. Dang it. What do I have to do? Okay. Josh Zero, thank you for the support. They said the only rocket that would be bigger if it had existed was the Sea Dragon. Yeah, that was nuts.
Yes.
Whoa.
Did you ever do Sea Dragon in Kerbal DOS? Can you even?
Do you mean could you sink it and fly
Yeah.
it as it was supposed to fly coming out of the water?
Yeah, like I don't even know how the water physics in Kerbal, if it's even good enough to do that, or if it's like a more of a surface level. Like I never dove down or like did a submarine in Kerbal. I don't know what's possible.
I've done lots of submarines in Kerbal and boats and stuff like that. I think you could probably make it work, but you'd have to fake it with ballast and buoyancy parts and stuff like that. Like Kerbal 1
Right.
had some really interesting the way it would calculate the buoyancy. You could make a submarine and you could actually simulate ballast tanks by occluding parts in a cargo bay. And then if you crack that cargo bay open, it counts the parts as no longer occluded and would calculate their flotation, right? And so you could make the submarine dive or surface by opening and closing a cargo bay of a crack and then just having like a mass versus the calculated buoyancy of the things that are getting occluded and unoccluded in the cargo bay. So yeah, you could definitely do submarines, but you could make something that looked like a Sea Dragon in Kerbal 1. Kerbal 2, yeah, not yet. Not yet.
Good deal. Moldy Space, I challenge you. Aaron Huslidge, what's up, buddy? Thanks for the support. New Capcom member. How's it going? Send me a DM. Byron Hamlin, thank you for celebrating 13 months of your membership as a Red Team member with us. JC Davis, 12 months as a Red Team member. They're saying, if we're expecting landings in a year, what would we think it looks like on the GSC side? I mean, I expect the tower to get fully cladded at some point. Is that a fair expectation, Trevor, you think?
Yeah, probably. I also think the GSE side is going to change quite a bit fairly soon. Like, I bet all of the vertical tanks, or we know that they're going to go away. Elon said they're going to be replaced with the horizontal hot dog style tanks that they already have for methane. So I would imagine it'll look a lot different and hopefully be a little bit better, because SpaceX has definitely had a lot of problems with this tank farm design, especially in the vertical tanks.
Yeah, so the current configuration of the orbital tank farm is probably not long for this world. In fact, after Flight 2, I wouldn't be super shocked to see them start changing things around. But who knows? Maybe they'll keep it the same and freeze it sort of to enable Flight 3 faster. Who knows? But definitely, if everything happens how the renders show and they're catching the ship between the tower and the orbital tank farm where it is right now, that's certainly... let's say
Risky.
an interesting choice. Yeah, there you go. Also that. Carlos Inez, thanks for the support. They say for the launch test, is it going to carry a fake payload? What's the latest on FAA and Fish and Wildlife approval for launch? We haven't heard anything about a fake payload. I'm pretty sure its payload bay door is welded shut, and therefore the only things you could put inside of it are stuff you could fit through the little hatch. So, who knows? Maybe it'll carry some mementos from people at SpaceX, or some FOD.
Oh gosh.
Or
A piece
you know,
of concrete for
it's-
Flight 1.
Right, that would be pretty hilarious, honestly. You finally made it to orbit, buddy. You got there. Yeah. So we haven't heard anything about this. Maybe when it launches, if it achieves orbit, we'll hear from SpaceX that they included X or Y on it. But it's size limited based on the size of the Starlink door, which is welded shut anyways, and they didn't put anything in there. I think before they welded it, so it would have to go through the little hatch on the side, which is basically like a manhole, like a human-sized hatch. Let's see. How cool would it be if they were like, oh, by the way, there was a rudimentary Eclipse on there, and we put a mannequin in, and it did fine. That would be a flex.
Starman version 2.
Right? Let's see here. Pint69. Thank you for becoming a Padbat member. Corey becoming a Red Team member. Michael with a super chat. Thank you for that. They said, love Sawyer puns so much, I'll use my milestone chat to send tokens. Oh,
Wow. Thank you.
that's
That's
sweet.
an honor. I
Jose,
won't let
thank
you
you for
down.
the support. They say, flying to LA tomorrow to put my team's first 2U CubeSats on a Falcon 9, then going to Texas to see Starship, maybe a launch. Thank you for the
Nice.
coverage. Now that is a flex.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think we're about to get another transporter mission out of Vandy here soon, so that makes sense that they're headed to LA. Enjoy
Transporter 9.
the best coast. Also Transporter 9. Roger S. gifting 5 red team memberships. You like how I moved on really quickly there? So
Yeah,
you could...
you didn't even let me get a word in there to say that it's not the best coast.
Anonymous, grabbing something from the store. Thank you, Anonymous. I'm trying to get through these. I'm still 44 minutes behind. What did they get from the store? You got a patch. Nice. And William says, hi from Yorkshire, not dirty Leeds. Wow, you're making Chris B happy right now. I can't believe I just said it on air. So hyped for IFT2. Love the amazing work you're doing. Keep it up. Are you Chris B's friend? Because York isn't that big.
I think that's Chris B's alt account.
That honestly might be. Josh Wilson, thanks for the $5 tip. They said there's only one landing leg. Would the Starship skirt be the landing leg? I mean, it seems sketchy. See also SN10.
I was gonna say.
Good deal. Skull Kid Ray, thanks for the support. Josh Schulten, thank you so much. They said they're my favorite part of the stream so far is Das inadvertently drawing the word help with his rocket trajectory. Was that inadvertent?
What? Did I really
I'm
write
gonna
the
need
word
a-
help?
I'm gonna need a screenshot. I am really gonna need a screenshot.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
amazing.
Yeah, that's his secret cry for help. We finally let him out of his cage for a couple hours to be on stream, and this is what we get.
Look, I'm not
Oh
trying
my
to
gosh.
draw like technical drawings. They're more like football plays than anything else. Pick your football, but you know.
Oh man. Attila, thank you for the support. Becoming a PadRat member. Recyclops? What? Recyclops? Is that like a Captain Planet for 2023? I don't know. I love it. I love that name way too much. I am Recyclops. Separate plastics and... Oh my god. What?
Well, if it's Recyclops, you could say he has an eye for helping the planet.
Just one though.
Good job.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, just one. He has literally
Right,
an... Oh my
eye.
god.
Yeah, that's what I said. That was a joke.
Thank you for celebrating. Now clap.
Whoa.
Thank you, Recyclops. Oh. There's
just
the
kicked
increase
back.
on
There we
eventing.
go.
Yeah,
There we go.
that had spooled way down, and that just picked way up again.
Good deal. That's what we want to see. That's not waterfall mode just yet, but this is the exact progression we're hoping to see
No,
in
but
the
increase
testing.
for sure.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want to see. So good stuff.
And here's the thing: if you're wondering, well, then what is waterfall? I used to ask that all the time. Trust me, it becomes very obvious when it actually is a full-on waterfall.
Right. Yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. Apparently, Recyclops was was an Office reference, which I feel I've seen that so many times through. I feel ashamed that I didn't get that one.
This
is what I get for giving.
Setting me up for a pun token in the back channel. That's how you know it's bad today. He's telling me don't go chasing them.
Yeah, don't go chasing those waterfalls, Sawyer. Just stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to. Bob and Michael Murray.
Amazing anybody watches us.
I know. And worse yet, people encourage me to do this.
Oh man. 30-month Capcom member milestone from Bob and Michelle Murray. Thank you so much. They say any chance on getting some square metal prints in the shop? Need another to balance our wall art. Hey, store team. That thing I just said. That's a good idea. Ken B, thank you for the support. 31 months as a PadRat member. They say cookies are on me for the stream. Great work. Thank you.
We'll go get my
Question is,
Rumble after
what
this.
kind of cookie? Oh my god, Trevor.
Yeah.
I am known for having an addiction to crumble.
Is that a brand name?
Yeah, they're
Not sponsored by that brand name.
they do like different flavors every week.
Great.
Oh,
Look, if you
that's
wanna
is not-
talk
cookie
about-
place.
If you want
okay.
to talk about them, reach out and see if they want to sponsor the stream. Jeez. I'm kidding.
All I want is a cookie now. Thank you, Trevor. Ben Bellat, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say no flaps, no tiles, no nonsense. I love Ship 26. Oh, I suspect they might have gotten the Ship 26 print from Sean. No, they got a patch. Nice. There is a very nice metal print in the store of Ship 26. Just saying,
Yes,
if you're that much of a
gorgeous
Ship
sky in
26
the
fan.
background, it's beautiful, and then there's a Ship 26 in there. But yeah, the background's gorgeous.
Nice. Jim Cabot, thank you so much. They say more venting, more better. Agreed. Meaningless, thank you for the support. They say, are the two CO2 COPVs refillable on the OLM, or do they need to pull the booster off? No, they fill them while it's on the orbital launch mount. But important clarification, they are not, to my knowledge, COPVs. They are just metal tanks. The COPVs are in the other chines, and they hold things like helium for Raptor startup, if that's indeed needed, or whatever other commodities they might need, nitrogen, etc.
The one
Attilo,
thing that
becoming
we're not sure of, though, is if they're filled with liquid CO2 or gaseous CO2. At least I am not sure. That's a question that I've been wanting to figure out, but I haven't come to a good answer.
I presume liquid, and Alex on our back channel saying the same thing. It just makes more sense to me for whatever reason.
Well, it'd be
Alex says
denser,
because it's
wouldn't it?
dense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
been my guess as well, but also it just seems like that would be really, really cool. I don't know. It's probably liquid.
Probably. Jeffrey, grabbing something from the store. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Seriously, y'all are really coming out in force, supporting us today. It really means a lot. I'm trying so hard to get through these quick, so we can continue doing questions and whatnot. But we were 50 minutes behind. Now I'm 18 minutes behind. You guys are just absolutely amazing.
And that was actually a Jeff, not Jeopardy.
Jeff.
Jeff.
Liz Mc. Oh, I'm sorry. The answer was Jeff. Liz McQuaid. Thank you for the support. They say, I can hardly wait for a real launch. For now, this will do. Thanks, NSF. Thank you, Liz. Very kind of you. Flawed Perspective. Thanks for the support. They say, will NSF be covering any Stoke space testing? I mean, I know a guy that would go to Washington. For sure. His name's Jack. Hi, it's me. I'm the guy.
Are you the problem?
But really, I am the problem. It's me. The problem is I want to see Stoke hop some stuff because holy cow, what a cool machine.
Jack is very stoked about it.
I'm stoked on Stoke. It's no secret. Philip, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, hey guys, watching the wet dress rehearsal and purchasing patches. Thanks for talking continuously. Silent live streams get samey. Well, that's what we're here for. We're keeping you company. We're hanging out. We're looking at this thing, looking at the vent on the orbital launch mount, looking at this beautiful full stack on this beautiful day, and hoping that we get blessed with a full frosty full stack. How cool would that be? Not only because it would look awesome and the vehicle is like alive and visually appears ready to launch, even though that's not happening today. Caveat, disclaimer. But
because
really,
those would also be very cool propellants.
Also, yes. But it's quite a sight to see this machine loaded with thousands of tons of propellants. And it's a rare thing because they have to take extra precautions to keep people safe, like evacuating the village and moving the roadblocks even further down the road and all of the things that they have to do. So kind of a rare sight if we do in fact get to that point today. Never say never. We don't have any official word or anything, but that's what's going on. Philip, say, hey guys, watching the wet dress rehearsal and purchasing patches. Oh, same one. Thank you, Philip. Definitely not Ryan. I bet that was Ryan gifting a Red Team membership. And then Ryan gifting a Red Team membership.
Wow,
what just happened?
Back to back on that.
Yeah, what just happened? Matthew Dahl, thanks for the support. They say Matt Lown did a great KSPC Dragon. Okay, I will have to watch that.
Nice.
Anonymous with a store message saying S26 good. Agreed. What'd they get from the store? Let's see. They got a patch. Nice. Jasper K, 29 months as a Red Team member, excited for more testing. The Magic Sky, thanks for the support. They say, for me, Ashaka is #1 science fiction. Fair. Grav Shark, thank you for the support. They say, what faction would you choose to be a part of from The Expanse, and why is it the Belters? I've never seen The Expanse. Please don't be mad at me.
You haven't?
No.
Interesting. We'll leave it at that.
You know, I'm beginning to regret how much trouble I've given Adrian over having not seen things. Maybe my chickens are coming home to roost here, but yeah, haven't seen The Expanse.
Wait, you have chickens, not pigs?
Also, yes. Sam Halter, thanks for 41 months as a flight engineer. They say, thanks again for interesting, informative conversation. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much. 41 months as a flight engineer.
Thank you.
Oh, I gotta say hi to Sam. I guess I could say I sort of know Sam, but good to see you hanging out in the stream again, Sam. Hope you're doing well.
Good deal. Bill Machi, 27 months of membership as a Capcom member. Thank you so much, Bill. Anthony, Optimus Zero G Yoga. All right, thanks for the support. Blushy Boy, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Niles, 36 months as a Capcom member. They say thank you for all your hard work. Keep it up. Oh, we will. We will. Das, at any point, if you want to do fancy things, you know, that's also a thing.
I'm talking with Sean. I'm talking with Sean.
All right, all right. John Deppner. Oh, I've already forgot how to say John's name right. We went over this on stream yesterday. Or Depker. Thank you. Gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Justin Roth Media, 11 months as a Capcom member. Thank you so much. Hannah, grabbing something from the store. They say, thanks for the amazing coverage of launches in Starship. Enjoying my stream with my 33 Raptor blanket. Can't wait for the new calendar. Awesome. Spirit Wolf, thank you for the support. They say, best comm streams in a while. Thanks, guys. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you.
It's just because of the giraffes.
Well, I mean, the giraffe was definitely a high point for me so far, I gotta say.
Agreed.
I mean, anytime you get DOS on stream, it's a good time, especially if there so happens to be a whirlwind coming straight at you and you're sitting on a scissor lift, which is actually a thing that happened. If you want to go check that out, if you're a member, that was a members-only stream we did earlier this summer when we literally got hit by a whirlwind while up at a scissor lift out at Spaceport America. That was kind of a nice little piece of content there. So anytime we get DOS on stream, it's awesome.
But
so
see, my
thank you,
mind
Spirit Wolf.
instantly goes to when you almost got left off the bus at the Artemis remote cameras.
Yeah, similar sort of emotion, or at least I guess sounds emanating from my mouth.
Again, also available as a member video.
Why did I post that? Charles Gilligy, thank you for the support. 31 months as a launch director. Absolutely outstanding. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. They say, time flies when you're tank watching. How has it been 31 months? Right? Feels like just yesterday we had venerable old Starhopper doing its hops. Code Red, thank you for 31 months as a Capcom member. They say, how many starships do you think will launch in 2024? And when do you think we will see the first payload deployed? I'm going to say 3. I hope it's 5. But I'm trying to be right and not exactly trying to be super optimistic here. So I'm going to say realistically 3. I hope it's 5. I don't think more than 5.
Of that. I think 4 once every 3 months is about right.
I was going to say
Sounds
4.
right to
now
me.
I'm just a copycat. So
That's a
I'm
good question,
say 5,
though.
just to disagree with both of you.
All right, well, if we're doing Price is Right rules, you better hope that it's at or more than that, because if it's less, you lose, buddy.
Oh no, back to Price is Right again.
Yay, callbacks. Morton Family Adventures, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Emily Kluss, I'm sorry about mispronouncing your last name. They say love the content. Thank you, Emily. Or Emil, Emily? Either way. Doug O, becoming a PadRat member. Ethereal Swordsman, another one of those common names that pops up. They say, well, Trevor, Dawes, Jack, and Sawyer, if you got to fly on a Crew Dragon mission, what would your 0G indicator be? Trevor didn't answer last time. This is a good question.
It would probably some like Taylor vinyl. I think that would be cool.
That's not. Doesn't it have to be like a plushie or a stuffed
It doesn't
animal
have
or
to be a
something?
plushie.
Haven't they
Last-
all been?
It's got to be
Last
something
I checked.
softer.
Last I checked, the lack of or being in an inertial reference frame does not depend on its density.
No, it has to do with the softness of if it bumps into something, it isn't going to damage a touchscreen.
I don't think it'll be damaged. Hmm.
We're putting you on the spot. I mean, like, you could, if you want to go with the lame answer, you can just say a plushie of a Taylor vinyl.
Sure. I don't know if I have a great answer. I don't have like any stuff that's really special to me, like a lot of the astronauts who have flown have.
Yeah, fair. Sawyer, have you answered this one in the past? I haven't seen this
Never.
question before, but apparently it's been asked on a stream before.
I've never been asked it. Let's see. Again, the gimme answer would be one of the Starship plushies from shop.nasaspaceflight.com when those were available.
Hey,
But legitimately, I do have a Pikachu that I got when I was 5 that I still have after 25 years, basically. I'd probably fly that.
nice.
I would fly the OLM vent, which seems to be going crazy.
That's not a thing you can fly.
It's a quitter.
Someone in chat says a giraffe plushie. I think that's a good answer after today's stream.
Nice.
Good deal. It was so sleepy.
It was.
Let's see here.
I mean, there's
I don't
one
know
other
what I
person
would-
that we should also get to answer that, I think. Should probably get
Who?
Alex to answer that.
I do wonder what Alex's answer would be. So, is this where we say goodbye to you, Sawyer, and have Alex come back in?
No,
No, I'm
say
staying.
goodbye to
Trevor.
me.
Oh my God, Trevor! I'm good at this. I
Read
swear.
the back channel. Jeez,
It's almost
Jack.
like we pinged you about it.
I'm way behind. Oh my God.
Sorry.
Okay.
It is
All right. Well,
time
Trevor.
for me to go to class.
All right. Well, enjoy your class, you nerd. No, seriously.
will.
Thank you for being on. Thank you for being on stream and sharing your insight with us.
Yeah, of course. I'll look forward to keeping track with this for the rest of the day with all of you. So thanks, everyone.
Good deal. And replacing Sawyer, we have
No one.
Trevor, not Sawyer.
No, Trevor's
my God,
gone. I'm
replacing
still here.
Trevor.
Don't get rid of
Oh
me,
my God,
Jack.
my-
Why do you keep trying to get rid of me?
I'm not. I love you,
can't
Sawyer.
get rid
You're
of me,
S tier.
Jack.
You're S tier. Oh God. That's what I get trying to read the back channel at the same time as talking. It just doesn't work.
They're talking about
just doesn't work.
giraffes and going to school. I don't know.
Hi, Alex.
Welcome
How
to
you
the show.
doing?
Hi, what's up? Getting cool?
Yeah, we're chilling down with this OLM vent here. We were debating in our back channel if we think that's waterfall mode or not. What's your take? Are we getting close to
Yeah.
waterfall? Are we in it?
I was actually asking you guys in the back channel, that kind of looks like waterfall mode, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to say, probably because of the different weather conditions today, but it does look strong. But, the good thing of the waterfall mode, though, is that once it happens, you see the OLM vent stop about 5 minutes later, and guess what's happening right now? The OLM vent has stopped. So
Oh,
that
wow,
means
talk about timing.
liquid oxygen load is underway. I was seeing it dial a little bit, so I was already preparing myself. I was timing it. So yeah,
Well, you
we are
timed it
already.
perfect.
Yeah, we are already on that moment of liquid oxygen load. And by the way, just saying, I'm seeing the methane subcoolers also with that sidewards vent that I usually talk about that indicates methane load is underway. So methane load is also underway. Both parts, basically, both fluids are being loaded right now onto the vehicles. Onto the booster, though, because we haven't seen that for the tower yet. We saw a little bit of a vent, and because the tower goes a bit different from the OLM vent, so it starts with a vent a little bit first, and then it goes it goes silent for a bit, and then it comes back again. And now on that second one, when it dies off, then that's the start of the liquid oxygen load on the ship.
Good deal. Well, hopefully we start to see some frost growth soon here. Das, was that you?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask Alex, where do we expect to see the first frost?
booster's liquid oxygen tank. So that should be the close-up view that I think you were asking me before. There we go, that one.
How's that? Yeah.
Yep, that one.
Towards the bottom of the booster.
Exactly. And then after that, it's going to be the methane tank. So the methane tank is also going to be loaded. So we're going to see frost on the methane tank of the booster.
Nice. Well, if you need me to switch cameras, just say it out loud. That's the fastest way to get me to switch cameras, since I am talking and running the network and switching cameras.
Wait.
What?
Can you see? Look at the booster QD. It looks like it has vapor coming from it.
Mm-hmm. That's a
So-
clear indication that they're loading stuff.
Hold up. I got
That is
Good
nifty.
catch.
Yeah. It started off very minimal, and I wasn't sure if I was looking at the vapor coming from the tank farm, or if it was actually vapor coming from the QD. But no, that is most
Enhanced.
certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
You can see it right there.
What a view. That's beautiful. Yeah. So clear, like Alex just said, a clear indication they're loading propellants onto this thing at this point. Hooray!
So with again, so they're just starting typically with the liquid oxygen, correct?
Yes,
Or
so
do
the
they start
OLM
loading both?
vent, they start loading both. The only difference is that when we see the OLM vent, that indicates the liquid oxygen load. So that only indicates that. For the methane load, you have to look at the hippos, at the subcoolers for the methane. They have like a big sidewards vent to the right of them that appears when they start basically pumping out that methane into the vehicle. So you can kind of see it on the right view, right behind the berm. You can see some kind of heavy venting from there that is related with that methane side of the tank farm. But definitely you can see the tank farm is wild right now. It's going, yeah, it's going very crazy.
The farm goes wild.
Yeah, look at that left camera. We can't even see the QD anymore.
Yeah, that's part of the sideways vent of the methane side. And then the
Wow,
oxygen
so-
side is also going crazy. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Alex, when did you start saying sidewards?
When you started to correct me, basically. So you corrected me, so
Oh, good stuff.
in order to not have to hear you say it and everything, so I say it that way.
I mean, I think it's the best way to say it, as pioneered by Das.
Are
I
these
say
new
sideways
words,
bit,
side words?
You know what I mean. Like, you know what information I'm trying to convey
could-
when I say that word. So
could
success,
say-
I've succeeded at language.
Look, I can say right words because it's going to the right, right? It's like, I mean,
Yeah, you can
or
say
to
that.
the left.
yeah.
I mean, you from the other side, it's also going to the left. So I guess it's fair to say that. Okay.
Chat
You
said
could
it
be-
perfectly.
Your
Chat said it
frame of
perfect.
reference. That's your
Side
frame
words
of
is
reference.
normal.
Normal.
Exactly. I take my reference,
just-
my frame of reference. I take the north because we have cameras on the north, but then there's also cameras in the south. So it's like, there it's the left. Ugh.
Right. It just
And then we
scares
have
me a little bit
this.
because the existence of sidewards implies the existence of upways and downways.
It's true. And
Which I-
rimward and
Hey,
hubward.
here it is.
Like, all of those things are words that you understand.
Okay, I don't understand the last two.
It's
You need to read, you
Discworld.
need to
You
read
gotta,
more, Sawyer.
yeah, that's another one of the mandatory mandatory things.
I just
I
finished
think
reading
we're
the
about
Apollo
to
start
scene
seeing-
from, or the Apollo murders from Chris Hadfield, okay?
I think there's
All right.
already frost on the vehicle. Oh, I was saying before we're about to see, but now I'm actually looking at the other camera saying there's actually frost already.
Yeah, I'm switching around. I'll get that other camera around to it.
Looking
I
for
think
some
on
frost.
the south cameras we probably are able to see it better, but yeah. So far so good. Getting frosty, getting loaded with liquid oxygen.
There you go.
It looks like the ring there at the bottom, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. So now we wait and hope to see this thing get entirely frosty. Not just a little bit, not here or there. I mean, we don't know quite what's going to happen today. We haven't had official word from SpaceX, but based on how everything's played out so far, it wouldn't be a shocker to get a full wet dress rehearsal down today. So
Speaking of entirely frosty, when would they start loading propellants into the ship?
That is staggered as well, so... Okay.
Whoa.
I know you're venting. Yeah, I'm hearing the vent.
Yeah, no kidding.
Tell us how you really feel, Ship Bunny. Booster 9.
yeah, I assume that's the booster, but without seeing it, I can't tell.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Hopefully we get some more frost. Soon here we'll start to see frost on the methane tank too as well. And hopefully we get a frosty ship as well.
That's blowing out our microphones.
Yeah, I'm gonna go handle that microphone.
Okay, bye.
Boy.
I mean, I'll be here still.
Okay, hi.
Ah, there we go. But Alex, what were you saying about staggered?
Yeah, so the load is staggered where they load first the booster, and once the booster is starting to get filled up, then they start loading the ship. And actually you'll notice that because the booster will start being loaded slower. That is because they share the same, so basically the pipes that arrive at the launch site, from the tank farm to the launch pad basically, which is nearby, those pipes get split between the tower and the OLM. So you need to apply the same pressure, right? But when you start loading stuff through the tower, you're basically splitting that pressure. So the amount of, basically the rate at which they'll load stuff onto the booster will change once they start loading onto the ship, precisely because of that, because they're splitting the work there. The pressures are going through both, and so the rate is going to slow down. That's why it takes a long time to fill those two vehicles, because it's a lot of volume that you need to load in a fairly rapidly amount of time. So right now it takes about an hour and a half. Once they have all of those extra pumps and subcoolers not only just installed but also plugged in, because right now they just have them there, but they're not plugged in. Once they actually plug them in, then they are able to pump all of this stuff much quicker and much faster into those vehicles. So we'll see, again, these frost is going to rise rather quickly, and then at one point it's going to slow down. That's because they're going to start operations through the tower.
Excellent.
It's not going to stop, but just go a bit slower.
Frost is already rising pretty fast. I feel like, can we see it rising? Like just without time lapse or anything? I feel like I can just see it climbing up the tank wall there.
It really feels like you can. Yeah, like look at that. It looks like you can, the gap is getting smaller between that weld line and the frost. That gap is definitely getting smaller, like as you watch at it.
I was gonna say it helps having that reference line there going horizontally.
Yeah, look at that. It's almost it's reached the line.
Basically
now.
at the line. Yeah.
Yeah, just in the time we were talking about it. That's not even 30 seconds.
That's awesome. How
And I
cool
would
is that? And I'm not even trying to make a pun. That's just neat. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. I will expect the methane tank to follow in like maybe 5 minutes or so. That's usually the timeline that, when we see these sort of frost coming up and things like that. Usually tends to be like that. That it's like a couple of rings on the LOX tank, and then a few minutes later we start seeing that frost on the methane tank.
Right, because you don't want to have methane loaded in the methane tank and not have enough ullage or, I guess, pressure in the LOX tank. Because that's how you get, what was it, SN3? SN3 was the crumple pop, right? I think it was.
Well,
that's just not good.
One of the things that we have seen lately is that they can pressurize the liquid oxygen tank a lot just with gaseous pressure and not needing any liquid, and like filling up the top tank. So we see that, for example, at when they test Massey's.
At Massey's.
And they fill up the methane tank with liquid nitrogen, but not the liquid oxygen tank, and people are like, oh my gosh, this is like SM3. It's like, no, hold on, because what happens here is that the bottom tank is really, really pressurized to be able to keep up with the pressure, with the weight of that added nitrogen. Look at that. See? Frost in the methane tank.
There you go.
Perfect.
There you go.
And also, in case you're wondering which tank is bottom tank, which is the top tank, and where they're divided, there's your answer with the liquid oxygen on the bottom and the methane on the top. And it's very similar, if I recall correctly, as well, with the ship, where it's LOX on the bottom, methane on top.
tower vent
Yep.
is back.
Hooray!
Everything's
Oh man.
back, like all of a sudden.
Yeah. So is the head
Yeah,
struck.
hopefully we see that vent increase, and hopefully we see a Frosty ship atop a Frosty booster. That is super exciting.
Look at this. Just real quick, that is the methane tank. Pardon my handwriting. That is the LOX tank down on the bottom there, y'all. So if you're looking like this frost line right here, that's the frost line when we're talking about the methane tank. And this big frost line down here, that's the frost line when we talk about the LOX vent. The OLM vent was down there. The tower vent was over there. Things y'all were just talking about. But that's what we're talking about, the two different frost lines.
Yeah, so that's what I was
promise
talking about with
for-
the two very obvious tanks as well.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
I promise for the launch we'll actually have like actual overlays.
Nah. Boo, overlays.
Das, you're gonna
Yay,
be busy with
Dossart.
all of the other stuff.
Wait, can we go back to that last view really quick?
Boo. Over.
Hey, we
and
can
what
make
did you do?
Yay! Go back to
You
the
like
last
the
view.
overlays with your handwriting.
I think it was Dune.
This
Engine
one's
chill
Dune.
vents. Or,
Oh,
sorry,
look
not
at
engine
that.
chill. Engine purge vents. It's the engine
Yeah.
purge vents.
Yeah, the engine chill is actually on the bottom there on the right-hand view.
Right.
Right next to the tower. And you can see that sort of venting coming from the ground, that it's not the ground. I mean, you could call it ground vent, but yeah, it's not the same. It's just the engine chill vent. But yeah, that's the engine purge vent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
this
little
is-
holes
we were
that
talking
were
about-
added into that.
We were talking about the CO2 tanks earlier that we saw venting. This is part of that whole purge the engine compartment system so that it has better fire suppression. Look, the tower vent's picking up
Tower
now.
vent's going.
Excellent.
Look
And the
at
cool
that.
It's going good.
Wow.
You know how we call it the waterfall mode for the OLM vent? The tower also has a waterfall mode, and it looks awesome. Just gonna say that. It looks
Well, I can't wait to see
awesome.
it again.
By the way,
Good
was
deal.
Booster 9
I
the
think that-
first one that had the like added vent type holes like that, except towards the top of the vehicle? Am I recalling that
top of the
correctly?
vehicle?
Or is it? No, it is those bottom ones that I'm thinking of, isn't it? That
Oh,
they
you mean
that were
the
added
engine
recently.
vents.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, those are new.
That's new. If you want to know all of the new stuff on the booster,
Mhm.
you can check out our video about the differences for this. Oh man, I don't know how to sell these videos. But yeah,
No,
we
it's a
have
good
a video
sell.
about all of the differences, and one of the differences, and I guess one of the bigger ones apart from the hot staging ring, is precisely the fire suppression system. I think the whole FA review thing said something about being 15 times more capable or something like it. Like, that's a crazy amount of capability now. Let's hope it actually
It's a
works.
weird. It's almost like a weird weasel word though. Like, what is 15 times more capable? Like, is it 15 times the volume of, CO2, or 15 more holes where it comes out of, or I found that wording a little bit weird. But you're right. That was in there. That was in the mitigations, and clearly, this is part of that system. But how do you make something 15 times more capable? More capable at what? That whole list was so, like,
Yeah,
you could
very-
tell someone had kind of gone through it and sanitized it, right?
Very vague in spots. Yes.
One of them was like, be better at predicting what's going to happen. It was, it's been a while since I've read those mitigations, but look at the frost
Look at that.
on the old methane tank there. Let's watch this frost rise, because, gosh, that's satisfying.
And I'm checking the rise of the frost, and it is true that once the tower vent came back, it slowed down a bit. Like, you can kind of notice, because now you have to go back and forth to actually see it rise. It's still fast though. Like, this is a huge amount of propellant being loaded in like an hour and a half, and they're trying to get this in 45 minutes, like half of this time. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. How many tons of propellant, Alex? You know I'm going to ask you this. I always ask you this.
Yeah, so each ring of liquid oxygen tank holds about 300 and something tons of. I just stop at 300 because it's like a crazy number. And for the methane tank, like each ring is about 100 tons more or less, a bit less than 100. I think it's 80 or thereabouts. But either way, like to a rounding error, it's pretty much 100, right? And so when you add up all of the booster and ship propellant and everything, it's about 4,600 tons of propellant. It's crazy. And the whole thing, once fully loaded, it's about 5,000 tons. It's mind-blowing. That's a lot
absolutely wild. 4,600 tons of propellant. Just propellant. Wow. I don't know. It's just one of those little things that helps you sort of wrap your head around the scale of this vehicle. Because as close as we can get, we're not right next to it, and distance just causes some, distortion in your head. Like just being a little bit further away, it can, I don't know. It's hard. It can be often hard to sort of put a scale to rockets, and 4,600 tons of propellant. That's insane.
Just
tower vent. Is that, would we call that waterfall mode for the tower vent?
That could be very close to waterfall mode. It's really going right now.
That looks it to me.
I mean, the size of
That's
that plume.
Yeah,
That's
that's gotta be.
Look at that. That must be probably, without exaggeration, probably like 50 or 60 meters long.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is all the way. This camera's 6 miles away on top of the Margaritaville Resort over there, South Padre. And there is the plume that you can see. Look at the full stack, and God.
Wow.
I guess it's sort of coming towards the camera a little bit here. This isn't exactly a
little bit, yeah,
edge-on shot. Yeah, I was going to say, that plume is longer than the tower is tall, but I don't really think that's obvious from this perspective. It really is from this perspective, I think.
Which the tower is 140 meters tall, just for reference. The orbital launch tower there.
Look at that.
People...
Ooh, here's one.
People don't... Ooh, look at that. That's the one.
That's a one.
Wow.
That's almost edge-on to the direction.
That's massive.
Beautiful.
One of the... I was actually thinking of a way to try to explain how massive this thing is in regular terms. Like, just how wide the booster and the ship are. Like, you try to extend your arms, and from point to point of your... Like, from one point of your finger on the left hand, and from the
I'm doing it.
other point
I'm doing it right now.
On the other arm, on the right? To me, which I'm very short, it would be about 1.6 meters or thereabouts. That is, like, if you add that distance 5.5 times, that is the diameter of the vehicle. 5.5 times from finger to finger. If you extend your arms left and right, it is crazy. That's how
that's
big
huge.
This vehicle is.
It is a insanely large rocket, and they're loading an insane amount of propellant on it. And hopefully today we get to see this thing get fully frosty. That'll be quite a sight. Do we want to do like an over-under on if we'll see another insane methane vent or nah?
Oh no.
Let's hope not.
I think we're good without that, Jack. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the answer is preferably no.
Agreed. I don't expect it. I just had to make the joke. Matthew Peck, thank you for 10 months as a Capcom member. They say, I'd buy a bag of orbital launch golf tees. Interesting.
Launch golf tees?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that is exactly. Either way, store team. Golf tees, I guess. Paul Dawson, thank you for 29 months as a Capcom member. They say, hi guys, wet dress rehearsal today. So do you think they could launch next week? Hope so, as I have the week off work. I don't think next week is necessarily on the cards. I think we're probably looking at first week or two of November at this point. But, I mean, next week does involve the beginning of November. So, I see what you're saying. It's hard to say at this point, but definitely SpaceX gathering all the data that they need, and hopefully getting in a position where, once they do get approval from the Fish and Wildlife Service and the FAA, it's a relatively quick flight after that.
I do remember a while back, though. I think it was probably at least a month. We were on a stream that was, they were doing some form of testing, and we were debating, do you think they would do a wet dress rehearsal again or not before a flight? And I think the consensus was originally going to be that, well, they'll go for a launch attempt, and that'll be a wet dress rehearsal, and then if it does go, it just happens to be a wet dress rehearsal and launch in the same day. I think it's interesting now that we are Sorry, it's my cat knocking stuff over. That we are actually seeing this wet dress rehearsal happen today, I think really shows just the testing that's going into the second flight.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's
actually-
important to. Go ahead, Alex.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Because it's another thing. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's important to test all this stuff. I mean, as evidenced by when I was talking to the sheriffs today, and the tower vent is slowing down quite a lot. Thank you for that, Gage. So hopefully we start to see the ship get frosty? Question mark. Yeah, when I'm talking to the sheriffs today, excellent. They, just the response involving something along the lines of like, yeah, we're going to great lengths. We're doing a lot today. For a test like this, or for a launch, it's a pain to evacuate the village and close out the whole area and do all of that. It's non-trivial, so it makes sense that when you actually are ready to launch, you want to have tested this because, again, it's a pain, and it uses a lot of commodities, a lot of propellant, and I'm sure that's a pain too. Getting the water on site, getting all the tankers on site to refill this thing. So good test, because when launch day comes, we don't want any scrubs. We want it to go on the first attempt.
Yeah, the last thing we
Speaking
need, as
of-
we've seen with many other vehicles, is a delay or a scrub because of ground support equipment, or GSE.
Right. I don't know. I guess this will be a question from someone named Jack in chat, asking, what do you guys think we'll see for Flight 2? Do you think they'll go on the first attempt? Do you think there'll be a scrub? If so, how many? We'll start with Alex, because I'm putting him on the spot. Go, Alex.
Sorry, I was actually dealing with another thing. Can you repeat it, please?
Flight 2, do you think it scrubs, or do you think it goes on the first attempt? If it does scrub, how many scrubs before it launches?
That's a good question. I'm hoping for a flight on the first try, because every scrub is a bit of a toll in our bodies, because it's a long coverage and everything. But it might get still another scrub, because this is still a very early kind of thing. So we'll see. I will say though, because I was actually gonna say this before, but I stepped back. And so I've measured how fast this is going. the propellant load, and before the tower vent came in, it was going about so on the booster liquid oxygen side, it was going about 1 ring every 2 minutes, and now it is going 1 ring every 3 minutes. It's going a bit slower because it is also doing stuff with a ship. We should be getting frosty really soon, is the thinking here.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that ship QD and see if we start to see some vapor
I see,
forming
it's
around
just
it.
that-
And the
that is
ship.
vapor,
there
isn't
you
it?
go.
Look.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I see
That's it right there.
the vapors. Yeah.
Nice timing.
Look at that.
Good
So we'll
stuff.
keep an eye out first for discoloration, and then we should see the frost begin.
Another great sign. We did not, I don't think, see this on the previous wet dress we saw a couple days ago. That was partial. Very good to see. Let's
To answer-
go. Ship
Finish
loading.
answering that question, by the way, from that random person in chat.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, it's not going to go on the first try, I don't think. We saw that with the first one. I think we're going to have a repeat of last time. It's going to scrub the first day, but go the second day. So that would be my guess. I hope I'm wrong.
I
I'd
think
love to
that's
see it go first day, first try, but...
That's a really good guess.
There we go.
Das, what
I've
do you
got-
think, if you're here?
Oh, well, no, I was going to say I've got this set so we can see the bottom of the tank there, and we can still see the little venting. And look at this. Wait a second. There's actually a little bit of venting on the right-hand side there. I don't think that's venting, but that is... y'all see what I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
the pipe itself, like the
Yeah.
insulated pipe,
Yeah.
is very cold.
Interesting.
Oh, on the actual arm itself.
On the arm itself, yeah, sorry. Look at that,
It
though.
might be a bit of a like broken insulation or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Here, just so everybody... I'm going to put it
Yeah, not like a-
front and center.
not a leak, but just a way for a cold pipe to have some condensation coming off of it because it's more exposed to the atmosphere than other parts of the pipe.
Something
like
we've seen with shuttle and SLS both of through the insulation, you can see some of that. Again, not leaking, but showing itself, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that a logo on the end of that?
It's Tower Team.
That's the goat.
That's the Tower Team goat logo.
It's the tower.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good deal.
They removed it from the drawworks and they removed it from the trailers, but it's still there, which is awesome because it's awesome. Hopefully we didn't just put them on blast.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, no.
Oopsies.
You can sort of follow this along, and you can see a couple different places where you're getting a little bit of vapors along those lines that are carrying the cryogenic propellants into the ship now. So I'll get the camera back on the ship tank so we can see it start to get frosty.
All right, all eyes now are on ship 25, waiting for it to frost up. We can see those cold prop lines on the ship QD. So just a matter of time, really, at this point.
And the assumption, if it is a full wet dress rehearsal, would be that they would also fill the header tanks today too, correct?
Yeah, that is true. It is quite difficult though to see any frost on here because the header tank is covered by tiles, but there's a little bit of it that is not covered. So you see, like, a bit of the tiles, like right below them. You see like some kind of white line or something right underneath them, but it's so far up the stack that we may not see it with this camera.
You're talking about the header tank?
Yes.
Yeah. SpaceX has his own tower camera. That's the one that really works for that. Sadly, we don't have access to that one. But sometimes they do have vents coming from the header tank. So maybe if they vent or something, we will have that as an indication. That is a very clear indication that they are loading something on the header tanks. But obviously, I mean, maybe try it and see.
Yeah,
you're already tilting up.
Yeah,
you say worth the tilt.
You know me.
Yeah, why not?
Going full tilt.
Yeah, maybe we'll see something.
The sun glint is a little tough from this angle right now.
Yeah, you will see. You see where that tile, basically where the tiles end from the tip down. There's gonna be just a bit of frost right below that, and that's the only thing. Because obviously, if those tiles were not there, the whole tip of the nose cone will get frosty, just like in the old era of the SN8, SN9, whatever, right? But nowadays they have those tiles on, so there's no frost because there's no way for the humidity to go down there and form frost.
Yeah, it's insulated instead of it just being a stainless steel skin with the cryogenic on one side and the South Texas air on the other side. Those tiles actually act as a little bit of an insulator. Like you'd have I don't know, anybody got one of those stainless steel mugs and they got the insulator sprayed on the outside? Like the grippy stuff? Oh, hey, look, I found a vent.
Venting from the methane tank.
There's another vent. Nice.
And the FTS system.
Oh yeah, that's the FTS system on the right-hand side, isn't it?
The flight termination system?
Yes, the flight termination system. Thank you, Sawyer.
It terminates the flight termination system in the event that it shouldn't be used.
They needed something to terminate the flight termination system.
Terminator doesn't work.
I mean, technically, there are inhibitors to the flight termination system, so that would be the flight termination system.
Is that
discoloration? Yep.
Yes, it is.
Nice.
Frost is about to come in here.
Y'all talk. I need to wire this to present. Y'all talk.
Look how it appears. It's super cool. I mean,
thank you, Alex.
Without the pun, but no pun intended. But it's awesome.
I see the frost.
It's cool.
Oh yeah, it's definitely starting there.
Look
If
at that.
you look actually on the right side of the screen, you can even see it too from the far away view.
Yep.
That's beautiful. I almost feel like you can see the liquid, like the result of the liquid sloshing in the tank as it rushes it. I don't know. I'm probably reading way too far into it, but seeing this frost line grow is super exciting.
You talk about just the pattern of the frost line, the fact that it's not growing perfectly even.
Right. It almost looks like there's a very cold liquid sloshing inside a cylinder as it's filled rapidly from below. But maybe I'm just imagining things.
My guess would be the winds, like the prevailing winds that that's slightly cool one side, but you do have the big flap on that side. A lot of times we see inconsistent frosting because the wind blows on one side and then the other side it's not, but you don't really see it anywhere else. Maybe it's just not strong enough to show that yet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
I'm looking at the right-hand side, and it's so cool. Again, no pun intended, but it's just like it's cool.
No, I have to keep stopping myself from saying this looks cool because yeah, I'm really not intending a pun. It would have been said for the millionth time as a pun, but
I'll
no,
say it's
this
also
really
good.
looks amazing.
You
It
want to
looks
burn
awesome,
through the
I
fun
agree.
tokens? Go for it. They're not mine.
Someone pull up the synonym dictionary or something for cool and
Thesaurus.
awesome. And
Yeah.
Exactly.
Rad.
Everybody see the more, and like that's what you're talking about, right, Jack? Like there's slightly
Exactly.
more frost on the side.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Nice. Excellent. And then you don't see the
Yeah, this
frost
is
over on this side because there's the insulation there. The heat tiles are over on that side. So you see the stainless steel getting frosty here as the air for the humidity from the atmosphere freezes to the side of the tank. That's how cold that skin is. And on the other side, the tiles are not that same temperature. So you're not going to see the atmosphere freezing upon them.
But it is
Very
worth noting that that tank does go all the way around. That if there were no tiles, you would see the whole frost line all the way around.
Yes. Yes.
It's not like it's a half of a tank.
Exactly.
One of the things that I found out a while ago, it was actually one of our time lapses. We were, I think it was either ship 25 or ship 24 when it was being tested, and something in the way that the light was hitting the vehicle, it was weird because you could actually notice the feel of the propellant of the propellant tanks from the TPS side, just because of how different the colors and the glinting of the, like just from a secondary thing, not the actual frost. And by the way, speaking of frost, you can see there frost on the methane tank of the ship.
Yes. Good
Also,
eye.
one
Look at
thing that I've
that.
noticed right now is the engine chill pipes are also now cooled and venting on the ship. Those two pipes that
Oh,
come
yeah.
down from the vehicle, the left one is for the engine chill, and it's frosty. You can see it's white.
Yeah, it's gotten white. That is a great observation. Remember when they were stacking it on this most recent stack and they were like trying to get that pipe lined up with the receptacle on the booster? That was pretty great.
Receptacle.
You're talking
Yeah.
about that line right there, right, Alex?
Exactly.
Yep.
And that line is actually showing a little bit of frost right now. No kidding.
Alex,
We
you
need to
said the one on the left.
Maybe if you
this
tilt
one is
down a bit, you will see the venting from it, because it connects to the booster. The booster has like an extension both on the hot staging ring and the booster itself, and then it vents out of it. Maybe.
There you go. Nope, you'll see it
Oh, look
right
at
there,
that.
Alex.
There you go.
got it.
There's the vent. Good call.
Look at that. So Alex, what is that line for again?
That is the engine chill. So right now it's mostly, I usually talk about it like when you open a bit the tap of your, of your sink a bit, and it drips a bit of water.
Right.
That is mostly how I imagine it right now. Whereas when you actually open it all the way and there's flow going out, that's when it's actually getting chilled down. The only thing is that this is right now connected to, the pipes that actually chill down the vehicle, the vehicle engines, and so what you see right now is just condensation as a result of that leaking out. Basically, it's a, I should call it like a leak on purpose, right? But when they actually go through and pump in that liquid oxygen and liquid methane, well, in this case it's only liquid oxygen, for this vent in particular. So when they pump liquid oxygen through to start that engine chill, you see a lot more activity there on those vents, and that's when it's actually like at full power, and
Yep.
that is when it is actually at full engine chill and proper engine chill.
Nice. So everybody, like, pardon my perspective here, but remember you have like Raptor guts in here, and you have Raptor engine bells here, and there's a vent, and not to scale or anything, there's a vent coming out of that, and then that ends up in this line that you can see, and it comes down the side of the booster, and then it exits right there. And those are two different parts. Remember, these can disconnect right across there. So when they stack it, these lines have to line up so that the venting for the chill from the engine, not venting really, but the chill from the engine can end up down there past the booster. Did I get all that right, Alex?
Yeah, only that the engine is a little bit higher.
Yeah,
Or, well, at least
I didn't quite
at
draw
least
it right.
for the
Yeah.
for the vacuum engines. But yeah, the center engines, you're probably about right. The vacuum engines are a little bit higher because they
I
are
was like,
directly mounted on the dome.
Oh, it's a circle like that, and then there's engines in here, and then there's a bell like in that sort of area, and then the frost line, and there's a dome. Like, okay, I wasn't trying to like X-ray the thing.
I mean, that was remarkably good. That was very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of
I
times
I
when you
think the
see them
viewers
doing
got the
the
point.
when you see
Yeah.
them doing the lift and you see them kind of twisting it a little bit left and
Yep,
right,
Yep.
that's part of the alignment process. Isn't just the pins and everything, but also lines like that.
Good deal. It really, I mean, so much of what we see during tests, especially like this, is thermal conditioning, you know? The OLM vent, the tower vent, the tank farm chilling down, the Pope vent. A lot of this stuff is just getting things to the appropriate temperature that they can handle the cryogenic liquids that they need to handle. And this little engine chill pipe thing is right there with it. Thermal shock bad, I think is safe to say.
I remember when I was writing a script and I was talking about cold bits. The cold bits need to get cold before you start flowing more cold bits. I think it was for a Starbase out there or something, and I think it was you, Jack, and you were like, "I'm not gonna say this."
Old bits.
Yeah,
Cold
the
bits gotta get
bits
cold.
need to be right. Yeah.
It's a similar principle to pointy end up, flimmy end down. It's cold bits cold, hot bits hot. It's very important.
Locked.
You don't want your hot bits
Should
to
I
be
write
cold. You don't want your cold bits to be hot.
CH4.
Everybody know
Yeah.
CH4? Like if I write CH4, does everybody know what I mean when I say CH4?
Yeah, you mean methane.
Should I do like should I draw methane? Whoa, that's way too big to draw.
Oh
methane.
yeah, draw
Jeez.
methane. I
right.
challenge you to
As
draw
long as you
methane.
draw a smoked salmon underneath it, then we're good.
Hang on, you challenge me to draw a methane. Does it need to be 3D or 2D?
3D.
3D. That's
Oh
hard
my
to do.
gosh.
Because the atoms all or the electrons all want to spread out. So you have a carbon in the middle, and you're going to have a hydrogen on the top because CH4 is 1 carbon, 4 hydrogens, right? And you have a hydrogen up here. You're going to have a hydrogen coming off in this direction, a hydrogen there, and then one in the background actually that's going to end up back there. A little hard to draw, but they all want to be equidistant from each other, like spread out as if they're like. Well, they are basically repulsing each other, I guess. Technically, where their positions would be on average, I guess. And that is a methane. It's a carbon and 4 hydrogens. Did I say hydrogen or did I say something else? I hope I
It's
said it
hydrogen.
right.
Yes.
Anyways, they're hydrogens. CH4.
Tetrahedron.
Can you do a cubane? Do a cubane.
Bless you. One thing at a time, Jack. Jeez.
Can someone take the reins? I'll be right back.
Okay.
I didn't realize
Oh,
this
yeah.
stream had reins. I feel like we were kind of off the rails already, but yeah.
I don't know. I'm ready to get on the hat. Nah, I'm not gonna say because I was gonna make a horse joke, and this will blame me.
So I'll ask then, all these vents that we're hearing, are they from one particular spot all over the vehicle?
Well, that is a really great question because I was actually gonna talk about this in particular, which is we hear sounds, right? And some of them are the vents from the tank farm because the tank farm is right now super active, right? But also you will hear a lot of venting from the vehicles, from both the booster and the ship. And so what happens is that as you start to fill up these tanks, they need to vent because they get loaded with liquids, but then there's like the rest of the tank is not empty. There's a gas there. And so as you start loading more and more liquid, what happens is that you're compressing that gas, and so you're creating a lot more pressure inside of the tank, and that's not good when you reach a certain limit. So what they do is just they evacuate, they vent that gas as they keep loading. So you'll see these occasional vents from all 4 tanks and even maybe from the header tank on the ship as well. So you'll see those ventings from both the liquid oxygen tank of the booster, the methane tank on the booster, the liquid oxygen tank on the ship, the liquid methane tank on the ship as well, and maybe even the header tanks on the ship. So all 6 tanks that could be loaded today, that could be vented today, might vent. So if you see a vent that is not prolonged, it's just like a bit of venting, that is normal. They're keeping the pressures in check as they start loading those propellants.
And part of the wet dress rehearsal, for once it's completely full, is actually pressurizing these to a flight pressure, which is different from the current pressure that they're at in just ambient conditions, right?
Look at that. Just as I was saying, they're venting from the oxygen tank, and now it stopped. There's like a little vent from the right of the tower, because obviously that's like on the other side of the tower. That's where the booster and the ship are located. So you could see a little bit of a vent coming from the oxygen tank on the booster. But yeah.
So evening out that pressure. But again, the flight pressure is different from just this ambient loading up the tank pressure, correct?
Yeah, exactly. That'll be reached once they get to the point of like the final few minutes of the count. I'm not sure when that happens for the Starship, because I don't think for the first flight they released anything about it for the, like when they released this timeline. You know how SpaceX has their website, right? And they release timelines and things like that. For the first flight, they had like a countdown of when they load one vehicle, when they load the other, blah blah, right? But they didn't say when in the countdown that pressure to flight starts. For Falcon 9, it starts at about 1 minute before launch. So maybe Starship is about the same. We don't know. But definitely very, very close to T0. That's when they up the pressure on the tanks per flight.
Yeah, you'll hear us say it a lot of times, especially on all the Starlink launches that we do, that Falcon 9 is in startup and the tanks are then being pressurized to flight levels. So that's adding in that extra rigidity into the tanks themselves and the vehicle itself to help, yeah, again, just give it a little more support.
And another vent there again. One cool thing that we might see, and well, I say might, if we reach that point, we'll definitely see it, which is the vents on the methane tank of the booster, because they have been relocated. That's actually another thing that we mentioned on the changes video, which is they used to be sort of where you see the engine chill pipe, right? Where that ends, there were like four vents in the perimeter, more or less around the same angles between each other, like 90 degrees from each other. But now there are, instead, those 4 have been relocated up to right underneath the hot staging ring and right above the grid fins, more or less. It's a bit debatable, because depending on the perspective, it kind of looks like it is at the same height as the grid fins. But those are new. Those basically, it's a new change as well that they have introduced with Booster 9, and it is introduced on Booster 10, Booster 11. Those vehicles already have that change. We will see 2 of them from this perspective, from this camera. We'll see 2 of them coming from the right towards the tower, and then there's another 2 coming out of the tower. So they are more or less aligned with the orientation of the chines on the vehicle, for example, if you want to have an idea of what is the orientation. Whereas the other ones that I mentioned before, that were the previous methane tank vents, those are basically like 90 degrees apart. They are the same space apart. And this might sound very silly, like why do we even care about where the vents are located, right? But these vents are essentially the thrusters of this booster, because once it separates, it doesn't have like RCS thrusters or anything like it. The vents of the tanks are the actual thrusters of the vehicle. So knowing where they are located and things like that, it's actually important if you think about it, because that way you know what it'll use for maneuvering.
Right, and you can actually see, I think you can see one of them at least in that shot.
I was trying to get it close, so you might see what you were looking for. That's why I went full screen on that camera.
Appreciate it, Das.
I don't know if I went down low enough, because, you know.
No, the problem right now, it's not our camera, it's more like the booster itself, because the grid fin is in the way. So you wouldn't be able to see it. It's true that maybe from the other camera that we have from the windward side, it might see the other 2 from the other side, but I don't want to pressure you. to
You mean
capture them.
from Dune?
From June, yeah. We might
Oh,
see it, but again, I don't want to pressure you.
No
Maybe
pressure,
half.
just all the
I
pressure.
don't feel pressured, dude. I'm just hanging out, remotely controlling robotic cameras that are watching the world's largest rocket get filled with propellants. Like, I'm cool, man.
The only pressure is going on inside those tanks right now.
Thank you, Sawyer. Yes.
You're welcome.
It's not a bad way to spend a Tuesday. Pointing
really isn't.
cameras at the world's largest rocket getting filled with propellants. Kind of wild when you say it that way.
By the way, I do just
Oh,
want to follow
man.
up really quick before I hand it back to you, Jack. Related to the conversation that you missed, Alex, we have Daryl asking, do the vents have to be staggered, or can it vent from LOX and fuel, I'm guessing methane, at the same time?
I guess so. I don't think there's any reason why they will not be able to vent from both. But I don't know, to be honest.
But they typically don't, though.
Would we say that we're approaching half full?
Yeah, I will say so.
I don't know, it depends on if you're optimist or pessimist. It could also be half empty.
Technically, the top
fair.
of the tank is pressurized, so it's not empty. Jeez, Sawyer.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, halfway.
I had to. I couldn't resist.
No, it's fair. That is scientifically accurate.
The best kind of wait, that's not how it goes.
I'll take it. Wow. Okay, so we're 51 minutes behind on the members and super chats.
Wow.
As
Oh
we
my
continue
gosh.
to watch this thing get filled up, let me run through some of these. Like George, thanks for becoming a Padret member. Adam, thanks for grabbing stuff from the store and the kind words. Bunch of stuff from the store. Yvonne or Levon, thank you also for the store purchase. Shooting, thank you for the super chat. They say, thanks for the amazing stream, guys. How many successful Starship's flight do you think will happen? Oh, I lost it. Oh,
no.
I fumbled and clicked the wrong button. Dang it. Hang on, wait a second. I'll go back here. Go over here. You're hearing this live. I'm sorry. I want to get to the question. Where was it? Where is it? I don't know if I can find... Okay, what? Nope, that's not it. I'm
You
sorry.
trusted Jack with clicking the buttons.
I shouldn't have trusted myself with it is the answer. I can't get back to it. Dang it. Shoning, at me in chat and ask the question again, please. I'm sorry. Thank you for the support. Craig, thank you for the support. They loved the giraffe.
Here, I got it.
John Depp.
I've got the
Thank you.
from Shoning. It was thanks for the amazing content again, you guys. How many successful Starship test flights do you think will happen before a catch test with the chopsticks?
Ooh.
4. That's probably way too little. Doss, what do you think? You said ooh in an ominous way.
No, it's just a good question. Like, how many flights and how much experience do they want before they risk this infrastructure? You know?
Yeah, I would want as many as possible while still being expedient, right?
Yeah.
My joke answer, whenever someone says I have a question, I always answer 7, but legitimately, I think 7 to 10, somewhere in that range, is a safe bet.
Solid range. Yeah, that's a solid range. Alex, do you have any thoughts?
Can you repeat me the question, please? Because I was dealing with other stuff.
How many flights until you think they attempt a catch with the chopsticks?
Oh. I'm gonna say 10. It's a round number. I like it. I like
Good
round
answer.
numbers.
Justin
You know what
Wayne in
else
chat
is-
says enough.
You know what else is a solid range, by the way? Southern Polar Launch Corridor on the East Coast.
I'm muting Sawyer. I'm not even kidding. Here we go. I scroll
knew
down
you were
here.
gonna
I
mute him.
right-click that,
Wait,
and I mute
don't
him.
do that to me.
Best coast is the West Coast. All right, Craig, thank you for the $10 super chat. Full stack giraffe is adorable, but you guys are the real booster cuties. Aw, thank you, Craig.
Aw.
Aw.
John Depner? Oh, I have Sawyer muted, so I can't ask him how to pronounce. Sawyer, how do you say John's last name?
Depker, it was nice talking to you.
Depker. All right, cool. Thank you, John, once again for all the support. John says, here's to NSF CubeSat fun. I love it. Bindford, another name that pops up all the time. Hey, Bindford. These some of my faves on NSF. Jack, Sawyer, Dawson, Trevor. Missing a few others, but as a thank you, here's my mini gift for NSF. Quote, or parentheses, puns and bacon. Nice. Thank you so much,
Yay.
Bindford. Yeah, hooray! Jonathan, thanks for the support. They say, is liquid oxygen and methane actually wet? Oh, I feel like we're getting philosophical here. I would say yes. But
Just don't touch
is
it.
wet? Yeah, just don't touch it. Is wet something that is limited to just water, or is wet anything with any liquid that has been poured onto it?
Well, I mean, if it's a liquid, then technically it would have water in it. Although I guess in a liquid state, like if you have mercury in a liquid form.
Sean is saying just water.
I don't know, that's
I don't
almost
know.
like the same question of, because of the way molecules repel each other, am I actually sitting in the chair that I'm sitting in right now?
You're sitting in the chair. The question is, are you touching
Sitting,
the chair?
right. Am
You
I
know what I
touching
mean?
the chair? Yeah.
Are you touching
am
the
I
chair?
onto the chair versus in?
We're going to like degrade into, does water get things wet? Or
If
Can
a
water
vent
be
happens
wet?
in the woods and no one's around to hear it,
Oh my gosh. Good question from Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. Ron Smith, thanks for the support. They say DOS art is better than a professional graphics or AI. I'm inclined to agree, although both are good. When you started drawing on screen at the very first part of the stream, DOS, I was immediately enthralled. It's so enjoyable.
I do like it. I mean, we can spend a lot of time making these super awesome looking graphics, and we do that in advance. But times like this, it's just nice to be able to just draw on the screen. You know, we're not that high maintenance.
I was going to say that. I was going to say, don't tell that to Ryan, who helps with our graphics sometimes here.
No. Like, there's a place for both of them. Like, sometimes it's good to be able to bring up the camera feed. I can draw on any camera. Like, anything I can put on my screen, I can draw and pipe to y'all. But it's also nice to have, illustrations that don't have my handwriting on them, and they have a font that people can read.
Wait, now I want to challenge you.
Overlays with your handwriting, though. That's a thing that we can do.
You want a DOS font?
Actually,
I'm not saying you have to do this, but could you draw on a PDC feed?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything I can display on my monitor, I can draw and pipe back to you.
That's amazing. Neat.
I need to record you drawing a circle that I can use in my video editing now, because your circles are the best.
Times New Roman is now in shambles against the DAS font.
DOS New Roman?
The DOS font. DOS New Roman, I like it. I had to put some serifs
That's so
on
good.
it. Some little serifs on the ends.
Okay.
That's so good. The Nozzle gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you, The Nozzle. Sideshow Bob, thanks for 9 months as a Red Team member. They say, I love the shot of the full stack, Vent, and Sir Star of Hopper. I love that. Connor Allen, thanks for the support. So it might be a silly question, but what happens to the liquid fuel they end up not using for these wet dress rehearsals? It, as much as possible, gets tanked and detanked back into the orbital tank farm. I can talk. Right, Alex?
Yeah, like a huge majority of the liquid is just drained back into the ground tanks. Methane is the one that gets most, like it's the one that is, boy, what's the expression now? It's the one that is reused the most. There you go. Because
most
when
recoverable,
they drain it back, most recoverable, I guess, yeah.
Sure, that works.
Because when they drain it back, even the gas, when they remove it from the tank, that gas is then recondensed into a liquid. So even the boil off and things like that, it is they basically don't waste any of it, precisely because venting methane is not good for the environment and things like that. It is also very flammable, so you don't want that thing to be vented overboard, at least not on purpose.
That is why they have recondensers, so that they can try and recondense as much of it as
possible. Accidents happen. I think Jack knows about methane being close to
Stop it.
to flare stacks.
Stop it.
Should I roll the intro video real quick?
I was gonna say.
But yeah, sometimes a little bit of an accident may happen here and there, but the plan is for the methane to be recondensed back into the ground tanks, so it's mostly recovered. Now, the liquid oxygen is a little bit more lost. They can vent things here and there that do have oxygen on it, because it's not, it doesn't have the same problems as methane. So I've heard numbers here and there from other companies saying it's between 10, 15, 20% that they lose of liquid oxygen through boil off, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's made a tour a while back of ULA's places, so I don't know if they told him anything, or I don't know.
They had 2 flare stacks, didn't they, DOS? They had a hydrogen and a what was the other one? Methane.
Dude, where? Sorry.
At the Cape, when you went and saw ULA's facilities down there recently.
Oh yeah, there's actually even more flare stats. There's a couple shielded flare stacks because there's boil off
Drone.
sort of always. Oh, drone. Sorry. Yes, they did have multiple flare stacks though.
More flare stacks, more better. But not more methane, more better. That's the one situation where it doesn't hold. It looks like that drone is looking at the QD arm.
Well, it's trying to stay stable. Look at unless they're rocking the wings at us, like from earlier, but
it's probably staying stable in the wind there, and I bet you
Yeah.
the camera's inspecting something along the arm there.
Good deal. Markinson, thanks for the support. They say, is there a possibility they launch today if wet dress rehearsal is okay? No.
Definitely not.
not.
That's not a thing.
Thomas C, thanks for the support. They say, don't you think they haven't opened the chopsticks all the way for this wet dress like last time in case the hot stage ring fails and they can catch the ship? Oh, that's interesting. That would make sense.
Wouldn't have thought of it that way.
Last time, yeah, right, me either. For the previous wet dress rehearsal we saw with the other ship and booster, they did open up the chopsticks, at least briefly. So.
To the actual launch position, no?
Right, yes.
Unless
Maybe we'll
maybe
see
they
that
have
here.
it's more full.
What was that, Alex?
I don't think it will be able to close that fast to be able to catch the ship as the hot stage ring. Because if that thing fails structurally, that thing will fail rather quickly.
Yeah.
Hi, drone.
That's a
Hi.
D, by the way. It's not prone. It's a drone. Sorry.
It's a prone drone.
You're
I mean,
prone
it is
to-
technically
to-
flat, so
Yeah.
Thank
to
you.
write D is yeah, whatever.
John Wheeler becoming a Red Team member. Thank you, John. JC Davis with the super chat. They say, how come they didn't paint Ship 25 like they did Ship 24? Well, they did paint the livery on it, although one of them's kind of upside down, which is annoying, which is different than Ship 24. But I think they mean the black paint that sort of made the heat shield look a little bit more solid because it looked like there was more black than there actually was. I think that's what they're talking about. And I don't have any guesses as to why they didn't paint 25 like that.
well, why do you need to paint it when it gets all nice and frosty like this?
It's true. Jax, 9-month Red Team member. Thank you, Jax. They say looks cold. Anonymous. Happy birthday to my daughter Jana, who just
Shout out
turned
to
2 and
Jax.
loves Starship and Cybertruck. Awesome. Happy birthday. Yeah, and also hi to Jax. Is that Jax from Ring Watchers, Jax?
Yes, that's Jax from the Watchers.
What's up, Jax?
Nice. We love the Ring Watchers here.
They do such a good job, like tracking all the stuff that goes on in all the different locations and stuff. Like they really do a good job of tracking what's happening at Starbase.
Absolutely. One of my favorite things is when we'll post like the members' photos in the Discord, and then I immediately go to the Starship channel, and I'm like, "What's Jax gonna say? What's Alex gonna say? What's everybody like? What are we gonna be able to divine from these photos?" It's remarkably satisfying. So thank you, Anonymous, with some no, that's the same one, daughter Jana. Happy birthday, William. Getting something from the store. They say, "What's being vented during the chill/fill process? Are we seeing cold air escaping the tanks as they're filling?" Oh god, it went away. I lost it. I keep doing that. Okay, so what are we seeing? Like in this case, it's water vapor being pulled out of the air on the tank wall, right? But in terms of what's coming out of the tower vent and the OLM vent, that's nitrogen, right? Sawyer? Probably?
I believe that would be nitrogen. Again, it's the big thing is that, like we were just talking about, that as you fill it up with the propellants, oxidizers, things like that, there's still air inside that tank. There's still gas in there. So you need to kind of vent it out and purge it out to keep those pressures normalized. So that's the whole venting process.
That ship, if you look at it, one of the things is that the ship begins the last, but it is the first one to be fully loaded. And so you can see the methane tank looks about full right now on the ship, and the liquid oxygen is about 2/3 of the way, if my eye is not failing me. Basically, that is the one that actually gets filled first, and then once it is filled, then it takes it's like a handoff, and the booster finishes its own propellant load. Yeah, you can see there the methane tank is definitely fully loaded onto ship 25.
We need to upgrade your Mark 1 eyeballs to Mark 2 eyeballs, just saying.
Nice. You can tell because you can see the reinforcements there, like the welds and stuff that signify the transition from the methane tank to the payload area. Is that right, Alex?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're correct.
Nice.
Excellent.
I'm
Deplorables.
saying that it's the Zebra rocket.
It is very zebra-like, which goes with our giraffe motif.
Savannah theme today. Lion. We got hippos, actually. We got hippos. I don't know if
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Living
I'm
with
sensing a new merch design here somewhere.
The circle of life.
Nice. Like a herd of lifts, like aerial work platforms.
Elon goes to the top of the tower and holds Marvin the Martian, like, Anya, like, the sun rises. Anyways.
Just buy an Artemis shirt? Somebody just bought an Artemis shirt. Nice.
Wow.
Someone's
your
vibing
open
on
mind.
Artemis.
Yeah.
Woo! Texas Tank Watchers. That's
Like
an
some
oldie.
Classic.
Old school merch in there.
That's not even that is an old piece of merchandise, but also that's not even the original Tank Watchers shirt. I missed the original Tank Watchers shirt. We should reissue that at some point as a limited thing.
I still have my roadside rocket science shirt.
Heck yeah, that's a good one too. I still have my Mars sandals. I'm kidding. I never bought those.
What about the
People
Tank Watcher's
bought-
tank?
We used to have
I do have-
merch of Das Art. I remember that.
Yeah, that's true.
And I should
do
say
have the
tank as
tank
in
top.
tank top. Yeah.
I should be
Tank top.
wearing the tank top today as a commemoration, but I'm not.
Oh, God.
Texas Tank Watchers tank top to watch while tank
watching
watch.
tanks.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Watching
Yeah,
Texas
that was
tanks.
the best. Yes.
Tank top T to watch while watching Texas tank tops or something. I don't know.
It was something like that. Classic.
Look at the
Ryan
look
in
at the
chat.
lines there, Jack. The TPS tiles, and then the frost right up to the edge of the TPS tile. Like it looks like it's been painted white, like it's shuttled motif.
It's beautiful.
Isn't
It
it
really
shuttle?
is.
Shuttle? Thanks.
One
Good
thing
deal.
I would like to mention, if you look at the clock, it's been about 1 hour and 5 minutes since they started the propellant load. So we should probably be like 30 minutes away from that end of the propellant load, thereabouts.
Sweet. Deplorables is saying, I hope there's a thermal curtain failure, which is a reference I get because Sean was yelling at me yesterday for not getting it. Das, I know you get this one, right?
Thermal curtain failure? I don't know that one off the top of my head.
Space Camp. I didn't know it either.
Ah, that would be why.
It's a classic.
You could have gone with like
Echo.
popcorn from the space laser.
Yes,
would've got that. I
yeah.
would've
That's
got
more.
Space
That's
Camp.
more my speed.
That's more my
That's
speed.
more
yeah.
my speed. Yeah. Oh man. Or the freezing the hallway with the liquid nitrogen. Classic.
Yeah.
Or putting the car in the. Anyways. Oh God, why is that movie so good? Echo Deal. Thank you for the support. They say, help, I'm trapped in a pun token factory. RC Horseman, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Justin Wayne, thank you so much for the 32 months of Capcom membership. Anonymous says, payday, screaming cat face, and bought 2 things from the store. Thank you for that. They got the calendars. Nice.
Nice.
Music Duck. Music Duck says, do you think one ring is enough space for hot staging with the current power Starship engines have? Ooh, this is a good one. Who wants to go first here? Because I have thoughts,
go.
but
My answer is there's only one way to find out. Launch it.
I mean,
send it.
honestly,
Come on, eat it.
good answer. I do think there are other ways, like you could probably do some tests or some simulations, but point taken. And we will find out. Sawyer, what do you think?
Oh, Sawyer isn't on.
Oh,
right
he's
now.
muted.
Yeah.
What do you think, Das? As we watch this super frosty ship get all venti and frosty and everything we wanted to see today.
I don't buy that flying it is the only way that you could test the hot staging ring. Clearly it's been engineered. Clearly they can run fluid flow dynamics and they know the rate of propellant coming out and the reaction, everything that gets generated, right? They could model that all day long. But I am not going to buy that flight is the only way they could test the hot staging ring. I could see the creation of a test stand, maybe at McGregor, that fires a Raptor at the hot staging ring. I don't know that they would do that, right? But I could envision a test stand that would test that, like an enclosed space above, an enclosed space below, and the reinforcements and the gaps on the side. Even if it was horizontal, and even if you just fired one Raptor, you could do it. But I think that would be more work than just flying it and testing it while it's flying. Assuming you can get to that stage where you actually are able to light the engines and pressurize the internal space between the top of the booster and the bottom of the ship, where it's going to actually need to escape via the holes in the side of the hot stage ring. I think there are other ways they could test it, but the simplest way to test it is to put it in the air and turn on the engines. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's still, again, testable, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
We've seen, I mean, they have a suborbital test pad there. They've tested the ships before for other items, so why not just stick a hot stage ring on top of the orbital or the suborbital test stand, stick the ship on top, and just let it do a static fire, basically.
Yeah, because a ship that goes on a suborbital stand already has to attach to the top of a booster, so the mount points that it have to be somewhat similar to that, right?
Exactly.
I know there's some differences where it's not just clamping in, there's bolting and that sort of stuff, right? But it already has to match. Like, by definition, the stand has to match the booster. And so you could put a hot stage ring on a suborbital test stand, and the thing that wouldn't match up is the propellant lines, right? Because then the ship would be higher on the suborbital stand, and you'd have to modify all the propellant lines so that they lined up with the ship that was sitting on top of a hot stage ring. But there's no reason beyond that you wouldn't be able to, that I'm aware of, launch or test a hot stage ring on the suborbital farm to see what happens. Now, I don't know if that's a great idea, but it would be possible. It would be awesome to see.
Yeah. Again, not saying that's a good way to do it, just saying it's a way to do it.
Yeah.
So I made a little bit of math here because I was curious. And I was talking before about the rates at which these tanks are loaded. And they load about 4,600 tons of propellant in about 90 minutes, about an hour and a half, right? That turns out to be 51 tons per minute, which it's a little bit under 1 ton per second. Like, that's a lot.
That's a lot of flow.
That's a ton of fuel every second. That's a ton.
Well, it will be about 850, but yeah, sure, 850 kilograms per second. Which is a lot. I mean, that's what, in 4 seconds you get the mass of a Cybertruck? Every 4 seconds they're loading the same amount of mass as a Cybertruck.
It's actually a good comparison, because it used to be that, all the shuttle flights and everything would be compared how much fuel they're using to draining an Olympic-sized swimming pool. I like Cybertruck better.
The other tanks on the ship are also probably already under load, because I think it is about T-minus 20 minutes or so when they start the loading. And it's very short, because they hold about, I think the methane one is about 6 tons, and the oxygen helo tank, I think it's about 15 to 20 tons. It's not a lot that they hold. It's very, very fast that they are able to load those.
I thought I'd inspect for you real quick, Alex.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
see
yeah,
any
yeah.
frost lines up there when
Yeah.
you were tilting up.
It's also complicated, so like it's not really easy. But if we see any some sort of venting from them, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
know if I need to hop a camera up there again.
Plus, as you can see from this, you can see a little bit of venting that comes off right at the edge of where the tiles meet the bare metal. So you'd be able to see a little bit of that from the header tank.
If I were to guess, we're probably 20 minutes away from the end of the propellant load.
Like from it being totally full, as much propellant as they put into it?
Yeah, that is my guess, based at least because this is following pretty much the same sequence as the first flight when they were doing, both the wet dress rehearsal and when they also did the 2 attempts for launch. It pretty much followed the same pattern. Now the liquid oxygen tank on the ship, ship 25, is going to be fully complete, and then it's going to be the turn for the booster methane tank, and then the booster liquid oxygen tank. So that's sort of the sequence of when they load things.
If y'all want me to put different cameras on screen, like, holler out. Feel free to just say out loud, like, hey, can we look at this real quick? I'm just looking around right now as I sit here and hang out.
Gary the Grackle. Oh, no, wait, you mean things on the vehicle. Gotcha.
Yes, no.
I'm really
no Gary
curious.
Grackle.
I'm really curious how those new vents will look like, because we've seen them, but we haven't. I don't remember them seeing, venting with a fully loaded methane tank. I might be totally forgetting something here, but I do not remember
with the-
those.
Yeah, not with the new vents, I don't believe. We've seen
Exactly,
partial,
this-
but not full.
Which
I
vents,
saw
Alex?
the new vents right underneath the hot seat ring, the new methane tank vents. Because I saw them venting on Sunday, but it was like, the methane tank on the booster was not even close to what it is right now, even less fully loaded.
And these are the
So,
ones
yeah.
that we can't see great from this angle because they're on
Yeah.
the left-hand side of the booster from this
Oh,
perspective.
speaking of the grid fins.
Woo! Look at that. That was cool.
That's cool.
Random
That's
grid fin
really
test
cool.
there.
Now, wait, they may move more.
Yeah, that was just one direction.
It just
It's-
waved hi to us. Hi.
It almost looked like they were initializing, like they were going to the known position like our cameras do when we boot them up.
Oh, engine chill.
Oh,
And the
Engine
engine
chill
chill,
from
look at
the-
that.
there it is at the base of the
From
rocket
ship.
there.
And now it looks like it is for real. So you can see right where the engine chill is located to the right. There's some kind of square with a circle inside.
Yep.
That is the old methane tank vent. And there's
Well,
another
makes-
one also on the left.
Well, you can clearly see that vent that's going there, though, at the moment. But that's from that pipe at the top, correct?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
engine
that is-
chill.
That is the engine chill. That is
Yep.
from the ship, rather than the booster.
This is what you're talking about, right, Alex? Like this one right here and that one right there. Those are the old
Yeah.
vents you're talking about.
Those are the older ones. I don't know if they still use them though, even because technically they might still be in check. Like they might still be workable. I don't really know. I don't understand about valves or anything like it. But we know that they have at least relocated. Like the new ones are up there, and again, booster 10, booster 11, they all have those new vents. In fact, you can see the new vents on the aerial views that we have on booster 11, because there's a picture that Jack took of booster 11 from right up top, and you can see those 4 vents coming out of the top of the top bulkhead of the tank and going out to those, like the pipes for those vents coming out.
Would those be ones
Yeah, I
that are
gotta say-
closed and open to act as kind of the inflate cold gas thrusters?
Yeah, it's basically the thrusters of the vehicle.
Good deal. Shooting that image in particular was really fun because we were at like a high bank rate. If it had been a commercial airliner, it probably would have been like bank angle. That was good stuff. That was good stuff.
I can imagine. One guess that I have is that maybe the extra mass of the hot staging ring moves the center of gravity or whatever, and so they need the the tank vents a little bit higher up, but I don't really know, to be honest.
Makes sense. It's just so neat to see this thing get so frosty, so filled with propellants. It gives you an idea of what it'll look like on launch day. It gives us an idea of what the propellant loading process is like. I mean, we have some idea, but a full wet dress rehearsal is relatively rare so far in all of the tests that we've seen.
Very
So,
true.
Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Holy cow. I'm just like staring at this thing. You gotta talk, Jack. You gotta say words. Well, let's see here. Shouting, again, saying if it takes 10 flights before they risk the tower, do they sacrifice those boosters and ships to the ocean? Do they start recovering? If so, how? Recovery vessel? Or some sort of pad landing? I think you just sacrifice them to good old Poseidon.
I mean, they're already planning for this one to do a boost, or at least they did for the first flight in their list, to do the boost back burn and then have it go into the water near Starbase, but in the Gulf of Mexico. So, I mean, it's already something we've seen them plan to do. So I could see that being the case. And isn't that what Falcon 9 did, too? They started with the soft landings in the water first before risking the drone ships, even though they still ended up damaging the deck.
Yeah, Sawyer, that's exactly right. All right, well, I'm going to go eat lunch. I might be back a little bit later, but taking my place is good old Ian Atkinson. Ian, what's up?
Hey, Jack, glad to be here. It's been a hot minute since I've been on an NSF stream, but what a stream to come back to. This is some pretty exciting events here, so go enjoy your lunch, Jack. I'll try to take over the reins here, and let's see some Starship, or let's continue to see some Starship testing this afternoon. Have a good one, Jack. All right, so diving back in, looks like we are getting really well into this wet dress rehearsal. We have a lot of super chats here in the queue. I just want to really quickly run through some of them. Festizo here saying, fun fact is today in 1946, a V-2 rocket launched from White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico, getting the first picture of Earth from space. Very cool fact, and thank you for the support, Festizo. We appreciate that. Some gifted memberships from Colin. Colin has gifted 1 Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Colin. Marco has also gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you to the both of you. Mr. One Wolf gifting 20 Red Team memberships, an insane number. Thank you so much for that support there. We're seeing a lot of venting here. Sawyer, we're approaching full on the propellant loading here, right? How has the countdown been here today so far? It's been pretty smooth, as expected. How's SpaceX really getting in their timing here on these testing?
I mean, so far it's pretty smooth. Again, given how rarely we see these full wet dress rehearsals, it's kind of difficult to get the exact timing of they're exactly where they need to be. Things are going slower or faster, but up to this current point, it appears as if everything has been going to plan. We saw all of the lines chilling down earlier for the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane. We saw all of the venting at the base of the orbital launch mount as well as on the tower prior to the loading of the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane on both the booster and the ship, which you can see that are getting close to complete. And a reminder, of those 2 lines there that you see of the giant white frost on the outside, the bottommost one on both the ship and booster is the liquid oxygen, the topmost one is the liquid methane.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that little overview there, Sawyer. Alex, I'm going to toss this question over to you. Robert here is asking, how many seconds are left until firing the engines during this wet dress rehearsal? Are we going to see an engine firing today? And if so, or if not, why not?
Well, we don't expect an engine firing on today's test. It is merely just a wet dress rehearsal where they basically proceed with the countdown operations. They load the propellants, but they do not fire the engines. Now, it will be a very big surprise if they do, though, and a welcome one. There's actually a what is that? Star Wars or Star Trek reference? I don't know. Star Wars reference, I guess. But yeah, it's not expected, but if it happens, we wouldn't complain, obviously. Yeah, other than that, if they were actually going for a launch, I will guess that we will be somewhere around 15 minutes from such a thing. if it were to be a launch, but obviously we're not seeing a launch today. And yeah, so far so good. They have already loaded propellant onto the ship. The methane tank is completely full. The liquid oxygen tank looks to also be pretty much full on ship 25. And right now we're awaiting the methane load to be completed on the booster, which is going to be the next tank to be fully loaded. And then the last tank will be the liquid oxygen tank on the booster.
A reminder, during these wet dress rehearsals, they are essentially going through an entire launch countdown up until a certain point. So typically with these you won't see any actual engines fire up. You may see them start to chill, but you won't see engines fire up. You won't see, likely, the daily use system fire up. It's mainly just get the vehicle filled and basically see how well the vehicle performs, how the ground support equipment performs, along those lines.
I think I'm seeing the header tanks vent on the ship.
I was about to say, it looks like there might be something coming up there. It may just be a bit of sun reflection, but looks a little bright up there at the top of the ship.
I don't know if we can tilt up a little bit and see, but yeah.
Yeah, give us a little moment here.
Because the main tanks are the ones that are filled first, and then they proceed with the header tanks.
Yes. Thank you for the overview there, Alex and Sawyer. So you would say, based on the propellant loading right now, we are getting pretty deep into this quote-unquote countdown, you would say?
Yeah, we're very, very close to... Obviously, when they're doing a wet dress rehearsal, they don't have a...
There we go. We can see some venting from the header tanks there. I don't see any frost up there just yet, but that venting...
There's a little bit.
It's very hard.
A little bit to the top left of it.
Yeah, and it's, again, as I was saying before, it's very hard because you have a lot of the TPS tiles there, the thermal protection system, and so that basically acts like an insulator. And
there, now you
can
also
see the line. You can see also venting from the flaps that also have some of the some of the systems that are also related with the header tank vents as well. So
awesome.
Yeah, definitely a lot of there you can see the venting that I mentioned before. Everything venting right now.
I was actually going to mention that earlier. I loved the shot that we had there of the interstage, just all of the different plumes interacting with each other, the wind pushing them around. It is a beautiful sight to see a vehicle fully loaded with propellant. Not only just for visuals, but also because, we're seeing some great testing. SpaceX is getting some incredible data here today. Very exciting to see this. One of the last major milestones before launch, right? Because they've done the static fire, the booster of the ship. They've done the stacking tests, obviously. They've done cryogenic proofing. The wet dress rehearsal is kind of the last major test, unless they choose to redo some testing later on. But this is a great milestone here, isn't it, Alex? Like, obviously, we don't know the exact status of the FAA and the Fish and Wildlife Services permits, but this is a great indication from the hardware side that we are technically getting close to flight readiness, would you say?
Yeah, indeed. And as I was mentioning before, obviously there's not a T0 per se because there's not a launch, but they have to work as if they were actually launching, right? So there's obviously a test T0 for today, and my guess is that maybe they are targeting maybe the top of the hour, maybe 3:05 p.m. or thereabouts. That could be my guess, at least for this, because again we are right in the home stretch here of the propellant load. The methane tank on the booster, you can see it's almost fully loaded. The liquid oxygen tank on the booster is just a tiny bit, maybe a couple of rings from being fully loaded, and yeah, definitely very, very close to the end of the countdown today.
Beautiful. And of course, we've had a ton of incredible support coming in through the stream. Thank you to everyone who supported us, from the store to super chats to memberships. I just want to read through some real quick before we get to kind of the pinnacle of this testing today. Mitchell here with a storm message saying, loving this full stack wet dress rehearsal. Absolutely. It's so great to see some major testing back here. Eric Frazier is celebrating a 22-month Capscom membership milestone. That's saying, celebrating nearly 2 years of tank watching, you guys are the best. And saying some things I disagree with. West Coast, best coast, I disagree with that. But we appreciate your opinion, Eric. Or I'm sure you would agree with me.
Oh, I've already given Jack heck for that, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Joe Pibble here with a 12-month Red Team membership milestone saying, go for launch. Not quite yet, but I like your enthusiasm, Joe, and thank you for that year of support. Pete Budd here with a $2 super chat simply saying, great coverage. Thank you very much, Pete. We appreciate that. John Doker, a regular here, saying, thanks to Alex for answering my question before they even got to ask it. About the amount and weight of the fuel, we all rock. Well, thank you very much, John. You rock
There
too.
you go.
Get some nice pan shots or tilt shots here. Sorry, Jack's going to kill me. Of the of the ship going down to the interstage. It's such a dynamic environment, and I think that's why I like it. There's so many things that have to work together here. There's so much going on, and you can visually see the progress of it. It is what an incredible sight this really is.
This is the pinnacle of what looks like sci-fi when you think about it, right there, with all of just the venting and the ice, and we had the grid fins actually moving a little bit. That's just, yeah.
This feels like the future that was promised after the Apollo program that we never quite got. And looking at that hot stage ring there, you can see there's kind of some gaps in there. That's where the engine plumes from the ship are going to shoot through. Sawyer, Matt here is asking, the hot stage ring, how does it compare to the rest of the booster? Really happy?
I am having a hard time hearing your question over the loud vent. Holy cow, that is loud.
Whew,
there we go.
Thank you. So Sawyer, Matt here is asking, the hot stage ring looks like a weak point. How does it compare to the rest of the booster with all the holes in it? Is it really a weak point?
I mean, they do the exact same testing as they've done for all the other boosters and everything. We've seen them tested over at Massey's for its structural integrity. So, I mean, it's always going to be slightly weaker when you have holes like that, but not dramatic enough. And again, this isn't the first vehicle that's ever had a hot stage area for it. There are plenty of other vehicles that do hot staging. So it's going to be an interesting test just to see how well it holds up and how well the top of the booster holds up to the Raptor engines. But it's not necessarily a structural weak point when you compare everything on the vehicle.
Gotcha. Good point there, Sawyer. And yeah, obviously it can't be a weak point because it's on the vehicle. If you specifically engineer a weak point in, that's some pretty bad engineering there, and SpaceX does not do bad engineering. Real quickly, going back to some of the support we've been getting, a €2 super chat from...
The tower vent is on, so that means the propeller load is now finished on Ship 25.
Excellent.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful.
And Alex, you are kind of one of our resident Falcon 9 experts here. That's kind of their equivalent to the T-minus 20-minute vent-ish, just clearing out all the propellant lines, except you're not really doing it for Stage 2 load, you're doing it because you just finished Stage 2 load.
Exactly. This is actually what they do at T-minus 1.5 minutes with Falcon 9, where you see that big vent coming from the Stromback as they basically clear out the lines, because now they are in the case of Falcon 9, they will be ready for launch, and so they're like, okay, well, we'll drain back all of that residuals are in the lines so that, when the Falcon 9 lifts off, it doesn't really burn off all of that. So here you can see a similar thing with a tower vent. They drain back all of the stuff in the propellant lines and purge them in order to be able to have clean lines. You can see there on the left-hand side, I will call that fully loaded. That methane tank is fully loaded.
I would agree.
And again, a reminder, when you save... I'll wait for the vents.
We're at least very, very close. I'm still seeing some activity on the methane subcoolers, so probably there's still like a little bit to go to finish. So once they actually stop the methane load, then we'll see those methane subcoolers stop. But otherwise, I will call it pretty much almost complete.
And I want to specify, when you say 1.5 minutes, that's just for Falcon 9. That is not for Starship.
Exactly.
So it's not like we're 1.5 minutes from what would be a T0 in this test.
Exactly. For Starship, it happens about 4 or 5 minutes before the potential T0. And we're not on a launch today. It is a wet dress, but they need to work down to a imaginary T0, right? Because obviously, what else? It's a launch rehearsal, right? So they need to imagine also a potential T0 they're working on. My guess it's maybe the top of the hour, maybe 5 minutes past the top of the hour. We'll see.
Essentially, it's a launch countdown with a built-in scrub.
Yeah, well put.
Because then after that, part of the process and part of the testing they're doing isn't just filling up the vehicle with all of its propellants and fuels and everything. Part of it is then holding it at that point, keeping the pressures, checking all of that, and the actual detanking and recondensing is another part of the test.
I'm going to wait for the venting to stop, but I have a question that plays off that, Sawyer.
Uh-oh.
So Chris W here asks, I'm actually going to take this over to you, Sawyer.
Oh.
What's that?
up?
The OLM vent is back, so that means
Oh.
propellant load is now complete on the booster.
Awesome.
Or at least the liquid oxygen side. I still see the methane subcoolers active. I don't know if they're still... Oh, never mind. They just stopped.
They just stopped there. Yep.
Propellant load is now complete on the booster as well. We're basically in the last few minutes of that simulated countdown for today's wet dress rehearsal.
Beautiful. Looks like that waterfall's... Oh, maybe the wind is just taking it. It looked like it was tapering off for a second. But Sawyer, as you said, we're coming up to the end of the wet dress rehearsal, and we're going to get into detanking eventually. We're getting near to, if not have passed, that sort of floating T0 they have, that soft T0. But Chris W here is asking, roughly how long does it take to detank from a wet dress rehearsal? Is it kind of the whole operation in reverse again, or does it really depend?
I mean, it kind of depends. From what it seems like, it's about the same-ish as loading it, but it can be a little bit quicker, right?
What
do you see, Alex?
I've heard the usual vent that we hear when they are close to a T0.
And it looks like the engine chill is happening right now. There's some light venting coming from the engines there. Of course, as we said before, we do not anticipate. In fact, there's not going to be an engine test today. Those do not occur during wet dress rehearsals. They are just chilling the engines because that's what you do during a normal launch countdown. They are simulating as much of a launch as they can before igniting the engines. So that engine chill there is normal, but not indicative of any engine testing today.
Yeah, they've been with that engine chill vent for a while. And one thing to look out for now, because right now we are on the last few seconds, maybe even, because one of the things that they have with the countdown of Starship is they have a T-minus 40-second hold in the count. So it could be very likely that they are right now in that hold, because that is pretty much at the end of that countdown. And maybe they release that hold and then go into, the final few seconds. And the final few seconds are fire system, maybe even deluge. Who knows, right? So all eyes here on this Orion launch mount, because any moment they could just fire, the Fire X. Not the engines, that's not what we're looking for, but it will be a very nice surprise, I'd say. But yeah, the Fire X system might spool up. Maybe even the deluge system might be a bonus as well here. But definitely all eyes here, because that's sort of the ticket price right now, I will say.
And it seems like that sort of T-minus 40-second hold came right about the top of the hour at about 3 o'clock Central there.
And Alex, once again, you've answered people's questions before they ask them. Everyone in chat has been asking, will we be seeing Fire X? Will we be seeing the deluge plate activate? So we're riding alongside you.
Yeah, exactly. We're here looking and see what happens, and definitely could be any second now. There's a vent in particular that activates once they release that hold, and I'm listening for it, but I thought I heard it before. That's why I was like, ooh, that vent, but it was actually something else. But there's a vent that is very characteristic of them releasing that hold in the count. Or they could even have released that hold, then have a hold later down the count. I don't know, like, I'm just second-hand guessing here, but yeah.
Gotcha.
It's very amazing right now, the point that we are right now.
And again, at this point, we're basing this all of what we've seen off of the past, in particular, especially with 7 and 24. We haven't really seen this type of wet dress rehearsal in a while for Ship 25 and Booster 9. So we're going off of estimated times, knowing that things may change ever so slightly.
Question here from DBDO2 real quick asking, I'm going to send this to you, Alex. Are they going to be chilling down the engines on the ship today as part of this test, or is that something that occurs during flight?
They are in fact chilling them down right now as we speak, because they have these pipes that stick out and basically chill down the engines, and that pipes that stick out are basically emitting the subproducts of that liquid oxygen turning into gas, and then you need to release it, and so that's what those pipes are for. They're on the sides of the vehicle, and they come down to the booster, and the booster has like the end of those pipes.
Cool.
But yeah.
And this actually kind of brings up a question that I've been wondering, and it's something that we're going to have to wait and see about. But I wonder if now that they're integrating the hot stage ring in the booster, something that happened long after the design of Ship 25 and Booster 9 were initially finished, I wonder if having that hot stage ring, they'll eventually remove those vents and just have the engines chill directly into the interstage. Then we'd see, the light venting coming out of the hot stage ring itself. I wonder if we'll begin to see some hot stage ring, centric changes in that way on later ships.
Potentially could be, but again, they may find that this is such, a simpler, easier way to do it.
Yeah.
It's basically just holes in the side of the tank, essentially, that they can control, which you can see some of it right now.
Exactly. You can actually see some of that venting coming out. The problem is right now the booster methane tank is completely frosted over, so right now it's really complicated to actually see those vents from the engine chill pipes.
Exactly. Real quick, we mentioned that they're going to be, eventually detanking the ship over the coming, hours. Sawyer, do we know what percentage of the propellant can be reused and salvaged after a wet dress rehearsal? We know they have the recondenser system in place to kind of salvage and recool some of that propellant. Do we know a percentage or like a rough estimate on most of the propellant can be saved, some of it, anything like that?
In terms of what they can get back, the most commodity that they get back, I believe, is the methane. I think they can get about 80 to 90% of that back, whereas the liquid oxygen, I believe, is somewhere between 50 to 70% that they're able to reclaim. And then obviously the liquid nitrogen that they use for portions of it, those are essentially gone. But it's a decent amount gets recycled.
Glad to hear it, because we've been seeing over the past few weeks, and of course in the weeks before the first integrated flight test, so many trucks coming up, and that's caused a lot of traffic issues. Of course, it takes a lot of time to get that done, so recycling and reusing your propellant in that way is huge benefit to logistics.
One thing I would like to point out related with sort of the potential of a fire system test or a deluge system test or something like it, we saw during the January wet dress rehearsal test, obviously they didn't have the deluge plate back then, but they did have the fire system, right? And one of the things that happened is that the propellant load ended, and they didn't test the fire system until like 10 minutes later. So, because they probably held the count at that T-minus 40-second hold point for a while. So it could be that today is the case, or it could be that they just don't fire it, the fire system at all. But definitely something interesting to keep in mind here, because it might be now within like within the next 40 seconds, or it might be in 10 minutes. It could be very, very a very varying time here.
Decent vent coming there from the OLM, Alex. Is that just normal?
Yes, that is completely normal. Once they stop the propeller load, they have these sort of vents here and there on the OLM, and in fact, if they were to the E-tank to drain back the propellants, you will actually not see the OLM vents going on, because basically if they're draining back, the OLM vent is just basically like a hole in the fill and drain valve, in the fill and drain line, excuse me. And so if you open it, like right now, when they are draining back, then you're basically releasing that oxygen. You're basically just wasting it completely. And there's about 3,000 tons of liquid oxygen on that booster, more or less. So you don't want to waste all of that.
And I do want to point out, when you were talking about the Fire-X, we have seen the Fire-X already tested earlier when they were loading early on.
Exactly.
Ooh, big tower vent coming there. Kind of lines up with that OLM waterfall vent we saw just a few seconds ago. Oh, real quickly, while we're waiting for any conclusion of the test today, Alex, I'm going to send this question over to you. Everyday Space Nerd here is asking, will they do a full stack static fire? Are they going to do any booster engine testing with the ship on top? Have we seen any of that yet?
Well, it is not expected, but again, I mean, the surprise will be very welcomed.
What a shot there. I love the backlighting on the plumes there, especially the tower plume.
Absolutely beautiful. But yeah, again, we haven't ever seen them do a static fire with a full stack. We've only seen the booster static fire and the ship static fire separately. We've never seen a full stack static fire, because I guess technically the only case would be the actual liftoff on the first integrated flight test.
I mean, if you think about it, the integrated flight tests are a full stack static fire. If everything looks good, you release it from the launch pad. If it doesn't, you shut the engines down and you have a successful static fire.
I mean, you're not wrong there.
I mean, I feel like Elon Musk has said that that's kind of their mantra for the flight attempts on these boosters. It's just like, we're going to do a static fire. If it goes really well, it leaves the pad. But if not, we shut it down and just check everything over. I believe he said something like that, and I think that's kind of a good way to phrase it.
I think that honestly is kind of a good way to phrase it. And it's also why it's interesting that they ended up doing this full wet dress rehearsal. As I was mentioning earlier in the stream, we were talking months ago of, maybe they just totally skipped the wet dress rehearsal on their testing line and just go for the launch attempt. And like you said, if it doesn't launch, then it's a free wet dress rehearsal. But here we are today with what is a fully fueled Starship.
I feel like they're using this time that they have while they're waiting for the certification and the regulations to kind of come up to speed with them. They're just using it to just do some last checks. They have this time. They have the propellant in the tank farm. Let's just make sure everything's operating, gives a little bit better chances of launching on the first attempt, which is kind of what all this testing is. It's to work out the kinks, work out your bugs and your problems before launch day, so you know how to address them on launch day, so you have a higher chance of getting off the pad on your first attempt.
Right, I see no negatives to doing this test today.
Exactly. They're getting a ton of information on how the whole system works together. They've done so much work on the propellant farm, on the pad systems, on the vehicles overall over the past few months, especially between the first and second flights, that it's great to get this data ahead of time to make sure you dotted your I's and crossed your T's and you did all your homework correctly.
People asking in chat for fire eggs.
Yeah.
One thing that I will also point out, we might even get some testing of the purge vents, because they have that fire suppression system for the booster now revamped and like 15 times more capable, or whatever they want to mention it, right? So we might have that as well. On Sunday we had tests of that system, right? So why not? And
You're
that was
talking
a
about the one up
partial
near the
test.
hot stage ring, not the ones in the chines, right?
No, I'm talking about the one here on the engine section.
Oh,
Yes,
got
with
it.
the carbon dioxide tanks that we've seen.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, those vents.
There we go. Yeah, we see some minor venting from there. Again,
Oh, look at that.
gorgeous shot with all like little
Nice.
ice particles falling. It looks like it's snowing on a hot Texas day.
Very artsy.
It's something, that's for sure.
By the way, we have a bunch of people asking, what is the Fire X system? Alex, do you want to just briefly explain that?
Yeah, so the fire X system is basically the way of the launch pad to avoid what we saw with Booster 7 a while, like pretty much the first engine test that we saw with Booster 7 went very sideways, and basically what happened is that they were venting out methane and oxygen right underneath of the overall launch mount, and it was very concentrated in methane and air, and like the oxygen. Basically what happened is that wait, is that the vent that I'm waiting for? I heard a vent.
That was
Yeah,
a
that
little
was
puff there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if it's
There
the
it goes
one
again.
that I'm waiting for.
I feel like we're going to see the waterfall and tower event shut off very soon then, if that was it.
So yeah, it just basically keeps away the methane and the oxygen. It replaces it with nitrogen. And, well, the oxygen is now routed away, which is good. And the methane is kept away as well by replacing it with, it's called displacement. So it is displaced by nitrogen in that fire system, and then the water is also, it avoids fires as well. So it avoids, fire and detonation. So it is a fire and detonation system, whatever fire X.
So the Fire X is basically, is that nitrogen or CO2?
Is nitrogen. It is, I call it bubbly water because it's water with nitrogen.
Basically a way to help inert any other gases that might be
Exactly.
there underneath that aren't supposed to.
And that is for the launch pad. So the booster itself has 2 tanks of CO2, and basically that CO2 is then pushed through the engine cavities, and there are vents, 18 vents on the engine section that help basically.
Waterfall and
out
power
that.
vents have stopped, or at least mostly.
Yeah. So that is basically the fire suppression system, the booster's own fire extinguisher system, to avoid any fires on the engine section, like Wall-E, basically.
I mean, Booster 7 will tell you that fire in your engine section not optimal. The N1 will tell you the same thing as well.
Oh, jeez.
Ugh. But yeah, it looks like they have stopped the major ground system venting there.
Which could potentially indicate that they might be doing some quick testing. It might be resuming a fake countdown in a way.
Yeah, potentially.
Again, with a wet dress rehearsal, you don't get a liftoff, you typically don't get an engine firing, but there is essentially a T0 that they target, but will intentionally hold the count before they reach it.
Now, real quick, while we got a moment here, Alex, I have a quick question for you from Everyday Space Nerd, asking, could they test the hot stage ring by firing the ship while it's on the booster? Do you think they could do that? I've seen that question floating around a lot.
Yeah. I don't think it will be a really good test. Not the same conditions. Whether they will want to do it, I mean, go ahead, wreck the booster if you want on the on the launch pad while what it's holding, I don't know, like 3,400 tons of propellant on it. So yeah, go ahead, do it. Let's see what happens.
Not to mention the quick disconnect arm is directly in the line of fire of the hot stage ring. So
what's the worst that could happen?
It's, hey, reusable ship, expendable launch infrastructure. Now again, we're standing by, hoping to see potentially some Fire X or Deluge action here. We saw the ground venting has stopped, so potentially maybe we could see some action on that end, but we're going to stand by and see here.
Yeah, we could also be already in detanking mode. We don't really know until we see some of that frost receding and things like that. Then that's when we will be, sure that they are actually detanking. But again, for the wet dress rehearsal that they did with the first full stack, they did a Fire X test a few minutes after the simulated T0. So hey, you never know, right? So that's what we're looking for here, that maybe we'll get something like it. That's our hope, at least. Wouldn't hurt, right?
And part of the test also could be just to see how the tanks hold, because again, this is the first time you get them all fully fueled up as if it was a launch day, and if there is a hold that you need to call on a launch day, I mean, they have long windows, so maybe just see how well the infrastructure holds with these super cool propellants in it.
Yeah, in fact, I think that was one of the test objectives for one of the SLS wet dress rehearsals, but they never actually got to that because they never got to the point of just holding the T0.
Yeah, and they
scrubbing.
And they end up running into that same issue on one of their launch attempts, but that's another story.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So yeah, but it's definitely nice to, figure out, okay, well, we're holding here, right? Like that could be one of the points as well of one of these tests, where they just hold the propellants for a bit.
It appeared from the last view that part of the frost line was receding. It looked a little melty, but
let's see. Oh, tower vents coming back online.
Yeah, see,
you are right, Sawyer.
Yeah, it's like a teardrop almost in the methane tank on the booster there.
Yep. Looks like the tank farm up there is kind of spooling up a little bit, or maybe that's just continuous venting from earlier. That still looks pretty solid.
Yeah,
Maybe-
from that angle, the only gaps that you see is where the vents are.
Yeah.
Which you can see
Interesting.
the old vents as well going there too. I know we were discussing that earlier, Alex.
Hmm.
And that straight pipe there coming down, that is for the ship engines?
Yep, the engine chill vent.
Awesome.
It's
That's why
really. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that's why they have to be super careful when they actually mate the ship to the boosters, that there's a line on the booster and a line on the ship, and they have to line up exactly to connect them.
Yeah, exactly. That's precisely what I was gonna mention. That they have that's actually the extension of the engine chill pipe, because they have the original engine chill pipe comes out from the engine section on the ship, and then there's like an extension on the hot staging ring, and then the hot staging ring connects to another extension on the booster. So it's like the extension of the extension.
And again, this is why I'm wondering if eventually they're just going to have the engines vent straight into the hot stage ring, because you have that gap there. You can get your kind of vented propellant out of there. You don't need to have all these complicated tubing here. But again, we're seeing some kind of residual venting here as expected. I don't see that frost line necessarily going down. Like you mentioned, Sawyer, they could be doing kind of a simulated long duration hold to see how long they could keep these propellants in the tanks for before they begin to, boil off in too much capacity.
I wonder if we have the alien back.
Oh boy, the Mr. Burns alien. For those unaware, during the most recent test that they did,
There.
yeah, you could see during the detanking what appeared to be the alien version of Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. So that was our reference. I believe there was a tweet of it from the official NASA spaceflight account.
Nice.
That had a great comparison here.
Love that. Now again, all that ground venting is coming back, and it's curious, this kind of area that we're in right now. Are they in a hold? Are they beginning detanking? What exactly is happening? And that, unfortunately, that's where we kind of are, oblivious to. We don't have insight into SpaceX's test countdowns, unfortunately, so we kind of have to just see things as they happen. I'm sure all of us here would love to have that little, be able to tune into the test countdown, but unfortunately, not available.
Right.
Real quick,
Yeah,
Wally. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, there may be an internal control feed as they discuss the testing, but it's not released publicly. And as much information as we tend to get, they don't have an inside phone line that they can call up Chris B and say, hey, here's what's going on, tell your commentators, although I wish they did.
That'd be a great little phone. Real quick, while we're waiting for the next major action, I want to run through some super chats. We have some building up here, and I want to make sure these people understand how much this support really means to us. More fear here. Almost 2 years with 23 months of a Capcom membership milestone. Thank you very much, Morphew, for that support, and almost 2 years, that is a lot of support. We genuinely appreciate that. Oystein here with a 37-month, just over 3 years launch director member milestone. That's an incredible amount of support. Thank you so much, Oystein. We really appreciate that, and they're saying thank you for another great stream. Keep it up. Oystein here has gifted 20 Red Team memberships as well. They are paying it forward now too. Thank you so much for that. And anyone who did get a gifted membership from Oystein, be sure to thank them in chat. Daniel Zussman here with loud venting.
That's just the full stack saying thank you as well.
Yep, thank you, Full Stack. We appreciate your support here too. We couldn't be here without you. There you go. Thank you. Michael here with a store message saying, watching the wet dress rehearsal while working 9 to 5. Very nice there. Thank you for that pun.
What a way to make a living.
Daniel Zussman here with a $25 super chat saying, never gets old. I wonder how much all that frost weighs. Give me a shout if you ever need electronics repaired. Love you guys. Well, thank you very much, Daniel. And that ice there has to weigh a few tons across the whole vehicle, but thankfully a lot of it does break away right at engine ignition. That vibration is intense, and it just shatters all that ice, or at least a lot of that ice off of the vehicle. So thankfully not too much of a concern on that front. Getting some huge venting from the tower and OLM here, definitely in waterfall mode. We'll have to keep our eyes out on the vehicle to see if there's any frost lines going down in the coming minutes here. To Infinity and Beyond has upgraded their membership to Red Team. Thank you very much for that. John Doper has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you once again for that, John. We appreciate that. As well as Coco Kotz has also gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you to all of you.
I see people in chat saying that the drone might be back out.
Let's see. I do not see the drone, but it could just be my eyes failing me.
The good and bad of it being a beautiful sunny day is you have to fight through the sun.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't see the drone. Of course, it would make sense to have the drone out there, get some up-close shots from, different vantage points, and also to get some really cool camera angles for videos and pictures for Twitter.
Or X.
Oh, my bad, for X.
Yeah, it's gone now. We'll have to see if it flies back into frame.
Awesome. We have a $2 super chat from Blushy Boys here saying, "Hi, Space Nerds." Hi, Blushy Boy. Thank you very much for that. Justin Waters has passed a 14-month PadRat member milestone saying, "You guys rock. Thanks for all the knowledge. You rock, Justin." Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. $10 super chat from Joe here saying, "Big vents, are we in stable replenish now?" Ooh, we're getting pretty back into the queue here, but yes, it did look like we were in replenish there a few minutes ago when you sent this. Thank you for that, Joe. John Kevin Raimundo with a 2-month Red Team member milestone. Thank you very much for that support, John. Welcome on board to memberships, and we hope to see you for months, if not years to come. Renato here has passed a 15-month Red Team membership milestone, saying thanks for all the great work. Thank you, Renato, for your support. And Brett here with a 3-month Red Team membership milestone, saying grateful for all the gifted memberships. Absolutely. It's been a tough year. Thanks, guys.
Fire X. Fire X.
Oh.
Maybe?
Yep.
Yep. Well, little firing of the Fire X there. No sign of the deluge plate, but still a very nice shot there. Now, do you guys think that that marks our sort of simulated T0 here, or do you think that was just tacked on at the end of the test here?
That is probably the simulated T0. I actually heard the vent, but I didn't say anything because I have been a bit crazy the last few minutes, thinking that all of the vents are the actual vents. But then I heard the vent.
That sounded very different.
Exactly, because I heard the actual vent that I usually try to listen to for these kinds of tests of when they fire the Fire X, and so it's like, is that really it? And then I saw part of that trickle of water coming out. I'm like, oh yeah, it's the Fire X.
That's why you just heard me shout, "Fire X, Fire X!"
Yep.
Yeah.
I looked up, I'm like, oh, there it goes. That's awesome to see, though. So yeah, it looks like we've passed the T0 of the test today. So next thing we're going to need to look out for is detanking. And like Sawyer and Alex have been mentioning over the past few minutes, we're going to start to notice the frost lines on the vehicle begin to go down and melt. You'll kind of notice some kind of water streams going down the side of the vehicle as that frost line melts, and that'll be an indicator that we're getting into detanking. So that's coming up in the next few minutes. We're going to have to stand by for that, but
Yeah, the vehicle
People
crying
saying
just like
they're
us that we
max
don't
gear
have an
now.
actual flight.
it's like, I want to fly today. I'm fully loaded.
But yeah, and also I think it's worth pointing out that from the tests that we've seen in the past of the deluge system and of the static fires, they typically do the Fire X first, then the deluge, then the engines. So based off of when they called the quote-unquote scrub / end of test, it doesn't seem that they got to the point where they would have needed to activate the new deluge system, the plate underneath. So maybe the reason why we didn't see that is based off of where they called the testing in the timeline would be prior to that startup.
Good point, Sawyer. Now, again, we see some venting still from the vehicle. Of course, they want to manage the pressure in the tanks. You still have active pressure in the vehicle. The test may be technically past the T0 right now, but you still need to manage all the pressure. So we're going to see some venting from the vehicle. Eventually, they're going to depressurize it after they're done with propellant detanking, but that's all coming up in the next few minutes, if not hours.
You expect a lot more loud vents.
Yes. Very loud and energetic vents for sure. Now, again, something really neat that it always boggles my mind how creative this is that, Sawyer, some of the vents for the booster and the ship are actually their RCS. They're kind of hybrids. Like, you both vent your tanks, but you also use that tank vent to reorient the booster and the ship while they're coasting. Is that correct?
Exactly. You get certain vehicles, like even the crew and cargo dragons, that use a special type of propellant where it's basically two chemicals that the second they touch each other, they instantly ignite, and that's how you get your thrust while you're flying or up in space. Whereas these, it's literally just you release pressure from inside the tanks out of specific vents. And that is how they basically steer the vehicle, using the gas. Kind of like that.
Yeah. You can see some venting from the header tank up there. I think we could see a slight frost line right at the base of the topmost tiles.
That's
Maybe.
a depress vent, because I'm seeing
Yep.
all 6 tanks. Because it's the main tanks on both vehicles and also the header tanks are venting. So I don't even know if people are able to hear us.
Should be able to now. Oh.
Uh-oh, bug
oh
attack.
no! Take it over.
Ah! A giant spider is eating Starship. There we go. You see some of the header tank vents there. Those are bringing them down from the relatively higher flight pressures to just, I guess you could call it a structural necessity flight pressure, or structural necessity pressure.
Or ambient pressure.
Yeah, maybe all the way down to ambient too.
Yeah, again, there is still going to be constant changes in pressure because it was pressurized up to flight levels as part of the test. So they're going to have to depress that a little bit, so you'll get the depress vents. And then again, as the fuel starts draining out and they try and reclaim as much of it as they can, you're going to get that pressure change once more, so you'll get a lot of different vents. So expect to hear a lot of those all the way through detanking.
And Sawyer, the flight pressure on Starship is around 5 to 6 bar, is that correct? I believe I've heard that before.
I'm not sure personally of the exact number. I don't know if Alex knows it more precise.
What again?
The flight pressure?
Flight pressure.
I think
believe
it's about 5 to 6 bar.
Yeah, about 5. And for those who aren't aware, 5 to 6 bar means 5 to 6 atmospheric pressures. So the pressure you're feeling right now multiplied by 5 or 6 is roughly what we believe to be the internal flight tank pressure. And of course, that is to add extra structural rigidity to the vehicle. When you're flying through flight, you have a lot of pressure, it's a very dynamic environment, so you want your vehicle to be rigid and strong. And one of the ways to do that is to pressurize your tanks, kind of like how you can stand on a full soda can full of soda. But once you open that can and release that pressure, that can crumbles under the slightest pressure.
Oh, that's why my shoes keep getting sticky. Got it.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who routinely stands on soda cans just for fun, but...
I mean, I don't, but...
Oh.
I trust you.
Now, once again, for anyone just joining in, we seem to have passed the simulated T0 of today's test. Of course, that is not the end of today's activities, not even in the slightest. We still have vehicle detanking, which is a very dynamic and loud and energetic process. Well, hopefully not too energetic, but slightly energetic. And we're going to be keeping our eyes out over the coming minutes for the start of that detanking.
In the meantime, if you're still just waiting for the detanking, maybe this has got you all excited for the second integrated flight test of Starship. Maybe you want to grab a patch or a mug or something from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Just throwing that out there. Subtle plug.
Fair.
Oh, speaking of, there it is.
Oh, very, very well. Now, SpaceX is preparing for the second integrated flight test today by doing some wet dress rehearsals. You can prepare for the second flight test of Starship by ordering our Starship Orbital Flight Test 2 patch, designed by Pauline Acklin, one of our designers here at NSF. And I gotta say, I may be biased because I do love this patch, but she absolutely knocked it out of the park, much like she did on the first patch. I have both of them on my wall actually right now, and wow, I love the level of detail in here. The dynamic stitching that was used as well to give it some literal texture, but also some physical texture, or some, I guess, visual texture. Beautiful shot there. Of course, we have many other types of orbital flight test and Starship merch throughout the store. We have some metal prints. We have some shirts, stickers, water bottles, pillows, mouse pads. So many metal prints from the first flight as well. There's something there for everyone. Once again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There's some amazing things in there. And not only do you get some amazing metal prints or shirts or patches, but it's a great way to support the work that we do here and help us to get these robotic cameras like you can see on your right. Hardware is not free, data is not free, and people's times are not free. So every bit of support really helps to make these live streams as good as they can be. And I am so excited for the second flight test. One of the main reasons is because I can't wait to see all of our camera views, from the things that we learned for the first flight to our hardware upgrades that we've done, our software upgrades. It's going to be an amazing time. So be sure to stay tuned, hit that subscribe button. I feel like I just lost a portion of my soul for saying that, but thank you everyone for your support. Smash that like button, hit that bell.
As Crispy said, maybe a little too on the nose on that transition there.
Nice. All right. So now looking back at our full stack here, seem to be still holding a little bit. I don't believe they started detanking yet. I don't think we have any up-close shots right now around the top of the methane tank, but we're going to keep our eyes on that for sure. Going back to some super chats while we have a second here, continuing with what Brett was saying, it's been a tough year, and thanks to the NSF and the community for providing views and getting them through the summer. Well, Brett, I hope things are looking better for you, and we're glad that we can provide at least a little bit of comfort there during some tough times. Thank you for the support. James here with a $5 super chat saying, thank you all for your membership. DOS art is great. Absolutely. I love some DOS art. Unfortunately, I'm not DOS, so I can't draw on the screen, but thank you, DOS, for your art skills. Roland Hines has given one Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Roland. We appreciate that. And Vlex with a 38-month launch director member milestone. Incredible amount of support there. Thank you for over 3 years, Vlex, saying thank you for the amazing coverage as always. Well, thank you. Mr. Space Repair as well saying thank you for the coverage with their 4-month PadRat member milestone. Thank you for that. Damien's SN with an 8-month Red Team membership milestone saying thank you, or saying hello from Ireland, love the shows. Hello, Damien in Ireland. I have some Irish ancestry, but I don't think that really is relevant here, but thank you, Damien. Blackjack here with a 17-month Capcom milestone. Thank you very much for your support, Blackjack, for 17 months now. Looking back at the ship here, I feel like I'm seeing the frost line go down on the oxygen tank there on the booster.
Yeah,
in the
you
shadow.
towards the top.
Yeah, it looks like the frost line's beginning to melt there in the shadow.
So, I did a thing. I don't know if I can...
What thing did you do, Alex?
Thing.
Yeah, so I actually, because Sawyer's theory of them stopping the Fire-X when the deluge should come out, I think he's right. I actually took out some notes of when things happened.
Oh boy.
So I have the times here. So, you know, when that vent happens, the one that we were mentioning before that has a characteristic sound to it, right? And you can actually see it if you look at the right position, at the right location. So that is the vent down, and if you remember from the first flight, that occurs right when you release the T-minus 40 second hold. So right when you hear it, that is T-minus 40 seconds. And the Fire-X comes at T-minus 29 seconds or so. It's just a trickle, and then it starts up at full power at around T-minus 21, 22 seconds. So I actually look at the times of when these things happened, and so the vent down, that vent happened at 3:24 and 12 seconds PM Central. Then 11 seconds later was when the FireX trickle started, and then the FireX was fully activated 8 seconds later. So it pretty much happened right when things should happen, and the FireX died off at the T-minus 8-second mark. At the, relative to, if the vent down is the T-minus 40-second mark, right? That FireX system died off at the T-minus 8-second mark. And at T-minus 7 seconds, that's when the deluge system starts up. You see these sort of like jets of water shooting out from one of the deluge pipes and everything. And at 5 seconds before launch, then the water comes out of the plate. Full pressure is achieved at T-minus 3 seconds, which is right when the engines ignite. And so that theory that the fire system stopped right when the deluge will have come up, I think you're right, because the timings pretty much match what we have seen, during the test that we saw on Sunday, that we saw on the on the static fire test on August. So I'd say you're right, but we'll see.
Can someone please clip that for history's sake?
I love some Alex speculation. But yeah, good analysis there, Alex.
Yeah.
I saw some people here. Oh, there we go. There's an indication that we're into detanking right now. Look at the frost line melting there. You can see some streaks of water going down there. Definitely looks like we're starting to lose some propellant. I guess not lose some propellant. We're starting to detank some propellant. This is not a bad thing. This is very, very good.
Well, except for Crispy, who wanted a deluge test, but yes.
True. I actually saw some people in chat, and I think this may be kind of an interesting lead, but because the deluge plate is being investigated by the Fish and Wildlife Services now, because you're releasing literally tons of water, basically directly into the wetlands there. So they're kind of investigating it to make sure that there's no pollutants in there. It's a manageable amount of water. There's no environmental damage. I'm wondering if that's the reason why they didn't go with a deluge test today, because they're not certified.
On Sunday.
Well, there we go. I stand corrected. Thank you for that, Alex. Can't believe I missed that. But yeah, we could see some depressurization there. I believe that's on the top of the LOX tank on the booster. So good to see that we are into propellant unloading now. Real quick, we have a 25-month PadRat member milestone from Claire Louise, saying, keep up the amazing work, guys. Thank you. We appreciate those words of confidence there and the support. I apologize if I mispronounced his name, but Bowdy Vision, with a 20-month PadRat member milestone, saying thank you for all the info and the answers. Thank you for your support. We appreciate that. Grisu here with an 8-month launch director member milestone. A lot of support there, saying love the work you guys are doing. Your enthusiasm is infectious. Well, hope we don't get you too sick, but glad to see that it is infectious.
Oh, it is. Trust me, it's very infectious, and once you catch it, it's hard to get rid of. 49 rocket launches and counting.
Well, I am getting over a cold, so I'm sorry that I'm still infectious right now, but David Graper here with a 10 gifted Red Team memberships. A lot of support there. Thank you, David, for giving back and paying forward to the community. Todd here with a $20 super chat, saying thanks so much again for an entertaining day. We're glad that you found some entertainment through this, and thank you to everyone for sticking through here. We're glad that this is entertaining and informative to all of you, and thank you for all sticking around as always.
And I do want to point something out here. A couple things, actually.
Let's point them out, Slayer.
First, this detanking is part of the test. So this isn't just, it's all gone, it's over, goodbye. No, this is part of the testing too, is detanking, reclaiming everything, making sure they can still manage all the pressures and everything like that. And as we've seen in the past, they still, on occasion, will throw in some random surprise testing when we think they're done, like Sunday with the deluge test. So you never fully know. But again, this is still technically an active
Gotcha. That's a good point, Sawyer. Yeah, we still have we're only halfway done here, really. We've got the vehicle tanked, they did the FireX test, and now we need to detank, get all the propellants out into the tank farm. That is another test in and of itself, because now you have to spin the pumps in reverse to get the propellants out of the vehicle. But yeah, still a major, major portion of the test is left here today. Real quick, No Hubbub here with a $5 tip saying, love your coverage, thanks. And thank you for the tip there. Once again, tips.nasaspaceflight.com is a direct contribution to NASA Spaceflight. Don't need to go through YouTube or anything like that. It's a great way to just directly support us, and we appreciate that incredibly. So thank you very much, No Hubbub, for using tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Brent here with a store message saying they picked up their swag. It's an early Christmas gift. Well, Merry early Christmas, Brent. We appreciate that. Looks like they ordered the calendar. Very nice. Love to see that. And Anonymous here with a store message. We were discussing the patch earlier, and they were saying IFT2 has not happened yet because they did not get the patch until now. Well, now we know that hopefully we can expect a launch soon. Thank you to whoever picked up that patch, and get yours today to ensure that IFT2 lifts off as soon as possible.
Disclaimer, we cannot guarantee that buying a patch will lift off.
No guarantee. NASAspaceflight.com, not responsible for launch delays. Thank you very much for that support, though, as well. Robert Blake here with another store message as well, simply saying, let's go. Awesome work. Thank you very much for that, Robert, and we can see that you picked up the Tesla Cybertruck metal print. And I gotta say, that is an amazing shot that Sean got. What a crazy, crazy sight that was. So thank you for supporting us through that metal print there. Anonymous here with a store message saying, restocking their wardrobe. Don't tell the missus. We won't. Lips are sealed. But thank you for the support on the store there. I see they got the retro Starbase shirt, one of our very unique designs for sure. Mika here with a 10-month Capcom member milestone saying, thank you for spreading this awesomeness around the world. It feels like we're there from across the ocean. Greetings from a truck driver in the Netherlands. Keep up the amazing work. And one of the great parts of, doing the live streams like this is seeing how diverse your audience is from not just all over the US, but all over the world. And thank you, Mika, for saying that, because it's so cool to see how people just from across the world can just come together to get excited about one topic. It's very kind of motivating to see this. Let's see. I'm looking through the questions in chat here submitted. Scott Grizz here saying, no launch, this is depressing. Thank you for that, Scott. We appreciate that pun there.
That's a good one.
I think that's a pretty good one.
Pun token.
Yep. I don't know if Scott used a pun token or how it works for viewer submissions. I don't think we have that law written out yet. Let's see. Question here from Pico Planet here. I'm actually going to toss this to you, Alex, because I feel like we've had some developments or undevelopments, I guess, on this. They're asking, do they have any on-site generation of liquid nitrogen or propellants at the Boca Chica site? So, Alex, do they?
Boy.
Or what's happening there? Because I know there's a whole story.
Yeah, so they put up a plant for that. They even had their own sort of air separation unit and everything that could take, it will take the air and then take nitrogen and oxygen and argon. But things happen, right? And so it seems like they have removed a lot of the equipment. The tower is still there. You can see right next to the black part of that big big crane there with the red and black parts. Basically, the black part to the right, you see one white tower. That is the air separation unit that they have for that. But all of the other ground support equipment for that plant is already gone. And so we don't really know what's going to happen with it, whether they're going to be, moving it elsewhere or they're going to be putting it there again, but later. We don't really know, right? And so it seems like they just have changed plans and changed focus. Because, I understand them, right? Because right now it's more like, let's get this thing up and then we'll figure out, a way of saving in, producing our own propellant and things like that.
Exactly, and I think that's actually kind of an example of how, with the Starship program, SpaceX has kind of spread itself a little too thin in some areas. Elon Musk has even said back in 2019, if anyone was following Starship back then, when they had the competing Florida versus Texas Starship design programs, he said they were kind of spreading a little too thin there. So it kind of feels like that may have been one of the areas where they're like, hey, this will be great in the future, But right now, we just need a flying vehicle. Then we can work on making it, cheaper propellants, quicker propellants, and more environmentally sustainable propellants. It seems like that's kind of their priority now, and it really makes sense. You can't make sustainable propellants or your own propellants if you don't have a launch vehicle launching that needs those propellants. So it makes sense. It's probably something we'll see return again someday, either here in Boca Chica or out in Florida. But, it's something we'll have to keep our eyes on over the coming months and years to see if they kind of revisit that idea. Let's see. I'm going to send this question off to you, Sawyer. I know we don't know exact numbers, but any rough estimates on how heavy does Starship and Super Heavy get when they're fully fueled? What's the kind of wet mass of these vehicles?
Logan, well muted?
Oh, I may have to talk.
Yep.
Alex, do you want to? There we go.
Sorry, I was apparently muted during that.
It happens to the best of us, Sawyer.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking tons of fuel. I believe that when wet, it has a wet mass of about 5,000 tons, if I recall correctly. So, yeah that's a lot.
That's very, very heavy for sure. I mean, Starship's setting records in multiple ways, of course, in like thrust and height and all that. This vehicle is just mind-bogglingly huge in every dimension. Thank you for that, Sawyer. That's crazy just how much this thing weighs. Let's see. Super chat here from John Dopeker with a $10 super chat saying, since it's almost time for supper here at our house, they just want to give another thanks and a shout out to their little one, Victoria, who's been watching on the TV in the house. She's a bit under the weather. Well, first off, Victoria, I hope you feel better. Sad to hear that you were sick, but thank you for watching, John and family, and we wish you all the best and have a great rest of your night. Thank you for being a very much regular in these streams, and all the best to Victoria. Jake Broom here with a 6-month Capcom membership milestone saying fantastic coverage as usual. Keep up the great work. Can't wait for the launch, and we'll be viewing from here in the UK. So thank you very much for that half a year of Capcom membership. We hope that you've enjoyed all the perks that come alongside of it, Jake. Of course, the membership Discord, the behind-the-scenes videos, and the extra content that the members get. Quite a lot of perks there. Thank you, Jake. And Thomas Ray with 39 months, over 3 years of Capcom membership, saying, spending their 67th birthday checking in on the wet dress rehearsal with their Tank Watcher bros. Well, happy 67th birthday, Thomas, 67 years young. Hope it's a great one. Hope you've been having a great day. And thank you for over 3 years of support. And Neil Anderson here with a 26 Red Team membership milestone, saying 3 years. I think I may have wanted to say 2 years there, but still, that's a ton of support. Thank you, Neil or Nile. I apologize if I mispronounced that one there, but thank you for that support. We really appreciate all of that.
Well, I mean, they're 10 months away, so it's close.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with celebrating a bit early. And looking up the ship here, quite a bit of progress there on the detanking. The frost line is continuing to melt away. It's a bit tough to estimate the exact propellant load in there because the frost line is very dynamic, but yeah, it definitely looks like we are detanking propellants. Again, we're not yet done with today's test. This is still an active, floated vehicle on the launch pad, and we need to make sure that this thing gets emptied over the next hour or two. So,
and reminder, Sunday they were mid detank, and all of a sudden we got ourselves a deluge test.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anything can happen. Like we mentioned, Chris B is really aching for that deluge test, and I really hope that we do see one. All right, real quickly. Brad here, kind of a bit of a speculation time on our part, but asking, I want to just real quick ask this to you, Alex and Sawyer. Alex, do you think this is the last time that we'll see Booster 9 and Ship 25 fully, or at least some way, frosty before launch day? Do you feel like this is kind of it? In your personal opinion.
Good question. Maybe it will be the last time until we have an actual launch attempt, which is interesting to think about, right? Because think about it. This is like the next time we see this, it's gonna be a launch attempt.
Yeah.
It's been like what, 6 months since the last one? There's not a lot of rockets out there that they can say, hey, my second launch was about 6 to 7 months after the first. There's not a lot of rockets out there that that will be able to say that, right? Falcon 9 was June to December, so it was about 6-7 months as well. I think maybe Atlas, but other than that, it's not very usual. Like these things happen. Like there's gaps, wider gaps here. I think the
Gotcha.
shuttle might have also been 6 months, maybe 7 in that case, because I think it was April 81 and then November 81. I think that might be the case. But yeah, 6-7 months. That is really up there with the best of the best turnarounds for the first few flights of a vehicle.
Definitely. And real quickly, Sawyer, do you think this is the last time that we'll see them frosty?
I hope so. By the way, Alex, you were correct. STS-2 was November of 81, and the first flight was April 12th of 81. It was actually it was April 12th, and I believe it was actually also November 12th. So exact on that one. But yeah, I'm hoping this is the last time. I know SpaceX wants to get this thing off the ground. At this point, as we saw during the first test, the last major testing that they did was the wet dress rehearsal, and then they said, okay, let's go ahead and do this. So I'm hoping that means that this is the same thing, that this is the final big test of these two vehicles, and then the next one will be a launch attempt.
Awesome. And Sawyer, I understand that we're going to be rotating you out. You've been on stream for a hot minute. So first off, thank you very much for being on today. Always a pleasure to be co-hosting a stream alongside of you. Thank you for hopping on, Sawyer.
Ian, it was actually great to be on the air with you again. I know Alex, I've seen you for a bunch of the Starlink ones, but regardless, for all these Starship ones, it feels nice to be among some of the greatest people in the business and the biggest experts on the biggest rocket on the planet right now. So thanks for having me on with you. I feel humbled.
I say the same thing right back to you, Sawyer. Have a great rest of your day and stay awesome. I don't know.
I don't know. It's a cool sign off. I like it.
Yeah, I guess so. And subbing in for Sawyer, actually kind of taking the reins from me as host, we have my good buddy, Jack Byer. Jack, how we doing out there today? How was lunch?
Give me them reins. Lunch was good. Thank you for giving me a break there so I could grab some food. I see we are into detanking with the Starship here, but you know, it doesn't necessarily mean things are over for today. They do have a road closure till 8 p.m. That's 4 more hours to go. So we might see some other testing happen. We already saw those 2 different FireX tests and a bunch of other stuff. I've been watching while I ate, so I don't need a recap. Although if you want to give me a recap, you can.
Yeah, I mean, we saw propellant loading. It looked like they went into a bit of a either planned or, unplanned hold as they worked through some kinks. We saw the FireX test, which may or may not have been a simulated T0. We have not seen a deluge test yet. We're unsure if they're going to do that one today or not. We have seen them do them kind of later in a later in a test countdown. So we're going to keep our eyes out in case there is a deluge test. But now we are getting into detanking, of course, the second half of today's test, which, as you said, is not over yet. We have to get these propellants out of the vehicle, and that's where we are now, Jack.
One
Good
thing
deal. Awesome.
One of the things that I actually mentioned sort of like way back in the beginning probably of the commentary was that we got a bit trolled on Sunday because it looked like they had finished all of the testing, and like everything pointed out to, it was already fully detanked and everything, and then suddenly they start loading again. They did FireX, they did deluge test. It was crazy. They even did the fire suppression system on the booster, the fire extinguisher, basically, as I call it. So yeah, they tested everything on Sunday, minus getting the whole thing fully frosted and everything like today. So who knows? Maybe we see more testing today.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
There's
fingers
a lot
crossed.
of things to test, definitely.
We only saw the grid fins do that one little sort of mini wiggle, right? We didn't get a whole lot of grid fin action. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
That was super nice because we were actually looking at that part of the vehicle.
Right. We didn't have to scramble to get a view of it. Oh yeah, now we're gonna go back. Hooray!
Oh, going up. Ooh. Oh, look at that frost line coming down on the methane. Awesome.
And there's those grid fins.
I love those grid fins because those are powered by Tesla, I believe Tesla Model 3 motors, like the exact same motors used on a Tesla Model 3 you can go out and purchase right now. Same thing as the flaps. The flaps are each powered by 2 Model 3 motors, and I just love how these things are so huge that you need the drivetrain of literally the drivetrain of cars to power these. It blows my mind, and I just love to just reiterate that fact that these things are powered by the same electric motors that are in some of the most powerful electric cars out there. End rant.
Pretty neat. No, good rant. Good rant. Let's do some more questions as we hope to see some more testing here, or just wait to see what's happening. And I'm really enjoying the frost flaking off the ship and booster. It just looks so cool.
The soothing sounds of the vents as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, look at that.
yeah, a little snow right there.
Snowing in Texas
White.
right now.
White October 24.
Nice.
That's Christmas.
Dino CR is asking, any indication the ship QD will get a lid to protect it during launch? It kind of has one, right, Alex? Like, I don't know if lid is the right word. It's not the same setup as the booster QD has, but there is a little door on the super sensitive bits that actually connect propellant lines to the ship, right?
Yeah, the whole lines are not protected, but definitely the end of them that connect right to the ship. They have like a little cute door that just, I mean, it's a QD arm, so it's a cute door, right? So yeah,
Nice.
it's like a little door that closes as soon as they retract those umbilicals.
Good deal. Good question from Dino CR. Of course, Dill Pickle is asking, when launch? Last quarter 23 or first 24? I'm definitely going with last quarter 23. I don't know. What do you think, Ian?
I'm feeling, mid to late November, maybe. Yeah, we're just gonna have to. It really depends on the regulation and the technical readiness. It looks like Starship and Super Heavy are about ready to go. I mean, they've done a wet dress rehearsal now. There's probably like a few, last minute things that they need to like tweak and change here. But I think once we get that FAA and Fish and Wildlife Services certification, we're good to go. We're all revved up and ready to go.
Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, last quarter of 23. Let's be positive here.
Hooray! I like positivity. Continuing to look at that frost fade, it looks so neat. And now we're starting to get like that late afternoon lighting, which just looks so good.
It
What a
really
treat.
does. We're not into sunset yet, but it's like a pre-golden hour. I don't know how it looks like that yellow. It's very nice.
Yeah, it's that late afternoon kind of look we're starting to get here. Good old 4 p.m. Sunset's gonna be like 7:30 at the latest, so we're getting there.
Nice.
It's
And-
much
and
better
once
than
again, the
Go ahead.
better than what?
Well, I was gonna say it's better than the January wet dress that they did with the first stack, because it was all cloudy and everything. I didn't like it. Today it looks much cooler. And yeah, I know it's not a pun. Okay, it looks more awesome. I think Sawyer actually looked up some kind of similar words for that. It looks dandy or something. it was hilarious to me because it's like, really dandy? Is that really
It looks most excellent. Let's go with that.
most excellent? Yeah.
Don't forget, everybody, if you have any questions, throw them in chat at NASA Spaceflight. We see your question pop up and we can give you a good answer. We'll give our best shot at it. We have one right here from LeBrain. Love that name. They're watching from New Jersey right now. They're asking if we know if there's any unoccupied launch pads in Wallops right now. And if so, will there be in the future? I guess meaning, will Wallops become full up? That would be good.
I'd love to see
But
that.
yeah, this is an Ian question, right? Because Ian is one of the founding members of the Wallops fan club, I think.
Hashtag Wallops fan club represent. No, I love Wallops. It's a beautiful area if you've never visited. But to answer your question, LeBrain, I love that name. There is kind of like one unoccupied orbital launch pad. It's not really unoccupied, but just not really used that often. Launch Pad 0B. That's used by the Minotaur rockets, which are becoming rarer and rarer in their launch rate. I think there's one Minotaur launch from Wallops scheduled for next year, and that's all that's on the manifest right now. Maybe even that's, maybe it's even 0. But that's the only really unoccupied pad. Pad 0A, where Antares launches from, is offline right now, but that's because it's getting upgraded and renovated for the new 300 series Antares. Much more powerful first stage. You need some improvements there. Rocket Lab is building their own launch pads. They've built Launch Complex 2, also known as Launch Complex 0C there, and then now they're building Launch Complex 3 for Neutron. Other than that, I think Rocket Lab is really the only major company who's investing a lot in Wallops right now. Northrop Grumman doing some renovations, but Rocket Lab is the only one who's growing there, I believe. So maybe Wallops will kind of take off in the future if Neutron is successful, but that's several years away, and we're going to have to see how that plays out. But, I'm always hopeful. I love Wallops.
Yeah, we actually saw some satellite pictures from Harry, about the construction of the Neutron launch pad, and they're right now clearing the area, which I don't know, doesn't sound like they're gonna launch next year. I don't think so.
Good deal. Holy cow! Russell Snodgrass coming through with a typical for them, exceptional for any human. Crazy amount of a super chat here. $100 super chat from Russell Snodgrass. Thank you so much. I love this question. I love this question. And I'm not just saying that because it came with a $100 super chat. This is just as good a question for a $1 super chat, but this is really fun to think about. Okay, so Falcon 9, right? The first stage boosters, because they're reused and because they fly through their own sooty exhaust as part of the flight regime of reusing them, they get sooty. And so Russell is asking, will a booster develop a nice soot patina like a Falcon 9 booster after landing many times, or does the methane burn cleaner? Well, the methane burns cleaner, but not 100% perfectly clean. I mean, no process is 100%. There's always going to be a little bit of exhaust products here, but the really cool thing is, sooty or not, which I don't really expect soot, given methane is pretty clean, is oxidation, I think is what it's called, of the metal. If you've ever seen any kind of metal, like when you heat it up, it like changes a color. It's almost like a rainbowy kind of look, or at least it can be, or like a blue. I do wonder if we will see the booster develop a patina, not soot, because again, methane burns way cleaner. But I am very excited to see the metal sort of take on the effects that result from being reused. I think it's oxidation. I could be wrong. There's some name for it. Metal change color when heated.
Jack, are you talking about like the exhaust tip of a Honda?
I don't know what you mean.
Like the exhaust pipe.
The exhaust pipe of a Honda, like an aftermarket titanium exhaust pipe, changes rainbow colors, or comes rainbow colors because they fake it.
Yeah, I think that's oxidation. I am not. We need Trevor on for this, but yeah, that's a thing. Like, when I was a kid, this is so dumb. Why am I saying this on air? When I was a kid, I had a lamp that was really, really hot, and I don't know, because you're a bored, stupid kid, I would put quarters like right on the bulb where it got hottest, and the quarters would change from a regular looking quarter to like a cool blue, purple, discolored quarter. I just thought that was really cool. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm wondering. Like, are we going to see that with this booster? Will it get discolored from the heat from reentry in the same way my quarters as a kid did? I think that's called. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Like
oxidation and anodization, maybe.
It's not. Anodizing is an electrical process, though, right?
Yeah. I kind of want to try that, what you're talking about, but also I don't think we should recommend trying the quarter thing.
Yeah, nobody do that.
Yeah, please do not try that at home.
That's a really good question from Russell Snodgrass, and I'm excited to see what these things look like once they start coming back and landing. Thermochromism, somebody in chat is saying.
That sounds technical.
Somebody is saying it's called bluing.
Bluing, yes.
Metal bluing. Oh man, there's a lot of people saying bluing. Somebody said annealing. Someone said, yes, please get me. Is it of a quarter?
No, Steven and I are both posting pictures of Honda exhaust tips in the back channel for you.
Oh, I see them. I see them. They're delightful. Yes, that's sort of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like a bismuth crystal too. If you've ever seen a bismuth crystal, I love.
Holy cow, it's bismuth.
It's about that color. Yeah, it's about that color.
I love making bismuth crystals, but yeah.
Good deal. Really good question from Russell. And once again, Russell, thank you so much. That is a extremely generous and extremely helpful amount of support. You're awesome. Just think about it. Think about this thing sitting there, no ship on top. It's just been caught by the chopsticks. That is, yes, discolor it. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Here you go, Jack.
Someone bought a calendar.
The phenomenon is called annealing colors. But
all right.
So steel, but also titanium or silver can get a colorful hue on the surface after being repeatedly heated or heat treated. So apparently it is annealing colors. I'm not sure whose exhaust tip we're showing on screen right now, but that's what we're talking about. Anyways, go ahead.
No, thank you for that. Annealing colors. I am excited to see what colors this booster will anneal from re-entry. Can you imagine? Drew, thank you for the support. They say, what are y'all's favorites rockets ever, excluding Starship? Favorite rockets ever, excluding Starship? Ian, one of yours is Saturn V, right?
Saturn V fanboy all day long. I have multiple Saturn V models in my room.
Good deal. Das? Are you still here?
I'm not on commentary. I just had to hop in with my Honda joke.
It was good. It was good.
Go ahead.
Das will say whatever rocket you can make on KSP, right?
Or whatever rocket we can point a camera at?
No, I wouldn't say whatever rocket you can make in KSP. We can make any rocket in KSP.
That's true.
There you go.
Ask Moldy Space Industries.
Oh, no. Steve
when Das...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, Steve will come back saying, like, Ares 1 Able.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
For anyone who's
Can there be
unaware...
a multi-space DOS, like, joint KSP thing at some point? I feel like history would be made.
That'd be good for members content. But for anyone who's unaware, Steve, aka Moldy Space, is one of the members in our members Discord, and they post some horrendous Kerbal monstrosities, and it's so fun to watch along with Steve. Great person as always. I'm sure Jack says it enough, but Steve's an awesome person.
They say I'm
yes,
so
Moldy's KSP creations are delightful. Anyways, my favorite rocket ever, excluding Starship, probably Shuttle. And I'm not just pandering to Crispy. Alex?
Falcon 9, obviously. And Falcon Heavy.
Right. Good deal. I remember the same question from our last, the partial wet dress rehearsal stream. That was, was a good series of answers there. Let's see. The Double Standard News is asking, has the flight termination system been installed yet? I mean, technically part of it's there, but I think what they're asking is, have the charges been installed, which I think we all understand that the answer is no. That has not yet occurred.
And when that does happen, we're going to be seeing a D-stack and then, the crew lift going up. So it should be very obvious when the FTS is installed. And also, that'll be a great indicator for when we're getting very, very close to launch. So as to when SpaceX expects to get FAA and Fish and Wildlife Services permitting, we will see the ship be D-stacked and the crew lift go up for FTS install.
Good deal. I'm not sure how to answer this one. John is asking, how do they determine the length of the hot stage ring? I think the short answer is a lot of math and simulation on a computer.
I mean, definitely, you need to model your engine exhaust. So how many engines are they going to be firing? You need enough area to get that out without increasing the pressure too much. You need it to be structurally stable. And I think it kind of revolves around the basic ring design. So, I think it's like 1.96 meter tall rings that Starship uses. Can one of those be retrofitted into a hot stage ring? And I think the answer is quite obviously yes. They've done that. So I think they kind of wanted to revolve around that general ring design that they have.
Yep, makes sense. Let's see. Spin Thwomp is asking, why don't they fully open the chopsticks for a wet dress rehearsal? Alex, do you have any thoughts here?
No idea really, but they did open the chopsticks. It's just, they are not fully open. They are also not lowered. They didn't lower them as they would only on a launch countdown, basically. During the launch countdown, they opened them totally, and then they also lowered them. Not a lot. It's just a little bit down the launch tower, but they do lower them a bit.
Why do you think that is? I mean, I assume it's to get them, I don't know, further away from engines, but moving them down the tower doesn't really do that. Like, what's... I'm sort of curious why they...
Yeah, my guess is that for the launch, obviously, they just open them and put them out of harm's way for a launch. And obviously, if you think about it, maybe it's just that they don't need it for a wet dress. Like, why would you open it if you don't need it, right? Entirely, I mean. Because they are open right now, but they are not entirely open or, in launch configuration. It's not, I will say it's not critical that they are not in launch configuration, because at the end of the day, they have moved those chopsticks tons and tons of times by now. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't see it as a big deal in that case.
Yeah, fair. Mr. One Wolf in chat is saying they open the chopsticks so they don't hit the flaps. Yeah, that makes sense as Super Heavy goes by the chines and on it and the aft flaps on the ship, but why move it down? Like, why move it down the tower? Maybe that's part of it also.
Yeah, maybe
clearing
just like
the aft flaps.
Yeah, little extra clearance so that, if the vehicle pitches over, the flaps have a lower chance of impacting the chopsticks. That's my guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But here, they don't really need to do that, so you just have the chopsticks up there for additional vehicle support. They don't have that claw anymore that they had for the first one or two stackings of Ship 20 and Booster 4. That was on the quick disconnect arm. They don't have that anymore. So the chopsticks are the sole source of upper vehicle stability and reducing, swaying during winds and things.
Yeah. Just think of it as the tower hugging the full stack, kind of awkwardly around the shoulders.
Sure, yeah.
Kind of looks like it, right? On the right side, tower hugging the full stack. They're friends.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Kevin Michael Reed in chat says, now that Alex doesn't have to shave his head, he's being positive and going for the early date. That's hilarious. That was 10 minutes ago when we were talking about when we thought it would fly. Yeah, you're in the clear now, huh, Alex?
Well, I guess.
Good deal.
I mean, I did want to see, I am very much biased, I did want to see a bald Alex, an aerodynamic Alex.
Ah, God.
And then have him and Jack meet up.
You wouldn't want to see that.
James Deloach saying, so one more destack for FTS. Any more destacking likely or normal? Yeah, I mean, we expect this to not be the final stack. They still need to install the FTS system. Then that will be the final stack. So it seems like we'll have one more stack than destack left here.
I wonder if they're going to keep it stacked after this, or if they're going to destack it just for wind lows and things like that. We have seen them destack the vehicles when it's getting very windy. I don't know if it's necessarily the reason, but it's happened. And I wonder if they're going to preemptively destack it until they get the go-ahead from regulatory authorities.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I hope they leave it stacked just because it's so darn beautiful. It really is just such a gorgeous machine. But we'll see
To
what
me,
happens.
Now that you mentioned that, I'm having in my thoughts right now Ryan Caden, our own fellow NSFer, precisely because he went down there to Starbase and he went right after they had already destacked, and when he went out, they stacked the vehicle. So it's like, gosh, that is quite a bad luck, to be honest.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. I mean, I had left for family vacation for like, the rare time I actually stopped paying attention to things, and then bam, Cybertruck at Starbase.
Yup.
It's like, oh, why? Towing a freaking Raptor vacuum engine. Like, what?
Yeah, you didn't
what?
miss much. Come on.
At least Sean was here to get that awesome shot for us.
That's true.
DinoCR asking, will Starship require a unique transporter in Florida compared to that of Intex? I bet they just use SPMTs. Like, SPMTs seem to work pretty well for this system. I don't know, it would be cool to see a Starship rolling down on like one of the crawlers or something, but I'm not going to hold my breath for that.
That'd be awesome. I mean, they use
Right, wouldn't it?
SPMTs for everything there, so I think that's kind of the go-to answer. I mean, they've used it for moving tower sections, both for the Starship and the Falcon 9 crew tower that's recently been assembled. I think they're just going to stick with what they know and, SPMT it.
Would make sense. Dale Clark, 7-month Red Team member milestone. Using that milestone to say Google and chat have spoken, it's thermochromism. Das, we have some people who think it's thermochromism.
Thermochromism? I mean, I would make sense with that. That's fine. You can call it that.
Sure. All right. We're all friends. Moving on. Wow. Dragonworks in chat, a Neil Armstrong.
Oh, wow.
Pretty good. It's pretty good, Ian, you gotta admit.
No, that is good. But I think that does deserve a pun token being used.
Oh, absolutely. So, looking at the frost again, we're just waiting for this thing to be detanked. And hopefully we see some more testing, like whether it's grid fins or FireX. I don't think a deluge, but you never know. I didn't think there was going to be a deluge yesterday, or the other day when they did the partial. And sure enough, there was. So, never say never. But yeah, we're just hanging out. The road closure goes till 8 p.m. It's 4:19. Oh, I should have waited a minute to do this. So we're just waiting to see what happens next. Let's see. I'm looking for a question here. Okay, I guess this is an Alex question, I assume, because it revolves around Falcon 9. Astronaut 7 says, when Falcon 9 can't land on the landing pad, it steers to water. What is the equivalent for a booster? Is it going to steer to the ocean, or maybe just trigger the FTS? I assume it'll be the same as Falcon 9. Alex, what do you think here?
Yeah, I'm guessing the same thing, that it will be pretty much the same in that sense, that it'll come in and target a little bit different than right on the pad, right? So as to not damage everything. But definitely an interesting question nonetheless. Yeah.
Good deal. Okay, I guess this is going to be an Ian question. Casey Smith is asking, what are the key differences between Super Heavy and the F1 from the Apollo era as far as moon missions? This is like just for you, Ian.
I picked that question because I was like, oh, it's a fun question, but maybe I am inherently biased. But yeah, there are a lot of differences, far too many to name right now. Obviously, Starship is fully reusable. The Saturn V is in no way reusable. Not even the Apollo Command Service Module was reusable in any way. Starship has a higher payload capacity both to low Earth orbit and to the moon than the Saturn V had, thanks in part to on-orbit propellant refilling. And because of that, when Starship lands on the moon, it will have so much more internal volume and mass onto the lunar surface than the lunar module did have. So this is a much, much more capable system. Although it has similar performance characteristics, the fact that on-orbit propellant refilling is an option for Starship completely changes the game, and it's an apples to oranges comparison, Starship to Saturn V. But I think that Starship is, in theory, like the follow-on to Saturn V that we deserved. I mean, there were so many proposals for reusable versions of Saturn V, Saturn Shuttle. I think that this is kind of what should have been next after the Saturn V, or at least something of this caliber.
Right. Yeah, I wish. But oh well, at least we have it now. A very frosty booster still. So neat to see the lines and the frost and everything. That was an excellent tilt. Good stuff. So, continuing the D-tank here. Just removing the propellants from the system, putting them back in the tanks, and we're waiting to see what happens next. Seemed like we had a pretty darn good wet dress rehearsal today. I mean, would you agree, Alex?
Yeah, so far it looked really, really well. We had that fire system test. I actually, I repeat it right now, even though I said it before, that I looked for the sort of timeline of events that we will see, because, that very peculiar event that happens right when the hold is lifted at T-minus 40 seconds, and then they go into the SpaceX system. After the SpaceX system, it will be the deluge, but the deluge comes in around T-minus 7 seconds is when you see the sort of big jets of water coming out from those, from the pipes that lead to the deluge plate. And so, it seems like the SpaceX stop basically when that will have happened, when that deluge system will have come in. So very, very, very neat that we were able to see this. It's a bit of a taste of what we're going to see on launch day, hopefully in the very near future. I'm hopeful that it's within a few weeks.
It's a really good appetizer ahead of launch. Okay, so I think at this point, Alex, we will let you jump off, and we're going to replace you with Adrian. But first, before you go, Alex, you know what I hope we see? You know what I hope we see before the day is out and the testing is complete?
The burns.
I hope we get Alien Mr. Burns again. I bring you thrust!
It's bringing us thrust!
break its legs! Alright, thank you, Alex.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
the
looks like we've got some activity at the roadblock.
Yep, has gone down from the riverside, and now it's going here to the usual place. So that's nice.
Good
that's
deal.
Neat. Things are progressing the way that we expect. Okay, well, I'm tagging out right now because I'm supposed to get out here. You already outed me. I'm talking. Whatever.
I know. I was like, Alex, don't you want to? I mean, you can hang out if you want to hang out, but no, go get some rest, buddy. Thank you for being on.
European for European now. See you guys.
See ya, Alex. Have a good night.
Adrian, do we have you?
You have me indeed. Hello, Jack. Hello, Ian.
Hey, Adrian.
Welcome back, Adrian.
Wet dress rehearsal, huh?
Yeah, it seemed like it went really well. Really, really fast loading. Things looked good. There was no prolonged holds at any point. Seemed like a clean wet dress rehearsal.
Yeah, it looked like we had a little bit of possibly a hold around where the simulated T0 was. That could have been as expected, maybe working some issues, but it looked smooth overall. No major hiccups, at least visible on our end.
I wonder if this hold close to T0 at this point is kinda by design in the Starship countdown, because they also did that for the first flight. So I wonder if that's just a thing they right now do. And it just so happens to also appear around T0 for wet dress rehearsal.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, here we have Marcus R2. Thank you for the support. 11 months as a red team member and a whole bunch of pun tokens for the team. There, you can see this is where the roadblock had fallen back to, and now that is no longer present. And the road appears open up to the production site in Boca Chica Village, at least for employees and whatnot. The hard block is probably still up back in Brownsville, but we don't have any cameras on that, so hard to say. Could be down, given the volume of vehicles coming in. Either way, this block here, the last bastion, if you will, this is the hard road block, and obviously still up. Now it's fallen back to here.
Very cool. So yeah, it looks like the production site is resuming work for the day. Like you said, they do evacuate the production site, the village, and of course the launch pad during a wet dress rehearsal, because you have a full vehicle of propellants. If something goes wrong, that is an incredible amount of energy that could be released. So much so that it could, cause extreme damage in the village or the production site, hearing damage, things like that. So definitely want to make sure no one's in earshot of that, or at least in extreme earshot of that.
Good deal. Juan Smokey de la Garza is asking, does anyone know what happened to the crew access arm spotted on site a long time ago? That was in the ground fab building, if I'm not mistaken. And it wasn't actually, I don't think it was actually a crew access arm as much as it was like a cool looking office. Like an office pod that was sort of styled in the same way as a crew access arm, like in the same look. And that was neat, but I have no idea what happened to it. I haven't seen that thing in forever.
Didn't we call that the crew office arm or something like that?
It sounds like something we do.
Yeah, that sounds like a us thing.
Specifically something I would do.
Yeah, that sounds like a label you could have labeled, Jack. No offense, but yeah.
Oh, Alex said that it was sent to the Massey site and it disappeared. I feel like I remember that happening. That was a hot minute ago when they kind of relocated a lot of their things to Massey's. There we go. Thank you very much, Patrick, for that.
Good deal. And of course, Alex knew the answer. And of course, Alex, go to bed. You just said you were going to go rest. Go to bed.
Alex has this internal struggle between going to bed but also wanting everything to be factual correct. So there you go.
The struggle is real.
I love how that crew office arm thing is literally just a shipping container, and they're like, they were probably like, hey, we have some excess glass and just steel laying around. We have 30 minutes. Let's just go bang it onto the side of this thing to make it look cool.
Right.
I could hear the conversation in my head.
It looks sweet.
It does, yeah.
It really, yeah. Good question. Let's see here. Jan Lammert asking, why don't they put heat tiles on a booster to prevent it from hot staging? Well, I don't think that would...
Maybe they mean to help it in hot staging?
Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead, Ian.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like a great idea, to have heat shield tiles for thermal protection, but the thing is, these heat shield tiles are meant to be very lightweight, and to be lightweight, they're thin, and to be thin, that means that they're very fragile, not to mention the fact that they are a type of ceramic. I don't know if that's the technical term, but they are kind of like a terracotta, sort of, in their fragility, so engine thrust against those heat shield tiles would obliterate the tiles. Like, it would be completely unfair to them. I mean, we've already...
Oh, I gotta jump in.
Did you bang your hand on the desk?
I did.
Das.
No, not even terracotta, Ian. I've held one of these tiles before, and they're literally like really light styrofoam. They're thick. They're not actually really that thin. They're very thick. But they have the maybe not consistency is the right word, almost the density of styrofoam, and you could just break one in half if you wanted to, like with your hands. You literally just grab it and go like, and just break the thing in half. Because they are literally, they feel like you are picking up styrofoam. They're so lightweight, and not like dense, nice styrofoam either, like super lightweight, like sort of crumbly styrofoam, right? So they are not designed to withstand physical force at all. They're designed to withstand thermal forces, but if you take one and you were to like punch it or karate chop it, like you're chopping a board or a brick in half or something like that, or if you tapped it with a screwdriver or something, you'd scratch it all to heck or break it in half. They are not for physical force; they are for thermal loads, basically.
Well said.
They're insanely light.
Yeah, they're so light.
I mean, they have to be because they cover half of ship 24. I mean, so half ship 25. Get my ships confused. But yeah,
Covered, past tense.
yeah, it formerly covered ship 24.
There you go.
Yeah, I was thinking of ship 24 launching, but yeah. So you need these to be light because think about it. Every kilogram of mass that you put on that ship is a kilogram of less payload you can take to orbit. So every gram, every milligram on those tiles really adds up because you have like 17,000 tiles on there. So yeah, like you said, Doss, they need to be extremely light, and being light, they are also fragile.
Yeah, and they look and feel kind of like they look solid. I would say like definitely the strength of styrofoam, like you were saying, Doss, but the look of them, like the white material on the underside of the black material, is like it looks like a very dense styrofoam. Like you can't see the beads.
Yeah, you can't see the
it's
beads.
not like
nice.
those. Right. Yeah. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than that. Like it is a very uniform and dense material, and not like flaky or anything. But
yeah.
in terms of
like,
strength of the material, it's like styrofoam.
It's like styrofoam that's been, I don't want to say painted. It's almost like it's got a, you get an ice cream cone and you put the shell, magic shell chocolate on one side.
Like a
yeah.
drumstick.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like you've taken a piece of styrofoam and you put magic shell on one side, but instead of delicious brown chocolate, it's black heat material. That's what I would think, like styrofoam with magic shell on one side.
You've given me a great idea.
Chocolate flavored topping, Doss. Chocolate flavored topping. It's not actually chocolate. Go ahead, Ian.
What about like a Klondike bar, but it's hexagon shaped? It's vanilla ice cream and you dip it in chocolate, and you're like, it's the same manufacturing process as SpaceX. Can we add that to the store?
We need a hexagon-shaped Klondike bars, but you'd have to scrape the chocolate off the backside because it's just on the top and sides, and then the back would just be ice cream.
Also,
and,
be very careful because we have aluminum mounting points in the back, so don't cut your teeth or don't cut your gums.
Those can just be peanuts. It's whatever.
Oh yeah.
What would you call it though? It wouldn't be a Klondike bar. It would what kind of?
It'd be
what kind of
Star bar? Star bar?
Klondexicon.
Ooh.
I'm just sitting here.
That was from chat. P and what said that in chat? Klondexicon.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Adrian,
do you not know what a Klondike bar is?
Oh,
Confess.
no.
I mean, no.
What would you do for a
Alright, buddy.
Klondexicon? Sorry.
The Klondike.
I'd launch a Starship.
I'd launch.
Would you launch without FAA approval? Would you talk to the fish people?
No.
You're googling it. Okay.
You can literally hear him googling it. This is amazing.
Adrian, next time you come back to the States, I will buy you an entire box of Klondike bars, and you can know the glory. This stream not sponsored by Klondike bars
unless...
or Klonexagons.
We would.
I need to step away actually for like 5 minutes. I'll be back. Bye.
Have fun. Bye, Jack.
Bye, Jack. I love the. Go ahead.
No, do.
I was gonna say I love like the latter halves of these testing streams because then we just get very chaotic. I mean, you're mumbling to yourself as you're googling stuff. We're discussing Klondexagons. I love this. This is great.
Yeah, I was just sitting here enjoying you making this potential store product more and more special, and like basically sitting here like, yeah, it's totally easy to find any sort of retailer for that. It's gonna be just easy.
I mean, we could let's just like buy a little plot. Like we could use like our highway camera plot, and then we could just put like an ice cream stand there and have Adrian out there 24 hours a day. Icecream.nasaspaceflight.com.
I'm looking. I'm not finding a hexagonal ice cream sandwich. I'm even an ice cream sandwich. Like I'm looking and I can't find a hexagonal.
This is a business opportunity.
Heat shield tiled inspired ice cream sandwich.
Would it have to be true scale? So you have like a 30-centimeter ice cream
30
sandwich.
centimeter ice cream.
Oh my
sandwich.
god!
You have to eat it like a sandwich, like two hands. Oh.
It would come on a plate. You would literally have like a plate of ice cream.
That sounds amazing.
It's amazing, but it's like family sized. Yeah, sure, family sized, and not totally one evening Friday. Yeah. Anyway,
Antoine here in chat. Oh, sorry. Just saying that we need a TPS coaster for installation of cups. I mean, yeah, I'm surprised no one's made TPS coasters so far, or at least seemingly no one.
I have a bunch on my desk.
I
What?
okay. I want to point out TPS coasters is a thing I actually know something about because that's we talked about that before. There's like you can literally find companies selling ceramic hexagonal coasters.
We looked at making them, but it's so easy to find a black hexagonal coaster made out of all sorts of different materials. We decided it wasn't worth producing special black hexagonal coasters for the store. But we literally had that idea, and then when we went to go look, it was like, oh, you can pick these up on Amazon for like $3. Like we don't need to have one in our store.
Yeah, we were like the only thing we could do is like slap our logo on the back, and that was like kind of lame, and we don't want to do lame products.
Yeah.
So yeah, we decided to not do it because it's available there. You can get it.
Oh, Alias here saying it's a party-size sandwich, the 30-centimeter tile. You cut it into 6 triangles to serve.
Ah, interesting.
We got to get on this. And I'll stop beating the dead horse there.
There are no dead horses in the stream.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Stop patting that horse on the back.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. My bad. Sorry,
Look,
Chris.
I linked, I just went to Amazon and I searched for hexagonal black coasters, and there's so many different options for them. I put a link in chat, and I have some felt ones. Like I'm going to get the link for what I have on my desk, but there was no reason really to make it's like eco-friendly, biodegradable coasters, absorbent felt coasters. Like there's so many options for black hexagonal coasters. So
yep.
Very cool.
I'll link directly to the ones I have on my desk. I found the ones that I have on my desk here. So, anyways.
I feel like we're having a nice store meeting during the stream here. I kid.
I feel like, and honestly, everything turns into a store meeting at some point. It's the gravitational force of a store meeting. It always happens.
Yep. So glad everyone here could be
a store meeting.
Yeah, it's like the universe at some point it will collapse and become a giant store meeting.
It's the inevitability. It's like was it entropy can never increase, store meeting can always.
Stream entropy. Everything trends towards chaos.
I think there's a thermodynamic equation that explains that.
I put that link in chat there, y'all. That second one are the ones that I have on my desk, and they're just black hexagonal coasters, and they're like $8. They actually have all different colors, but if you click that and you want hexagonal heat shield inspired coasters on your desk, you could just click that link.
So that just clicked for me. Now I want heat shaped tile shaped coast.
I actually have a stainless steel mug on the hexagonal toasters, like it's an entire theme.
No, nice. You got to get a second mug and stack it on there with like a pair of like takeout chopsticks. Anyway, I'm going to go back into some questions here. Real quick, we have some support here coming in from Matt PD, a €2 super chat saying, hexagonal coaster, black one side, NSF patch other side. That's an interesting concept. I mean, yeah, our mission patches are hexagonal.
Yeah, again, we really didn't think of that, but if you can pick up a coaster, like what is this? This is 9 coasters on Amazon for $8.
Yeah.
The price point that it would take us to like make them in anything, and then one-off things like that. Adrian knows better than me. The one-off things that we put in the store that have to be like warehoused and picked and plucked and shipped and that sort of stuff. The price gets a little bit high for things like that. So.
Yes. So basically, we decided it's not a product that makes sense from like anything we could add in value, and if we would add value, they would be too expensive to be interesting anymore. So it's a whole thing. For every good idea, there's probably like 5 to 10 ideas we are like, probably not.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you for that wonderful conversation there. Ron Smith here has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Ron. We appreciate your support there. Now, a question from Brenton here. I'm going to toss this to you, Adrian. We kind of discussed this a little earlier in the stream. You weren't here for that, but talked with Alex. They're asking, why doesn't SpaceX use e-fuel? So I actually Googled this. E-fuel is, sustainably created fuel. So making methane from carbon dioxide and water in the atmosphere. We know that they did experiment with that a little bit with the propellant production site. But Adrian, do you know why they're not really doing that yet? Is it just not feasible right now or not really worth it?
To my knowledge, it's very high in energy, right? Like, if I recall correctly from anything I know about that topic, and I have to refer to others here if they know more, it's still a very high energy consumption process. So that's probably the reason. We saw them working on it with the whole, gas separator unit. But to my knowledge, that's like still would require a lot of solar panels, it would require a lot of land. So that's probably the main reason why they're not doing it right now, because let's be real, especially land for all the solar panels is kind of the thing that is rare in Boca Chica. There's not that much of a giant area that you can just put on a lot of solar panels and make that process easily.
I mean, they had the solar farm near the village, and they took it out now, probably for additional housing space, because SpaceX is rapidly expanding the village. Be sure to check out our Boca Chica flyovers to see progress on that front. But yeah, it takes a lot of space. I feel like maybe they'd put them on the roof of the Star Factory. That's a lot of flat space that they could use for solar panels, but that's in the future. Yeah, thanks for the question there, Brenton. We appreciate that. And Zeke here has become a Red Team member. Welcome to the membership team, Zeke. We hope that you appreciate all the perks that come alongside of it, and thank you for the support. Joseph here with the store message saying that they've been watching since the days of Hoppy, yes, Hoppy fan club. And they're excited to see the second Starship fly and the first one while they're in college. Well, congratulations on starting college, Joseph. I hope that goes well. And thank you for supporting us through the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And yes, Kevin is saying in our back channel that Jack is unhappy because I am saying Hoppy, not Hopper, it's Hoppy. And I will die on that hill. Let's see, moving on to some more questions. I feel like you tossed this in here, Adrian. What about a full stack Starship popsicle? Did you toss this in here?
No. What's a popsicle?
You're actually joking right now, right?
No.
Oh my. Okay, so a popsicle is basically a fruit flavored ice thing. I don't know how to describe it, but you need to try it when you come to America. It's like fruit flavored ice that you eat off of.
Oh, we have them. We just call them ice.
Just ice?
Call them ice?
Yeah, it's like fruit ice.
So you're like, I'm gonna go get a fruit ice. I'm warm right now.
Yeah, I'm getting for example, I don't know, an orange ice, and it's like that.
Wow.
I have some of those in my fridge right now. I have some strawberry ones in my fridge.
But now I want a popsicle.
That sounds nice.
I want to go read the box and see what it says. They're like strawberry fruit bars. They're like ice fruit bars, but I don't know what it actually says on the box.
Yeah, it's okay. Somebody just added, yeah, we call them ice connected to a stick, or Eis am Stiel would be the German one.
Ice am Stiel. Of course it's ice on a stick.
Yeah, it's like ice on a stick. Because it's ice on a stick. Why would you call it anything else?
I'm going to go look at mine. I want to go see what this... I don't actually know. I know they're good.
See if there's a German label. Adrian, I love how literal German is. Just like a quick sidetrack, I love how it's literally, like ice on a stick. That's all that it is. It's straightforward. It's very efficient. I think I heard you and Steve Moldy Space talking about how efficient German is.
It's sometimes very efficient and sometimes very complicated. Our grammar is a mess. Because our grammar is very hard for people to understand that have not grown up with it. So that's the part. But yeah, our wording tends to be very, very straightforward.
Gotcha. And going back to the wet dress rehearsal we're looking at here, it seems that we are almost done on detanking. It looks like about a third to maybe a quarter of the oxygen tank, and maybe like a tenth of the methane tank on the booster are left, and a little bit in the oxygen tank of the ship as well. So definitely getting close to fully detanked here, but of course stand by. We're not done yet. We're not ending the stream here, of course. See, question from, or like a comment here from Flawed Perspective, and this actually goes back to some thermodynamics. And they're saying, and this is true, like it takes at least the same amount of energy that you get out as thrust on the booster to produce that fuel. Because if you think about it, when you burn that fuel, you're releasing the energy that's stored in it. To get that fuel remade again, you need to add that energy back into it. And of course, there's inefficiencies here and there. So, random number here, but maybe you're getting 90% efficiency. So you'll need to put like 110% the energy you're getting out of the booster during flight into it from electricity to convert it to liquid methane and stuff like that. So something to keep in mind there, like Alex and Adrian have been saying, it takes a lot of energy to synthesize propellants. And that's something SpaceX is absolutely going to have to tackle for when they go to Mars someday. But that is after we get a vehicle flying. That's something further down the road here. Thank you, Flawed Perspective, for that information. Peter Bowlerman, I'm actually going to send this to you, Adrian, because this is a question that goes directly to you because you plan this stuff. When will Countdown to Launch Starship Flight Test 2 return?
Pending, we'll see how it will be called, hopefully soon. I mean, there's... can I say that there's an ongoing... We will discuss the name. But I
Adrian,
think...
people cannot read that and not assume that a launch is happening right now. Like, you can have, like, countdown to the gold or whatever. Like, it's a normal thing for you to say that this series of shows that is, like, leading up to an event is a countdown to launch. But because rockets have countdowns, every single person that clicked on those was like, oh, is it launching now? And so all we did was spend our time explaining, no, it's not a launch right now. Oh, you baited us into clicking on this. So, anyways.
So either way, to answer the actual question in the I think we will have to consider bringing back like some sort of show that talks about the final steps in leading up to the second Starship launch, pending the branding. Is that a good answer?
Yes.
There we go.
That works. Hey, I got the fruit bars, the fruit bar box. It's literally just called fruit bars, made with chunks of real fruit, and it doesn't even say frozen or anything like that anywhere on the packaging. It just says fruit bars. But,
are you guys having food talk without me? How dare you?
Welcome back, Jack. Oh, or not welcome back. I think that was a little Jack cameo.
Yeah, we.
Very loud, of course. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, the thing is, the weird thing is, I always at least get, like, peeks into your pop culture and your food culture and everything, right? I wonder how many other things are there, like, in Spanish or, like, in any other possible language or even in German that you're not aware about that we never talk about. So there's, like, so many different things of culture and pop culture and food culture to experience just from talking with people that are not in your country. And I love it. Like, I love to just experience these kind of things and be like, oh, this is how you call it? Like, that's a cool thing.
It's neat seeing the European food culture too, because growing up I always assumed it would be the same, but it's actually really different in many different ways. And speaking of one last thing on the food discussion, Lori Frank here is saying, Adrian, you need to tell them about pizza ice or spaghetti heese.
Oh, spaghetti ice. Okay, yeah, I tend. Do you guys know spaghetti ice?
No, and I'm scared about what spaghetti ice is.
Okay, I will link a picture in the back channel, and then we can talk about bringing that on or something. It's basically ice cream that is shaped like spaghetti ball, like spaghetti with tomato sauce. Look at it in Control Center. That's a very common thing here in when you go to eat ice cream in Germany. There's even like different flavors. Like you have like, I don't know, carbonara, and carbonara then is like with banana and chocolate and something. Like, it's a thing. Yes, we have spaghetti ice.
Is that like spaghetti noodles, or is that like ice cream in noodle shape?
It's vanilla ice cream, and they like press it through a shaper that makes it be shaped like like noodles.
That is incredibly creative. I love this.
But that like, in every single like German place to get ice cream, you will get something like this.
Awesome. And I see Patrick giving us the kind of literal nudge here to talk about the wet dress rehearsal. It looks like D-Tank is still underway. It's finishing up now. The methane tank looks to be nearly empty on the booster. LOX tank's around the quarter left. The ship liquid oxygen tank looks like a bit of a frost line left, but there's still active propellant in the vehicles right now, so not done yet. The roadblock is still in place. Oh, my bad. That is Kevin giving us that literal nudge there, not Patrick. Kevin is pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, turning the dials. So thank you, Kevin. As we can see, a little bit of frost left on the methane tank there. Again, I love these pan shots because you kind of get a feel for how huge this stack is and the scale of it all. Again, nothing really gives you the scale of a rocket other than standing next to it, but this is probably the next best thing. Getting a shot of those grid fins there. We did see some grid fin... oh, go ahead, Adrian.
Just to clarify, because Chad is going bonkers about it, it's not ice. It's not noodle flavored ice cream. It's vanilla ice and like with strawberry and stuff. Like there's no pasta flavor in that.
Yeah, when you described spaghetti ice, I imagine in my head like a ball of SpaghettiOs, just like straight out of the can into like an ice cube tray, and then you eat those. But yeah, I guess that's a bit much.
Yep, it's not that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify because people were going bonkers.
That's crazy. Oh, I should get that question off the screen there. Apocalypse Cow has gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for giving back to the community. Anyone who got a membership there from Apocalypse Cow, be sure to give them a thank you in chat. Once again, it's great to see the community kind of paying things forward and giving back. Well, let's see here, and I just closed out the question queue. Good work, Ian. So, Adrian, a question here from Casey Smith.
Did you just thank yourself or compliment yourself?
Yeah, I complimented myself for being good at closing the question queue. Adrian, I have a question here for you from Casey Smith saying, how tall is the full stack with the height of the launch mount included?
Oh, the last part makes it complicated. I know we have that number somewhere. I will get back to you, but it's not a number I've in my head right now. The launch mount is the launch mount is throwing me off.
I believe the launch mount's 18 meters up, and then the ship and booster combo is 120, so it should be 138.
Yeah, somewhere around that. Like, should be in the range of 140, somewhere between like 137 and 140. And also the booster goes a bit in the mount, right? So it's probably
you're
like
right.
Yeah, it's like 135-ish. Because it's like 1 or 2 meters in.
I'd say about like maybe like 1 meter down. So yeah, like 136, 137 meters.
Yeah, somewhere in that. I like the problem is it's hard to just easily measure that, but that's probably the range we are talking about. Don't quote us on centimeters here.
Oh, let's see here. Another one. Joseph Rourke is actually, I believe, one we discussed earlier as well, but they're asking, I'm going to give this to you again as well, Adrian. Do you think it'll be a more hefty flight termination system this time around? Do you think, or have we seen any indicators that they're going to have a beefed up FTS?
Yes, they beefed up the FTS. They, as far as we can tell, for some parts, even doubled the charges, because, of course, the first activation of these FTS went as planned, to word it like that. So the solution they're going for, it seems, is literally increase the boom, which hopefully is never used. Like again, it's a flight termination system. We hope that the system never needs to be used, but of course, it's if it needs to be used at some point again, then it should work that time. So there you go.
Awesome, and yeah, hopefully the flight termination system can terminate the flight correctly if it goes off course.
You can see it, by the way, on the right side. That's the FTF, as I recall correctly, and you can see now instead of like one line, there's like 2 lines. So we'll see. We'll see how this develops.
Well, let's see here. Ask Adrian about the literal translation of the word plane. Is this something bad?
It's fly stuff.
Fly stuff?
It's Flugzeug. It's fly stuff.
That's
Like
incredible.
the literal definition, like the literal translation, if you translate the German word for plane, is fly stuff because it's stuff which you can use to fly.
I love that
amazing.
so much. Oh, Jack, are you back with us?
I'm back. That was amazing. I'm sorry. That was an amazing thing to come back to.
Awesome. Well, welcome back, Jack. Hope everything's going well.
Yeah. Also, does this look like a face to anybody else?
Oh, like the nose and like one eye.
I can't unsee it.
Yeah. The vent is a nose. The port on the upper center is one eye, and I guess like the FTS over on the right side is like an eye patch or like a monocle.
Yeah, it's very posh. So, speaking of faces, I hope we see Alien Mr. Burns again, although no promises here. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But yeah, let's do some more questions. Chat, if you have any questions, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will answer your questions as we continue to watch this thing be detanked. Continue detanking? Well, I don't even... Be detanked, that's... I have a way with words sometimes, and that way is not good. Let's see. Okay, wait, Adrian, can you go back and tell us about pizza ice and spaghetti hit? Like, what was that? I'm sorry.
Do you want us to repeat because you missed it? It's
just really quick. Just really quick.
Okay, basically, do you know these kartoffel mashers that have like these small openings at the end? Like these things where you could put a like potato and you can push it through and use that to push vanilla ice cream through. You get a pattern that looks like ice cream, like pasta, and then you can like make a pasta. Then you make like strawberry sauce of it, and suddenly it looks like pasta with tomato sauce. And you can get that on every German ice cream place. That's the thing we eat here. If you go to an ice cream place to eat, you have a high chance you order pasta ice or spaghetti ice.
All right. Thank you for the... Because I heard little bits of that, and I was not sure what I was hearing or if I was like having a hallucination or something. But no, that was good. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you ever come to Germany, one of you, I will invite you to a spaghetti ice.
I really want to go to Germany now.
Yeah, suddenly I want to go back to Germany even more. What a beautiful place.
Glad you like it.
Let's see here. Jim Cabot says, thanks for the full day of fun. I cannot turn it off. Thanks for the support, Jim. Corey is asking, will they recover the booster from the ocean or let it sink? Our understanding is that they will, in fact, let it sink, but I do wonder, like, man, you're just going to leave a bunch of raptors on the floor of the Gulf of Mexico for someone to come by and look at? That seems not cool. I don't know.
Jack
What do you...
come by in the company submarine and salvage them?
They'll hear us.
Oh, my bad.
The NSF company submarine. Who doesn't know?
I thought we discussed that publicly, yeah. We have an Ohio-class nuclear submarine that Jack bought off eBay. Or off Craigslist.
It was off Facebook Marketplace, okay?
Oh, okay.
Nice shot there of the engine purge vents. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was actually totally disproven by what you just said. Yes, it's so. Yes, these are the engine purge vents, but they usually at this point just, it seems like, use them to have them open, and they just release some pressure as well. We don't be scared at this. At the very end of this, they will most likely open basically every vent at the bottom of the booster, and it's looks like a giant gas cloud emitting from the booster. That will happen at the very end of the tanking, and it's always cool and a bit confusing to see. Just so you're warned.
All right. We have been warned. Thank you, Adrian.
No problem.
Let's see. What else we got here? H. Cedric is asking, are the FTS charges kind of like shape charges, like an anti-tank charge, or just plain old C4 blocks? It's my understanding that they're shape charges, but I could be completely wrong.
I do believe that they are
Bueller?
C4 charges. I don't know exactly. I'm not an explosive expert, unfortunately.
You're
I
not?
think the technical term is explosivist.
Oh yeah,
Boomonomer?
Boonometer, yes.
boomologist,
Great.
the boom operator.
Right.
Boom operator.
But yeah, I don't think we have a word on if there's. I could have sworn I remember hearing that there were shape charges, but not positive. Elwin is asking, considering they can make the airline idea work, what kind of license and legislation mess will SpaceX have to go through with all the different countries they can land? I mean, I think it's fair to say a considerable amount of license and legislation mess, but it's a good problem to have. If you're trying to fly Starship point to point with that frequency that you need that approval to destinations abroad, that's awesome. I hope we get there. I don't see that happening anytime soon, but wouldn't that be a cool future to live in?
Would be. I think that I think it will have some similarities to airlines because, of course, you have a flight from New York City to Amsterdam, and that happens, multiple times a day. But I feel like they can kind of copy some of that legislation and some of that kind of, operability in that from airlines to rockets, but there's more things to take into consideration. You can't just have a spaceport in the middle of a city. The liftoff sounds will be immense. You can't evacuate half your city multiple times a day for a rocket launch. Same thing with sonic booms. The Concorde could not fly over land because of sonic boom concerns. It can only go supersonic over the oceans. So that's something you'll need to take into consideration too. Can you fly in over the oceans going to, like London or coastal cities? Can you fly across continents with the sonic boom and with debris fields and things like that? There's a lot of considerations that need to come into play, and I don't think the conversation around that can really even begin, at least on the government side, until Starship is flying regular commercial cargo and crew missions, like on a multiple times a week basis.
Yeah, I think we are in a reality where they cannot start a license legislation process for this anyway, because it's kind of not have been written. Like, this is such a different approach to commercial air travel that I think it will just need major modification of anything that is right now written in every single country. So, well, it's a wait and see situation with a lot of question marks.
It might need some even United Nations kind of legislation to be put in place, but that's coming in the further future for sure. Like they will need to model the launch audio environment. They need to model the reentry and the debris field potential and the sonic boom response, and they need to model that and say, hey, can we have this happen in a city? Do we need to have this on a platform 20 miles outside of the city? How is this going to work?
Yes.
And of course, they need to make it be cost effective. If Starship and Super Heavy are not rapidly reusable, there will be no monetary incentive to get this thing going. But I highly doubt that'll be an issue. There's just a lot of things that need to be proven.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's what we're excited to watch, is all the cool milestones that are coming down the line. Here's one from a guy named Jack. What major outstanding test item or event in the Starship program are you looking most forward to? Ian?
What milestone am I looking most forward to?
Yeah, for me, for example, I'm really looking forward to orbital refilling. I'm just super curious to see how that all works. I'm also really excited for the first uncrewed lunar landing, just because I feel like the first one will also be a test, but I don't know. The first time we put something back on the moon, and the only time we put something on the moon that's the scale of Starship is going to be pretty crazy the first time it happens. What do you think, Ian? What's your favorite upcoming milestone or milestones?
I mean, I have several. Of course, like you said, the HLS, both the uncrewed and the crewed demonstrations, because, Artemis 3 is technically a crewed demonstration of HLS. Those are going to be amazing. But like you said, on-orbit propellant refilling is kind of the big question mark right now. I have zero doubt in my mind that SpaceX will get Starship flying, reliably. I also have no doubt that they will get propellant refilling working eventually, but I think that's kind of the big question mark in this development program. If they can't get it working, which again, I am certain that they will, that is kind of the big ticket item for Starship. It's great at launching payloads into low Earth orbit the way that it is right now, but to get to the moon, for Artemis, to get to Mars, to get, to beyond Earth, you need to do on-orbit propellant refilling. So that is the one that I'm looking forward to most right now. Of course, also Polaris 3, the first crewed Starship mission, is going to be amazing. But that is, I have genuinely no idea when that will be happening. So I'd say, yeah, propellant refilling.
Good deal. Adrian, what about you?
If I had to pick one, I would say so I'm excluding anything that is like crude, because yes, they are demonstrations, but I mean I kind of want to exclude them because I don't want to call it a demonstration. I just want to call them operational because that makes me feel better. So I'm gonna say the uncrewed lunar demo, because that flight involves kind of a lot. It involves refueling, probably. It involves the depot. It involves lunar fly around, probably in near rectilinear halo orbit, and then touching down on the moon and departing from the moon. It's gonna be all very, very cool. So yeah, that's whole mission. So
excited.
That's gonna be it.
Heck yes. Philip, thank you for the support. They said, I was just down in Starbase last week and heading to KSC for a Falcon launch next month. First vacations in over 30 years. Well, congratulations on your vacations. We hope you enjoy the patch. Astronaut 7 celebrating 6 months of Red Team membership. Thank you so much for the support, Astronaut 7. Sun is beginning to get lower in the sky, and we have this cool view because of it. I mean, I know it's blown out or whatever, and there's some flares, but like, what a cool shot.
Yep, absolutely. Like, I think you can basically put a full stack into every angle possible, and it would always look cool. It's like when people are saying, "Oh, Starship doesn't look that cool," I would say, like, I would agree until it's a full stack. A full stack just looks epic.
Yeah, there's really... I mean, there's nothing quite like it. Especially just like being on the beach, having a bonfire, hanging out, and then you look over and it's like, oh, right. World's largest rocket ever.
It's like, oh, it's
just
right there.
It's right there. Plano Fool is asking if we maintain a calendar of upcoming events. Well, we have like internal calendars that we use. There's also, if you're just looking for a thing to tell you when the next launch is or what have you, of course, there's always the NASAspaceflight.com like news site, and then there's also Next Spaceflight, which is a fantastic resource and app that is now part of the. Is that? Would you say it's part of the NSF umbrella? I don't know. Either way, Next Spaceflight rules.
The NSF family.
Yeah, there you go. Next Spaceflight is fantastic. So that is your answer for that. More questions. Parkour is asking, did they test the deluge system during the wet dress rehearsal? No, but they did test the FireX system, right?
Yes, and to be fair, like, a deluge is still not impossible. Like, we could still see suddenly them spooling up the deluge system right now. That's totally
right.
like a thing that could happen. They could just use the closure to just perform other tests.
Yeah, though I don't know that they had enough time to fill it back up after the previous test, although I also don't know how many like charges it holds, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, these are the kind of secret sauce things we just don't know. It's it's a bit of an unknown. Like it's also very important if we talk about recycles, right? Because like how often can they run it? Although if they go all the way to the deluge ignition, you probably have some higher level pacing items than the deluge system. For example, methane.
Yeah, or any kind of engine resets or swaps that might be necessary. Tower vent.
Ooh, tower vent.
This might be basically them purging the lines as they start to save all of this. We can see this also on a lot of other launch towers, where they at some point just purge the lines, make sure there's no like residue methane in there somewhere.
Right. So that would mean basically they're done detanking ship, right?
That could very much be the wrapping up of ship detanking, yes.
Beautiful.
Good stuff.
As we saw a few seconds ago,
checkbox checked.
Yeah. Seems like there's still a little bit of oxygen left in the booster liquid oxygen tank, but that should be wrapping up soon as well.
And also remember, there's a slight delay in where the fuel is and where the ice is, because ice still needs to melt. And I feel like saying that statement is the most basic thing I've ever said here. It's like, oh yeah, ice needs to melt.
It's good to point out. It's definitely good to point out. The ice is not necessarily a one-to-one with wherever there is fluid in the tank.
Ooh.
At least when... What?
That's a great shot there of that vent pipe next to the new staircase on the tower.
Stairs!
I'm so glad you enjoyed it as much as me.
I don't know. I love ground support infrastructure.
That was a fun SBU.
It's like when you see strip riding for SBU and you see stairs for the third time, you're like, yeah, I could ignore this, or I could make fun of it.
Right. Alex, you need to go to bed, but also in the back channel, he's saying Starship.
Love it.
I mean, it's fair.
Also, go to bed, Alex. You said you were going to bed. Go to bed.
Are we sending Alex to bed in front of 3,000 people?
Yes, we are. As we continue to watch the full stack get less frosty, seems like detanking of the ship is wrapping up with that tower purge vent happening. And now we've got an OLM vent on the booster as well. Well, on the OLM.
That might be the start of wrapping up the booster detanking. Again, we still await for the final opening of all valves at the booster side, where it's just basically because you cannot detank everything, right? Because there's a boiling off in there going on. So there's also some parts of this at this point that are no longer liquid but gaseous. So at that point they will just be released because it's liquid oxygen, and liquid oxygen is not really like harmful to release there.
Right. Yeah, it's it's just oxygen, no big deal.
Yeah, it's kind of like we like it to have it in the air. Oxygen, good.
Generally a good thing when there is oxygen in the air, yes. If you're breathing a nitrogen-rich atmosphere, that's not good.
However, too much oxygen, bad.
Also, yes. As we know. And go ahead.
The right amount of oxygen, good.
Hot take, but yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's a pretty hot take right there, I gotta say. Let's see. I do not know the answer to this question. Ian, I'm assuming you put this in the queue. Bill P is asking, thinking about point-to-point, if it happens, would it always have to be prograde, or would retrograde be available to them depending on destination?
I did not put that one in there, but I will answer that, yeah, you could do prograde or retrograde. So prograde basically meaning, well, I don't know if prograde and retrograde are the correct terminology here, but going east versus west. Now, if you launch to the east, you're getting a slight boost in liftoff speed because that's the way the Earth is rotating. The Earth's spin kind of gives you a little launch. That's why a lot of rockets launch from west to east. Now, you could launch east to west, launching westward, but you'll have to counteract that. Some payloads, like those from Vandenberg, or some of the like Middle Eastern countries, they do launch retrograde occasionally. And for point to point, it really doesn't matter that much. You're still flying suborbital, and Starship is extremely powerful. So it doesn't really matter if you fly, west to east or east to west. You're still going to get there. It's just going to be a little bit more propellant if you're launching to the west. So it doesn't necessarily make it any more or less possible launching from, New York to London versus London to New York.
Makes sense. Good
Also, there you can now see how the OLM vent is increasing as they're probably getting ready to release all of the remaining liquid oxygen.
Excellent.
Also, another sign that the recondensing process is done and they're at this point just releasing is the fact that the tank farm is dead. The tank farm is not really showing any activity anymore because recondensing requires some sort of cooling down the liquids again. And that's no longer happening since we can no longer see any big nitrogen boil off there. So that's probably meaning that the reclaiming of oxygen and methane has stopped.
Nice. Yet another piece of today's puzzle in place.
There it is. There it is. That's the... you can see now all the vents going. There, you can see it at the top, you can see it at the bottom. That's the big final depress. I'm not sure if there's a... yeah, but that's the final purge. And
awesome.
Good deal.
It's over.
Excellent.
Bringing it down from flight pressure.
Look at the streaky ice. That is rad.
Yes, sir.
What a great day today, Matt Z says in chat. Well, Matt Z said, what a great day. I'm agreeing.
Absolutely.
That seemed like a really smooth wet dress rehearsal.
It was. There seemed to be really no hiccups. That the only thing that like kind of comes up in my mind is that potential hold that we saw around the T0. Again, like we said, that could be completely planned, or maybe they were just fixing a little issue here and there. But overall, it seemed smooth on the propellant loading and now the detanking side. Very, very good amount of data that they've gotten today, and definitely proved that their systems are working.
So at this point, basically vehicles are probably both empty. That's what we expect after this purge. So next thing we would see and expect is either other testing to be conducted, which still is a possibility, like for example they could right now use the test to run a deluge test, or the road at the old and usual closure spot to open and cars to enter the pad. These are the two possibilities. I do not want to speculate which one is likelier, because both could happen.
And there's some venting.
Yeah.
I was just listening to that, like, ooh, lovely.
It's crazy how...
let's see here. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's crazy how routine full stack testing has become now. Like, a year or two ago, this would be insane. Like, whoa, they have a full stack on the pad. It's getting, like, wet dressed. And now it's just, like, typical, you know? Like, oh, there's another full stack. Just another Tuesday, you know?
I mean, it's still, like, what, the second wet dress rehearsal?
Oh, I'm not saying wet dress like specifically, but it's like full stack testing. But yeah, no, wet dress rehearsals are definitely still rare, and probably only one per flight at most.
If at all, like at some point, you might at SpaceX decide like, yeah, do we need these tests anymore?
I was gonna say,
confident.
Depending on how like the permitting goes for this next flight, if they get like enough clearances, I don't know if there will be another wet dress rehearsal unless they absolutely need one. Like if there's some major changes to the vehicle, or if they have another permitting issue, this may be the last wet dress rehearsal. So I don't know if you're...
I mean, I get what you're saying. We kind of were speculating a similar thing with after the first launch or before the first launch, but to me, the wet dress with Starship is a lot like the static fire of new boosters at McGregor. It's sort of just like another part of the testing flow that I wouldn't be surprised if it sticks around for a while. But
I guess
at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes away. But it's really hard to say which way that's going to go.
It'll probably stick around at the very least for the bigger missions, so like, HLS, first payload, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, for sure NASA, for example, would like probably to have a HLS lander wet dress rehearsal.
Yep.
Good deal. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one for Adrian. Peter is asking... Ooh. Oh, why can't I click on it? Wait. I can't click on it.
I don't know. That's a good question, though. Thanks for asking that.
Thanks, Jack.
No, oh my god. No, Peter is asking, when will Countdown to Launch Starship Flight Test 2 return on this channel?
We talked about it earlier. At some point, we will.
That's why I can't click on it.
Yeah, we might give it a new name, but we'll see. We talk about it in the upcoming days, and we want to give spotlight to talk about Starship. Like we wanna have a situation where we can talk about Starship a lot. We like to talk about Starship, and usually it helps if all of our commentators get to talk about Starship. So we'll make sure there's room for that.
Good deal. Oh, looks like in our back channel that cars are starting to line up at the roadblock, including tankers.
Excellent. Oh, makes sense.
Alex, go to bed. Sorry, Ian, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's great to see some more tankers coming in now, because obviously they just used a lot of propellant, especially liquid oxygen. They definitely boiled a lot of that off. The methane has been mostly recondensed, but the oxygen and nitrogen, you're missing a lot of that. So top things off before the next test or before the flight attempt. I mean, I feel personally like this is probably the end of major testing for this stack. At least like a wet dress rehearsal level of testing. So yeah, probably just topping things off, getting ready for launch.
Which, to be fair, like we still have these not Mars on the 1st of November, right? Like
I think so.
I know it's not a hard indicator, and so far SpaceX has not confirmed it, and everything like it will slip. Let's be real, it will slip, but. Right now, we might talk about like a week or two from now, based on regulatory and vehicle readiness. But it's not out of the question that, like in 10 days from now or so, we are talking about launch attempts.
Definitely, yeah. Again, we're going to have to keep our eyes out. We will be, if we hear any information from the FAA, Fish and Wildlife Services, we will relay it as soon as possible. But that's kind of the main indicator now. As well as flight termination system arming. If we see them start to arm the FTS, that means SpaceX is hearing something, so.
Yep.
Good deal. Let's see here. Man,
I wonder,
I'm just
like,
looking for some more questions. If you have any questions at NASA Spaceflight, go ahead, Adrian.
I wonder if you would right now stand on this ring, like next to the booster, would you still feel like the cold emitting from it? Probably, right?
Oh, definitely.
Like this is one of these things where I don't have like any real life experience with such a cold body, so I wonder like how much you would feel standing next for it. So that's just and there's the. It looks like they have a meetup in the middle. Looks like just a bunch of cars having like a good talk, making sure they talk it out, whatever their problem they have with each other.
It does look like a meeting of the minds. Yeah, they're all facing each other.
It's like, it's weird. I kind of now have an imagine of it being a Pixar movie.
They're all playing hacky sack.
Yep. Oh my god.
What?
It's like they're chatting to each other. It's just a very like it's a shush conversation where nobody is allowed to speak loudly. They're whispering. That's
Yeah, so the other
it was-
day I was making some bread in the oven and it totally got burned. Oh, geez, Dale, I'm sorry about that. That's really awful. I don't know. I don't know. I was trying to think of a. Go ahead.
I love that in the NSF Cars cinematic universe, the cars make bread.
Well, oh, they're like it's
Gotta get
actually
money.
cars, is what you're saying. I was thinking the drivers of the cars. Like everyone meets up there once a week and talks about their problems or whatever. I don't know.
No, for me it was the cars. Sorry, I'm childish like that.
No, that's all right. I can confess that I've never seen any of the Cars movies.
Wow.
I've seen
Okay.
them.
I've seen Cars 1
Yep.
and 2.
I'm just trying to give Adrian some firepower just to get back at me for all the times I've given him guff.
Yeah, I feel
That's a
like
good
I
friendship.
feel like sometimes I'm just outnumbered in certain generations, and there's like a certain time of films where I actually have maybe the upper hand, maybe, possibly.
Yeah. Yes, possibly, probably. Tracy, gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you so much, Tracy. Chris B in our back channel says anything with orcs. That's actually
I mean-
highly accurate.
That's true. I mean, it's like D&D, Lord of the Rings, like that kind of stuff. That's fun. If it has like orcs living in the ground and elves living in the forest, and I don't know, dwarves living in mountains. That's my. I want cliches. I'm fine with cliches.
Lord of the Rings,
All right, then.
best trilogy ever.
Yes. Good opinion.
I love Lord of the Rings.
Ian, stop trying to curry favor with Adrian.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain my irrational love of Lord of the Rings. And I need
You
all
have,
my
like, that-
friends to understand my love of Lord of the Rings.
Do you have that urge like once a year or like once every 6 months or so where you were like, I could watch it right now, but you still try to delay it so it's more fun when you actually watch it?
Yes, exactly. I've watched it like 3 times in the past like 4 months, 5 months.
It's a Christmas movie, we all know
Yes.
that. So I watch it always between, whoa, deluge!
Deluge test.
Whoa!
Look at that. That is a test of the water deluge system, as you can see.
This is why we told you to
Beautiful.
stick around.
Beautiful. And that's why
Wow.
we stay live until the road is open. Look at it, it's still going. What a sheer volume of water is remarkable. Wow.
Wow, look at that pressure release on the left side.
Yeah, seeing that hit the cloud of water and
Yeah.
water vapor, like the interaction there was really, really interesting.
Insane.
Huge amount of water. Wow.
Look at that tank
Good
farm.
deal.
Beautiful.
Look at how it's working.
Yeah, right? That is simply outstanding. So we saw two Fire X tests today. We saw the vehicle fully fueled with propellants. We saw a very minor grid fin wiggle. We saw some chine venting. We saw some header tank venting. And now a water deluge test. That's like all the things. Excellent.
It's amazing. What an amazing thing. Like I was just going on about Lord of the Rings that suddenly like my screens, every camera was just going wild.
Yep. And now more depress vents.
Yep,
I wonder
ship
if
looks
they
to be
maybe-
depressing now.
I wonder if they maybe hold like final stability a bit before they fire the deluge. That
That's
doesn't
my
damage
guess.
anything.
Yeah. It's nice seeing the shiny ship return.
Right? Shiny ship. I don't know if I'll go as far as to say shiny ship, best ship, but hey, were those tiles missing before?
I just noticed those, yeah. Those have been missing for a few hours now.
Let me see.
Like at the beginning of the stream. Were those
Yep,
tiles
I'm
missing?
on it.
Thank you. Awesome deluge test to round out today's testing. 2.5 hours left in the window. vehicle appears to be completely detanked. Lot of excellent data gathered today,
They were
surely by
missing.
SpaceX. Okay. Yeah,
They were
disregard.
missing at the beginning of the stream as well.
Thank you.
I mean, they're along
Appreciate
the
that.
edge of the tile, so I don't think it really matters that much. But we'll have to keep an eye out if they replace those over the coming weeks.
Yeah, seems like they will. Can we talk about that deluge test for a second? That was a lot of water.
That looked a lot, yes.
That was intense. And I'm not talking about camping. That was intense.
All right, Sawyer. Oh, I forgot. You were talking about Lord of the Rings earlier and how much you liked it.
Oh yeah, I love Lord of the Rings. That's it.
Would you say it's precious to you?
It's precious to us. We loves it. Nasty,
Oh, God.
nasty little Jax is.
Oh my! Stop it! What have I done? Anyways, back to the
The new
deluge.
point.
Significant amount of water. Because they added some new tankage in there recently, right? So they're able to hold more water, and I think it's visibly different. The sheer volume there.
Yeah, it lasted for a while too.
Right. Good stuff. Corey's asking, does anyone think Ship 25 will make it all the way to its target? I have big doubts.
Same.
There's a lot of doubt in my mind, sir.
I feel like it's going to get further than the first flight, but I don't see it making it to re-entry, you know.
I think I in my head, like, getting to stage separation and like basically a full-on trajectory insertion, that would already exceed a lot of expectations. And surviving re-entry is a whole nother beast.
Yeah, I think that making it to, if Starship ignites all 6 of its Raptors during this flight and the stages separate, that's an incredible win. If Starship makes it even close to a nominal Seco, that is an incredible victory there.
I agree. Cars
Let's see here.
Have their big panel meetup at the roadblock.
Plano Fool has a bunch of deluge questions. They're asking if the water they use are trucked in, or do they have a pipeline? And no, the water is trucked in.
Like literally
we have
from
some
Brownsville,
movement,
right?
Yep. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on the roadblock. Plano Fool also wants to know: does SpaceX recover the water used?
No.
Most of it sort of just sprays everywhere, right? They do have a retention pond next to the launch tower. They have like a LOX pond and a retention pond. So some of it does presumably go into that pond, but I don't know that it gets reused. It would have to be presumably filtered, so you don't have like a whole bunch of sandy water or anything, but it's a good question.
And also, it's like this deluge system is, as we know from Vision Wildlife documentation, one of the main things they're checking out right now, because it emits so much water into the area. So yeah, there you go.
Kelly's asking if they moved the HLS nose cone. Yep. It now is off Remedios, kind of next to the Rocket Garden. So they moved it from where it was at on the other side of the Boca Chica Village, and now it's sitting sort of catty corner to the Mega Bay and the Rocket Garden right there by the Tiki Bar, just on a concrete pad that they recently poured.
I'm so curious as to what they're going to do with that thing. Is that like interior demonstrations, just pressure testing the nose cone? Like what is that thing? That's nuts.
Yeah, we have loads of pictures of it in the members areas. So if you're a member, you probably got shots of that thing recently. I mean, it's sitting just like right there next to the public road, so you're able to get some pretty darn good photos of it. And it's pretty nifty just to see it kind of up close and in person. we all know that it's an important test article, even though it's kind of goofy looking, like little egg thing. But it is very important. And to your point, or to your question, Ian, like, what are they going to do with it? I am dying to know. Part of me just thinks, like, I hate to say it, scrap it, because that is generally the area they scrap things in. But at the same time, why make a nice little concrete pad for it, unless that's like, that'll be the pad they scrap things on. I don't know. I don't want to be a negative Nelly over here, but yeah, if you want to see that HLS nose cone, become a member. Or if you are a member, check out the members areas wherever you get your perks, whether it's on the YouTube page or if you're in the Discord, in member photos. We were definitely excited to see that thing up close and personal. It's pretty nifty. Go ahead, Adrian. I think I cut you off.
No, I just wanted to add that don't get attached to any prototypes in Boca Chica, because I feel like SpaceX in the latest time has the tendency to make the prototypes that most people love the most go away. See SN15.
Yeah, see also
SN15.
Yep. 5 and 6 were great. I wish they had stuck around in the Rocket Garden. At least Starhopper is still with us. Praise be.
I feel like
Amen.
5, 6, and 15 should still be there.
Yep.
We love Hoppy.
I know what you're doing.
I
Okay.
know. I'm saying how much I love Hoppy, the true nickname of the Starhopper prototype, right, Jack? Right, Adrian?
I will not join this fight. You can fight this out. I'm like, I have no stakes in this.
Me neither. I just like poking the bear.
Is that
What'd you call me?
Huh?
Jack and I going for
Starhopper.
the same cheap joke.
Yeah, basically. Starhopper is the best. Deal with it, Ian. Don't forget, I have mute
Yeah.
powers. I have unlimited power.
I think you misunderstood your mute power. You're just muting for yourself, because earlier you tried to mute me, but instead of muting me, you just muted me on your side.
What? No, I can
don't
right-click
think-
someone's name. Let's test this. I'm right-clicking your name, and I'm clicking mute.
Yeah, and
Now,
I think
you can hear me
you're
still, right,
able
chat?
to hear me, right?
Adrian,
Hey, chat,
say
you're
something.
I think they can still hear me. It's
All right, I
just you,
think I
man.
do have mute powers based on that. Right?
Um,
Was I muted or no?
I'll read the back channel.
Oh my god. So this whole entire time I've never actually had mute powers? Is that what we're finding out?
You didn't.
What the heck? After all this time? Now you tell me live on air that I'm a massive idiot? Really?
We knew that part already, but
But there's a now
Oh, thanks,
screenshot
buddy.
of task demonstrating the difference between mute and server mute.
like I can server
I'm-
mute you right now, Jack.
My entire life is a lie. I thought I had unlimited power. I have no power.
True, you kinda ask on air, so you might have kinda like you brought it over yourself.
That's fair.
As
You know what?
Theoden,
That's
King
fair.
of Rohan, said, "You have no power here, Jack."
I was so
Thank you,
certain that I
Alex.
had unlimited
Thank you,
power
Alex.
that I was like, no, it's Adrian who is wrong. But turns out, I'm an idiot. Anyways, let's move on, please.
Chat had a great time, because while you were talking, like while you were saying, "Hey, I think you cannot hear Adrian right now," I was saying like, "Yeah, Chat, I think you can still hear me," and they were like having a good time.
Yeah, no, my worldview came crashing down when I saw chat just be like, Adrian 5x5, and I was like, no, why, no, please, God. Anyways. Oh, Lord. Are you okay? I hear,
think you
I
killed
hear heavy
Adrian.
breathing. I think we might have killed Adrian.
I need air.
You're on air.
Wow. Thanks, Sawyer.
You killed it. This kills the joke.
Okay, let's move on.
Do some more questions? Yeah.
So we're not testing any further of your features you think you have?
Wow, I'm never going to live this one down. This is my life now. Devoid of any power. Space Pope is saying, question for Adrian, what does the exit sign say on the Autobahn? Is this a German joke?
It says Ausfahrt because you drive out there. It's literally translating to drive out.
Got it. Thank you. Matt Z is asking, did they retract any of the QDs today? I don't think they did, right? I don't remember having seen that.
No, they didn't.
Nope.
It's been completely attached the whole time.
It does kind of seem like it'd be a little bit sketch to retract the QDs when the entire thing is full of propellant and you don't know that you're going to be able to get them back on and safe the vehicle. So it makes sense that we didn't see it.
Yeah.
Blushy Boy's asking, do you think the Fish and Wildlife Service will make SpaceX make a wall to catch the water plate water? It'd have to be a pretty tall wall. I mean, think about the test we just watched. That was a very large amount of water with a very, tall spray, for lack of a better word. Go ahead, Ian.
They'd probably require them to build out into the wetlands to catch all that water. And yeah, I don't think that's really... They would really want to build out into the wetlands right now. SpaceX does own a lot of property. They've only built out about half of it. It extends out quite a bit into the wetlands, but I don't know if they have the permits to build in the wetlands right now, or if they've just chosen to avoid that area just for the environmental impact. But yeah, that would take a lot of construction, and even then, it wouldn't really do that much, honestly, because recapturing that water would be difficult. You need to filter it, and there's gonna be dirt in it and all that fun stuff. So, I doubt it.
Good deal. Yeah, I doubt it as well, but interesting to think about. And Leah is asking, chopsticks didn't move at all either, did they? No chopstick movement today. That's one thing we didn't see.
At least no major.
What was that?
No major. They opened a bit before the test.
Yeah, to kind of detach, but they've been in position basically.
Let's see.
Some more venting.
Has to be.
Starbase Watcher. Yeah, it has to be. Starbase Watcher is asking, deluge or deluge? I say deluge, but I mean, there's no tomato, right?
Drones up on the right side.
Good eye.
Probably some last-minute inspections. Probably maybe checking just to make sure everything's good to go before they open the road.
Yeah, that would make sense. Like I said, we did see those cars lining up at the roadblocks, so as soon as the pad is safe, expect to see cars head back out there.
So
and that is what we're waiting for at this point.
The word deluge is coming from Middle English, or from Old French, and so I'm sorry. I'm right now live looking into the history of the word deluge, but apparently it's deluge and not deluge. Oh my god! I feel like the more I say, if you say a word too much, it becomes ridiculous.
Yeah, it loses all meaning. There's a term for that. I forget what it's called, but it's a thing.
But apparently it's deluge.
Deluge, that makes sense.
Well, all right then. Let's see here. Ian, don't DM me things about what you can do sound-wise. All right, we're not doing this right now.
That was 10 minutes ago.
Well, we're firing on all cylinders here. We're moving along. I didn't see it until just now.
Removed all stops.
There are no stops.
They're all gone.
Full send.
Blushy Boy, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. We so appreciate it. That's very nice of you to gift someone with the gifted membership. And once again, thank you to all of our members.
Somebody's saying semantic satiation as the word. Jack?
Sounds right. I'd believe that.
Cool.
I'm just looking for questions, and there's a block of chat here that is just people dying at the plot twist that we had today.
Well, I mean, that was a good moment. I'm very happy about that moment.
I hate that moment with all my heart.
I will clip it.
I know you will. I'm surprised it's not already clipped.
It will be clipped.
Let's see. Steven is asking, KSC launch site construction resumption pending how many successful launches? I mean, how many launches do we think it'll take before they start building out KSC again?
I mean, it's almost finished. They probably are just checking to make sure the launch infrastructure works here, because you don't want to build out 2 launch pads and both of them don't work, or at least don't work that well. Maybe after like flight 3, maybe flight 5, we can see that resume. I mean, they're almost done in Florida. They just need to, They just need to add the orbital launch ring, do some pipe hookups, and add the quick disconnect arm. I believe those are the major things they needed to do. And then, of course, truck in a Starship, or barge in a Starship and a Super Heavy.
All finished.
Yeah, just...
What's that?
Oh, yeah, or finally finish Roberts Road.
Ugh. Well, they're expanding it. I mean, they're doubling their land there, so maybe in a year or so they'll have a factory built.
All right, I think we have some replays of the deluge test that we can show off. Shall we take a look at those?
Let's
Show
show
the replays. Oh, there.
Wow.
I love how you can always see the fountains first.
Yep.
Right.
And you see kind of the 2 stages. It shoots up a little bit, and then the high pressure comes through.
That's so much water. Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
not
the amount
everything is ending up in the retention pond. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Right.
Very little.
I mean, the amount of sustain in it there, like it's still going. It's still going.
Yep.
It's still, and only now does it start to actually die down a little bit. Like that is a truly impressive amount of water.
Literal tons and tons of water. It's crazy.
That's certainly like that would not be nice to standing there.
Oh, that would be very, very bad. Maybe stand in that
All right.
staircase on the side of the OLM facing us and you'll be okay, but...
Just whee!
in like a hurricane there for 10 seconds.
There
All right, here's
comes.
another angle.
Wow.
Look at that.
Looks fantastic.
It does. And then I'm wondering if we'll see that blow off, like interaction with the vapor a little bit there on the left side of the tower. That might be what that was. Neat.
Really neat.
Do we have another angle?
What a crazy system.
Do we have another one?
Another one.
Yeah, it really is a
Oh, we
wild
have
system,
another.
Ian.
I love how the
Nice.
startup almost looks like slow-mo sometimes. Like,
Yeah,
it
right?
looks like these startups like almost in slow-mo, and then suddenly it's just there.
It looks slow-mo because the scale is so huge of all of this.
Yep. It's like everything gets lost in scale in Starbase. You could literally almost put like a house below this OLM sometimes, like depending on the house.
Yeah. I mean, it's 18 meters tall.
Yeah, like that's there's a house fitting below that.
I'm just mesmerized. Sorry, I'm not talking much. You're probably
Yep.
tired of my
Go for it.
voice anyways.
Never.
No,
never
we
be.
are not.
Maybe I should just go mute myself.
But you can't.
Don't you could serve on mute yourself? Oh.
All right, this next replay has sound. So headphone warning, speaker warning. This is your warning. Turn your sound down. It gonna be loud. Here we go. That was your chance.
Sound
I
delay.
so far don't hear the sound. There has to be some delay.
I also don't hear sound.
Sound delay?
I wanna point out two things in chat that were just said. A, Chris Bergen saying, "I just turned my headphones on full because I live life dangerously."
Right. I laughed at that.
And then we had the multiple people saying, "Oh, Jack just muted the clip."
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I also saw that. I didn't laugh at that though.
You did.
I think we have a new running joke now. When the audio doesn't
Oh,
work,
please.
Jack muted the launch.
Oh my god, why? Tyson, thank you for buying something from the store. 2 things. What did they get?
Thank you.
They say, can't wait to see second flight. Neither can we. Thank you for the support, Tyson.
Flight 2 patch. Nice.
Very nice.
Looking for some more questions. Plano Fool said it would probably be neat to see a super slow-mo close-up of the deluge system. Yes, it really would be. We have one more replay?
Hit it.
Bring it up.
Ooh.
Oh, you can see some water, and then there it is.
Yes.
Right.
It just trickles up and it just gets shot out.
Chat, we will not do Jack muted merch.
Oh my god, stop.
Oh, like a
Let's
mute
just pretend it
icon
never
with
happened.
Jack's face.
Let's just pretend it never happened. That's what I get for being drunk with power.
We need a mute icon with a Jack beard on it.
But you were not drunk with power.
I just thought I was.
Yes.
The Emperor wears no clothes, or has no power. I don't know, something like that.
But it looks so cool. Look at how like, I love the moment when the pressure is like going down. Because you can like that's still a lot of water. That sounds like a nice shower.
There's
Oh my gosh.
there's nothing left of you.
Here's one more replay. We had one more. Let's see what
One
it looks
more
like
thing?
from the north side. No, this is not worthy of one more thing. One more thing would be like, here's one more thing. By the way, Jack has never actually had mute powers. He's just insane. That would be a good one more thing.
Agreed. I love how it's as loud as a rocket engine firing.
Right?
I wonder if
I
you
love
can
the
hear
mist that it
deluge
leaves
from-
floating around.
Can you
Go ahead.
hear the deluge from SPI? I wonder.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
It's a good question. It is definitely very loud. I don't know if it's loud enough for the sound to carry that amount of distance, but it's definitely loud.
Yeah, like one of these things where I'm not sure.
Super neat to see the sun sort of in the middle of the ship in the tower there as it gets closer to setting.
It's like the
it's
fire.
peeking
The tower's
through.
on fire.
Stop. Can we take a look at the roadblock? Still there? Still
Still talking.
Yeah.
So I made these
still a
muffins
meeting of the
last
car
week.
creatures? Yeah, thank you! See? It's not so implausible now, is it?
They're
Should do,
it's like the Ents and
Go ahead.
Lord of the Rings having their meetup if they should go to war.
The Fellowship of the Car.
Oh, the Entmoot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Entmoot, or also the
old-
Council of Roadblock instead of Council of Elrond.
Nice.
If anyone hasn't guessed already, we are nerds here.
And
I can
you
confirm.
have my wheels.
You have my roadblock and my road closure.
You have my asphalt. Ooh, where's that coming from?
Tank farm?
Ship.
No, I think that's ship.
Booster.
Yeah, you're right.
Booster.
Oh
Booster?
yeah. SD press.
It sounds like it's screaming in triumph. Oh yeah, look there. You can see the cowbell vents. They're going.
Yep.
Yep.
This is it.
I'm just enjoying listening to it.
Nice.
Alex says it's all the vents, even new methane vents. Neat.
Final depress probably, opening everything.
We get a tilt on it while it does this? Absolutely beautiful, both visually and auditorily.
There it is.
Nice. Really beautiful.
Absolutely.
All right, well, step by step, we're getting further along in our marathon stream here. It's anybody's guess as to if they test some more things or whatnot. I did not expect that deluge test.
No.
But yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens with the roadblock. It's 6 p.m. local almost. I mean, in 3 minutes it will be. And there are 2 hours left in the road closure. They could have the road closed all the way up to 8. They could even have it closed longer if they absolutely needed to. We've seen them file for extensions in the past. But nominally, road closure goes till 8. They could always open the road early. And these are just the next steps SpaceX is taking to safe the vehicle ahead of doing that. Super Steph, what's up, Steph? Gifting 5 Red Team memberships, thank you so much for that. Alex Physics, whoever that is, 13-month Red Team membership milestone, says, I got an email earlier about my membership payment going through, making sure all works as intended. Hoping you don't mute this one. Dang it, Alex! Go to sleep.
That's rough.
This is the bed I made for myself. I'm going to lay in it. And Tony Z, thank you for the support, Tony. They say thanks for the awesome coverage, NSF team. You rock. We appreciate it.
I feel like at this point the NSF team is like taking rounds at like poking at Jack.
Yeah, I brought it on myself by being a jerk, so it goes. I thought being a jerk for fun would be fun, but I mean, I muted. I thought I muted people. I guess I wasn't actually a jerk because I wasn't actually muting anybody.
You try to be a jerk.
Attempted jerkery. Oh gosh. Oh, Nathan Oberg is saying we heard the deluge Sunday, did not hear it tonight. I guess they must be on South Padre Island. Nice. Thanks for the feedback, Nathan.
Thank you.
Ooh, swish. Nice transition, Kevin.
I love that swish sound when it happens.
I do love the swish. It's a solid swish.
Yeah, it's a very good swish. Can we give it one more time? Nice.
Thank you, Kevin.
Solid swish. I'm a huge fan of that swish.
Do you think we lose our mind over our marathon coverage?
Undoubtedly.
Yeah, how long have we been live for? Let's see.
10 hours.
Started streaming
only
9 hours ago.
Yeah, 9 hours.
9 hours.
34 minutes.
9 hours.
How many hours?
9 hours. Thank you for that. Have you even seen Ferris Bueller?
No, but I know the clip is with Amanda tapping, if I recall correctly, and I read up on it so I could help with the reference.
Thank you, Adrian.
I'm doing active studying for making sure I can help with references.
As you should. What? Let's see. Looking for some more questions. SpaceX Gamer says we need to at least get the stream past the 10-hour mark. We'll see. we're just waiting for that road to open. That's kind of how we do on these marathon streams. And this is an important milestone in the Starship program, so that's why we're doing the marathon stream edition for this. Because, again, hopefully, plausibly, this could be the final test before launch of this configuration, of this stack. You kind of have it all buttoned up and ready to go, and you do a wet dress rehearsal, and then you sort of freeze things, theory anyways, before you then attempt a launch in that same configuration you rehearsed. Again, at least in theory. We're like, are we debating Ferris Bueller actors in the back channel right now? Is that really what's happening?
What?
I have no idea if I was right. I thought it was an actor I know, but maybe I was wrong.
Bideford, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Bideford, for all of the support. Both this specific amount and all of the previous amounts, which have been truly outstanding. Thank you so much. Wolfram, 31 months as a Capcom member. Thank you so much, Wolfram. They say, thank you for all you do, guys. You are my go-to for rocket launches and Starship coverage. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Thanks for being a Capcom member for 31 months. And Jeff Rowe, gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you so much for doing that, Jeff. Keeping an eye on the roadblock. We've got the pip in the upper right. And we're just waiting to see what happens next. I have 2 hours left in the closure.
Yep.
And we're just waiting to see what happens next. RC Horseman gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you so much, RC. And Aaron McCrae, thank you so much for being a Capcom member for 4 months. They say it's such a good time to be a rocket nerd. P.S. Everyone should check out the launch roundup after the stream. What is the launch roundup? I'll have to check it out. Let's see. Nope, I'm not going to read that. Or that. Here we go. Christian is asking, do they need to destack for FTS? Yes. That is something we expect to see. The question really is, how long will they leave this stacked? Or will they basically immediately destack after this test? I hope they leave it up, at least for a little bit, just because it's such a beautiful stack. You know, it's way cooler than just seeing a booster or just seeing a ship. The full stack, I mean, it just doesn't get better than that. But hopefully its presence in Boca is not fleeting.
Definitely. I mean, they may destack. I mentioned earlier they may destack it to kind of keep it safe from the wind gusts. We've seen it on like windier days. They may destack just to be safe. But yeah, we don't know. We'll have to see over the next few days what they choose to do with the stack.
Yes, indeed. The Nozzle, gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thank you so much, The Nozzle. And MB Brugma, I have no idea. Thank you so much for the support there. They say, when launch, and please bring back the Starship plushie. Oh, it's hard. Those plushies are a tricky thing to make, so we order as many as we can, and we try to tell people, you know, when it's out, when it's in the store. That's the big, probably is gonna. Oh, we got some venting from the orbital launch mount. Look at that. As a treat. Just a baby. How is baby formed?
Oh.
There will be more cool stuff at the store at some point regarding to stuff like that. But right now, no plushie restock planned.
All right, I think with that, we will let you go, Ian, and we will swap you out for Mr. Chris Bergen. But Ian, thank you so much for being on stream.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure here for a few hours now. I think almost like 4 hours I've been here. But yeah, been a lot of fun testing today, and hope the road opens quickly for you guys. But Crispy will do you well, I'm sure. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
Night,
Chris,
Ian.
do we have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me okay? 5x5 in chat.
I can hear you
5x5.
fine. Let's see what
That's
chat
good.
says. Apparently what I can and can't hear is sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I have
so
to-
far so far you're not muted by Jack, Chris.
It's weird. I can't hear myself for some reason, but that's probably not a terrible thing. Yeah. So we had a busy day. I put my hand up for earlier, saying if you want any commentators, I can phone for a bit. And he got to the point at the end of the night where everyone's going, "There's no one left. They'll get him. Get Chris on." Like, oh god, I'm the bottom of the barrel option here. Here we go. But it's been an exciting day, hasn't it? It's been great. I think it's gone very smoothly. I even, shall I say, tweeted or X-posted or whatever you want to call it these days.
Tweeted. Just call it tweeted. It's tweeting. You
Yeah,
tweeted.
you're right.
I will die on this hill.
That it went smoothly, and I think it did. There's no way to know for sure because we're not in SpaceX mission control, watching all their parameters and all their readouts and their monitor displays. But I think visually, you can tell it's gone a lot better than even Boost 7 did. Because when Boost 7 did that massive methane vent, that crazy one, that one went on for like miles, that wasn't a clever thing. It looked great, but it wasn't a clever thing. We saw none of that today. So that was a good point. It seemed to not stop during the actual fueling of the prop load during booster and ships processing, so that went fine. It's detanked fine. We've had a Fire-X test that's gone all right. We've had a water deluge test, and it's about to be detanked and the road open. I class that as a good day.
Absolutely. A really good day and a really important day, as you said. Good stuff. Chris, what did you think of the sight of this vehicle all fully frosty? How does that make you feel? Does it give you... I mean, it's not really shuttle vibes, but it's definitely vibes.
Yeah, vibes. It's very different vibes, though. This is nothing like we saw. I mean, I can go back to the equivalent version of this, the wet dress rehearsal, which was called TCDT, which was for the space shuttle, where they actually went through the full countdown without lighting the engines. Same thing. And it was never anything like this. You got the vent, one vent from the gaseous hood on the top of the tower, and that was it, really. This is far more visually impressive. I think, obviously, one massive steel inline vehicle is going to get frosty. It's going to look great. And that's why you notice the TPS tiles that you don't see the frost on that side. Same with the space shuttle. You never saw it on that. That's why the foam covered external tank on the space shuttle, to keep that away from the vehicle. So they were all about hiding the frost. Hiding the frost more than anything else. They didn't like frost, space shuttles. So this is a completely opposite situation. But I think I always go to the capability. Whenever I compare this to the space shuttle, it's never in a capability standpoint because it's a very different vehicle. But it can produce what we've been wanting to have when they decided to go for reusability with the space shuttle program, which was where they could turn around missions in little to no time. That never became a reality with the space shuttle program, but it will with this, all being well, where they can rapidly reuse it and at a much cheaper cost and a much safer scenario.
Yeah, I really do appreciate when you call it Shuttle 2.0 or what Shuttle wanted to be, because that seems like such a good description to me, and is really sort of exciting to think about it that way. Like, this should deliver on the dreams that we had way back then.
It's a funny thing because we've all seen those old renders from the 1970s where they showed what the space shuttle program was going to be. They literally showed it launching, going to space, landing, being rolled back to the hangar, literally open the payload bay doors, put a new payload in, roll it back out, launch it again within a week. That was what they wanted. They wanted it done in a week, and it never ever got close to that. I mean, I think the shortest turnaround was 2.5 months, and that was literally, during the height of the space shuttle program where they were taking risks, and eventually lost Challenger. So it was literally the 12 launches in a year that they broke their record, and that's when they went too far. They got into launch fever, which is a terrible thing. With this, I don't know if Elon's claims of launching the same day with the same vehicle can be done. Maybe in the future, much deep into the future it could be, but I think we'll be looking at utilising many launch sites rather than the same launch site where they land it, refuel it and launch again the same day. I think that's asking a lot, but if they get anything close to that within 3 days or 4 days, that'll be huge, and that will be enough for what they want to achieve. But yeah, it's very much... SpaceX have proven themselves. We all thought reusability of the Falcon 9 booster. In fact, I had space industry people who I respect say they may achieve it where they land the booster, but they'll be having so much prop penalties in getting a small payload to orbit and then using the rest to bring the thing back, it will be economically viable. And then you had the likes of the landings and people saying, well, okay, they've achieved it with good payloads, but now they need to do it about 10 times for it to be economical. They're up to what now? What, 17, 18 on some boosters
17,
now? Yeah.
17
So
on 2.
every time they get questioned about this future plan they've got, they go and achieve it. And then you can then apply that to the spaceship program. And that's not being a fanboy or anything like that. It's because it's the same damn people. It is literally the same people. Lars Blackmore, I keep bringing his name up. He's at SpaceX. Not many people know who he is. He's head of landing technology along with Trip Harris. They basically made the Falcon 9 land. They're the two main people at SpaceX who made it happen. Lars is now working wholly on the Starship program. So when you take that person who's proven what they've done with Falcon 9 and apply it to the Starship program, you're going to have success. And that's why I get optimistic about it.
Yeah, I think there's very good reason, and not just like feelings, but evidence to be reasonably confident here. And for all the reasons you just said, Chris, really good point.
Kind of funny, Jack.
This is really neat.
I was going to say, Jack, as soon as I came on, I thought literally within about 5 words of my introduction, they'll drop in the road. I thought
Nope, so far not.
I might use my magic trick of coming on and going, right, we don't want Chris talking. Let's open the road and close the stream.
Oh, we all want Chris talking. We love Chris talking. I wish I had a horse question for you, but I don't. Adrian, what were you saying?
I was just agreeing with you. Just agreeing with you.
Disagreeing with me? How dare you? I'll mute you. Oh, wait.
Just agreeing.
Even I've got mute powers. They gave me, technically inept me, the powers you don't have,
Wait.
Jack. That's not fair, is it?
Wait, okay, hang on. I'm talking. Mute me. I'm talking 1, 2, 3.
I don't
1, 2, 3.
No, because I'll probably break something.
No, I want you to prove that you have the powers, because I thought I had them.
Hang on.
Yes, the power.
Right. Let's hear from Jack. Jack, can you hear us? Can you speak?
Yep. Apparently
back
I was
again.
actually muted. Yeah, so that's
All right, here we go.
that's what that's like.
Okay, Jack, you're back.
All right, cool.
I've gone drunk.
Good
with power.
deal. Yeah, see, now you know what it's like.
Oh, I'll tell you one thing. The minute Daz and the gang gave me the ability to steer a bot from 5,000 miles away, that was it. That was me like, future. I was like, this is unreal. I'm literally moving the camera from 5,000 miles away and it's like live. What is this witchcraft? And then I found OBS.
It's pretty amazing.
And I was like, wow.
It is pretty amazing what we're able to do, and just the way that the whole entire Starbase Live infrastructure runs. Credit to DOS for setting all that up so flawlessly. I wish we could have talked about the thing. We didn't talk about the thing. We'll talk about the thing later. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
What's the
The
thing?
thing?
Yeah, no, we'll talk about that later.
I need to know about it now. Oh, okay. Is it something we can't talk about just now? You know me. I just blabber. I'm a blabber.
Yeah,
off. I was leaking everything.
We'll talk about the thing later.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot.
Oh, that's
I have a
nice.
time lapse set up with almost this exact framing. So hopefully once the road is open and our stream is over, I can get out there and check out this time lapse. Maybe we'll get some cool shots out of it.
The good news for you, Jack, is tomorrow should be quite a quiet day because I don't think they're going to do anything the next day. So at least, you know, I always worry about our team, especially Jack and Sean out there. It's every single day. It's not like a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday job, is it?
Right. Well, you know, you say that, Chris.
I would love us to have one of those clocking in machines, though. It'd be quite fun.
Oh yeah, I would use it. I would just use it for fun, just because I haven't had to do that
Yeah,
in my
same.
life, except for like one of my first couple jobs.
Yeah.
So I don't have any like psychic trauma associated with that. But no, tomorrow is not going to be an easy day for me because there's a lot going on still. And when I have a day where Starbase does not demand all my attention, there's a lot of other things that don't get done, like even just things as simple as like doing the laundry, washing the car, taking out the trash, things like that. Like it can monopolize a quite large amount of your time. So yes, tomorrow hopefully more relaxing, but still a lot to do. I gotta go pick up Daniel from Harlingen tomorrow.
Nice.
It's a 2-hour drive. We'll be excited to have him back in town though. For reasons. We'll talk about that later.
Oh, actually,
For
you were saying the thing where we've got planning for launch day. I actually already leaked it with permission from Das.
Yeah, true.
So
he did.
it's already out there. Yeah, and chat was like, I know, Chris leaked it.
Nice.
But it was.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about a different thing. There's multiple things, okay?
Oh, yes,
Point being,
yes. Yeah.
and going back to the previous statement about even when it's not a test day in Starbase, there's a lot to get buttoned up and ready to go ahead of this next launch. And with this test especially, we're getting ever closer to a historic milestone, and that is the second launch of Starship. So, lot to do. But hey.
Can I ask chat when they think... Let's class this wet dress rehearsal. I like saying the acronyms, but people go, what does this mean? The wet dress rehearsal. Let's class it as done and good, right? Which I think's a fair assessment of where we are. Chat, based on that, and based on the possibility that the documentation from the FAA and the fish people is going to be done by the end of the month, when do you think SpaceX will set a launch date? So let's see what chat comes up with, because I'm going with November 5.
A lot of people have been saying November 1st.
That seems too soon. I mean, it's almost like they'd have to get like a preempt, wouldn't they, from the regulatory approval people, saying we're about to give you the documentation, probably in the post in a few days' time, because they've got to do things like the evac notices, get people in the exclusion zones, set up maybe their own little things at South Padre Island and what have you. It's asking a lot.
Right.
I think
even
assuming
just
a drop. Oh, God.
Even just as a member of the media, like we haven't gotten any word off the record that hey,
yeah,
sign up for remote camera placement in the same way that we did for Flight 1. Like
exactly,
in advance of Flight 1, they let media know, hey, be here on this day at this time. Well, I take that back. They had sign-ups for remotes well in advance. The actual notice to be here at this day and this time was relatively short before the actual launch. Wait, Kevin has a surprise?
Oh, hello.
What's the surprise, Kevin? Oh, we got the swish.
We got the swoosh. The wish.
Nice.
Moon.
Moon. Love it.
There we go.
Love it. What a beautiful
so
shot of our satellite.
That is
You can
so
see
apt
it
as well.
moving.
It's not just that, Adrian. It's the fact that we literally did the thing about the Artemis SLS mobile launch, doing a little water deluge test earlier. That host SLS, we're looking at Starship now. These two vehicles are going to tag team humanity back to the moon. There are going to be people walking on there again for the first time since the 60s, 70s. So it's like crazy that this vehicle, we get quite used to it being sat at a pad or in a high bay or in a mega bay, something like that. But this thing will be eventually launching quite regularly and then eventually being part of the HLS program to send 4 astronauts onto the surface of the moon for the first time in decades. And that then sets the stage for what I think will be a HLS-style contract between SpaceX and NASA for the Mars missions.
Yeah,
I would like that.
You've got to remember when I said
nice.
I'm not against SLS at all, but SLS, even in the best case scenario, which we know the OIG says is not going to happen, has a Mars land in the 2040s, and that was 5 years ago before the delay. So I think the way this will parallel towards where they're working with HLS with the two vehicles working together, I think Starship will gain so much benefit from that. Not just from the experience base, but also the fact that it's working with NASA. And then NASA will see Starship as the heavy lift launcher of choice to then achieve the goals of Mars, possibly a decade earlier.
Gosh, I sure hope so. I don't want to wait till the 2040s.
I won't insert my pessimistic opinion here.
Well,
I mean,
no,
no,
I'm
go ahead.
interested, Adrian. Yeah, I'm interested. What? Go on. Add what you're thinking, Adrian.
Well, I think, based on the fact that right now the moon is very much the focus, and I think the fact that moon will remain the focus at least like into the beginning of the early 2030s, with Artemis 3 probably not happening before 2027, 2028.
Yeah.
I think there's a very good chance that an actual feasible like person to the moon to the Mars, like person to Mars mission might be in the 2040s, even with Starship, because that's going to Mars is the most ambitious and most complicated project humanity is ever trying to achieve in space. So
yeah.
I think it needs a lot of technologies we right now don't have. For example, the ability to just regenerate a lot of fuel on Mars. So I think, like, I would love it to be in 2030s. I'm just preparing myself for the fact that it might slip to the 2040s. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
that's
That's
fine.
fair. Don't be sorry.
Yeah, remember the big challenge, even with the moon missions, is the life support. And if you're talking about that challenge, yeah, I mean, it's a challenge for the ISS, 200 mile up. So it's going to be a challenge for the moon, big time, and especially a lunar base. And then you apply that to Mars. It is like for all of mankind. It is, you are not in a situation where you can abort and get rescued with a drop of a hat. Is it not even like the Martian? It's just not feasible the way they did things to rescue people and that. So it's something they're going to have to take some risk with. But I think the way that society is this day, it's not like the Apollo program where they're willing to write a statement saying if Apollo 11 had gone wrong, they were going to release a statement. They'd already written it about the sacrifice they'd made. That doesn't work these days. They just don't want to take that level of risk. So when people always ask me why I've not been back to the moon yet, you say money, and you say there's no real space race that generated that amount of funding to allow for it, and also the fact that we're more risk averse now, because an Apollo program today would not be a thing. It's too much risk. But they were in a massive race with the Soviet Union, so that's why it really was taken, both from funding and risk standpoints.
Could we go to the roadblock, by the way? Because I see something here. I think the left car there is, like, they are for sure lining up.
Yep. On your
look at that. That's like full on red lights right before the race starts. Like,
Right. Gentlemen, start your engines. Here we go.
I'm gonna get disqualified like Hamilton.
oh,
Let's
too
see.
soon.
Sorry, sports ball thing there. Sorry, Jack.
Oh,
Totally over my head.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be first.
Look at that.
But he's going first.
Road's
and
open.
Road's open.
Max had a bad start there.
It's always Max.
A reference acknowledged.
It's Formula One.
Good deal.
Yep.
All right, well, with that and the road having been reopened, that looks like the conclusion of testing today here in Starbase, Texas. There you can see
Loads of
cars
cars.
heading to the pad. Excellent. And that means I need to head to the pad and recover some of the equipment we had deployed. I do want to thank everybody for the amazing, outstanding support. Thank you to all of our members. Chris, thanks for jumping on here to put a bow on everything.
No, thank you guys, all of you, everyone involved, from Kevin and Daz in the back. Daz was even drawing on the screen and talking as well. I saw the giraffe earlier. But all of you, because you put loads of hours in. I've just come on for the last 10 minutes. I've done nothing.
Well, either way, it's always a treat when you're on stream, so thanks for that. Adrian, thank you also for being on.
Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure, especially on wet dress rehearsal day.
For real, what an important day. We also had Ian on earlier. Thank you to him for being on the stream and commentating. We also had Alex on earlier. And I believe earlier Patrick was operating the stream, and I think now we have Kevin operating the stream. So we'll show everyone's info cards in the upper right. We also had Sawyer. Thank you for that. Hi, Sawyer. Welp, that was a good Yes, and we had the giraffe. That was a good day of testing. Seemed like everything went well. I think with that, we will watch these last cars. Was Scott Manley? Did we put up a Scott Manley? What was that? Was Scott secretly on stream?
Hello.
I think someone clicked the wrong S name. Good deal. All right, and here come those cars. All right, well, oh, and we had Das on. Oh man, I'm just forgetting people left and right. It was a crew of hundreds, well, tens, several today.
Trevor was
But,
also on.
Oh my god, and Trevor. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Okay. All right. I'm going to drink some more caffeine and go recover some camera equipment. Y'all, we're going to wrap this stream up. I'm Jack Beyer. Thank you for watching. And go watch Starbase Live if you want more. And there's Trevor's info. Sorry, Trevor. Sorry, everyone who I am a failure to and could not remember that you were on stream. But it's been a long day, okay? And thanks, Kevin, for producing in the background. All right, well, stay tuned to NSF. Subscribe if you haven't. And as soon as we get any info as to the ramifications of today's test or when to expect launch, we'll be tweeting it out and letting you all know what's going on. But until then, we'll see you nerds next time.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside at speed off. Bring in at speed off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?